Hi, my name is Christian from Relearning Relationships, and what you're about to listen to is the full audiobook version of my book, Relearning Relationships, 100% narrated in my voice with additional information that the written and ebook versions of the book do not have. And I've made this available here on YouTube as a free resource because a lot of men are genuinely confused about dating and relationships. I'd encourage you to take your time with this, reflect on it, apply what resonates, and be honest with yourself as you listen. And if you want help applying what you learn from the audiobook to your personal situation, you'll find a link in the description to join my free community and the option in there to book a free one-on-one call with yours truly. Other than that, this stands on its own. I hope it serves you. Enjoy. Hi, this is Christian Cosio, and I want to thank you for listening to the Relearning Relationships audiobook. Thank you for joining this community and for purchasing this version of the book. Enjoy. Acknowledgements. I would like to start by giving thanks to my Lord and Saviour, Jesus Christ. You are the salvation of mankind and the only way by which one can receive eternal life. Without you, I am nothing. I am forever yours. It's my life's purpose to serve others according to your will. I can only hope to be worthy of your praise at the hour of my death. I want to thank my parents for gracing me with a childhood full of wonderful memories and experiences, to my father for pushing me in the right direction, for showing me how hard work, discipline, and consistency pay off. I admire you greatly. To my dear mother, I'm eternally grateful for the tender love you showed me throughout my youth. I will forever cherish your cooking, homemaking, and nurturing. You are the perfect example of a godly woman. I also want to let my brother know how proud I am of him. I love you all. I would like to express my gratitude to Corey Wayne, David Data, and Tony Robbins for inspiring me. You have demonstrated what it means to master oneself, understand relationships, and embrace masculinity. I've been a long-term student of your work from my teenage years throughout my early 20s, which greatly inspired my desire to not only begin relearning relationships when I started on YouTube, but to write this book, and after many years, add courses, communities, and now this audiobook version. And to this day, at 27 years old, all the lessons I've learned, finding the woman of my dreams, and helping other men do the same, I couldn't have done it without you all. I carry the lessons of your legacy wherever I go. You have my utmost respect and admiration. Finally, I want to thank you, the listener. I'm humbled by your choice to not only join this community, but to purchase this audiobook. You are about to embark on a journey that will guide you to relationship mastery, and in doing so, you will contribute to making the world a better place. Introduction. Look at the current state of the modern world. Less stable marriages, fewer two-parent households, more mental health problems, divorce is at an all-time high, suicide is skyrocketing in men. Nearly 50% of all women and men over the age of 30 will be childless and unmarried by 2030s. This is bound to get worse, unless there is a return to moral decency and a proper understanding of masculinity and femininity. There's an ever-growing number of men and women who settle in their romantic lives. The number of broken marriages and dysfunctional relationships is only going to increase, given the state of degeneracy and immorality in the West. Keep in mind, this is at the time of recording, in 2025. Children raised in unhappy homes grow up to become adults with serious emotional trauma, unable to bond, unable to form genuine relationships, so the cycle of pain continues. This creates a ripple effect throughout society, destroying the nuclear family. Plenty of couples stay in unhappy relationships because they don't know any better. Men settle for the wrong type of woman because they're too scared to be alone. Others constantly get rejected, yet keep chasing after unavailable women. Some guys even stay friends with women they're attracted to, hoping one day something will change. Throughout this audiobook, you'll learn everything you need to know about how to properly court and understand women. I'll teach you what to look for and how to choose the right one for you. You'll learn how to maintain a relationship based on unconditional love, the kind that brings delight to your soul. You'll also learn to spot red flags and warning signs so that you can disqualify the wrong woman from your romantic life. If you don't take the time to learn proper courtship and relationship fundamentals, you will never have a successful relationship. No exceptions. Let alone attract the type of woman you desire. But the beautiful part is this: the information you learn here can be passed on. You'll be able to teach it to the next generation of men and women. Your children will grow up in a household where they get to witness firsthand what a truly loving and healthy relationship looks like. Your sons will grow to be masculine and stoic. Your daughters feminine and full of grace. The relationship you build with your wife will serve as a blueprint they end up using in their own marriages. And when they enter adulthood, they'll know without a doubt how to choose the right partner and build a wholesome, lifelong union. This will impact society for generations to come. It'll reduce the number of dysfunctional families, failed marriages, and broken homes that sadly defines so much of today's world. Think about all the men who went to their graves never experiencing the relationship they dreamed of, never knowing what it's like to be loved by the woman they longed for. This is why the audiobook exists. Relearning relationships goes beyond understanding women. It's about becoming a man of tradition, of honor, in both word and deed. Because when you become a godly man, you will naturally attract the right woman into your life, and you become an example, an inspiration for others. The only way forward is indeed to return to traditional values. You must relearn them and the importance of masculinity in men and femininity in women. There must be a rebirth of chastity, of purity, of moral clarity in the West, if our future is to have any hope. I recommend you re-listen to this book, or if you were reading the written version of my book, which you can purchase on Amazon, the paperback, hardcover, or digital edition. You either re-listen or you reread this book 10 to 15 times. This is a lesson that I learned from my mentor Corey Wayne years ago when I read his book multiple times. The reason for this is simple. If you have grown up in a dysfunctional home, if you have grown up in a society that has encouraged feminism, cultural Marxism, has blurred the line between gender roles, you have been brainwashed by the manosphere, red pill, or toxic dating advice that teaches you to manipulate or not be trustworthy of women, that information is not going to be unlearned, or you'll not be able to detoxify it by listening to this audiobook once or twice when you're distracted. Repetition is the mother of skill. In this book, you don't learn tactics, you learn principles based on objective truth that are repeatable, testable, and provable. In order for your mindset, for your way of thinking, for your behavior to truly transform, you must listen to this book on repeat until the principles sink in. You must relearn a new way of thinking to renew your mind. Do not overstep this premise. Re-listen to it 10 to 15 times. Remember, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Alvin Toffler. Now that we had finished the acknowledgements and the introduction, let's begin with Chapter 1. It starts with you. Before you even consider jumping into the dating world and searching for a godly woman, you must first examine yourself. Are you prepared for marriage and family life? Do you know what it takes to lead a woman? Do you know how to properly determine if she's relationship and marriage material? Are you ready for the responsibility that comes with intertwining your life with a woman? The reason I ask these questions is simple. There is an ever-increasing number of men that do not prepare for courtship, relationship, or marriage. And that is a recipe for disaster. Man leads and woman follows. If you fix the man, you will fix the natural order of relationships. If you lack discernment and understanding, you will create unnecessary suffering for yourself and your future spouse. When a man does not live according to God's will, he is one step away from falling into lust, selfishness, or fear. He won't know how to communicate his needs, his wants, or expectations clearly, and he'll be at a loss at the thought of leading a family. When you approach women with this mindset, you overlook red flags, you increase the odds of settling for a woman who isn't compatible with you or doesn't even find you attractive. And in the rare case that right place, right time, you do meet a traditional feminine woman, you'll push her away eventually due to your fake mask of a lack of masculinity. Every man must humble himself and take the time and effort to develop his masculine nature, because if you don't, you'll never find yourself capable of keeping a great woman, let alone attracting one in the first place. Pursue righteousness. How do you know what is right or wrong if you have nothing moral to base your beliefs on? You can't just claim to be a good man. You can't claim to be morally superior to others. What is your definition of good? And what happens when it's only based on how you feel or what pleases you in the moment? That kind of thinking makes morality subjective instead of objective. And when morality becomes subjective and there is no truth, no order, and there is no righteousness, this is what's known as self-righteousness. It's rooted in selfishness and pride. Whereas righteousness means what is morally upright, holiness, justness. It's behavior that is morally justifiable and right. This kind of behavior is not defined by your feelings, but by the standards set by God. Biblical standards of righteousness is created and defined by the Creator himself. Objective moral truth comes from God, not from you, not from culture, and certainly not from the modern world. No amount of man-made effort will result in true righteousness. To be righteous is to be right with God. If you're not living in accordance to God's design for your life, how can you expect to court or marry a faithful woman? Today, too many men are misled by self-centeredness and lust. Take a look around. Society is full of broken families, unhappy relationships, and miserable people. The world is filled with pleasure and entertainment, but it can't satisfy the emptiness that lies inside. That emptiness is the absence of God. People run from the pain of modernity, but instead of turning to the Father, they numb themselves with more sin. Here's the truth. You were made by God and for God. And until you understand that, life will never make sense to you. The bad news? You can't become perfectly righteous on your own. The standard is too high. But the good news? Righteousness is possible. Discerning right from wrong. Truth from lies. Good from evil. Through understanding Scripture and by receiving Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Because we all sin, we all fall short. But when you actively seek God and His Word, you begin the process of transformation. Pursuing righteousness begins when you desire holiness and truth more than indulgence in sin. It all starts with you. If you want a quality woman, you must become a quality man. You must be righteous if you expect your future wife to be. The Bible says in Proverbs 24 verse 16, "For a just man falleth 7 times and riseth up again, but the wicked shall fall into mischief." It doesn't matter how many times you've failed, how many times you've gotten your heart broken, How many of your dating experiences ended in a rejection? Be a man. Get up again. Because only the righteous man dares to live by faith. Raise your standards, and you will be fine. Here are the 9 characteristics of righteousness that you must cultivate in your thoughts, in your actions, in your habits, to become all you can be as a man. The words and deeds of a righteous man can be identified by these 9 traits. Galatians 5 verse 22 through 23 states, "But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control." Number 1 is love. The source of love is God. True biblical love is a choice, not a feeling. Love expresses itself outwardly and seeks well-being of others. To love God with all your heart, mind, body, and soul. This results in loving others the same way, because love is sacrificial. A loving man is selfless, caring, and concerned for the needs of those around him. Love brings forth compassion and understanding. Number 2, joy. Joy comes from gladness and delight, not circumstances. A joyful man is grateful. He's content with his lot in life. Joy means being cheerful, calm, and grounded. A joyful man does not compare nor compete with others. He's not jealous. He doesn't seek validation outside of God. Number 3, peace. Peace is calmness and tranquility. A righteous man remains at peace even in troubled times. He stays composed during conflict, hardship, or stress. His inner world is quiet because it's grounded in God. Number 4, patience. Patience is about endurance, long suffering. It means you persevere even when things are hard. Patience helps you refrain from impulsive actions. A patient man doesn't lash out or make decisions on emotion. He remains steady in chaos, kind with difficult people. Which brings us to number 5, kindness. Kindness is treating others with mercy and respect, not to throw the first stone. A kind-hearted man is sincere. He never seeks vengeance. He doesn't hold grudges. Kindness doesn't mean weakness. It means character. Number 6, goodness. Goodness is about more than how you treat people. It's about living by truth. A righteous man is generous, honest, and full of integrity. His goodness shows in his daily choices and his service to others. Number 7, faithfulness. To be faithful isn't just to have a prayer life and a relationship with God. It is to be loyal and trustworthy. A faithful man is consistent. He keeps his word, however long it may take. He honors his commitments, no matter the cost. He can be counted on by God, by the woman in his life, by his friends, by his family, by his co-workers. Faithfulness starts with your walk with God and overflows into your relationships. Number 8, gentleness. Gentleness is humility put into practice. To be empathetic, to be understanding, to forgive. A gentle man doesn't speak harshly. He's firm when needed, but always fair. He comforts the hurting and corrects with care. This is only possible if your values are right with the Lord. And last but not least, number 9, self-control. The final characteristic of righteousness is self-control. This includes every area of life, your thoughts, words, decisions, and desires. Self-control means you can say no to temptation, no to lust, no to alcohol, no to pornography, no to self-indulgence. It means you discipline your habits. You guard your tongue. You master your emotions. When you live with self-control, you stop being led by your impulses. You lead them. You are in control. Continuing on with the next section of the first chapter of the audiobook, Conquer Lust. A man who has not conquered his lust will always be led by his emotions and his carnal desire for pleasure, and for this very reason, his judgment will be clouded. He will overlook red flags, and he will end up with the wrong woman. A woman who will bring pain, misery, and regret into his life. But the man who is not a slave to his sexual urges is a man on the path to freedom. Most guys struggle with women because they focus solely on their need for sex. And women can sense this. They can smell the neediness and desperation from a mile away. When you view women through a lustful lens alone, you kill your ability to interact with them from a place of truth and integrity. Even in conversation, your body language, your tone, your presence, it all reveals that you're thirsty for her attention, not grounded in being genuine. Many men who struggle with pornography, masturbation, and develop unhealthy sexual addictions and fetishes are incapable of looking a woman in the eyes and holding a genuine conversation, because deep down they feel guilty for the sexual sin that they participated in secret. Men are supposed to be logical. We're supposed to make decisions based on facts, discernment, and clarity. But when lust takes over, all of that logic disappears. You'll say and do anything to get a woman's attention, even if she's not right for you. You'll compromise your standards. You'll lie to yourself. This is what lust does. It leads you, and then it leaves you broke. The consequences of lust are as follows. Here is what happens when you live led by your sexual desires in an uncontrolled manner. You chase after women who are unavailable and uninterested. Meaning, these women may have boyfriends, they may have husbands, they may not find you attracted. You may put yourself in the friend zone. You become vain and selfish, viewing women only as sexual objects, not as people. You fail to stand up for yourself because you're afraid of losing sex. You submit to a woman, you stop leading, and you end up destroying the sexual polarity. You lower your standards, letting low quality or toxic women into your life. You become a prime target for abuse, manipulation, and heartbreak. You open the door to unwanted pregnancies, broken homes, and financial ruin. Your morals, your values, and your standards all begin to decay, almost like a domino effect. You grow bitter, hostile, and resentful towards women. You keep settling for low-quality partners because lust makes you blind. These are the consequences of lust, and this is the price you pay when you make lust your master. What is the cure? Self-mastery. The only way to combat lust is to flee from it. The need for sex is powerful in men, but if you don't learn to tame it, you will become a slave to temptation. A man who can't say no to carnal pleasure has no emotional discipline. And the more you give in, the harder it becomes to resist the next time. Think about it. A man addicted to lust is like a drug addict chasing his next fix. He will beg, lie, manipulate, compromise, betray his values just to satisfy his craving. He may look happy on the surface, but behind the mask is a world of drama, confusion, and despair. He'll get attached to the wrong woman. He'll fall into toxic power dynamics. He'll father children out of wedlock. He'll destroy his emotional health. And most importantly, he'll miss out on having the right woman because he never learned to conquer himself. When you wipe the lust out of your eyes. You finally start to see women for who they are, not for who you fantasize they might be. Your ability to discern increases, your confidence strengthens, and you will no longer be manipulated by Jezebels, gold diggers, or emotionally unstable women. You must understand that sex is a gift, but it was never meant to be casual. It was designed by God to be sacred, enjoyed between one man and one woman inside a committed relationship built on love for life. Whereas promiscuity leads to misery, it destroys intimacy, it warps the mind, and it leaves men and women emotionally numb and hollow. Most of the time, what we truly want isn't sex. It's connection. It's love. It's a life to be shared, to be cherished and honored. But you won't see that until you break free from lust. With that set in mind, how do you move forward? To retake control of your masculinity, you must flee from lust and take control of your emotions and dignity. And there are 3 steps to this. Practice semen retention, quit pornography, and be chaste. Number 1, practice semen retention. Simple. You must abstain from masturbation. This momentarily will boost your endorphins, your testosterone, give you more mental clarity, and you might feel even more comfortable and more social because you're no longer wasting your seed, which is full of vital nutrients. This isn't about repression, it's about redirection. It's taking your sexual energy and channeling it into your life. Retention restores your drive, your discipline, and your dominance. There is nothing more humiliating than masturbation. It is a unilateral sexual act that conditions your mind to be selfish. You must stop. Not self-pleasuring yourself, going no-fap, going semen retention should be the default position. It's no different than not smoking or not drinking or not taking drugs. It should be default in your life. To retake control over your lust, this is the first thing that you must do. Next up is to quit pornography. Porn is mental poison. It degrades your mind, it enslaves you, and it makes it harder to connect with real women. It rewires your brain to crave constant novelty, destroying your ability to bond with one woman for life. Quit watching lustful content. Cut it off entirely. Your mind must be clean if your heart is going to be strong. Because pornography is a slippery slope. You start lusting after women, then you acquire more extreme fetishes, and this can even lead men down a path of bestiality, more natural desires, homosexuality even. The damage that pornography does to your mind and to your body is immeasurable. Just to name a few, you may develop porn-induced ED, erectile dysfunction. Quitting pornography, it conditions you to be a spectator of life. It is a humiliation, it is a cuck ritual to observe another man penetrating another woman. This teaches you to live on the sidelines, to let things happen to you, to not take action, to not approach a woman, to not be direct. It makes you passive. Quit pornography. And the third thing is to be chaste. Do not engage in casual sex. No one-night stands, no meaningless hookups, because every act of sex will tie you to someone. Every new partner weakens your ability to pair bond with the one that truly matters. And you are what you do repeatedly. If you live a promiscuous lifestyle, you'll keep attracting damaged women, and you'll become a damaged man, and you'll destroy your own ability to lead. Being chaste is just about waiting for marriage. It's about abstaining from any sexual behavior with other women. If you are currently into that hookup lifestyle, you must stop. So with that said, once you understand the importance of retaining your seed, you'll begin to realize the power it has in maintaining emotional discipline. Pairing that with quitting pornography, which gives you a new lens by which you will view women, a purer view, and by being chaste and realizing that you're okay without intimacy, that you don't actually need it, well, this is going to sharpen your mind. It gives you a commanding presence, and more importantly, it puts you back in control of your life. Very few men understand this truth, even fewer men live. It is a sad reality when most porn users are married Christian men with children. But the man who masters lust masters himself. When you master yourself, this is the secret. You cannot be manipulated. You cannot be seduced by low-quality women, and you will not be distracted by shallow pleasure. You become grounded, stable, and ready to lead. Men who have self-control are masculine. Masculine men are leaders, and leaders are capable of guiding women, children, and entire communities. A man who conquers lust will conquer all. Because if you do not conquer yourself, you can't go out there into the world and conquer other obstacles. Self-control transforms a man into a boy. Scripture tells us, flee also youthful lusts, but pursue righteousness, faith, love, and peace with those who call on the Lord out of a pure heart. 2 Timothy chapter 2 verse 22. Do not lust in your heart after her beauty, or let her captivate you with her eyes. Proverbs 6:25. What comes out of a person is what defiles them. Sexual immorality, greed, envy, arrogance, all these evils come from within. Mark 7 verse 20 to 23. Continuing on with the final section of chapter 1, prepare for husbandship and fatherhood. The very reason you picked up this book, this audio book, is because you face serious struggles in your romantic life. Maybe your ex dumped you. Maybe you keep attracting low-quality women. Maybe you don't know how to set boundaries in a relationship. Or maybe you just feel like you don't understand women. And that confusion leads you to say or do things that scare them off or push them away. Whatever it is, it's time for a change. Imagine this: a student who doesn't study before his final exam, an Olympic runner who doesn't train before the next tournament. Of course they fail. As Confucius said, success depends upon previous preparation, and without such preparation there is sure to be failure. This applies to your romantic life just as much as anything else. Relationships are arguably the most important part of life, but how many men actually prepare for them? Every time you pursue something in life, you must ask yourself, is this rooted in righteousness or selfishness? Because if you're just looking for a woman out of lust or loneliness, you won't find joy, you'll find disappointment. But if you're seeking a life partner to build a future with, to create a family, that's a noble pursuit. That is a masculine pursuit. Real men desire to extend their legacy, to pass on their bloodline. And this can only be done by building a family. But here's the truth. It's not just about finding the right woman. It's about becoming the man she would trust her life and children with. It doesn't matter if you're listening to this and you're 19, 29 or 49. You must start preparing for husbandship and fatherhood. Better late than never, but the sooner you start the better. You cannot expect a woman that is truly traditional and high quality to follow you if you live your life like a modern man without principles, order or vision. Please turn away from instant gratification. Embrace manhood. Give yourself the time to grow into the man God has called you to be. What are the duties of a husband and father? Simple. The man protects, the man leads, the man provides. These are your responsibilities. Protection, leadership, and provision. Protection. The righteous man protects his family, but first he must learn to protect himself. This means strength, but not just physical strength. Mental, emotional, and spiritual strength. Can you stand firm when people disrespect you? Can you defend your values, your beliefs, or your family? Can you stand up for what you believe in? If you can't protect yourself or what you stand for, you'll never be able to protect your wife and children. There is no shame in being weak, but there is in staying weak. Number 2, leadership. A man is called to lead his household, but to do that, he must first learn to lead himself. Leadership is not about domination, it's about inspiration. If you want your future wife and children to respect you, be a man that they can look up to. This means face adversity, embrace discomfort, develop discipline, sharpen your communication, live with purpose, start building a life that's worth following. Find your mission, develop your skills, build your character. If you don't have a program, no woman will ever want to follow you. Build a career or a business. Make something of yourself. Number 3, provision. Provide is not just about money. It's about a complete source of support. Yes, you should be financially responsible, but also emotionally stable, mentally focused, and spiritually grounded. Your future wife and children must be able to count on you. So what should you do? Learn financial literacy. Educate yourself on stocks, crypto, real estate, passive income, businesses, side hustles. Build cash flowing assets. Study investing. Learn trades and skills. Create order in your life. Savings. Develop habits of discipline. And keep your word. A man who can provide for himself will always be able to provide for his family. And the time to prepare is before the relationship begins. Don't wait until you meet a woman to figure this out. By the time she comes into your life, you should already be or be working on becoming the man that she would be proud to call husband. You are foundation. The family you build will only be as strong as the man who leads it. This is what it means to be masculine. That is what it means to be ready. This is why, as I said at chapter 1, it starts with you. Chapter 2, The Way Things Are. And you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. John 8, verse 32. The first section of this chapter is manhood and womanhood. The many distinctions and clear differences between men and women. To deny this is delusional. Every single branch of science now confirms what the Bible teaches about male and female roles. The beautiful thing about studying manhood and womanhood is that you can examine your own life, assess your behavior, and make certain you are showing up accordingly. God has given us a blueprint of how to be and how to navigate life. He's laid out the framework of what a man must be and what a woman ought to be. This means that every part of your identity will be affected by how you live according to that design, or if you choose not to. Most people today would agree that men and women are different. But without really diving deep into the ramifications of manhood and womanhood, without a clear understanding of why and how they are different, then both men and women will struggle to create meaningful and healthy relationships. Without comprehension of oneself and the opposite sex, there is nothing but emotion and temptation, which leads to dysfunction, confusion, and chaos. In life, we need structure, balance, and order. We require limits and boundaries to keep us from infringing on the free will of others. Without morals and principles, there is nothing to keep us accountable or to check ourselves against. If God has created us male and female, then this means we are designed with love, meaning, and purpose. If this is objectively true, then it is of the utmost importance and of the highest priority for every man and woman to take the time to learn about masculinity and femininity. The only place you will find answers to understanding the male and female mind is in God's Word. In Genesis 1:27 we read, God created man in his image. In the image of God he created them. Male and female he created them. This statement confirms everything we know about the masculine and feminine. Gender is not fluid. It is set in stone, unchangeable, non-negotiable, forever. It is black and white. It does not matter how badly a woman wants to be a man, how much a woman tries to be a man. At the end of the day, a person is born either male or female. What you must do is decide what this means to you. This is a life changer. Either you accept that God created us unique, special, detailed, and purposeful, or you can believe we're merely a product of random chance. Sure, you can subscribe to the theory of that everything exists by pure accident and nothing has meaning, therefore you are left to create a subjective definition of man and woman. We see this playing out in the modern world, which has brought nothing but immorality, misery, and brokenness on a massive scale, also due to the influence of cultural Marxism. On the other hand, if you decide to accept the truth that we are created with very specific qualities, unique talents, and purposeful design according to the Creator's will, then you are called to embrace a fixed meaning to your life. All you have to do is accept the way you were designed and apply it to your life. You must embrace masculinity, or else you will fall into misery and despair. Men and women are not the same and never will be. Men and women are unique and special in their own ways. In a relationship, a man and woman come together and complement one another. Men and women are made for one another. The act of a man and woman joining together is natural. We are not designed to live independently from one another. The act of a man and a woman coming together is the definition of life, as it is the only way life can be made. When you depolarize the relationship between men and women, you attack the very bond that creates life, and you undermine the most important foundation to a healthy, thriving society. Anytime institutions, media, public authority promote gender, equality, and sameness, it results in a massive dishonor to both men and women, leading to a rise in both mental illness, higher divorce rate, more children growing up in broken homes, an increased division between men and women that results in the destruction and dissolution of the family unit. Whereas a society that honors and highlights the differences between the sexes ends up with happier men and women, lower divorce rates, more children growing up in functional, stable homes. This promotes a free-flowing sense of unity between both genders, resulting in the growth, protection of the family unit. Men are dominant and women are submissive. This means that as men, we are proactive and women are responsive. Men are creators, builders, and founders of nations. Men get things done. They lead families, they fight evil, and they establish peace. They protect the weak, the innocent, and provide safety for women and children. As a man, you are meant to be masculine. You must embrace and grow it. Learn to hone it and use it for the betterment of yourself, for the good of others, and to use it to build a righteous legacy. The foundation of every society lies in the hands of men. The founders will always be the masters and decide how things play out. Power and leadership is a gift bestowed upon men by God. This is why the corrupt and immoral go after masculinity. They don't want men to be men. They want to tear down gender, attack family, and traditionalism. There is no better way for them to win than to weaken and feminize men, because man is the head of the house. If you cut off the head, society descends into chaos. Without moral men in control, women and children will soon become lost without proper guidance. Masculinity is your call of duty. Embrace and develop manhood, and you shall be esteemed as morally right and justifiable in the eyes of God and people. Women will react to you and respond to you favorably. You cannot expect a woman to respect or admire you when you're weak, pathetic, and insecure. For this very reason, you will find that the more you become as a man, the more things will naturally flow with women. The more you face the truth of how God designed you to be and master yourself, the more you will align with the right woman, the right career path, and the right opportunities will present themselves. A woman is created as the helpmeet to a man. You give her your seed, she gives you children. Build her a house and she'll make it into a home. Anything you give her, she will increase in value. Women offer a touch of beauty and grace to the world that is essential to the well-being of mankind. She's there to nurture you, encourage you, inspire you, to love you. However, she is limited to do so, for man is not masculine enough to lead her. Women are not as strong as men, so expecting them to react and see the world as men do is childish. Women are more prone to emotion. They are soft, feminine, and vulnerable, yet they can only remain so in an environment where they feel safe and secure. The world we see today is full of women that are overcompensating for the lack of traditional men. We're on the verge of cursing an entire generation of humanity with confusion, emotional dysfunction, and trauma due to a lack of moral order and rejection of truth. That's why men have been willing to fight and die on the battlefield since the beginning of time. That is why it's women and children first. If civil unrest or war broke out tomorrow, the entire feminist narrative would cease to exist. Because when it comes down to it, we all know that only good men are capable of stopping evil, that the power lies in the hands of men. Everyone knows this, even though few have the testicular fortitude to say it. Take every modern day woman and put her back in the days of our grandparents, or even further back in time, they'll be cooking, cleaning in no time. They will gladly serve and love their men because they knew that they were respectable, honorable, and trusted to lead the home and keep society safe from danger. Continuing on with the next section within this chapter, masculine and feminine attributes. The reversal of the roles of men and women has caused severe damage to relationships, families, society as a whole, leading to its confusion. Mental illness and emotional trauma on an immeasurable scale. Men and women can be distinguished from physical attributes, ways we communicate, how we process emotion, down to unique abilities and characteristics. We were designed to be of value to one another. Actual respect between the sexes is the respect and acknowledgement of what makes us different. Men are masculine at their core, and women are feminine at their core. This is a principle that has stood the test of time. Let's look at feminine traits and qualities. Femininity is driven by emotion. Feminine energy is all about opening up to receive love, to connect, to bond. It's free-flowing and full of energy. The feminine looks for love and intimacy. It's vulnerable and dependent on the masculine. It's relationship-oriented. It's nurturing, caring, and collaborative. The feminine yearns to submit. It is supportive, giving, and intuitive. Femininity grows through praise, affection, and love. Now let's look at masculine traits and qualities. Masculinity is driven by direction, purpose. Masculine energy is goal-oriented. It focuses on one thing at a time. It is linear and irrational. It thrives on interdependence. A masculine man is assertive and competitive. Masculinity is direct, straightforward, and front. It's protective and dominant. The masculine always leads. Masculinity grows through challenge, adversity, and courage, and it is fueled by admiration and respect. Now let's look at how men and women could lose their masculinity or femininity. What causes men to lose their masculinity? The reason why some men appear to be more feminine is due to having a primary feminine influence growing up in their environment, at school and at home. An absent or weak father figure and a lack of masculine presence is, in the early years, is what causes some boys to develop feminine traits and mannerisms. Statistically, single-parent households with single mothers also play a part in raising soft, feminine sons, because there is no father figure to teach them about manliness. Other factors can be a domineering mother or a dysfunctional family with no order or traditional structure. A boy who grows up without healthy male role models will not develop his maleness, but instead will adhere to feminine traits. It is unnatural for a man, and it's damaging to his self-esteem and masculine core. This is why the average man is depressed, emasculated, and weak. Boys who are not taught to be courageous and strong grow up to be cowardly, emotionally withdrawn, and insecure. And very few men are educated on what it takes to be leaders, fathers, and husbands, which is why they become angry, bitter, and resentful at women and the world when their lustful mindset does not bear any fruit in their lives. Please note that other factors such as low testosterone, the way the health is nowadays in the modern world, bad health, and an unhealthy metabolic rate, and a dysfunctional hormonal profile can play a massive role in also weakening one's masculinity. A man must develop his inner masculine core, or else he will struggle with life and relationships in general. A man that lacks the drive to lead, achieve, and find a sense of duty already has one foot in the grave. But what causes women to lose their femininity? So, young girls are often born into a state of femininity, and it is stripped away from them piece by piece. Because from an early age, young girls are indoctrinated with feminism, teaches them to compete with men, to reject wifehood and motherhood and femininity entirely. The lies of feminism put unnecessary stresses and burdens on the women because they were not designed to bear the brunt of conflict, to be active in society in the ways that a man is. Growing up with a toxic mother can also give a woman a negative view of femininity. Another contributing factor is an absent or weak father. Why? Because masculinity offers a container for femininity to grow. If there is a masculine presence, the women in the lives of that man will feel safe and they're able to express their femininity. You see this often in societies, in neighborhoods, in certain areas where they are deemed unsafe, perhaps due to violence, alcohol, gang crime, for example. Women who grew up in those environments often have to put on a masculine mask to protect themselves, so they have an underdeveloped sense of femininity. But when a girl has a weak or absent father, she will not feel safe. She will not feel comfortable. Thus, her femininity is diminished. This will make her feel untrustworthy of men, feel unsafe around men, and oftentimes lead her to get involved with toxic or abusive men because without a knowledge gap filled in, she doesn't know how to find a quality mate, let alone respect one in the first place. In conclusion, these circumstances can turn a woman away from her feminine essence and force her to become masculine, to protect herself from potential threats due to the harshness of her upbringing or environment. This causes girls to turn away from their innate nurturing and feminine qualities and instead only develop masculine ways of thinking and behaving. Hence, they become masculine. This is unnatural to a woman and it causes emotional damage to her identity, and this is why it causes a lot of young girls to find it very hard to attract or find a quality man. In conclusion, it is mainly due to non-traditional parents and unhealthy environments in which a woman is raised that plays a part in shaping feminine behavior in boys and masculine behavior in girls. Keep in mind other factors such as birth control, contraceptives, and these other pills that damage a woman's hormonal profile, making them also attracted to effeminate men. The next section of this chapter, traditional gender roles and family values. Traditional gender roles and family values are important because if the family unit falls apart, so does society. They have played an immense and nuclear role in creating righteous men and women throughout the ages. A man and woman joined together in the sacred act of procreation, are sworn to commit to one another under traditional marriage. This is the basic building block for a stable society. The man learns to set aside all women for one, and he takes responsibility for the well-being of his wife. He takes on a new title, that of a husband. He must dedicate his life to protecting and caring for her. Likewise, the woman learns to care for her husband and follow his leadership. She becomes his wife and dedicates herself to nurturing and serving him. She is his support and most trusted confidant. Neither can be without the other. He is the head of the house, and she is the heart and soul of the home. Without the heart, the head lacks passion, and without the head, the heart is misguided and lost. They learn through sacrifice that love is not about the feelings of mutual pleasure, beyond that. It is about commitment. It is about loyalty and giving. The man brings order and structure. The woman gives mercy and tenderness. Together they create a life-giving balance. When a couple like this has children, they take on new duties. The wife must embrace motherhood, take it upon herself to nurture, care, and rear the children. Meanwhile, the husband comes face to face with fatherhood. A new challenge to stimulate his masculinity, which requires selflessness. On his shoulders now fall the responsibility to lead, protect, and provide for a complete family. The children get to grow up in a happy home where all their needs are met. This translates to normal development of emotional intelligence, social awareness, boundaries, confidence, self-esteem, and communication skills. Witnessing both parents love each other gives them the basic blueprint of how to maintain a relationship of their own when they come of age. And through their family, they learn tradition, culture, faith, and love. Parents that are present in a child's upbringing are essential in giving them an identity and a sense of belonging. In today's world, some may view these values as old-fashioned and outdated, that they are ancient beliefs that have no place in our modern society, where anybody can love whatever or whoever they want. That is what we are seeing play out in this degenerate Western world. With our culture being under occupation by cultural Marxism since the end of World War II, the last couple of generations of men and women have been brainwashed to reject moral order and pretty much live for themselves. They lack responsibility and have no sense of purpose. They are lost in their pride. This doesn't mean that they are bad people. It means that they are in a very dangerous position that can lead to terrible life choices that in some cases can never be undone. With the fragmentation of families, increasing usage of social media, political correctness, sexual promiscuity, rejection of faith, we are witnessing a moral collapse in slow motion. Children are becoming emotionally withdrawn, disconnected from reality, falling into a bottomless pit of chaos and emptiness. The world of our grandparents and parents slowly being erased. From the entertainment industry that portrays men as cowards, insecure bullies, to displaying women as strong, independent and manly. From the media painting a picture that the old values of chastity, faithfulness, monogamy, child-rearing are outdated. Instead, we see today that moral choices are based on selfishness, vanity and lust. Girls are taught that they no longer have value if they decide to be a wife or a mother, unless they become career-oriented women. Boys are emotionally castrated at an early age, resulting in weak, spineless people-pleasers. They grow up to lack self-control, ambition and strength. They end up losing themselves in porn addiction, video games that destroy their moral compass. Sex loses its wonder and exclusivity thanks to the sexual liberation movement. The sacred act of sex has been reduced to a casual activity that is easily accessible to all. The woman's right revolution and feminism, inundated by Bolshevik Judaism, has done more damage to women, men, marriage and family. Feminism is a communist invention designed to destroy traditional values. It has convinced women that they are oppressed when they serve their husband and children at home, yet they are free when they live in a promiscuous lifestyle, or they slave away at a workplace for a boss that doesn't care about them in the slightest. Feminism was created to bring women into the workforce, to tax them, while simultaneously encourage women to rebel against the patriarchy. With both parents out of the household, this leaves the education of values and principles in the hands of the government, which is under occupation by subversives, using the media, the public education, and other means of mass indoctrination. Feminism and the Red Pill have brainwashed girls and boys to deny their femininity and masculinity, to turn away from wifehood, motherhood, husbandship and fatherhood. Our young girls are developing an interest in career and other masculine roles in society, whereas men are no longer interested in serving their communities. Men are shying away from politics or being involved in protecting their nations. Therefore, how can feminism empower women and better mankind when it attacks the very essence of what makes women unique and different from men? Or to even make men attracted in the first place to want to provide or protect them. We have seen the prescription of contraceptives, which is pushed for more casual sex, convincing many young women that they can sleep around without consequences and be carefree. Likewise, for many young men, this takes away their responsibility of marrying a woman, since they can have carefree sex and sleep around too. The family unit is the nucleus of a society, and without it, there can be no strong nations. Which is why those who grow up in healthy and traditional family environments learn godly morals, respect, confidence, take pride in their heritage, race, culture, and nationality. A people with a strong sense of unity and family ties cannot be controlled by tyrannical leaders because they value freedom and they will die fighting to protect their loved ones. A modern woman has no claim to a traditional husband who is a protector, provider, and leader because she rejects God and his teachings. Observe in your life how any liberal atheistic woman eats up the feminist lies that motherhood and wifehood is a curse, but later, when she decides to enter a monogamous relationship, she will have no qualms whatsoever with locking down a gentleman who will fulfill his traditional gender role and husbandly duties, yet she will turn her back from doing hers, because she has been deceived into believing that serving and submitting a man is somehow oppressive. Unless she submits to God, there is no way she will ever submit to you. Likewise, if you are a so-called modern man who believes in red pill scams that fearmonger you into thinking all women on the entire planet are somehow shallow demons that can't love men, let me be the first one to break it to you. You are not deserving of a submissive, feminine, chaste woman. You can't turn your back on godly morals and somehow think you're going to end up with a dutiful wife while you live in lust and resentment towards women. While some may believe that the tolerance of the modern world is the way forward, they are too blind to see that the society they are building will not last. Deleting faithfulness, erasing goodness, and eliminating traditional values that have stood the test of time simply don't go together. The biggest problem we face today is that there is an explosion of live your truth. There are many versions of the truth, and do what you want, which is all satanic. Meanwhile, we throw out objective facts and actual truth to not offend weak-minded people. If we undermine traditional family values, then we undermine things that make people have principles, identity, and a sense of belonging. If there aren't any strong families, then what will keep people united? If sex becomes okay outside of marriage, and porn addiction is something we mock, then what is preventing us to become slaves to sex? If romantic love is not grounded in traditional values, then what is preventing couples from remaining faithful to one another? If we don't teach boys to be masculine and girls to be feminine, then what exactly should they be raised to be like? These are some of the questions we should ask ourselves before we rid the world of traditional family values that have stood the test of time. The only solution to the problem in today's age lies in turning away from modernity and returning to tradition. It's only by rebuilding, reapplying, and relearning traditional values and gender roles can men better lead themselves and in turn lead women and children to a brighter future. Here is a quote by Kaiser Wilhelm II. A nation is created by families, a religion, a tradition. It is made up out of the hearts of mothers, the wisdom of fathers, the joy and the exuberance of children. Chapter 3. Value of Intimacy. The first section of this chapter is the devaluation of sex in the 21st century and its consequences. We live in the most sexualized culture in history. Everywhere you look, promiscuity is promoted, from music videos and songs that talk about hookups and one-night stands, to movies and TV shows that display sex as something casual and infidelity as cultural norm. The sex industry tries to market porn as a harmless recreation, yet study after study is coming out showing that porn use is destroying the innocence of men and women. Pornography is easily accessible and poisons the mind of boys, giving them a very flawed view of women. This degrades morals, the value of sex, and intimate relationships. Each year the divorce rate climbs, the number of children growing up in single-parent households go up, the rate of teen pregnancy skyrockets, there are more cases of sexual abuse and infidelity, and it all ties to the common driving force behind all of these devastating societal issues. It's due to the increase and acceptance of casual sex. This is the price humanity pays when we advise boys from a young age, and girls too, to experiment and to sleep around. When you tell an entire generation that sex is nothing more than pleasure and fun, it is not surprising to see many led astray by a promiscuous lifestyle. A society that pressures girls into losing their virginity as soon as possible, instead of maintaining purity, and that encourages boys to use women for sex and move on to the next, as opposed to teaching them responsibility, self-control, and leadership, is a society that does not care about the future of family, morals, or healthy relationships. Our culture has made the only boundary to sex with another person consent. A consent doesn't protect us at all. People can have their ability to consent distorted by alcohol, drugs, manipulation, feelings of loneliness, or even lust. People talk about safe sex involving contraceptives, condoms, birth control, to prevent unwanted pregnancies and STDs. But the truth is, the pill and other forms of contraceptives can disrupt a woman's hormones, cause blood clots, stroke, and damage her health in general, including her fertility. I'd also add that no one talks about the mental and emotional repercussions of casual sex. In the end, the only way to protect yourself is to remain chaste and choose a woman who has done the same. To do so, I'm also going to explain here a few consequences of casual sex on mental health on a progression of a few studies. The first study is from 2009, and it was published in the Perspectives of Sexual and Reproductive Health. They looked at sexually active young adults with the average age of 20.5 years. 20% said that their recent sexual encounter was casual. More men, 29%, than women, 14%, reported this. Ultimately, the research team found no significant differences in the psychological well-being of those who engaged in casual sex versus those who engaged in sex with a more serious partner, regardless of gender. In this study, they concluded that young adults who engage in casual sex do not appear to be at greater risk for harmful psychological outcomes than sexually active young adults in committed relationships. But in the next study of 2014, published by the Journal of Sex Research, looked at single heterosexual college students aged 18 to 25. The research found that 18.6%, which were women, and 7.4%, which were women, said they'd had casual sex in the past month. Unlike the previous study, these researchers found that regardless of gender, casual sex was negatively associated with psychological well-being and positively correlated with psychological distress. Based on this research, the research team concluded that for young adults, engaging in casual sex will elevate the risk for negative psychological outcomes. In another study, also in 2014, published by the Social, Psychological and Personality Science, they hypothesized that the mixed results of earlier research suggest multiple moderating factors in terms of how casual sex, or does not, affect psychological well-being. Based on that, the research team chose to isolate the influence of what they referred to as sociosexuality among single college students. They found that after having casual sex, sociosexuality unrestricted students, aka those who were genuinely interested and eager to have casual sex, typically reported improvements in psychological well-being in the short term, while the psychological well-being of sociosexuality restricted students were generally unaffected. In a fourth and final study, published in 2015 in the Archives of Sexual Behavior, here they operate on the idea that there may be multiple moderating factors in terms of how casual sex actively affects people. Researchers again chose to isolate one variable, in this case, differences between autonomous and non-autonomous casual sex behaviors. Autonomous reasons for casual sex included things such as the subject was highly attracted to the other person, the subject wanted to experiment or explore his or her sexuality, the subject felt this would be a valuable learning experience, etc. Non-autonomous reasons included things like the subject was drunk, the subject was hoping it would be more than just a casual encounter, the subject was seeking revenge on an ex, etc. The study found that regardless of gender, the people having casual sex for autonomous reasons were for the most part unaffected by this activity, whereas those who engaged in casual sex for non-autonomous reasons typically experienced a decrease in psychological well-being in the short term. The purpose of these studies is to show you that there are variations. Some of you listening to this audiobook may have slept around, may have hookups. Some of you haven't. The long term always proves one thing. You will always have regret and shame of having shared your body with someone that in the end you were never going to commit to, or who you had used intentionally at that moment for self-gain. Continuing on with the next section of this chapter. Sex is deeply personal and sacred. Sex is more than just physical intimacy. It is where we are at our most vulnerable and open. It requires a great deal of trust, closeness, and connection with another person. Sex doesn't just involve your body and a woman's body. It involves your psyche, your emotions, and all your soul. Sex isn't only designed to create life, but it's also made to bond the sexual partners together. The Bible tells us that the two shall become one flesh. This means that the husband and wife become united not because their bodies unite, but because their lives intertwine. They now belong to each other. So, sex is sacred for the following reasons. 1. Sex is the inception of life. Without the sexual act, none of us would exist. Sex is sacred because of its role in bonding. Mutually satisfying sexual exchanges naturally intensify bonding, forming emotional unity and feelings of closeness. 2. To bond with someone is to form an enduring connection, to feel a strong sense of mutual caring, intimacy, and appreciation. Bonding satisfies our need to belong. This can occur in many ways in the instance of a shared belief system or heritage, creating a sense of kinship and unity. People live longer and have fewer problems when they have an active family life. Going back to sex, it is the life force that helps bind a man and a woman together. 3. Sex has never been and will never be something casual, even if the Western world will try and tell you so. Without trust and care for that woman you sleep with, the sex will be no different than glorified masturbation. A hookup or a one-night stand will leave you addicted to the sensation, seeking out new sexual escapades, constantly looking for new ways to chase an orgasm, yet you will find that each time you engage in this activity, you will be left feeling hollow, depressed, and craving more pleasure in the long term. This never-ending cycle damages your trust and your ability to feel intimacy for others. But on the flip side, multiple sexual encounters with the same woman will cause one or both of you to bond and develop feelings, in which case you may very well find yourself turning a blind eye to red flags and growing closer and closer to her despite knowing deep down that she's not wife material. The truth of the matter is that you don't just want sex with anyone. When it comes down to it, every single woman in the world could give you sex, and you still wouldn't be satisfied. Because sex with strangers is not what we crave. Partaking in the most intimate act possible with a woman that means nothing to you does nothing other than damage you emotionally. What we want and what we are designed to want is to feel appreciation, to be valued, desired, respected by a woman that truly cares about us. And sex is the most intimate way to express these emotions. This is why they are best enjoyed in the context of a committed, monogamous relationship. This will increase your overall happiness and will satisfy the deepest parts of your masculinity. The next section of this chapter, pair bonding. Pair bonding is the formation of a close relationship to sexual activity. Oxytocin and dopamine interact to regulate pair bond formation. These hormones are released during orgasm and prime us to bond with our partner. Sex has been and always will be more than just a physical act. Research from the Medical Institute for Sexual Health found that casual sex leads to a decrease in this neurochemical production and interferes with the ability to pair bond. They found that repeated sexual encounters with multiple partners rewires the brain. When an individual chooses to engage in casual sex, breaking bond after bond with each new partner, the brain forms a new synaptic map of one-night stands. This pattern becomes the new normal for the individual. When and if later on desires to find a more permanent partner, the brain mapping will have to be overcome, making a permanent bond more difficult to achieve. And these are just some of the results from the National Center for Health Statistics National Survey of Family Growth from 1995 to 2008. And what they found is women who have had more non-marital sexual partners are less likely to be in a stable marriage. A woman who would give her virginity to her husband has over a 90% chance of being in a stable marriage. Anything after 1, 2, all the way from 3 to 4 sexual partners begins to drop all the way down from 70, 60, 50 to 50%. Women that have over 5, between 5 to 9 sexual partners have a less than 40% chance to be in a stable marriage. Women that have between 10 sexual partners to 21 or over, continuing on down that road, have less than 30 to 25% chance of having a stable marriage. What they also found from these studies was women who have had more non-marital sexual partners are more likely to have a first marriage end in divorce if they have more than 3 to 4 sexual partners before meeting their current partner, aka a 3 to 4 body count. What do these charts tell us? A higher body count reduces one's ability to pair bond or to remain in a committed relationship due to neurological changes that have been done. I've also commonly found in my work with men over the years, men who have a higher body count also find it very hard to bond. The only cure I have seen regarding overcoming a promiscuous past is to go cold turkey and go back to what I stated in chapter 2, to be chaste. You need to give yourself time to heal, time to be away from that lifestyle. And then there is a chance that you give your body the much rest it needs from indulging in that lifestyle. And then there is a chance that your brain can be rewired for a more monogamous structure. Give yourself the time you need if you have come out of this lifestyle to be chaste. Chapter 4. Red Flag Awareness. What is a red flag? Red flags are behaviors or situations that indicate that the other person is not capable of being in a relationship because they are a danger, not only to you, but to themselves as well. Red flags can also be defined as warning signs that there could be a problem. Dismissing red flags will always lead to disaster. And as I always say, for those of you who are familiar with my work from YouTube, you know what I say in my videos, that the red flags you ignore at the beginning will always become the deal breakers in the end. Now, a red flag doesn't always equate to being a horrible person. Oftentimes, it simply means she's stuck in her world of internal issues that prevent her from being vulnerable, open, or able to love you. In the next section of this chapter, we'll be discussing qualify and disqualify women from your life. To be successful in choosing a good quality woman, you must learn the signs that indicate that she is not relationship material. This is half of the battle. Later on in the audiobook, you will learn what to look for in a woman. But before we do that, it is just as important to know what to avoid. Because red flags are warning signs that a woman is either using you, not interested, damaged goods, or has severe character flaws that disqualify her from being a great lifelong partner. It is your duty as a man to observe her behavior from the very first time you date and interact with her. When you first meet a woman, you must observe her actions and take the time to gauge her interest level, her character, chemistry, and compatibility. These are other things which we will discuss later in the audiobook. You must continue to discern her qualities as the weeks and months of dating slowly transition into a relationship. Remember this very important lesson. You are not dating her pretty face or a beautiful body. You are dating her values, her morals, her character, or lack thereof. The vast majority of men and women tend to settle in their relationships. This is why it is your responsibility to proceed with caution and use your logic to determine if she is a good match for you. The reality is that a woman may hide who she is in the early stages of courtship. Not to mention that your judgment may be clouded by her beauty if you do not have your lust in check. Only after the initial so-called honeymoon phase will her true colors start to show. This is exactly why you never want to marry or move in with a woman until you have made sure she's white material. Based on my understanding, what I've applied to my life, finding the woman of my dreams, or how I've helped other guys do the same, I would say the proper time to vet should take no more than 6 months, within that range. If she is who she says she is, everything regarding her behavior and her actions will add up perfectly. Again, we will discuss more of this later on in the audiobook. Please understand it is natural that both men and women are going to be on their best behavior in the dating phase. Even you, because you want to impress your new love interest. And this can happen so much so that you or her may be willing to project your fantasy onto the other person and ignore or avoid any red flags that show up. After all, in the initial stages, you may be full of infatuation or limerence. In the beginning, it is very easy to get caught up in the emotional roller coaster and explosion of desire. Especially if you're a man who is not used to dating a 9 or a 10, or you suffer from low self-esteem. It'll be even harder to see things clearly when you are around a beautiful woman, and looks can be deceiving. But a man who is masculine will have standards and expect the best from a woman. Why? Because a man who has choices in life will never settle for a low-quality woman. Think about it for a moment. If you're an awesome catch, you're not going to give your heart away so quickly. She must earn your love and affection. One thing I've noticed from my own experience and from those that I've coached is that any time there are red flags that are present, they will have always been there from the beginning of the courtship phase. But most men are so wrapped up in their own interest level that they simply don't want to accept the reality that something is wrong. This will only end up hurting them down the road. The reason I want you to disqualify certain women from your life is to keep you away from danger. It is about preventing failure before it even began. Just take a moment to look at the state of relationships in the West, with divorce rates at an all-time high, infidelity skyrocketing, sexual promiscuity actively encouraged, with more single parents than ever before, children growing up in broken homes, an increase of domestic violence and toxic relationships. All of that can be avoided if you take the time to discern the qualities of the women you allow into your life. If you spot any red flags, you must have the courage to walk away. Many men have fallen victim to their emotional attachment and ruined their lives by staying with incompatible and immoral women. It is far easier to walk away in the early stages of dating before the emotional attachment forms, instead of finding yourself in a long-term relationship, by which point you will find it 10 times harder to undo the tie. Therefore, I want you to understand the red flags listed below and internalize them so that when you start courting a new woman, you are mentally prepared to disqualify her if need be. As I say all the time, you are responsible for the quality of woman that you choose. The next section of this chapter is childhood trauma and how it relates to red flags. Most, if not all, red flags can be traced back to unresolved childhood trauma and sin. Quite a few red flags overlap and mesh. This means that if a girl displays one red flag, you will soon discover more of them. So, childhood is a place of innocence, joy, curiosity, and wonder. Ideally, it should be a time of security, feeling loved, protected by your parents. Personally, I was very fortunate to have grown up in a happy home with both my parents. This allowed me to form safe and solid relationships. However, the reality of many young men and women today is not so ideal. This is where we get into the term childhood trauma, which is often described as serious adverse childhood experiences. Children may go through a range of experiences that classify as trauma, such as neglect, abandonment, suffering at the hands of a narcissistic parent, emotional abuse, physical abuse, witnessing the abuse of a sibling or parent, having a mentally ill parent, divorced parents, witnessing a traumatic accident, witnessing a natural disaster or war, having a severe illness that requires hospitalization, unfortunate things such as sexual abuse or severe bullying. As adults, we often struggle to process these life events. Now imagine how hard this would have been for a child that lacks introspection, life experience, and educational social skills. Oftentimes, they blame themselves, and their self-esteem takes a huge hit. Once a child has had their sense of safety disrupted by a parent or someone close to them, it can condition the way they view relationships, friendships, and social interactions as a whole. They may begin to view caregivers and loved ones through different lenses, such as being unable to trust them or even care about them. If this happens to a child, whether they be a boy or a girl, their very identity will be fractured, and it takes years of work to rebuild those broken pieces and to regain trust in others and themselves. As you can see, unresolved childhood trauma leads to serious issues. It's heartbreaking and it isn't fair, yet you must be cautious to date girls with unresolved childhood trauma. The consequences can be detrimental to one's outlook on life, interpersonal relationships, and overall happiness. The effects of childhood trauma are many, and they are nuanced depending on the trauma and the child themselves. There is a strong link between unresolved childhood trauma and high-risk behavior, such as cheating, drug and alcohol abuse, promiscuity, and recklessness. Childhood trauma can also be responsible for high levels of anxiety, stress, and other emotional problems that develop later in adulthood. Some become very independent and afraid of growing close to others, so they avoid relationships as a whole. While others, on the flip side, may become very needy and codependent due to the deficiency in their childhood, which can make them erratic, overly jealous, and unpredictable. Not to mention that some mental conditions can form as a response to trauma. Not everyone comes from a happy home, where mum and dad are together and everything is sunshine and roses. The red flags comes into existence when childhood trauma is left unhealed. Please understand, it is not a woman's fault, neither is it yours, if she has suffered terrible hardships in her infancy, or you have. However, it is her responsibility to do the inner work necessary to bring out her femininity and learn healthy boundaries, values, and communication skills. Let's say you meet a girl and she mentions she had it rough growing up, but she's gone to therapy, found help at a church, and overall taken steps in an effort to heal those wounds. You can rest assured this is a green flag, that she is safe to date since she has enough self-awareness to overcome those wounds. Whereas women who have not yet healed from a dysfunctional upbringing are far more likely to struggle to even build a healthy emotional bond with you, communicate effectively, or even lead stable marital lives. Women with unresolved childhood issues may utilize self-destructive coping mechanisms, have anger issues, struggle with emotional outbursts, and may be more prone to cheat, lie, or flee accountability. Unless you see through her life choices that she is a woman who has healed, or is in the process of healing from her traumas, then you are better off walking away, asking a woman who either came from a traditional family or has taken the time to rebuild her emotional center, values, and femininity. And please note, this also applies to you. You may have also come from a dysfunctional background, hence low self-esteem, anxiety, and other issues you may have. Work on yourself as well. The next section of this chapter is the list of red flags. The first red flag you need to know about is daddy issues. This is the DEFCON 1 of all red flags. Understanding the origin of daddy issues and their symptoms will give you the wisdom required to avoid troubled women that will end up doing more harm than good to you. Fathers are instrumental in the emotional development and overall well-being of their children. Children look to their fathers to feel protected and secure. Fathers that are involved in the lives of their families instill a sense of strength and safety in their children. Fathers also set the bar for how we view relationships with others. A good father is present during his daughter's youth and plays a monumental role in giving her guidance, love, protection, security, and emotional support. He disciplines her, he instills morals, and more importantly, he makes her trust in him. He serves as a model example of what qualities she should look for in a man. Thanks to his loving presence, she develops respect and appreciation towards the masculine. This means by the time she becomes an adult, her father has given her the much needed blueprint so she can find herself a good man while knowing how to avoid the bad ones. So where do daddy issues come into play? Well, they come into existence when a girl's father does not fulfill his duties to his daughter or as a husband to his wife. This can play out differently, but always results in hurting the family. Some fathers are absent because they are workaholics. Maybe he wasn't a family man. Some dads have no idea how to build a bond with their children, with childhood issues of their own, which are hindering his ability to lead and love his family in a godly manner. It could be that he was a deadbeat who ran off with a different woman, abandoning his wife and daughter in the process. This can inflict serious wounds on a girl's capability to trust men if left unhealed. Fathers are vital in the upbringing of their children. For daughters, it goes beyond the provision, protection, and guidance he brings. It's more than that. They say that a father is a daughter's first love or first heartbreak. He's her first taste of male authority. If he sets boundaries, rules, and teaches her right from wrong, well, he will be the head of the house. Thus, his responsibility for disciplining his children is put into effect. Only a masculine father who is truly present and ever loving can deliver this much needed framework to his daughter. It is important for a young girl to build a loving bond with her father in order for her to form a lasting connection with a man in her adulthood. When getting to know a woman, one of the most important things to do is to ask quality questions about her family. Always ask about her relationship with the father and pay attention to her response. If she tells you she hates her father, wants nothing to do with him, or mentions she doesn't want to talk about it, gets defensive, or it's none of your business, ding ding, then you have confirmation she has unresolved daddy issues. You see, when a woman develops hatred or resentment towards an abusive or absent father, she will project that pain onto everyone who comes into her life. She's more prone to cheat, lie, abuse drugs and alcohol, become promiscuous, and have little regard for her self-respect, because she never felt loved or valued by her father. Therefore, she's more likely to seek outward attention from anyone and everyone, whereas emotionally stable women want to only seek the presence and love from one man instead. On the other hand, when you look at a girl who grew up with a father, or a father figure, it could be a grandfather, an uncle, a stepfather, who was present in her life, she will tell you about how much she loves her dad. She will share all kinds of stories from her childhood, and will always tell you how much she respects him. She'll speak highly of him. He's a hero. This is why girls that grow up in stable, happy households tend to be more faithful, submissive, better communicators, and amazing long-term partners, because from the time they were little girls, they learned to give and receive love, trust, and importantly, they got a healthy emotional attachment style with their parents, and in this case, obviously, their fathers. Only in the event where a woman tells you that she has healed, to go to therapy, maybe being in a support group, going to church, or seeking counsel, is it safe to date this type of woman. Because in this case, she has learned to accept the dysfunctional childhood she had and the lack of safety she had growing up. And she's made peace with the fact that it had nothing to do with her, and instead she has undergone a process of growth and understanding that has helped her become stable, learn to identify trustworthy men, and embrace her femininity. Here are 5 signs of daddy issues. Please note, the woman may display some or all of these signs. 1. She has a history of seeking out older men. It is common knowledge that women like men that are a few years older than them, and this is more associated with wisdom, maturity, having his life together, hence more capable of leading, protecting, and providing. Whereas men are typically into women that are slightly younger than them, and this is linked to fertility and beauty. However, healthy age gaps are anywhere between 1 to 5 years of age. Okay? Even a 7-year age gap can be considered normal in some cases. This is because there is still enough room for genuine desire and compatibility to exist. Whereas when you get to double-digit age gaps, things can go wrong. Why would a 20-year-old girl in the peak of her beauty date a man who's 30, 35, or 40, when she could easily meet or court a man who's, let's say, 23, 25, 26, who's slightly older than her, but also young enough to relate to her? There is this common trope online that women want a man who's way older than them, and the data is simply not in favor of this falsehood. When women say they want an older man, they just mean slightly older than them, but young enough. Women that go for such large age gaps, 10 plus age gaps for example, tend to have daddy issues, and they're filling the void of a father figure in an older man to satisfy their wounded inner child that was neglected or abandoned by their real father. Of course, there are some exceptions, but the general rule still applies. What could they possibly have in common? Ask yourself this question. As a man, would you want your 18-year-old daughter to marry some creepy guy who's 38? I don't think so. An older man who's going for a woman that is much younger than him deeply knows she's emotionally underdeveloped or damaged and is never with her for genuine motives. Most men do so for control or manipulation, whereas couples that share a similar age group are more likely to bond due to shared belief, outlook on life, similar life experiences, and will be more physically attracted to one another. Therefore, they meet the requirements for love to blossom. The larger the age gap, the higher the likelihood of finding yourself stuck in a transactional relationship. The second sign a woman has daddy issues is that she does not understand the concept of boundaries. One clear sign of a woman with daddy issues is a lack of not only personal boundaries, but a disregard for your boundaries too. Because she's still stuck in her childhood. Because her father was abusive, neglectful, or weak, or outright non-existent, she has no concept of male authority, how to treat a man with respect, or to communicate healthily to a man. So she's a boundary pusher. This means you'll notice women like this will test your limits, tolerance, and patience with childish games, because she has yet to learn when enough is enough. She won't take no for an answer. She may have emotional outbursts, yelling, name-calling, childish tantrums, because she does not know how to communicate her feelings, let alone accept the emotions of others. This does not mean she's a horrible person or narcissistic. It's just indicative of a woman with undeveloped emotional intelligence. She might feel guilty at voicing her needs, wants, and expectations for how she wishes to be treated because she has no experience. There's never been a safety container for her to communicate. This can also come out via arguments, immature mind games, or attention-seeking behavior. Please be warned. The third sign of daddy issues is she has a fear of abandonment. This will drive a woman to date anyone who walks into her life, whether she finds him attractive or not. Women like this cannot stand or handle breakups, as they find them soul-destroying. This is why they have to move on to another man instantly. In most cases, girls with daddy issues will be more prone to cheat and line up a replacement when their needs are no longer met, resulting in monkey branching to another guy. This fear of being alone is also linked to a constant need for attention, validation, seeking compliments, not just from you, but from anyone and everyone, from random guys and even girls too. They always need to be around the other people. They struggle to enjoy their own company. This is because being alone is too painful, because it forces them to think back on their memories of abandonment and neglect that they haven't healed from. They're running. Hence, they surround themselves with virtually organic attention as a coping mechanism as well, such as posting inappropriate things online. The fourth sign, she has daddy issues. She tends to get involved with abusive or unavailable men. Ever had a woman tell you that all her exes are toxic? Well, there's your answer. Looking at her exes or the men from her past, you will notice a clear pattern of abusive or unavailable lovers. This is because as a child, she experienced extreme emotional highs and lows with her father. So she's learned subconsciously that that is what to expect when interacting with a man. This translates to her looking for that same emotional intensity in the men she dates. So when she comes across a man such as yourself, who's perhaps calmer, collected, kind, loving, she finds it difficult to bond because she's not used to peace, safety, calm communication, words and actions matching, and consistency from a man. Your normal behavior will prevent her from committing to you because she's addicted to uncertainty, fights, shouting, silent treatment, or cheating. If you find yourself in a relationship with a girl like this, it's just a matter of time before she loses interest, pulls away, and leaves because she does not know how to accept or appreciate the qualities of an emotionally stable man. The fifth sign of a woman with daddy issues is that she's emotionally unavailable. The lack of emotional closeness with a father translates to an inability to become emotionally connected to anyone. This is very easy to spot as long as you don't project your own high interest, carried away with thoughts of how attracted you are to her. During the dating stage, an emotionally stable couple will grow closer as the weeks and months go by. This includes spending more time together, frequently texting, calling, and slowly becoming a natural priority in each other's lives. Your woman will begin to open up to you, share feelings. These are all good signs that things are progressing naturally, and that emotional attraction is taking root in the heart of two lovers. But things will seem much different if the girl you are seeing has daddy issues. You'll notice strange patterns in her behavior and actions towards you that give you a gut feeling of something deeper going on. There'll be an obvious cycle of her coming and going for seemingly no reason whatsoever. She'll run hot and cold. You may have spent an entire week together, going on fun dates, bonding, grow closer, then suddenly she just vanishes. Or she becomes busier than the President of the US. This is because she does not know how to be emotionally vulnerable. So since she starts to feel close to you, she immediately distances herself to process her feelings. So she switches off her emotions and goes silent on you. Unlike a stable girlfriend who'll just tell you she's going to spend some time alone, reconnect with her girlfriends, or be around her family for the next couple of days, a girl who's emotionally unavailable will just disappear, won't communicate. The only exceptions where a girlfriend will disappear without warning are when you have shown weakness or you're treating her so bad that she's pulling away to either test you to see if you're a good man, to see if you are going to regain control of your emotional center, or to protect themselves from maybe the arguments you've been having where she needs to just retract and feel comfortable again. But when you date an emotionally unavailable woman, it can be frustrating and leading to her either running away or you becoming so annoyed with her inconsistency that you end up cutting ties with her. Just remember, with a woman with daddy issues, her behavior has nothing to do with you, it's to do with her. The second red flag that we will learn about now is mommy issues. Mommy issues can be looked at with the same lens as daddy issues. And I want to make you aware of this red flag so you can hone your discernment skills and be aware of what to look out for in case you come across a woman with such issues. Mothers are the foundation of attachment. Babies cling to their mothers and rely on them for trust, intimacy, and love. Babies have more time to bond with their mothers than their fathers initially. This makes them their primary caregiver in the early stages of their development. And sadly, more children are raised in broken homes, resulting in even more dysfunction. Now, most children brought up in single-parent households belong to single mothers. And please understand that single motherhood can be brought about for many reasons. On one hand, things could have been out of her control. Maybe the husband passed away. Maybe he cheated on her or abandoned his family. Maybe, as I like to call them, she's a self-made single mother. This means that she got knocked up due to a promiscuous lifestyle, chased after the wrong type of man, having kids out of wedlock due to responsibility or immaturity. But in some cases, maybe she was with a good man, but she betrayed him or pushed him away due to her toxic behavior, resulting in divorce or separation. It is true that some mothers can be narcissistic, others have problems, substance abuse and such, which causes severe mood disorders and other mental health conditions that affect their ability to attend to their children's needs. It's important to note that children need parents who meet all of their needs. This goes beyond food, water and shelter. I'm talking about the emotional self-esteem building needs. This requires parents that are emotionally available, show unconditional love, give praise, and who are consistently available for their children. The role of the mother is to care for and nurture her children. So when you meet a girl, it's important to ask, as we did before with daddy issues, tell me about your relationship with your mother. Pay attention to her response. If she tells you how she hates or has resentment towards her mother, telling sign of mum issues. It's even more serious if she denies talking about her mother at all, or states that it's none of your business. Well, you should take this as evidence that she's not healed from deep pain. If she holds resentment towards her mother, it means their connection is strained. The mother most likely had her own set of unresolved problems from her childhood or made life choices, as mentioned before, that have hindered from being present, vulnerable, or available to her daughter. Looking at a healthy bond between mother and daughter, you're going to notice that there's an open line of communication, acceptance, and mutual respect. But that bond can be severed. Here are 5 signs of mummy issues, and as previously mentioned with daddy issues, she may display some or all of the following signs. Number 1, she doesn't trust other women. This is because she didn't have a healthy female role model during her upbringing. In other words, her mother was supposed to serve as the first example of femininity, to teach her to trust women and how to be feminine, but instead, she learns from her child that her mother was untrustworthy because of how she treated her, or how she saw her mother treat men. This became ingrained in her character, and to the extent where she believes that all women are the same as her mother, so she stays away from female friendships as a form of protection. This isn't to say that she won't have some female friends, but what you will come to find is that she has an inability to have deep-rooted connection with other good quality women. The friends she do have are typically superficial, full of drama, and a lack of genuine care for one another. The second sign a woman has mummy issues is that she is a tomboy. So if you're attracted to a tomboy, you may want to evaluate your testosterone because it's lacking. And a lot of young guys overlook a tomboyish girl as quirky or cute, but very few know that being a tomboy is actually caused by mummy issues. Why? Because when a girl fails to connect with her mother, this does a lot of damage to her identity. Almost like how a feminist rejects any femininity, when in this case a tomboy completely shuts down her womanhood because she mistakenly associates, being a woman, being a lady, being feminine, being a girl with what she saw in her mother. So all of that pain that it caused her made her develop a masculine wall, you could say, as a coping mechanism. And it's women that become tomboys that try to be friends with guys, get close with other men, because they just don't know how to interact healthily with other women. So on the surface, she may try and be one of the boys, be manly, might even be into the same things as you. But it doesn't change the fact that deep down, with a woman like this, there is an element of denial and shame. She feels scared to be soft, tender, and feminine because she mistakenly believes it'll make her appear weak, when in reality, her being masculine is the telling sign of her weakness. Please do not deceive yourself. A woman who denies her femininity cannot truly love or respect you because she's yet to love herself. But I will mention here, if there is enough attraction and she really likes you and you're masculine, you may actually be able to crack open that heart of stone and bring out the femininity in her, because her natural core is to be feminine, and it will react accordingly to how masculine you are as a man. So please keep in mind that can happen, but be mindful. The third sign that a woman has mummy issues is, well, as the old saying goes, I'm sure you've heard of the common phrase like father like son. How boys grow up to be identical to their fathers, right? Well, we often rarely speak of how this applies to daughters and their mothers. Like mother, like daughter is the third sign. So why are these statements so truthful? Well, because children emulate what they witnessed from their infantile years and carry into adulthood all the lessons they picked up, whether they were healthy or dysfunctional. More people who grow up with mummy and dad issues never take the time to address their unmet needs, heal, or develop a new mindset. They just kind of grow up, get a job, get into a relationship, get their heart broken, try again, and they just kind of move forward without ever really tying up those loose ends or understanding themselves. So what happens here? Well, for this very reason, a lot of men and women end up being just like their parents. They follow the blueprint that they saw. Girls with severe mummy issues in this case end up entrenched in their brokenness so much that they actually become extensions of their mothers. You know, we always hear how guys with dad issues, when they hate their father or they have resentment, they want to like grow up and avoid being like their dad. And sometimes because they're hyper fixated on that they don't really heal righteously, they end up becoming just like their dad, and it humbles them. But this can happen to women too. So if a mother was emotionally cold or a terrible communicator, you may start to notice how she's the same towards you. If she was verbally slandered by her mother during disagreements, she may do this to you in moments of anger or fear because that's all she knows. Maybe she witnessed her mother cheating, or worse, let's say she saw different men entering and exiting her mother's life. This could also taint her view of faithfulness, resulting in her believing that either cheating is acceptable if her needs aren't met, or that men are replaceable. As you can see, women with mummy issues run the risk of turning into their dysfunctional mothers. Of course, there is the exception where a girl recognizes her wounded femininity and through therapy and counsel learns to forgive her mother, move on from her childhood, and rebuild her values, perception of relationships, and confidence. Okay? The fourth sign of a woman with mummy issues is she resents men. Oh yeah, one surefire way to spot a woman with mummy issues is her hatred for men. When a girl observes how her mother interacts with her father or the men she's dating, as you'll see, women that are emotionally screwed up make not only terrible mothers but terrible wives. You see this with dads that are like castrated by the wives. Maybe he doesn't have the balls to step in and lead the family. Maybe he was a deadbeat that just walked out. Regardless, one thing remains clear. Women with mummy issues resent men because they witness firsthand how their own mothers resent the fathers. And if they don't have a strong enough bond with the father or an understanding of what's going on, all they know is to just agree. So if she's heard her mum badmouth her dad, it could also, again, can come from different men coming and going from the mother's life. This is how it happens. So pay attention to how, when you're dating a woman, how she reacts during a misunderstanding or when you communicate with her. She may misinterpret your intention or will say and do things to punish you. She might hang up the phone, block you, threaten the relationship if she don't get her way, guilt trip you, overstep your boundaries. And it's sickening, but if you see a woman who finds pleasure in emasculating you, it comes from mum issues. Take this as your cue to end the relationship. And last but not least, the fifth sign a woman has mummy issues, and this is a big one, guys, is that she is not family oriented. Yes, it's true. Feminism and the modern world has shaped the way women now view careers and jobs and their role in society, and it turned a lot of them away from family values and their gender roles. But it's important for you to know that mum issues plays a massive role in this too. Girls that grow up resenting their mothers end up associating motherhood with their own messed up childhood. It's flooded with memories of unmet needs, abuse, abandonment, uncertainty, and pain. Since all she knows, this is all she knows, she will be fearful at the thought of marriage or starting a family with you because she lacks preparation and willingness for wifehood and motherhood. You pair this with her mummy issues and you have a girl that is not relationship material. I remember hearing the stories of my mother when she was growing up. My grandmother did not do a good job of being a good wife or a good mother. She didn't cook, she didn't clean, she didn't really nurture or take care of the home. And my mother grew up with a very bad role model of motherhood and wifehood. And for the longest time she was afraid of being a wife. When my mother was a young woman, she was a bit of a tomboy. It wasn't until she got into her late 20s, early 30s, which is when she met my father, which is where she did a lot of work on herself to become more feminine and slowly had to relearn later on in life, what it meant to be a wife or a mother, because she didn't know any better. She had a bad example. And this can happen to a lot of women. Okay? If she associates motherhood with her own messed up childhood, that woman might not want to be a wife or a mom. And as for you guys listening who are Christian, maybe more traditional, and you want a family with kids, sometimes when you tell a woman when you're dating that you want a family, you want kids, and she says she doesn't know what she's looking for, it might not be because she's immature or she's just dumb. It could just be because she has wounds like this. She's not family oriented because she's never considered it. She's in survival mode. She never knew how important this was. And this is why you as a man must have self-awareness and strong emotional intelligence to ask a woman quality questions and really see what it is, if this sign correlates with her lifestyle or not. Okay? So understand that if some girls grow up like this, they're not prepared to be a wife or a mother, they're not going to be family oriented. And if you pair this with feminism, it can be worse, right? But on the other hand, a mother that's traditionally minded does her duty in treating her daughter about homemaking, cooking, childrearing, tending to infants, family planning, caring for her husband. She shows her daughter by example what it means to be a wife and a mother. And that ideally is what gives a woman the blueprint of what being a virtuous woman is. That's why you need to have a good woman in your life. And understand, women are going to have different childhoods. Not everyone has the same childhood. It's how she chose to respond to it. Okay? She's not a victim if she grew up with mummy issues or daddy issues, as we've mentioned so far on the red flag list. But it's how she responds to it. Okay? How she grows from it. And those are the 5 signs of mummy issues. The next red flag you will learn about is mental disorders. A woman that suffers from mental disorders. And there's a few to go through here. Borderline personality disorder, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, just to name a few, are severe mental disorders that unfortunately render the individual incapable or deficient in the world of interpersonal relationships. I have some old case studies from my YouTube channel. If you go back through 2021, 2022, and 2023, quite a few of men that have dated women that have, an SMI, as they call it in the medical journal, severe mental illness. And you just see, if you go back through those videos on my YouTube channel, how those women treat those men and the pain and problems that it causes. So this is a red flag that you want to be aware of. People who suffer from severe mental health issues, they require love and care, as all people do. But problems happen when you think you can swoop in and fix these women. It is sad to see these women struggle with mental disorders, but it's important to understand that mentally unstable individuals are in no way, shape, or form ready or capable of maintaining a stable, mature, or happy relationship. Women who suffer from mental disorders are incapable of forming healthy emotional attachments. You will find yourself caretaking a girl that needs constant help, medication, and attention which will drain your energy, time, and patience. This is a different story if you're already married to a woman and down the road she develops some type of condition. You've made your oath, keep it. For the guys listening to this who are single and you want to find a good woman, I don't want you to settle. As I've mentioned at the beginning of the book in the introduction and acknowledgements, you need to have higher standards. You need to feel like you deserve and want the best for yourself. You need to find yourself a good woman. You're starting with a clean slate when it comes to dating. This is one of the things you want to avoid. I have seen too many good men with a big heart want to swoop in and save a woman like this, and she drags you down with her. Because some women will hide the fact that they're mentally stable, but the truth is always going to come out. Attempts of self-harm, suicide, neglect, basic cleanliness, they neglect that, right? Mood swings, erratic or extreme changes in behavior. This will only get worse the longer you stay. And sadly, women like this, they're no longer just a danger to themselves, but to those around them, including you. They can be abusive, unpredictable, and be a detriment to your sanity. Just imagine if you had children with her. What would their childhood be like? Is it fair for your future kids to grow up witnessing their mother behave like a lunatic? What happens when your future wife has a manic episode where she goes crazy in front of the children? Does that sound like a woman that's capable of fulfilling her role? I don't think so. If you want a happy relationship, you must choose a feminine, faithful, mentally stable woman you can share your life with. It is heartbreaking to witness your family members and friends struggle with mental disorders, but when it comes to your romantic life, you must be wise and firm on your standards. If you want a relationship that brings you peace, then please choose a woman who does not have any major mental conditions. You must screen out mentally unstable women from your life, or pay the price later for overlooking this red flag. Please note, the audiobook version of the book is being recorded in 2025. The original book, Relearning Relationship, was written by Christian Koziol and published in 2022. In this section of the book in Red Flags, Christian has since updated much more information on every red flag you will hear in this chapter in the Relationship Mastery course, which you will find by going to the Classroom tab. You get the free access of that inside of the Relearning Relationships community. But if you desire to learn more, upgrade to the Relationship Mastery community, where there is full access to Christian's Relationship Mastery course, and there is over 19 in-depth video lessons of each red flag, and one of them goes in depth on all mental illnesses and mental disorders to help you deeper understand this topic if you still have questions. Please note, before we move on to the next red flag as well, that when it comes to mental disorders, a lot of this can come from health problems, nutritional deficiencies, thyroid problems. Not to mention a woman who's on the pill, who's changed her hormonal profile, can deeply deregulate her mental state. So be mindful of this. Some of these things can be turned around. Continuing on with the next red flag. Feminism. She is a feminist. This is one you want to avoid. You never ever want to split roles and duties. Going 50-50 in a relationship is a recipe for disaster. God designed a man to be the head, to lead, to protect, and to provide. A woman's job is to be your helpmeet and nurturer. The minute you split things equally is the moment you lose power, respect, and order. Going 50-50 is used by feminism to bring about the destruction of the family and God's natural design. This changes the power dynamics of the relationship. When a man does things in the name of gender equality, he steps down from his duty as the leader. And this forces the woman into her masculine and gives her the idea that she's equal to you in terms of her role. Remember, men and women are equal in value, but different in roles. So this makes it hard for a woman to submit to a man when she's filling the other half of his calling. When the responsibilities of leading, providing, and protecting are set on the woman, it forces her to shut down her femininity, become bitchy, become rude. And going back to feminism and femininity, these are things that I will be touching on later throughout the audiobook. But understand that when a couple goes 50-50, you're bringing a mixture of masculine and feminine qualities to the relationship, which erodes sexual polarity. If you're being 50% masculine, 50% feminine, not only are you limiting to how much of a man she's going to view you as, but you're actively destroying her being feminine, which will eventually destroy the attraction. And the spark for the chemistry will fade. But let's say you're doing everything right. Let's say you are masculine. You want to avoid women that are feminists. Why? Because feminists detest the idea of wifehood and motherhood in the traditional sense. They believe that men and women are the same in every respect. Hence, they think that you should share and mix duties and responsibilities. Remember, only good quality feminine women are going to be repulsed when you go 50-50 and you try to be feminine. But to a feminine woman, they're turned off. But these masculine women that are feminists, they are the ones who are brainwashed. They are the ones that think that them being feminine is a bad thing. They hate being a wife or a mother. They hate family duties. They detest the family unit. They have disdain for marriage and gender roles. Feminism goes hand in hand with career-oriented women. Unless you enjoy being considered the male oppressor and responsible for all female misery, you should consider yourself looking elsewhere for a suitable partner. How can you expect a woman who has turned her back on femininity, believes that masculine men and the patriarchy is evil, could possibly be a suitable match for a committed monogamous relationship? It is ironic how women who subscribe to the feminist ideology believe that men should fulfill their traditional gender role, such as protecting and providing, but yet the same feminists negate their role of being a traditional woman. Does that sound fun to you? Of course not. A feminist will never view you as the man in the relationship, let alone honor you or be submissive to you. She will treat you like a punching bag and spew all of her ideals all over you until you get sick of her and leave. Or she simply disposes of you and finds another effeminate man to abuse. It is foolish to date or get into a relationship with a woman who's not feminine. And please understand, a feminist gentleman is very easy to spot. You can ask her simple questions, such as, what are your thoughts on marriage and children? If she detests that idea or it's not a priority, walk away. A woman who's not willing to invest the peak of her youth and beauty into being by your side and raising a family with you is not worth being a wife and a mother. Because not only does she not have the intention to be one, if she did, and she lowered her standard to do so, it would hinder the quality of your future children's life as well. Because the mother you'd be giving them would not be good. There are women out there, gentlemen, that have to work because of the circumstances of how expensive some things are in the West. Maybe she didn't have a traditional father that provided for her. Circumstances could have been different. Maybe her parents passed away, she needs to make money. It's your job as a man to handle the finances, to provide for a woman, to figure that out. Some women are only working a career for survival reasons. You need to ask those questions. Is she working because she has to? Or does she want to keep working even after you have 2, 3, 4 kids with her? Because no woman that attempts to be a boss babe and a wife is going to succeed at both. She will fail in the end. Avoid women that reject the idea of marriage. Avoid women that don't want to be homemakers. Avoid women that don't like children. Avoid women that want to put off having children until they're old. Avoid women that disregard gender roles. Avoid women who she speaks badly about men. Avoid women who think abortion is a good thing, killing unborn children. These things are very easy to spot based on the reactions to what you ask and how she lives her life. Only guys that are extremely blinded by lust or have very low self-esteem are going to fall for this one. Not much really needs to be said about feminism. You just need to keep your eyes peeled. Continuing on with the next red flag. Promiscuous women. A lot of men pride themselves on how many women they slept with and use that to define themselves as a man of value. But the truth of the matter is this. Actual men do not think this way at all. They have self-control and focus on creating a legacy. They don't waste their time sleeping around random women they don't care about. Neither do they give themselves to those they don't even know. They don't chase after empty or short-term pleasure. In fact, men of high worth are very selective with who they allow in and out of their lives, and only permit a traditional feminine woman with modesty and a chaste heart to have any access to him. Only immoral men brag about how many women they've slept with, even though they're taking the low-hanging fruit. What sort of man would be proud of laying with an easy woman? It's like picking out a half-eaten apple from the bin. Sure, you can eat it, but there'll be flies and a terrible stench to go with it. A man isn't doing anything impressive by sleeping with a bunch of women that have been had by other men. If you want to do something impressive, go for the girl that no one else has gotten and build a relationship with her. That's what's impressive. So, make no mistake about it. Women, and again, this is about weeding out promiscuous women, women who have a history of hooking up, sleeping around. Women, again, we covered this in chapter 3. Why sex is sacred, why sex is valuable. You shouldn't have to teach a fully grown adult woman why sex is sacred, why it's important. This is such a differentiating way to determine a woman's quality. Women that think sleeping around, fucking whoever they want to, is a good thing, they just do not make good wives and mothers. They don't even make it to girlfriend in most cases. They don't even last longest one at that. Women who value their sexual purity, they have a different glow about them. They don't have that dead stare in their eyes. They have self-esteem. They have self-respect. And ask yourself, and that's something I say to men all the time, only marry a woman if you'd be proud to have a daughter just like her. And only marry a woman if your 18-year-old son came home one day and presented a woman of this quality to you and said, Dad, I'm going out with this girl, what do you think? If you wouldn't be proud of him dating her, or you wouldn't want your future daughter to be just like her, do not even date or marry a woman like this, because you know deep down it's bad. Make no mistake about it. Women who sleep around have no integrity or value to offer you. This is a major red flag. Promiscuous women have a higher chance of cheating on you since they see sex as nothing more than personal pleasure. They're in it for themselves. If you meet a woman who has a long list of sexual partners, she has no problem engaging in casual sex. She's not to be taken seriously as a long-term partner. A good woman knows that there are certain men that could potentially take advantage of her, use or discard her after sex, so she will never sleep with you on a first date. After all, what does it say about a woman if she's willing to go back to a stranger's house and engage in sexual intercourse? That's a woman that doesn't value her safety. Would you want your daughter to live that way? I don't think so. So why would you marry a woman who does? Anytime you come across a girl who wants to be intimate without having taken the time to even test you for safety, trust, and dependency, then you can be sure you're dealing with a woman that is not relationship material. If a woman is willing to sleep with you so soon, it can mean a few things. She's either used to it, is very likely to engage in sexual activity with other men who she has no intimate connection with. There is the very small exception that some men will game the woman, they'll seduce her, and they'll lead her on, they'll lead her into that. Which is why I'm teaching you to be accountable. Do not give your body to a woman you don't know. That is for marriage, that is for love and commitment. It is wrong and it is immoral. If you have no intention of committing to that woman, you are just adding to her body count, and it's not righteous. A wise lady knows that it is she who must carry the womb. Therefore, it is her duty as a woman to protect herself and remain chaste until she's built a bond with an honorable man. However, there are also cases where some girls are not educated on traditional values, assume that they must sleep with a man early on to keep him interested, and in the process end up hurting themselves when such men toss them to the side after they've had their fun. Please be an honorable man and never mislead or use women for your own personal gain. Be chivalrous always. You must understand that there are three primary factors that contribute to a woman being promiscuous. And you will usually find a girl that falls into the second or third factor. Number one, this is very rare, does not usually happen, but it can happen. A woman who has been sexually abused in the past that does not receive therapy, in some cases may self-destruct and hook up with random men as a way to gain self-control over her past trauma. In most cases, women who have been abused by someone sexually are going to typically be more reserved, be more quiet. They typically have higher standards for themselves because they've learned to protect themselves now from men, and they're cautious. They will not give their body to you. There is a substrata of women like this who unfortunately become prostitutes, get into the porn industry where they are sexually abused, and that's all they know. It's very sad. Number two, the second reason where a woman is promiscuous is if she grew up in an abusive or broken home with a weak or absent father. Because she didn't learn to trust or form attachments to her father in a healthy way, she's easily manipulated by other men. Anytime a guy shows her interest, she thinks she's going to get love from him. And she might mistakenly think, if I sleep with other men, these men are going to want to commit to me. So she's learned to engage with other men, exchange physical pleasure with them in hopes that they give her love. And because she doesn't know any better and we're a creature of habit, she does the same thing over and over again. The third reason a woman becomes promiscuous is where she's led away by immoral women. We know this, it's biblical. Bad company corrupts good character. I've seen this even with guys hanging with bad men who encourage them to do bad things. Some sweet innocent girls, if they have a low self-esteem, they can be led astray by bad women who will influence them and give them poisonous worldviews to sleep around, hook up, devalue herself, and they'll encourage her to hook up. They'll encourage her to cheat and rack up a body count. And if she's got low enough self-esteem and wants to fit in with those girls, she might start herself down that path, and it's very difficult to break later on. Those are primarily the reasons that I have seen women become promiscuous. So be mindful. A girl with integrity does not give her body to just anyone because she truly values what she has to offer. Women who are aware that they are the weaker sex understand that to protect themselves from being taken advantage of the wrong man, they've got to take things slow and test a man to see if he's genuinely interested in her or if he only wants sex. When a girl remains chaste, she protects her value from unworthy men that only want pleasure, and she saves herself from men that want to build a lasting legacy with her. It does not matter how much she likes you. If she is a traditionally minded woman with self-control, you're not getting easy access to her body. Now that you understand this very simple principle, you can see why promiscuous women are to be avoided like the plague. They rush intimacy, bypass getting to know you, they're easy to get, easy to lose. Okay? And a high number of sexual partners also means there's a high risk of STDs, mood, personality disorders. That can come with that. The juice is not worth the squeeze. Would you be proud if you found out your future daughter allowed herself to be used as a sex object by lustful men? Of course not. It'd be a stain of dishonor and shame on you as a father. So why would you even think of courting a girl who lives that way? Most men have been taught that asking about a woman's sexual history is rude or comes from a place of insecurity, but I can assure you this is further from the truth. Multiple sexual partners degrade both the bond that sex creates between men and women. Can you find a woman with a long string of sexual partners that would make an honorable wife? Sure, if she's healed over time, but her bond with you and her ability to submit and love you will be far stronger without that sexual history. And it goes the same way for you as a man. Men and women that develop the mental fortitude to abstain from casual encounters and maintain their purity keep their ability to bond wholly without carrying over emotional baggage into their romantic relationship. A young man or woman may indeed have a few casual partners during moments of lust and immaturity, but most adults grow, learn from their experience, and give themselves time to heal and mature. This becomes a problem when a girl that you're dating thinks nothing of this and has not turned from her ways. So, how do you weed out promiscuous women? I'm going to show you this. The secret. This is the vetting formula I have used when I met the woman of my dreams that some of you may be familiar with. I bring her on the group call sometimes in my relationship mastery course. If any of you joined, you'll know, is right away at the beginning when you start dating her, one of the first things you ask a woman is, tell me about your sexual history. Tell me about your body count. Right away. When I matched with my woman on the dating app, we had went on a phone call within 10 minutes. We spoke for about 20, 30, 40 minutes. And in that first conversation, it was one of the first things I asked her. I said, look, I'm not going to sit here and waste my time. I'm someone who values my purity. I only have one body count from my ex, no hookups, no sleeping around. One body count from a long-term relationship. I learned the lesson. I want to wait for marriage. That's where I stand on it. Tell me about you. So when you lead it that way, and you're open and honest about your past, you invite the woman to do the same. Because she can't turn around now and say, I'm not going to tell you. Well, you've gone and opened up about yourself. And she opened up and said, I'm so glad you told me that, because I was going to ask you the same thing eventually, soon enough, because I don't want to waste my time with a guy who's, being a manhole. Which again goes to show that good women don't like that in a man. A man who sleeps around, right? So she said, I'm happy to hear that. I also have one body count just like you from my ex. It was one relationship. It was a mistake being with him. I learned the lesson. I'm also saving myself. So immediately we established right away in our first phone call with zero emotional attachment that we have the same sexual history. We have the same body count, one. In the same context, we can relate to each other. We can't judge each other. And we can both accept it because it's the same. And we got that out the way. Now, most men don't want to ask this question right away. In fact, they don't ever ask. But you've got to ask yourself, if your woman doesn't even ask you, doesn't want to know your body count, it's been months or even years together, what does that tell you about how much she really likes you? When a woman is serious about marriage and family, she wants to know who the hell is she giving herself to. So I've adopted that stance. It worked for me. It's worked for all of my clients. And now for you guys listening to the audiobook. I'm adding this into the audiobook, by the way. I'm giving you my personal story because it's true. That is one of the first things you ask a woman, whether you match with her on a dating app or you meet her in real life. Ask her this question. Tell me about your body count. And you're going to get 4 different answers. You're going to get, number one, you're going to get the answers like my girl did, which is respectable women will come right out and tell you their number of sexual partners. It's an opportunity for her to show you that she's a quality woman. She'll be proud to tell you she doesn't sleep around. At most, for most of you guys, you'll typically hear a woman's had 2 to 3 boyfriends at most. It's rare the older she gets, assuming she's in her early to mid-20s, but it is rare the older she gets. But women that truly value themselves will actually remain virgin for the right man. You will notice that true traditional women will let you know that they've never hooked up or never had casual sex before if they're raised on those values. And this is just a great sign to continue dating her because she has integrity. She's curious about your body count. She wants to know about you, and it's important to her. The second type of answer you're going to get by what's your body count, tell me about your sexual history, or leading with your own, is, and this is how you know she's promiscuous. She gets offended by that question. She'll never give you a straight answer. You may get one of the following replies. It's none of your business. My past doesn't matter. It's none of your concern. I'd rather not say. Well, that's not important. In other words, she will never tell you the truth because if you knew, you'd be horrified. Take this as confirmation that she's not wife material and move on. And the key is asking this at the beginning. Whereas most guys would wait 6 months, a couple years. There's guys on their wedding day and they don't even know about their girl's body count. I've done old case studies on my YouTube channel where guys they've confessed they found out about their wife's body count after they've been married for years and had kids. And once they know, they never look at her the same. And just think, all of that could have been avoided by asking her on a first date, on a first conversation. That's the power of asking this stuff. The third answer you're gonna get is, which will expose a promiscuous woman, is she will give you an estimate that is close to the real number of guys she's been with. She may tell you about X, but she'll leave out the men she's had one-night stands and casual encounters with. How do you know this is true? Well, it'll be accompanied by a lot of inconsistencies in the stories, which will leave you with a gut feeling that something isn't right. To confirm that she's promiscuous, you can also go deeper here by looking at her friends. If her girlfriends cheat, hook up with random dudes, and she's close with those women, birds of a feather flock together. That's a clear indication of how she truly lives without ever having to tell you. She may have so-called male friends who you'll come to find out later on are nothing more than guys she used to hook up with or guys who have wanted to hook up with her. Okay? And when it comes to the inconsistencies, let's say she tells you, oh, I was with 3 guys and they were just all abusive or just didn't work out with them. 2, 3 weeks later, ask her the same question. Oh, I'm really curious. I'd like to learn more about your past. Could you please tell me more about those guys that you broke up with? How did you meet them? Why did you give your body to them? What did you learn from that experience? And if the answers change, then you're being lied to. And the final scenario, which is going to expose a promiscuous woman, is, well, she's direct with it. And there's some women that are so lost that they just wear this with a badge on it. They'll come right out and tell you that their high body count as if it's something to be proud of. Take this as a danger lies ahead sign and walk away. So if she tells you, oh yeah, I remember years back, I matched with a girl on a dating app and we exchanged numbers, I went on a call, I vetted her, and I asked her about sexual history. And this girl was like, I think 18, 19. At the time I was maybe 21, 22. And she turned around and told me, yeah, I've been with my school teacher, been with 8 guys in college, 3 older men. My jaw dropped on the phone, I was like, I went quiet on the other end. And she said, oh, I hope that doesn't offend you. And I said, look, I'm not interested. I can't move forward with you. If I have a 1 body count, why would I be with you? And I walked away. And there's some women who will just tell you their massive body count because they think it's cool. Take that as a, God giving you a free pass of exposing herself, and you move on. Because smart men are going to be wise to choose a modest woman for a relationship. Whereas weak, lustful men with low standards will take anyone that shows them a sliver of interest, even if she proves to be promiscuous. Traditional men with good morals and a clean past do not marry women who have been around the block. A man with morals and integrity will expect the same in return. The only exception to where you should go for a woman with a higher body count is if you have a higher body count, because a woman with a low body count or a clean past won't relate to you. So humble yourself and act accordingly. Let's continue on with the next red flag. Her friends are a bad influence. Friendships play a critical role in our lives. Who we allow into our close circle can either benefit us to our detriment or cause serious harm. Humans have always been social creatures. We thrive in communities when we bond and form close unions with others. One very simple method you can use to determine if the girl you are courting is virtuous or not is to simply pay attention to the company she keeps. This will always give you a truthful insight into her character. It says everything you need to know. The friends she has in her life reflect her current standards, values, and state of mind. If a woman was raised within a nuclear family, received love from her parents, or was taught to live by traditional faith-based values, or she learned this by her own as a young adult and raised her self-esteem, there is a higher chance she will surround herself with good quality women. But you must keep your eyes peeled, because some women have been led astray by forming friendships with immoral women. If you happen to meet a girl and her friends are the type to cheat on their boyfriends, cause drama, get involved with drugs and alcohol, use or take advantage of others and live for pleasure, and she tells you that she is not like her friends, or I'm not like that anymore, then you should use this as your chance to drop her from your life. Naive men tend to fall into the trap of the fake good girl because they thirst after her with lustful eyes, or simply have poor judgment that stems from low self-esteem. Women will form social ties with those who share the same interest, values, and lifestyle choices as they do. If she disagreed or felt disgusted by the way those girls live, she would have cut them off from her life and focused on building bonds with honorable women instead. There is the one exception where she may have kept those friends in her life due to childhood. She grew up with them, and maybe she might not make good friends, but she will distance herself from them. Okay. Another thing to be mindful of, if she has bad quality friends, they may attempt to sabotage your relationship or cause strife, turning her against you if they don't like you enough. Because the red flag here is in her realizing that when a woman has formed friendships with girls that are, you could say, slutty, feminists, known liars, cheaters, or troublemakers, it's because she believes there is nothing wrong with the way they live. In fact, she may even support their decisions because she herself has the same outlook on life as her so-called friends. This lets you know that her girlfriends are the types of females that will encourage her to step out on a man, be independent, sleep around, to lie, to hide things. And keep in mind that if she ever decides to live in the same way her friends do and have some fun, they will not judge her. Instead, they will celebrate her decision to indulge in their destructive lifestyle. There are some girls who live this way and attempt to settle down and find a good family. And I'm saying this to protect yourself financially, emotionally, and physically from such women. Don't fall victim to the Trojan horse. The simple thing to do here is to ask quality questions about our female friends, and if you come to find that they live in a way that is immoral, and they all share a deep connection, you can be sure that your girl is just the same, and is putting on a good girl act to lock you down, because deep down she knows that if you were to find out about how she really is like, you'll never in a million years take any further steps to bond with her. Traditional girls interact and create friendships with other like-minded females. If she's a good woman, she will surround herself with high-integrity women, whereas promiscuous women will congregate with other like-minded harlots. And I'm just going to add this to the audiobook, a little story from my side. My ex from 2018, she is the woman that I gave my virginity to. She was a beautiful woman, but at the time I didn't know much about vetting. I didn't ask too many questions. Early on our dating, I found out that she had a 4 body count. Being the good Christian boy I was at the time, new to my faith, I thought it's not Christian to judge. You know, people make mistakes and people make choices. Maybe they were all boyfriends. Well, I was wrong. She was very seductive. She pulled me in, and I mistakenly gave her my virginity. After opening up more and being intimate with her, she confessed to me that her first boyfriend was indeed, the first sexual partner she had was indeed an ex-boyfriend. The second one was a guy friend. The third one was a man who she was drunk at a party and she didn't even remember his name. And the fourth one was an older man who she had multiple friends with benefits hookups with. When she told me that, I felt sick to my stomach. I could never look at her the same. And then all the red flags that I'd ignored about her came crashing out. Not only did she have a promiscuous past, which made it completely impossible to bond with her and not trust her, but on the topic here of her friends were a bad influence, she had 2 girlfriends. One of the girlfriends had a big count of like 26, and the other girlfriend was cheating on her boyfriend for years. And one day, we were sitting together watching a movie, and she got a text message from her girlfriend's boyfriend, who was asking where his girlfriend was. So my ex at the time texted him back and lied and said, "Oh yeah, she's over here with me. Her phone is off. She's just asleep and resting." I remember turning to my ex and saying, "Why are you lying? It's me and you in your house watching a movie together. Your girlfriend isn't here." So she turned to me and said, "Oh yeah, once in a while her boyfriend, because he works out of town, like 6 months a year, he goes away to work. And when he's gone, she will go off and sleep with other guys, turn her phone off when she's spending time with them, and he just never knows about it. So if he ever reaches out to me, which he does sometimes, I will kind of just respond back to him with this lie to keep him off the hook. It's high cover for her." And in that moment I knew, why is she covering for her friend who's cheating on her boyfriend? If she's willing to do that, she sees nothing. She sees no problem with this. And obviously, I also came to find later on in the relationship that she had a plethora of other problems. She was apparently doing cocaine behind my back with this girlfriend of hers, and to my knowledge, I will never know if she cheated on me or not, but there were weird texts that she would get from other men. The moral of the lesson, which is what I've covered in this red flag, is pay attention to the quality of her girlfriends. Me living that experience at 19 years of age, then turning 20, it made me realize the importance of vetting. and it has been a big inspiration for me to put together these red flags back when I wrote the book, because this is stuff that guys don't consider. If I had considered that, I would have saved my virginity and not wasted my time with her. But because of my experience, you can learn from it and not fail in the same way. So, pay attention to the quality of her girlfriends. Continuing on with the next red flag. Immodest women. And I want to mention as well, a lot of these red flags will overlap. She may have daddy issues, she may be promiscuous. She may have mommy issues, she might be immodest. So, immodest women. What does this mean? Well, let's first look at modesty. Modesty can be described as an attitude of humility and decency in dressing, language, and behavior. A modest woman does not like to draw attention to herself. She does not seek external validation via means of flaunting bikini pictures on social media or dressing scantily in public. Lustful guys are so far gone that they believe that women showing their bodies are empowering and confident. But this couldn't be further from the truth. Women that wear revealing clothing are not only emotionally immature, but they have serious self-esteem issues. Girls that expose their bodies may get stared at, drooled over, and chased after. But they won't get taken seriously by real men. Most guys view these women as nothing more than sex objects. Only women who are modest in dressing, character, and womanly in demeanor get admired and respected by actual men. A woman that adorns herself appropriately without drawing attention to her body gives you confirmation that she has self-control. Modest women are usually chaste, feminine, and tend to be very traditional. So this is a vital quality to look for in a future wife. The great thing about modest women is that it demonstrates an air of grace about her. And a smart woman knows that it is her duty to protect herself from bad men that do not intend to honor her purity. Therefore she clothes herself with dignity, which serves as a way to deter lustful men. There is an element of vanity and wounded femininity in the hearts of immodest women. Immodest women are known by these traits. They compare themselves to other women, they seek attention from different men, some go even further and pay hefty amounts for plastic surgery, as the end result of an immodest lifestyle leads to feelings of emptiness, loneliness, and denial. An immodest woman tarnishes her femininity. She allows it to be taken advantage of, trampled on, undervalued, and destroyed. She's often left hollow and bitter. If you're dating a girl, or you've just met a woman, and she tells you she's traditional, wants the same things as you, but walks around with a chest and a bosom out for all eyes to see, you must be strong enough to walk away. Don't be fooled. Immodest women have no shame. They have no qualms to be immodest. They are insensitive to intimacy because they allow themselves to be sexualized. If a woman does not intend to honor nor respect her body, then why should you? Imagine you have a daughter with her. Would she be a good example in teaching her how to dress and conduct herself? I think not. Set your lust aside. Men that desire to live a peaceful life based on traditional values should steer clear from immodest women. It is not worth the hassle. Find yourself a woman who respects herself, and you shouldn't have to teach her to dress like a lady and have self-respect. This is a quality that is easily observable based on how she presents herself to you. Not much more needs to be said. The next red flag that you will learn about is party girls and substance abuse. Women who are alcoholics or drug addicts are emotionally stable. These women are severely damaged and are not at a place in their life to form or maintain a relationship with a man. And as you can see, listening back to the other red flags you've listened to, they may seem to have different levels of severity, but nonetheless they are all disqualifying to make a woman your wife. Whenever someone consumes alcohol or drugs in excess, they are numbing themselves from life. In other words, if she abuses drugs or alcohol, she's running from her problems. Whether it's a difficult childhood, present drama in her life, or just temporarily disconnecting from reality by substance abuse. Drug addicts and alcoholics are dependent on these substances as a coping mechanism. This can also stem from severe health problems due to deficiencies in their nutrients. But understand that these women are irresponsible and reckless in their personal life. Does that mean they can change down the road? 100%. But it's not your responsibility to wait around. If a woman doesn't have the self-control or the courage to take action and deal with their problems, what makes you think she'll make a good wife or girlfriend? How can she be truly present with you? It goes without saying that these girls will typically frequent bars, nightclubs, and engage in casual sex as a result, as a consequence of that lifestyle. If she enjoys the party life and goes out every weekend, it's just a no-brainer that this woman does not value her safety or dignity. She's going to put herself in vulnerable situations where lustful men can take advantage of sexuality. I'm not saying all women, when they're young, especially if you're a young viewer who's listening to the audiobook, maybe you're in high school, maybe you're in college, maybe you're in your early to mid-20s, people after work go to the bar, go to grab a few drinks, doesn't mean that they are promiscuous. But you have to understand context, what takes place in these environments. These are vulnerable situations where a woman could be taken advantage of sexually. And over time, the key here is over time. Lifestyle will wear and tear on her morals, leading her to quote unquote have fun, end quote, sleep around, and in consequence ruin her ability to bond with a man in the long run. If a young girl has gone out a few times to party, people get it out of the system when they're young and they kind of grow out of it when they're adults. But when you see these women that they're out, the club sluts as they're called, they're out every weekend, they're the bar hoppers, they're out and about 24/7, that's an immature woman that lives for pleasure. She's living in the present moment. They're not thinking about the future. Party girls can ruin their self-worth, health, and purity because as they get wasted, which ages them, they spend time with the wrong crowd. It puts them in that environment where you're a little bit tipsy, she finds a guy that's cute, I guess it won't hurt to sleep around and have fun, I'm here, I'm young, it's whatever. This is how girls end up wasting their prime 20s. This is how they end up getting into the relationship with the wrong sort of man, or they get into their 30s and 40s and they come to realize that the party is truly over for them. The damage that these women do to their minds, bodies, and souls throughout their 20s starts to take effect. Now they've lost their youth, their beauty and fertility. They typically can't become mothers. And quality men in their age range are either going to be married off to traditional women, or if there are any men in their age group who are still single, they will not take them to be wives because they know there is better than to get involved with an emotionally irresponsible woman. The price that party girls pay for living their misindependent life comes into fruition. Now that they're lonely and used up, they become miserable. No handsome husband they could have found in their 20s at the peak of their beauty. They were getting hit on 24/7. There is no beautiful children to nurture and care for, and they typically end up alone and reap the effects of STDs and the after effects of mental health and mood disorders that come with this lifestyle. Please avoid such women. They start young, and if there's no signs of stopping, walk away. Okay? One of the basic things you need to ask a girl when you start getting to know her is, tell me about your lifestyle. Do you like to drink? Do you like to party? Do you go out on the weekends? What do you do for fun? Figuring out if you align with your lifestyle is important. Don't try and change a woman like this. Oh, I'm being judgmental, I shouldn't ask. You need to. And I promise you, going back to that other situation regarding promiscuous women, when you develop the balls to ask a woman her body count right away, asking her anything else after that becomes easy. And it changes your mindset from living on the sidelines and being fearful of losing a woman to intentionally vetting her to see if she's a good fit for you. This puts you in the driving seat. This puts you in a strong position. Okay, I've seen a lot of men ruin their lives by dating or even marrying women like this. Please, do you want your sons and daughters to have an emotionally stable mother that is present during their childhood? Or do you want to curse them with a selfish, irresponsible, and emotionally messed up mom that would rather get plastered in the nightclub than spend time with her husband and children? Because women instinctively know that their body has a clock, and there's a set window for them to have kids. Party girls, they might have the kids. They might find some husband or a guy they're not even attracted to, lower their standards, settle for him, have a family with him, and when they're done having kids, they're back partying. They're back living that life. And a lot of guys think, if I get the mortgage, if I get the house, if we have 3-4 kids, then she will finally settle down. It's not a guarantee. Find a woman who just doesn't do these things. Okay? These girls end up with two choices. They settle for whatever man will have them, or they continue their worldly lifestyle, or they end up adopting a litter of kittens. Do not be the man they settle for. The next red flag on the list is gold diggers. A woman that avoids living in a way that is materialistic is one that you want. A woman that is genuine with a good heart, who is interested in getting to know if you're a strong masculine man, is one to keep your eyes open for. She will ask questions about your family, where you grew up, and show an active interest in getting to know every part of you. But a gold digger is a woman who doesn't have genuine desire. She will be concerned about using you for material or financial gain. Gold diggers don't care about your character, your personality. They don't remember personal details about you. They will pretend and fake their interest with the sole purpose of using you. To a gold digger, a man is just a provider, a tool for her gain. And there are a few simple ways to screen out these types of women early on. 1. She will never offer to pay for the first few dates. Keep in mind that some advanced gold diggers might pay a little bit, but then later on it'll slow down, right? But the general rule applies. A girl that truly likes you would never use you for money and expect to be spoiled, especially when she barely knows you. In fact, a good woman will be giving and tender as she grows close to you over time. If a woman is raised right, she will at least offer to pay on a date as a way to prove to you that she's not interested in using you. A traditional woman understands that she's only worthy of your full provision after she becomes your wife. This doesn't mean that if you're a boyfriend, girlfriend, and she's a good woman, there's nothing wrong with spoiling your woman or treating her to a gift or a nice restaurant here and there, if she's a good woman and she's treating you well, and it's in your financial means to do so, right? And she's an appreciative person. But a true gold digger is never going to offer to pay because she feels entitled to your money. Even in a relationship, a gold digger will never buy you gifts. She will treat you never, and she'll never offer to pay for anything on special occasions because she has no heart to give from. So this is just a general thing that you want to be mindful of. Gold diggers will never offer to pay. So if you want to date with a girl, when you go to pay and you pull out your wallet or your card, does she even fake it? Does she even put her hand in her pocket or her purse and check? No, she feels entitled. Avoid women that are like that. The second sign you're dealing with a gold digger is she tries to lock you down as soon as possible. Gold diggers, which are also known as users because they use you, will be very concerned with rushing the dating phase because they're interested in locking you down to extract finances from you. So they'll rush intimacy, telling you how much they love you when you barely know each other. They will push to move in together less than a year of going out. A gold digger wants to get you to commit to her as soon as possible. She knows that once you've built an emotional attachment with her, it'll be easier for her to manipulate you and meet her selfish needs. The reason why a gold digger rushes a commitment is so they can extract resources. By securing a marriage, a lease, a mortgage, they're guaranteeing financial aid from you. Or they baby trap you. That's another common tactic. The third sign is, well, she uses sex to get away. And this, again, you can only be manipulated by a woman, going back to the very beginning of the audiobook regarding lust. If you've conquered your lust, you cannot be manipulated by a woman. But if you're lustful, this is your kryptonite. If she's a beautiful woman and you're a lustful guy, she's asking for expensive gifts, she wants an allowance, telling you she wants you to take us to some expensive trip, it will work if you're weak. And the sad thing about this type of woman is she will offer you sex as a means to get what she wants. Very sad. Expect a gold digger to offer sexual favors or rewards in exchange for doing or buying her what she wants. Any interaction with a gold digger is purely transactional. She does not care about you because she's not into you. She settled for you. And a genuine relationship will always be give and take. It should be mutually beneficial to you and her. But with a gold digger, you're just an ATM machine. Women like this, in the long term, if they started out cooking and cleaning and being humble and nurturing to you, in the long run, that's going to fade. She won't cook, she won't clean, and she'll stop serving you. Finally, I want to add that a lot of men make the mistake of leading with their wallets. They meet a girl and believe in the modern day fantasy of impressing her with their wealth. This mindset has caused so many guys to lower their value in the eyes of a traditional woman, and she sees nothing more than an insecure man trying to overcompensate for what he feels like he lacks inside. Men who lack understanding assume they need to show a woman they have money in order to be deemed worthy in her eyes. This is only going to attract the gold diggers and repel any good women of decency. This is why I want to make it crystal clear so you don't make a fool of yourself. A strong man concerns himself with making sure his date is feminine, compatible, fun to be around because he has standards. She must prove to you she is worthy of your provision in the long run. You don't give handouts to disrespectful or bad women. You only provide for a woman when she becomes your wife, by which point she should have confirmed that she is with you for the right reasons. Ask yourself these simple questions. If I lost my job, would she stay by my side? If I started a business, would she be by my side? If I didn't have all of this wealth, would she be with me? If I fell sick and could no longer provide, albeit temporarily or in the long run, would she be faithful to me? If the girl you are seeing as a gold digger, then the answer to these questions is pretty obvious. The next red flag on the list is narcissistic women. Women with narcissistic personality disorder can do a tremendous amount of harm to your self-esteem, sanity, and overall well-being. It's best to walk away while dating as opposed to being stuck in a long-term relationship, where you will just end up suffering more so. Spotting a narcissist can be difficult if you've never been involved with one. They can be sneaky and come into your life when you're vulnerable or simply have poor boundaries. Here are the qualities that define a narcissist. They have a grandiose sense of self-importance, need for external validation and admiration. They feel a sense of entitlement, lack empathy, low self-esteem, they are envious of others, and believe that others are envious of them. They are known to have a string of failed relationships, friendships, family drama. They do not take accountability for their mistakes and are self-centered. So how do you spot a female narcissist with those traits? Well, all patterns leave clues. Narcissists can be difficult to identify, but if you have awareness and the right knowledge, which is what you're learning right now, you can catch the warning signs early on and flee before she's able to trap you. By walking away as soon as possible, you save yourself from a world of emotional torture and abuse. So a relationship with a narcissist goes through 4 phases: love bombing, devaluation, discard, and hoovering. You can learn more about these terms online, but the key to catching a narcissist in the early stages of courtship is to be on the lookout for signs of love bombing. I will share the 4 stages just so you can use them as a reference point in case you ever find yourself in this situation. Let's start with number 1, love bombing. It is essentially a form of romantic manipulation. It's where you begin dating or enter a relationship and your new partner is constantly giving you extravagant displays of affection. The narcissist will bombard you with over-the-top demonstrations of attention, admiration, and affection in an attempt to gain your love and trust while making you vulnerable. This behavior will often trigger an attempt to match the intensity and commitment you are being bombed with. If you are mesmerized by her beauty, enjoy the attention, and have low self-esteem, it will be very easy for you to ignore the fact that the narcissist is pulling you in. Signs of love bombing includes lavishing you with gifts, over-the-top romantic gestures, non-stop compliments. She will desire constant attention and validation from you very early on. She will sleep with you right away and fulfill all of your sexual fantasies. This is done to lower your guard and make you feel like the man. She will rush into a relationship as soon as possible, ask you to be your boyfriend weeks into talking, suggesting you both move in together despite barely knowing each other, bringing up marriage very quickly. Everything feels rushed, even saying I love you despite the fact that you barely know each other. It will seem surreal. And I will mention something here. This is assuming you haven't vetted a woman, which we'll get to later in the audiobook when it comes to courtship and relationship skills. Because guys that haven't spent the time asking a woman about their childhood, their body count, what they're looking for, who they are, and a woman hasn't done the same to you, but she starts bombing you with all this stuff, this is when it becomes a problem. Okay? If you sat there and had the conversation with a girl, really asking her quality questions, actually making an effort to get to know her, it can actually speed up the process of her falling in love. Not always, but it will speed it up slightly in some cases. But if a woman is going over the top with all this lovey-dovey stuff, she hasn't really gotten the time to get to know you. That is love bombing. Now the second stage after you're pulled in here is devaluation. So after you're drawn in, the narcissist is going to transform, shed her fake mask, and show her true colors. It'll be subtle at first, but such as attempts to isolate you from your hobbies, your friends and family. This is done to leave you reliant on her for support. This creates a sense of dependency on the narcissist. She'll begin to distort facts. You'll catch her in little white lies. She'll become vulnerable, verbally abusive, insult you, accuse you, shame you, threaten and guilt you in any way necessary to get away. She may even withhold love and money whilst making demands from you. This is done to lower your self-esteem, confuse you, and beat you into submission. All these little attacks on you are known as character assassination. The narcissist will slowly destroy your identity in the hopes that you will be brainwashed to believe that you are the problem. During the devaluation phase, it's very common for you to make excuses and justify the narcissist's behavior. This is due to the fact that you were love bombed into believing that she is the same girl that you met at the beginning. You have become enamored by the fake persona she played. It's important to point out that she will also throw in some more love bombing after abusing you to keep you confused, chasing, and hoping she will change. This is why so many men look past the red flags when they're involved with a narcissist. The longer you stay, the worse the abuse gets. She may begin to rage at you, micromanage aspects of your life, and you will find yourself walking on eggshells to keep the peace. The third phase of narcissistic abuse is the discard phase. When the narcissist first met you, they saw something in you that they could use for their own gain. Maybe it was social status, attention, intimacy, money, or just the thrill of having a new shiny toy to play around with. Once the narcissist has sucked your personality dry, and devalued you to a pulp, she'll begin the discard. The very moment she becomes bored of you, her needs stop being met, you undermine her control over you, or she senses that you've come to figure out that she's a monster, this is when she'll proceed to exit the relationship. It doesn't matter how many years you've invested, how many children you had with the narcissist. To the narcissist, all of that is meaningless. They will leave you without any shame or regret. Due to the narcissist's lack of empathy and inability to bond, they'll line up a new replacement behind your back. This is known as monkey branching, where a partner will form a connection with a new lover whilst in a committed relationship with you, and once they feel it is safe enough to move on with their secret partner, they will swing from one relationship right into a fresh one that they have sneakily put up in the background. You will be left heartbroken and blindsided by this betrayal. The fourth and final stage of narcissistic abuse is the hoovering stage. And one or two things will happen here after the relationship has ended, after she's discarded you, right? Which is, this depends on whether she discarded you, or if you were strong enough to walk away before she could fully discard you. If she discarded you, and she knows she caused you to suffer a decent amount of pain, she will most likely leave you alone forever. In some rare cases, she will attempt to reach out months later. If this happens, please know that she is only doing so in hopes to lure you back in. Don't fall for it. But if you manage to end the relationship before she was done torturing you, it will cause her ego to be wounded to the point where she will say and do anything possible to suck you back in. She'll cry, beg, plead, make false promises, yell, guilt trip you, threaten, and even give you a fake apology to try and get you to stay. If you fall for it, the cycle will repeat all over again. The reason being is that the narcissist now sees you as her enemy and wants to teach you a lesson, since you attempted to escape before she had finished emasculating you. This will end in you getting hurt all over again, and the narcissist walking away feeling victorious that she destroyed your self-worth. In the rare case that you hold your ground and run away, there is a chance she will make further attempts at hoovering you again. It may be 6 months or even 2 years, do not be fooled. Narcissists will never change. The narcissist will try and hoover you back in so she can restart the love bombing stage, followed by another round of devaluation, which will conclude in her finishing you off with a fatal discard. In conclusion, it's important to understand that the very mental state of a narcissist isn't designed to give or receive love. It is in survival mode, constantly on the lookout for itself and itself alone. Narcissists use, abuse, and exploit those around them to serve their own needs and wants. Unless you have been through this yourself, or have witnessed it happen to a loved one close to you, there is a very high chance you had little to no idea such creatures even existed. Please note that this does also happen to women with narcissistic boyfriends or husbands. But now that you know better, you can protect yourself and flee the moment your alarm bells start going off. If you'd like to learn more about this topic, head over to my YouTube channel and just type in narcissistic women, narcissistic case study, narcissism in women, or narcissism and monkey branching, and there will be a playlist that will pop up with different videos I've made on this topic. The only solution is to not only walk away, but to run. If she makes any further attempts at reaching out, block on everything. This is also a wake-up call to remind yourself to always deal with women righteously and honorably. If a narcissist caught you in a vulnerable state, but you haven't done anything wrong or disrespectful to them, and you're able to walk away, there's a good chance they'll leave you alone. But it doesn't matter how many social media accounts, fake numbers she uses to spam you with emails or contact you, the answer is always the same. Ignore and block, and eventually she will stop. I will also add, when it comes to narcissism, there's people who have different theories online. They're born this way, their brain is wired this way, it's a health problem, it's spiritual, they're a Jezebel spirit, or it's due to severe childhood trauma. It doesn't matter what the origin is, it's still very much debated. All that matters is if you see these patterns, run. Continuing on with the next red flag, plastic women. Nobody gets to choose what sort of family they are born into. The same goes for our gender, place of birth, and appearance. Some win the genetic lottery and blossom into handsome men and beautiful women, which comes with many advantages. Looks most definitely get you in the door. And it's essential to meet a potential partner's minimum looks requirements for them to even want to get to know you. We all know this. Looks matter. Most adults accept the cards they have been dealt with and make do with their lot in life. Cosmetic surgery has turned into a form of escapism for the insecure. We live in a degenerate world that misleads the youth to compare themselves with others, which can cause them to develop issues with their image. Social media, celebrities, selfie culture, feminism, broken families have turned our women away from their femininity. And sadly, lots of women feel the need to modify their appearance because they feel like they won't be good enough for a man, or they feel they won't be accepted by society. All the love in the world will never be enough to satisfy her. I do not care how much you shower her with attention, love, and intimacy. These women are emotionally unstable and have serious self-esteem issues that you will never be able to fix. Their only hope is for them to seek Christ. A big misunderstanding when it comes to plastic surgery is that if a woman undergoes breast implants, nose jobs, Botox, and other cosmetic surgery, then perhaps she's doing it because she wants to impress her boyfriend, or she simply wants to look younger and prettier. The truth is, if you pull back the layers, you will see that these women are emotionally damaged and make decisions rooted in their insecurity. A woman with a healthy mind would never feel the need to alter her appearance because she has come to terms with how she looks. She doesn't compare herself to other women because she's secure in who she is. When a girl is not happy with her appearance, she's more inclined to look outwards for validation and happiness. She will rationalize why she looks bad and must change her looks and undergo cosmetic surgery in hopes of fixing her problems. The sad thing is that this type of woman won't just get one operation, but once you start one, you'll get more. She'll continue to modify her face and body until in some cases she runs into serious problems. Some surgeons will outright tell these women they don't need to do any more work on themselves. In these instances, she will simply find a different surgeon who will be happy to continue operating on her. Other times, she might run into financial problems since these surgeries can be quite expensive. In extreme scenarios, she could end up with a botched surgery, which is usually the breaking point, as it makes most of these women come to terms with the damage they've done to themselves. Any girl who's considering plastic surgery should be looking within and addressing the true problem which lies in her wounded femininity. She should reach out to a church, therapist, trusted loved one to help regain a sense of identity. There are cases where a girl will come right out and be honest about a cosmetic surgery, but there are plenty who will hide pictures of how they looked pre-surgery so as not to scare you away. In some instances, women will lock down a man and start a family only to wait years before confessing the truth once the husband starts to scratch his head and wonder why his children do not resemble either him or his wife. It's not that she cheated on him, it's that, well, she looked different. This often leads to the man walking away because he feels betrayed. This is why you want to take things slow when you meet a woman, because as mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, people are on their best behavior at the beginning, and they can hide who they are. She might have shame or fear you will leave her, so don't be scammed or fooled by a girl who has made the choice to modify her looks. Oftentimes she's unstable and will never be happy with you because she's unable to accept or love herself the way God made her. Most of these women deeply regret these choices as they age because as they mature or they suffer major side effects, which causes them to be humbled. Some learn from their mistakes and grow past it, but even then ask yourself, is it worth involving yourself when there are plenty of girls who haven't ruined themselves in such terrible ways? And please be mindful, when it comes to plastic surgery, if somebody has an accident, they're born with a deformity, or they've suffered a severe burn, or due to a health reason, they need something fixed or moved out of place or recorrected, there's nothing wrong with modifying your appearance to have it go back to how it originally was, or for a life and death motive. But when it becomes an issue of vanity, a woman who's changing herself and there's nothing wrong with her, this is a very bad sign. So when you first meet a girl, definitely ask for a picture of her when she's young, when she's a child, when she's a teenager. Ask her thoughts on plastic surgery, see how she responds, how she reacts. It'll give you very good insight into who you're dealing with. The next red flag on the list is attention seekers. Avoiding attention-seeking women. Attention seekers are vain and superficial. They suffer from very low forms of self-esteem and thrive on external validation to fill the gaping void in their life. Therefore, they are so easy to identify. Attention-seeking may also be linked to immaturity and, in some cases, narcissism. Most attention seekers make it visibly known by the use of social media. They love to flaunt their beauty to total strangers as a means to temporarily boost their ego. They are immature and insecure creatures. If you're one of those guys who says, well, isn't it just how girls are? Do me a favor and slap yourself in the face. If your opinion of women and expectations of how you should be treated by them is that low, then you deserve an attention whore. But attention seeker is an unhealthy, dysfunctional person who didn't get what she needed as a child in order to mature into a secure adult. Just because there are many attention-seeking women out there doesn't mean they're all like that. As I say all the time to men, there's good women and there's bad women. And a damaged woman will seek your validation and validation from everyone, whereas a good woman will only desire your presence. I'm telling you from experience, when you're with a good woman that loves you, she's only going to want your love. Here are a few signs that you are dealing with an attention seeker. 1. The classic, she flaunts her body on social media for attention. Whether it's pictures of their face, their body, go take a look at her Instagram or Facebook page. And she's pretty much constantly showing herself off. Wherever she goes, she uploads a picture. She's caught up in the looks, and it's extremely vain and superficial. She seeks attention and validation from external sources to boost her ego. But a lot of guys assume, well, if she's posting herself, she must be confident. Wrong. It appears to be confident if you're lustful, but it's a lie for her to make up for her insecurities. A woman with self-esteem and modesty is not going to feel the need to post pictures of her body or her face in a flaunting or sexual manner, knowing full well there are creeps on the internet that will stalk her. You will notice that a mature girl would post pictures of herself, normal things, friends, family photo, poetry. If she's Christian, maybe some Bible verses, pictures of her pets, art, nature, food. Ask yourself, does a millionaire need to upload pictures of his properties, investment, bank statements, pictures of his sports cars or where he's traveling to? Well, the answer is no, but a lot of fake gurus do so online. People who are truly wealthy know what they are. They don't have to prove it to anybody, especially not strangers. A man who's successful is secure, and he does not need to show it off for the world to see. There is happiness in privacy. The flesh wants to impress where the soul desires to serve others. So ask yourself, going back to the topic, why do you think she's constantly displaying herself? Well, it's to gain attention. Whether it's from thirsty men that are throwing desperate compliments or other ungodly women giving her fake praise about her beauty. The truth is, women that have low self-esteem want attention, whether it's positive or negative from anyone. But on the other hand, women who have a healthy self-esteem will only require attention from their loved ones. such as family, close friends, or the man in their life. Remember, a woman may appear to be confident online, but you must understand that's all fake. It's a ruse. A woman like this is going to expect compliments from you consistently, and if you do not give it to her, she will fish for it elsewhere. The second sign that she's an attention seeker is she has male friends. Attention seekers will often create platonic ties with members of the opposite sex as a means to use those desperate guys for free validation and attention. It is highly unlikely that a heterosexual male and a female could ever be friends. You know, you get a free pass when you're like 5-year-olds or little kids at school. But once you become teenagers or adults, the differences between men and women become very, very obvious. And this is where attraction begins to bud. The element of sexual attraction is always going to be at play. The attention seeker knows this, yet they will use these men to meet her selfish needs. In some instances, she will even engage in sexual intimacy with her male companions if she feels like it. Men only hang around beautiful women to try and get into their pants. She knows this, yet she keeps them orbiting around her because she has low self-esteem. In essence, she's using male friends to boost her ego, give her free attention, and use those men to do her favors. If a girl you're dating, or a girl you dated in the past, you can think back on it, ever had a large group of male friends, or even just a couple, you must understand that these guys were either men from the past who have always been trying to date her, men that she's either lining up as potential replacement, or men she used to be intimate with, and she's lying to you about who they really are. If your girlfriend is spending time around a man, she's bonding with them. This goes hand in hand with her flirting and putting herself in positions when appropriate behavior could potentially take place. But a good woman with common sense is only going to make friends with other feminine women. Because feminine women make fellowship with other feminine women point blank, period. And if she grew up in an environment where boys and girls were all buddy-buddy, once she's in a relationship with you, if she loves you, she's only going to want to choose you. She's not going to disrespect you by letting other men get close to her. The third sign of an attention seeker is, well, everything's always about her. An attention whore is always self-absorbed, but she doesn't even realize it. That's the joke. She's interested only in what she can get from you, not what she can give you. She may be sweet in the beginning to reel you in. Sounds a bit like narcissism, but it isn't. Because this is to do with emotional immaturity, not with actually having an intention to hurt you. But once she has you hook, line, and sinker, you'll begin to see her immaturity shine through, right? Every conversation is going to be about herself, her drama, what she wants in life. She's planet Earth and you become the moon orbiting around her. Every time you see her, it's on her time. She calls the shots. She only makes time for you when it suits her. You will notice that she will never initiate conversations or make plans with you unless she either needs attention or can use you in any way, shape, or form. Attention seekers will show you interest one moment and disappear the next. This will repeat on a loop until she either discards you for a new guy or you pick up your balls and walk away early on. But it's always going to be one-sided with her. And again, another common denominator of being with a woman that's an attention seeker, which we'll get into later, is a lack of attraction. Okay, this typically plays out when you like the girl, she doesn't like you back. The fourth and final sign of an attention seeker is she gets too comfortable too fast. Attention seekers have no boundaries. There's no breaks. The fact of the matter is she wants attention and she wants it now. So when she meets a new target, namely a guy, she will do her best to get him hooked on her as soon as possible so she can begin using him. After only having recently met you, this is what you see here, you will see how the attention seeker will refer to you with a sense of closeness that is reserved for a long-term lover. She'll start sharing personal issues and intimate details about her life, not in a positive way, not to show you how she's grown, but to make you feel pity or shame to reel you in. And this is a manipulation tactic from immaturity, not narcissism. Horny and weak men think, wow, she must be really intimacy. But the truth is, she's venting to you about her self-made drama. She's offloading her problems onto you. In essence, it's like you're holding up a mirror and she's talking to herself. Genuine women are not going to open up that quickly to a stranger, especially not to a man they don't even know yet. So if a girl is quick to become friendly with you, and she's acting very close as a lover would, this is a woman that's seeking attention from you. This is how you avoid attention-seeking women. Continuing on with the next red flag on the list. She still has feelings for her ex. This is a big red flag. Now, it's common knowledge that after a breakup, after a relationship has ended, especially a toxic one, we take our time to heal, regain our confidence, rebuild our lives. This is how mature people handle a breakup. It's foolish to look for a new partner if your heart and mind are not over your ex because, well, it's impossible for you to give yourself entirely, let alone commit when you haven't healed. Right? In fact, you're more likely to lower your standards and settle for the first woman to show you interest because you will do anything to take your mind off your ex. And you are far more likely to overlook red flags since you are not truly present with your partner. But girls that have not healed from a past relationship are not good candidates for courtship because women that have low self-esteem or lack maturity are more likely to go out and meet guys soon after a break or a bad split. They're doing this to take their minds away from the pain of losing an ex because they don't know how to be alone. In other words, their emotions are all over the place, which makes them unpredictable. This means that one moment she might be into you, the next moment she'll be emotionally withdrawn. This has nothing to do with you. You're just an object of attraction or an object of limerence that serves as a means to an end. Entering a relationship with a woman that is not over her ex is a very dangerous thing, and it sets you up for heartache. Because girls that have not healed from their past almost always lower their standards and will typically date you out of boredom, to feel companionship, or to give themselves a temporary sense of security. But as time goes on, or you end up forming a bond with her because you will develop feelings for her, she won't. This is because her feelings are still stuck in her past. So once she does heal, she'll wake up and realize she's in a relationship with you, with a man she doesn't truly love nor care about. And that guilt, it will catch up with her. She'll either exit the relationship, leaving you wondering what the hell just happened. Or other times, she may simply disappear without offering an explanation or closure of any kind, only for you to find out via other sources that maybe she returned back to an ex, moved on to another man that she is attracted to. This is what is known as a rebound relationship, and all of this can be avoided if you just don't get involved in the first place. This is the risk you take when you invest your time and energy in a woman who has not moved on from a previous relationship. Pay attention for this red flag because, well, it's always obvious and right in your face. You'll notice little things, like her being emotionally unavailable, despite you doing everything correctly. She might even tell you flat out, I'm not over my ex, I still have things for my ex, I just recently come out of a long-term relationship. You know, even if a girl tells you I'm not looking for anything serious, I just got out of a relationship, a lot of guys think that's a challenge. It's like, no, she's telling you the truth. Some women will go on the dating apps or they'll let a guy approach them and give them the number after a breakup because they think they have to try and get back into dating, and they might try and do that with you. Doesn't mean that's what they really want, okay? They're just testing the waters, but they're still unsure. You know, and other times, if a woman doesn't stop talking about her ex, making comparisons between you and him, accidentally calling you his name, or finding out she still has his phone number saved or keeps the door open to contact him, all of these signs should confirm to you that, well, you should simply walk away. Find a girl that's emotionally unavailable and has no baggage from her past. It is much better to choose a woman, as Corey Wayne always taught me, and I will always teach you, that is ready, willing, and able to date you, as opposed to lowering yourself to courting a girl who's recently come out of a long-term relationship. Loving her and being the perfect boyfriend is not going to make her magically fall in love with you if she's not genuinely attracted to you and is still bonded to another man. And continuing on with the final red flag on the list. She's in a relationship or married. If she's willing to cheat on him to be with you, she'll eventually cheat on you when her needs are not met. Women who are willing to monkey branch from boyfriend or husband to another man are never going to be a good wife. Relationships that start with betrayal, deception, and lies end the same way. Don't be fooled by this type of woman because she lacks integrity. You can only build a lifelong foundation from a place of honesty, truth, and integrity. Stay away from women who are in relationships or marriages. If they are unhappy and looking to cheat and say things like, I'm planning on leaving him, or you're the man I need, understand that these women lack integrity and morals. You don't need to partake in their act of infidelity because you'll damage your own character in the process. Okay, if you approach a woman in real life and she tells you she's married or he doesn't need to know, Just turn away and walk away. If a female coworker tells you, I'm feeling lonely, my husband doesn't excite me anymore, he doesn't make me happy, and attempts to get close to you, hold any further communication attempts from her. If there's anything you want to say to her, say this. I'm really sorry you're having those problems with your husband. I pray you sort them out with him. But I am not interested in getting involved or close to a woman who has another man in her life. It's disrespectful to you and him and to myself. Thank you, but no thank you. And walk away. If she's willing to betray her husband or boyfriend, that's a decision she can make with someone else. Ultimately, she'll reap what she sows and face the consequences of betraying her spouse. It's not your job to swoop in and save her from a so-called miserable marriage. If she's got problems with her husband or her boyfriend, she can address it with him. A man with integrity does not get involved with married women or girls who are in a serious commitment with another man. I've seen so many guys do this, and then it almost like they get the same punishment back. They end up stuck with a woman they really like, who secretly had another boyfriend or husband later on, and they get hurt. Don't do it. Only date and court women who are single, emotionally available, feminine, traditional, and who show honesty through their actions and consistency over time. Save yourself and keep your dignity intact. Now we have finished all the red flags on the red flag list. As mentioned earlier in the chapter, if you would like to learn more about red flags, head over to my other community. There will be a link. It's called Relationship Mastery, and in that community there's a full course, and there is a section of the video course that has over 19 lessons with multiple red flags, which goes deeper into every single one. As mentioned, this audiobook version does not include the newly updated versions of other red flags that I've covered in my Relationship Mastery course. It only has a few of the original red flags mentioned and synthesized in the way they have in the original written book. With that said, let's continue on with the last section of chapter 4, which is never ignore red flags. Now that you know about red flags, you now have enough wisdom to filter through women and decide for yourself if she's worth your investment, time, and presence. Where there is real danger, it is of utmost importance to protect your life. The risks from overlooking or undermining red flags may include some or all of the following. You may be taken advantage of financially, cheated on. This can include emotional or physical betrayal, a topic which we will go deeper in later on in the audiobook. You may have crippling child support payments if you're left paying child support, divorce and the consequences that come with, becoming a single father, suffering forms of parental alienation. She takes the kids, you don't get to see your children. False domestic abuse allegations, which can then affect your career and your reputation as a man. Vengeful or a spiteful ex that will cause other forms of damage to your reputation. And involving yourself long term with a woman that is not suitable for you is going to lead to developing emotional distress, trauma, and even forms of PTSD to different varying degrees. And last but not least, I've seen this happen to most guys coming out of situations like this. If left unhealed, you will develop trust issues. Reality is always harsh and unbiased. There might be some exceptions, but it's not better. It's better to not risk your age, time, and your life experimenting with different women to see where it goes. Because committing to a woman that you know displays red flags is how you end up with a lifetime of pain, misery, and regret. After you internalize the knowledge from this chapter, you can now navigate your interactions with a woman from a place of strength. This gives you increased confidence in your ability to say no and to walk away anytime you spot a red flag early. And one big part of being successful in your romantic life isn't only finding a good woman, which we'll get to later. It's in staying far away from the women that are not good for you. I recommend you go back to this chapter as many times as you need. Chapter 5. The right woman for you. You must redirect your mind to the qualities and traits that make a woman the perfect match for you. Now that you have finished understanding red flags from chapter 4 The next step is to now focus and prepare your mindset to be aware of the qualities that you must search for in your future wife. The first section of this chapter is you are responsible for the quality of woman that you choose. Before we continue with all the information regarding courtship, relationship, and marriage, you must choose to never settle for less than you deserve when it comes to your intimate life. Take a hard look around at your family, friends, and loved ones. How many men do you know that are working their dream job or business? How many men do you know are in happy marriages or relationships? The reality is that the average guy settles in his life. He's out of shape, works a job he hates, runs from his problems, drowns himself in unhealthy coping mechanisms. He has no moral structure, lacks purpose, and the embers of masculinity have waxed cold in his soul. When you settle in one area, whether it's work or fitness, it'll have a domino effect on all other important parts of your life, such as keeping untrustworthy friends, or tolerating toxic and disrespectful women, all because you're too afraid to walk away and start new. And this is what changes from today. Your mindset must be renewed. You must embrace masculinity, fill in your knowledge gap, and reject any semblance of weak, cowardly, and effeminate ways of thinking. Let me ask you a series of questions. Do you know what your standards are? Do you live according to God's will? Do you feel prepared to stand up for yourself if your beautiful girlfriend or wife disrespects you or crosses your boundaries? Have you defined what your deal breakers are, and are you prepared to enforce them and walk away if a woman displays red flags? Do you know how to lead a wife? Do you know how to make a woman open up to you emotionally? Do you find it easy to read her interest level? If the answer to any of the above questions is no, or I don't know, then you're not ready to get into a relationship. There is no shame in admitting that you're missing a knowledge gap. The truth is, most men have grown up in dysfunctional homes, have been brainwashed by a degenerate society, corrupt media, feminism, godlessness, which has all caused them to be emasculated, weak, insecure, and empty inside. If you don't have self-respect, self-control, integrity, strength, honor, or seek righteousness, how can you possibly expect to have high standards for yourself? A masculine man sets healthy boundaries for his personal relationships, and he does not tolerate toxic or low-integrity women. His principles have a price. They're not for sale, and he stands for the truth at all times. I've seen plenty of men dating the wrong type of women repeatedly, and then complaining that all women are cheaters or all women are the same. But this is simply untrue. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is the definition of insanity. If you keep dating low-quality women on repeat, do not be surprised if all of those relationships end badly. But I want things to be different for you. I want you to unlearn this flawed and broken way of living and learn to apply the lessons in this audiobook, which will shift and change your mindset into that of a man with character, integrity, and masculinity. If you keep dating women that end up hurting, using, or betraying you, then there is a very high chance that you either lack a sense of purpose and have little to no control over your emotions. You have low self-esteem, therefore you settle for anyone. This causes you to lower your standards. You enter a relationship from a place of lust and sexual desire alone. You are codependent and try to fix or save screwed up women. You have unhealed childhood trauma. You are still emotionally caught up in an ex or have not recovered from previous relationship trauma. Or you are not a traditional man, hence your values are based on what feels good and is modern. But the solution to all these problems lies in developing awareness and applying the necessary wisdom that it takes to discern if a woman is relationship material or not. Do not blame the opposite sex for your terrible relationship choices. Instead, humble yourself and educate yourself on red flags, as you have done in chapter 4, so that you can avoid bad quality women. And then Focus on building your standards, your boundaries and deal breakers, which you will learn throughout the rest of this audiobook, which will protect yourself from getting involved with the wrong woman and having clarity to see if she's right for you. I don't want you to have a miserable outlook on relationships. I want you to be a realist and accept things for what they are. There are feminine, traditional, submissive women worthy of becoming honorable wives. And there are women who lack basic moral decency, emotional intelligence, or the integrity required for a lifelong commitment. But it is your job as a man to decide if she is suitable for you or not. It is that simple. And as this section of the chapter says, you are responsible for the quality of woman that you choose. Always remember that. This is why faith, culture, heritage, sexual past, even family history are all very important. You must find an authentic woman of faith who follows true structure and morality. When I mean structure, I don't mean a girl who's structured and faking behavior. I mean a girl who follows moral order, truth. You want to avoid women that do things on a whim. Do not put yourself at risk by being involved with a woman that will trick you into thinking she's traditional, when in fact, her life tells you the opposite. I say all of this with urgency to shake you out of complacency. Selecting a godly woman is your goal. The reason why you must be careful in today's world is that some women will pretend to appear traditional. Some girls love to play trad. They love the old-fashioned look, vintage or modest styles, but be wary of deceptive women. Traditionalism, family values, gender roles, morality, it all comes from God. You need to be aware of this because there is a lot of women who hop on the bandwagon of degeneracy, eat up the lies of feminism and modern dating culture that destroys them emotionally. Then, as a last-ditch effort, they think they can just jump on a traditional lifestyle, hoping that a good guy like yourself will save them from their terrible life choices. But these girls are just running from the mess that they have created, and they cover it up with the outward appearance and look and feel of being traditional, without having any faith at all. Watch out for fraudulent women. Guard your heart against immoral women. The Bible tells us as well what happens when you fall for an ungodly woman. Let's pay attention to this verse from Proverbs chapter 5 verses 1 through 14. My son, pay attention to my wisdom. Turn your ear to my words of insight, that you may maintain discretion on your lips, and your lips may persevere knowledge. For the lips of the adulterous woman drip honey, and her speech is smoother than oil. But in the end, she is bitter as gall, sharp as a double-edged sword. Her feet go down to death, her steps lead astray to the grave. She gives no thought to the way of life. Her paths wander aimlessly, but she does not know it. Now then, my sons, listen to me. Do not turn aside from what I say. Keep to a path far from her. Do not go near the door of her house, lest you lose your honor to others and your dignity to one who is cruel. Lest strangers feast on your wealth, and your toil enrich the house of another. At the end of your life you will groan when your flesh and body are spent. You will say, how I hated discipline, how my heart spurned correction. I would not obey my teachers or turn my ear to their instruction. And I was soon in serious trouble in the assembly of God's people. You see, throughout this book, I will teach you how to find a woman that is marriage material, and how to successfully court and build an emotional bond, make her fall in love with you, and how to have an amazing, healthy relationship based on respect, love, trust, and mutual desire. But this requires one thing from you. You must take full accountability for your life choices. And remember that you are responsible for the quality of woman that you choose. You live in the Western world. There is no arranged marriage. 50, 60 years ago, perhaps you'd have to approach the father of the girl and ask to even go out on a date with her. Nowadays, you can go on a dating app. You can literally cold approach a woman, ask for her number. You have this freedom of choice in the West. Yet most men take this for granted. You must do so righteously. The next section of this chapter is standards. Now let's focus on building your standards. Standards, by definition, are simply qualities, traits, and characteristics that you require from a woman in order to consider her as a life partner. Your standards are a reflection of your core values. Men that are masculine and in control of their lives have high standards in every area of their personal lives, including their romantic relationships. Whereas plenty of men, on the other hand, end up making terrible choices when it comes to women because they set the bar really low for themselves. Weak men who lust after women have little to no standards. And have no standards means that you're likely to stay in an unhappy relationship, settle for low quality women, and overlook red flags. But remember, it's better to be alone with high standards than to settle to just be with someone. Choosing a woman out of fear of being alone, impatience, or the desire to have sex will never end well. It's far better to be picky and marry right instead of looking back at your life only to hang your head in shame and regret. So, how do you cultivate standards? Well, they can only be built under righteousness and humility. You see, the woman you choose is going to have a ripple effect throughout your entire life. She will affect your mental health, your happiness, and how you handle the many hardships that lie ahead. Your life's work, and even the way your children will be raised, will be impacted directly by your future spouse. For this reason, you should be delicate and precise in selecting an honorable woman to be your life partner. Take some time to think about what you really want. Get very specific and detailed. This helps your brain focus on exactly what it is that you are looking for in a future spouse. Have you ever sat down and asked yourself what your type is? Can you state what qualities and traits you want in a woman? If the answer to the above questions looks anything like a "I don't know" or "no," then you need to take a long pause. You need to determine these things. After all, how can you ever court her or get her to the point where she wants a relationship with you if you don't even have solid standards or expectations from a woman to begin with? And something I say to my clients all the time is that it is far better starting out when you're dating a woman, being very firm, laying everything down, what you expect from her, your standards, what you want from a relationship, than being the guy who's passive, quiet, downplaying who you really are, downplaying how you expect to be treated, and then you think somehow down the road, 6 months or 1 year later into a relationship, you're going to start being this alpha male tough guy. She's going to see you nothing but a weak coward or a fraud. It is so hard to show strength later on in a relationship when you've been a weak coward for so long. But when you start with strength, that is the first impression that you give her of you, and that counts for a lot. Hence, you need to have standards. And standards are broken down into two sections: physical attributes and characteristics of a wife material. So what are physical attributes? Well, let's start with the outer part of what you want in a woman, then we go within. So, as men, we are visually stimulated. It's a biological fact. Every single male desires to mate with the most attractive woman possible. Don't shy away from this, it's the truth. Every man has a type that he finds attractive in relation to a woman's appearance. We are attracted to certain features in a woman that spark raw physical desire. If you don't truly think she's stunning or beautiful, you will have no interest in getting to know her on a more intimate level. A weak and lustful man is willing to settle for the first girl that gives him a scrap of attention, whereas a man with standards knows exactly what he's looking for and will not settle for anything less than what he has set his sights on. The only time a guy says he doesn't have a type is either when he lacks self-esteem to the point where he doesn't even think he's worthy of choosing a woman of his liking, or he's been brainwashed by lust or porn addiction, which has tainted his view of women to where he doesn't know what he's even attracted to. But understand this, your type will always be subjective. The more specific you are, the less likely you are to settle. You must narrow it down to a T. I want you to close your eyes and visualize what you would like your future wife to look like. Perhaps even take a piece of paper and write down the traits. We'll get more to this in a second. You see, preferences are ingrained into our psyche, and in most cases, it's racial. 98% of people of a race marry within their race. Only 2% of people of each race mix outside of their racial heritage. Meaning most whites want to be with other whites, most blacks want to be with other blacks, most Asians want to be with other Asians. Why? It's innate, it's primal. Because outgroup preferences are not physiologically feasible. This means that we are more likely to be attracted to women that share similar features as our own. This is known as in-group preferences. This has been proven from demographical studies that people prefer to date with their own race. This is due to the subconscious biological urge to pass down one's genes and looks onto their own children. It is normal, it is healthy, and it is natural to want to marry a woman who looks as similar to you as possible when you have a healthy self-esteem. I'll give you an example. Most of you, for watching my YouTube videos, now you've joined the audiobook, you're listening, you know what I look like. I have light brown hair, I have blue eyes, I'm a white European male. My woman, she is a white European woman with blue eyes and light brown hair. Oftentimes, people would mistake us that we look almost even related in a way, because we look very similar. Now, what is the benefit of me and her coming together and finding each other attractive? We look similar. If we were to have children, when we do have children, they are going to look statistically very similar to both parents. That is how this works. So, my personal type for a woman to be a 10 out of 10 in my eyes has always usually been within the range of blonde, brunette hair, blue-greenish eyes, fair skin tone, slim athletic build, and hourglass figure. That is type. Eye color, hair color, race, and the figure. That is type. So that is what a woman must look like for me to ever even want to look her way in the first place. And I spent a lot of time sitting there thinking about what my type was. And that is the conclusion I came to. When I was younger, obviously, I quit watching pornography, I quit masturbation, and I took some serious time to think about what I'm attracted to naturally. And a lot of you men listening to this need to do that too. Because absolutely, I recognize there are beautiful women of all races, of all colors. Beautiful African women, beautiful Arabic women, beautiful Asian women, but they're not my type. They're beautiful, but it's not for me. I feel much more compatible with a European woman who shares my history, shares my culture. We both look similar. Our kids are going to look the same, just like all of our ancestors. That's beautiful. That's normal. That's natural. And some of you haven't taken the time to think about this. If you do want to learn more about type, there is a separate course with a video inside of the Relearning Relationships community titled Finding Your Ideal Wife. Go give that a watch, or go to my YouTube channel and type in the blueprint to finding your ideal woman, and it'll pop up as well, and you can listen to more information on this. But you want to narrow this down to the T. Why? Because plenty of men throw themselves at just about any woman that give them attention. This is one of the biggest reasons why guys end up miserable, frustrated, and full of regret. But you've got to ask yourself questions. What color is her hair? Is it wavy? Is it curly? Is it straight? Is she white? Is she black? Is she Asian? Is her eye color blue, brown, green? Is she in shape or not? Get very specific. The physical attributes are a crucial part for your standards. It's natural and healthy to expect and desire a woman to be physically beautiful and to be of a similar racial heritage to you. Deep down, every man has a type. It's just buried beneath your insecurities and fears that you don't deserve it. Bring it out into the light and ponder on it from time to time. After all, if you're looking for a woman to spend your life with, it's essential that you're sexually attracted to her. Without desire for her, you will lose interest in courting her or spending time with her. If you cannot say what attributes you desire in a woman, you're lying to yourself, and you're just going to make dating harder for yourself in the long run, the longer you hold yourself back from what you want. So take some time and think about what your type is. A good metric, take a good look in the mirror. What are your physical traits? What do you look like? What do you look matched with? That is typically, when you have healthy self-esteem, what you are going to yearn for in your wife. To be of a similar stock to you. If you're some guy who's addicted to porn, or maybe you were rejected once when you were a child by a girl who looked a certain way, that can breed obsession. This is why I've seen guys they'll be porn addicts and they're suddenly attracted to certain women that look nothing like them, or they got their heart broken or rejected by a girl when they were younger and they were lusting, and now they're stuck on that obsession until they conquer it. You have to think about your weak points. What's led you to be attracted to what you're attracted to? Because if you're going to listen to this and tell me, but Christian, I'm attracted to all sorts of women, it's a lie. You need to narrow it down, because you are going to share your life with one woman. That is one woman that deserves to be looked at and to be made to feel like she's the most beautiful woman in the world. If you don't think that of her, then how can you possibly say you deserve a woman to look at you and feel like, in her eyes, you are the most handsome man in the world? See, it has to go both ways. Physical attributes are essential. It is standards. You're supposed to desire each other. It goes both ways. So you must narrow it down to a T. Imagine you're listening to this. You're a white guy, and you're dating a woman, and she turns around and says to you, "It's nice dating you, but you know what? A black man is really my type." You would feel offended naturally. You would subconsciously be thinking, if she prefers black men, why is she dating me? That's not fair to me. So imagine how a woman would feel if you're dating her, but you deep down you're more attracted to someone else. You need to get this nailed down. Do not overlook this fundamental standards. The second piece of standards is characteristics of wife material. Now that we've covered the outward appearance of what you should look for, let's now go deeper into the inner being of who your future wife is. Let's go deeper, see what we can find. Beauty fades, but her character stays. While it's important to be attracted to your future woman physically, you must be attracted to her emotionally. Because her physical appearance is obviously important for you to be interested enough to get to know her, but it is her feminine traits that are going to win your heart. So, if a man doesn't have a compelling life, doesn't have anyone around him he loves, as he gets older, or he feels pressure from family and friends, or those around him, he will typically pick the first woman that makes herself available to him. This is where the average guy starts courting or investing his emotions into a woman that, despite the fact that maybe she has a few red flags or they're not really compatible, maybe he's not even that attracted to her. Oh well, he'll turn a blind eye, move in, marry, and start a family with her, only to be let down as he begins to realize that he's with a woman that he doesn't love, respect, or let alone care about, or vice versa. Very few men take the time to vet a woman's character or qualities during the courtship stage. It's great knowing how to weed out red flags. It's very important. And it's great to know that you find each other attractive. But what about her morals and her values? Don't be the fool who rushes into a relationship. This leads to marrying out of convenience, unwanted pregnancies, constant arguing that ends in contempt, betrayal, divorce, or worse. Smart men know that committing to the wrong woman can end in a plethora of negative consequences, such as having the resources, finances, and self-respect annihilated. So, let's see how this all ties into characteristics of a wife. So we've all heard this. Wife material this, wife material that. But very few men understand what it means. And here is the definition. Wife material is the collection of habits, traits, qualities, values, and behavior that make a woman a safe bet for a man to marry. When a man makes a woman his wife, he takes a risk to his finances, his time, and his energy. If you do not take this seriously now, you'll find yourself taking it seriously later with a whole string of regret, problems, and pain that will remind you you chose the wrong woman. So if you don't want to be that guy, you must commit yourself to only give your time and energy to a woman that has the qualities in the following list. The characteristics that I'm about to say describe wife material. 1. She has maturity and self-control. She doesn't put herself in situations where she would potentially degrade her femininity, health, and values. She abstains from drugs, alcohol, smoking, and other damaging vices. 2. By choice and understanding, she's a virgin or has a low body count. She's a virgin because she wants to give herself to her husband in marriage, or is saving herself for the right man. She explicitly or openly tells you that sex is something important to her, and she makes it very clear that she has no intention of hookups, casual sex, or one-night stands. Bonus points if she openly tells you she's never engaged in such acts before. But in the events where she has had sex in the past, it was typically in the context of a relationship with an ex that she loved, who thought she would spend her life with, and it didn't work out. But since then, she's taken the time to heal and move on. All in all, she has proven to you that currently her values are chaste, she values her purity, and if she has had a sexual history or past, it isn't marked by a lot of damage, and the few experiences she has had, she takes full accountability, and there is a change of heart. Important. 3. She's traditional and family oriented. She must detest feminism. A smart woman, if she is family oriented, will hate the notion of being a career woman. She's made herself ready for motherhood and wifehood. She lives by faith and makes it clear she desires to start a family and be a housewife. Bonus points if she tells you that her goal, her mission, what would bring her happiness is to be a wife and a mother. Obviously, as time goes on in a relationship, a woman will mention how she wants to be a wife and have children with you, providing you're doing everything right. But a woman who openly states these values at the beginning, and if it adds up with her character, is a solid indicator that she's emotionally stable and has her values in sync with femininity. To really tell that she's true about being traditional and family oriented, you will see it in her words and actions over time. She'll cook, she'll clean, she'll be proficient in managing the home. She's knowledgeable in children. She's passionate about taking care of those around her. She's very nurturing and caring. These are things that you must pay attention to. 4. She grew up with a masculine father figure, or at the very least, she has overcome any childhood trauma that comes with having an abusive, absent, or weak father. In other words, she's learned how to trust, interact, and appreciate the masculine, resulting in her able to trust, respect, and love you. She is grateful to you for being a man and showers you with affection as a result. Remember, as we covered in the red flags, you want to avoid women that are damaged. But women that have healed from their past, women that have self-awareness and a healthy self-esteem, are going to be capable and able to appreciate you. 5. She's faithful. Her words and actions match consistently. She doesn't allow strangers or other men to get close to her. She's truthful and honest about everything. She's loyal to you. This means that she's reliable and trustworthy. And as time goes on, you grow to fully trust her. 6. She makes fellowship with other traditional women, which encourages her to be godly, feminine, and pursue righteousness. If she has had bad girlfriends in the past, or any other woman of the sort attempts to be friends with her, she'll cut them off, avoid feminists, stay away from promiscuous women or any other girls that are a bad influence, because she's wise and knows a true lady does not mingle with harlots. 7. She's modest and humble. This means that she's soft, kind-hearted, and tender, sweet in all your interactions. She never compares nor competes with you. Instead, she compliments and honors you. She never shows off. She doesn't require attention or validation from strangers. Instead, she shows true modesty from the way she clothes herself with dignity to how she behaves with you. Her dressing reveals the integrity of her heart, which proves to be of pure and decent character, and her modesty is a clear sign that she respects God, you, and herself. 8. She is supportive of your life's work. She looks for ways to assist you in your career or business. She is your helpmate after all. This means that she's proud of who you are. She admires the passion you have for whatever you focus on in life. She makes it a duty to help you grow. If you start a business, she will cheer you on. If you start a new job, she'll be your biggest support. Whenever you reach a new milestone in your career, she celebrates with you. The important thing to keep in mind here is you'll notice how she is always fascinated by you and genuinely admires you. 9. She's a good communicator and makes a consistent effort to let you know about her needs, wants, and what she expects from you. She's consistent in displaying her love and affection for you, and when she's upset or angry at you, she makes it relatively easy for you to open her up emotionally, and she holds you accountable when you do or say something that hurts or upsets her without emasculating you. She does not make threats or ultimatums. There is no name-calling, and she never uses anything against you to hurt you. This is a solid indicator that she respects you and intends to demonstrate that through her healthy communication. 10. She's caring, giving, and submissive. This one is very important. She finds joy in serving, assisting, and pleasing you. She cooks delicious meals for you. She keeps the home clean. She runs errands at a moment's notice, and she does all of these and more because she loves and respects you. She's cheerful and always happy to be there for you. She devotes herself to you. She makes a daily effort to satisfy your needs. 11. She remains present in your life through rough patches. This means when you fall sick, she tends to your health. When you deal with financial problems, she remains faithful to you. When you are suffering from turmoil, she's always by your side. If you're growing a business or facing career challenges, she sticks with you through it all, even when things become difficult. Even if you display weakness a few times or make a few mistakes, she stays with you through it all, because deep down she knows you're strong, and you will lead her in the end, no matter how many times you fail. These are 11 standards that you should keep reminded, that you should pay attention to when it comes to courting a woman. Remember, gentlemen, the woman you allow into your life is a reflection of you and your standards. More importantly, the woman you choose for marriage represents you. Even if she ticks all the boxes that make her wife material in the first few months of dating, does not mean that 6 months later you'll feel the same way about her. Some women, as mentioned earlier in the chapter, will fake being traditional and hide parts of who they really are to deceive a man who is truly traditional into a relationship or marriage. Do not be misled by her appearance or what she tells you in the beginning. Learn pattern recognition. If the woman you just met is truly who she says she is, then great. As time goes on, you will see that her words and actions match consistently. In addition, you'll come to find that there are no red flags whatsoever. This will give you solid confirmation that she is in fact a woman worth honoring, committing to, and starting a family with. Furthermore, I want to share with you a Bible verse that illustrates the perfect example of how a woman or wife material conducts herself, and this will conclude this chapter. Proverbs 31 verse 10 through 31. A wife of noble character who can find? She's worth far more than rubies. Her husband has full confidence in her and lacks nothing of value. She brings him good and no harm all the days of her life. She selects wool and flax and works eager with her hands. She's like the merchant ship, bringing her food from afar. She gets up while it's still nigh. She provides food for her family and portions for her female servants. She considers a field and buys it. Out of her earnings, she plants a vineyard. She sets about her work vigorously. Her arms are strong for her tasks. She sees that her trading is profitable, and her lamp does not go out at night. In her hand she holds the distaff and grasps the spindle with her fingers. She opens her arms to the poor and extends her hands to the needy. When it snows, she has no fear for her household, for all of them are clothed in scarlet. She makes coverings for her bed. She's clothed in fine linen purple. Her husband is respected at the city gate, where he takes his seat among the elders of the land. She makes linen garments and sells them, and supplies the merchants with sachets. She's clothed with strength and dignity. She can laugh days to come. She speaks with wisdom, and faithful instruction is on her tongue. She watches over the affairs of her household, and does not eat the bread of idleness. Her children arise and call her blessed, her husband also, and he praises her. Many women do noble things, but you surpass them all. Charm is deceptive and beauty is fleeting, but a woman who fears the Lord is to be praised. Honor her for all that her hands have done, and let her work bring her praise at the gate. What is so beautiful about this Bible verse, Proverbs 31? It describes how a good wife is. She's dedicated to her family. She finds joy in serving her husband and children. The husband trusts her fully. He lacks nothing outside of her. Her children are so blessed and grateful to have a mother like her. And guys, you can have a woman like this too. Hold near and dear to your newfound standards. Keep them close to your heart and never settle. This concludes Chapter 5. Chapter 6. The necessity of boundaries and deal breakers. A necessity is something that's essential. Think of boundaries and deal breakers as defense mechanisms that exist to protect you from incompatible, disrespectful, or outright abusive women. The first section is boundaries. You must create personal boundaries to protect yourself from those who can potentially harm you emotionally, physically, and mentally. Think of boundaries like this. Nations have borders, homes have walls. This is done to protect our loved ones from dangerous threats and foreign invaders. Apply this concept to yourself as a man. You must outline a perimeter for your safety. Create a fence around your heart to keep out untrustworthy women. To have a quality relationship with a woman, you also must set boundaries. She must know there's a line in the sand that she cannot cross, or there will be consequences. Some guys are scared to set boundaries as they are worried it'll push the girl away or cause her to lose interest. But in reality, setting boundaries from the get-go signals to a woman, well, that you have confidence and high self-esteem. At the end of the day, a woman wants you, as a man, to offer a safe container for her to be feminine. She wants you to lead her, and that means giving her direction and guidance under your boundaries helps her know her limitations. And no girl wants a guy she can walk all over. Women want a man who's strong and has principles he is willing to die for. If you don't respect yourself, how can you expect her to respect you? She wants you to be her source of strength. So when you start courting a girl, you should outline a notice of what your boundaries are and communicate this to her so she has a chance, as she gets to know you, to familiarize herself with what to expect. This gives her a chance to take note. Keep in mind that communicating your boundaries doesn't guarantee that she'll respect them. Only time will tell. And, as mentioned in the previous chapter, you are responsible for the quality of woman you choose. If she's always overstepping your boundaries, then you must realize that she doesn't respect you and walk away if nothing changes. But on the other hand, if she continually demonstrates respect for your boundaries, then it's a good indicator that you can keep her in your life. If she crosses a minor boundary a few times but shows a willingness to correct her behavior, it's okay to give her another chance. You want to be firm yet merciful. Remember what we covered in chapter 1 with pursuing righteousness, the fruits of the Spirit, being kind, being tender, being merciful. Don't forget these principles. Most men don't ask for what they want in a relationship and then get upset when the woman doesn't give it to them. It's not her responsibility to read your mind and automatically know what your boundaries are. It is your job to make your boundaries known. The great thing about setting boundaries for yourself is that it gives you a chance to also test her attitude, her character, integrity, maturity, and compatibility. This is how you set boundaries. 1. Take a pen and paper and write this down. Define what behaviors you are willing and not willing to tolerate from her. 2. Define what the consequences are if she crosses your boundaries. 3. Communicate clearly and directly your boundaries. Communicate clearly and directly your boundaries and let her know what the consequences are if she crosses them. 4. Enforce your boundaries. If she crosses any of your boundaries, prepare to follow through with the consequences you communicated to her. And that's it. That is how simple it is. Some of you may be wondering, should you end the relationship if she violates your boundaries? Well, let's see. It depends on what you did and what you're comfortable with. For some things you can give her, let's say, 3 opportunities or 6 months to show a change in behavior. And for others, once is definitely enough to terminate the relationship. Do not forget that a pattern of boundary violations should cause you to reconsider the relationship. So what are some ways to enforce boundaries without ending the relationship? Well, this is the formula. Again, take a pen and paper and take note. 1. You can walk away from disrespectful behavior until she apologizes and shows a change in attitude. 2. You can cancel plans or end visits until behavior changes. 3. You can calmly communicate in a straightforward manner in which way she violated your boundary and ask her to make an effort to not do so in future situations. 4. You can decline to talk about a subject if she begins to act in a way that oversteps your boundaries. And it's that simple. By taking action and standing up for yourself, worth, and your values, you'll become a confident and more competent in enforcing your boundaries as time goes on. Practice is repetition, and it's the mother of skill, and it applies to this situation. It's important to remember that there are some situations where this will not be enough or just won't work. And quite frankly, from personal experience, if you have a good woman who has chemistry and compatibility with you and no red flags, and everything's perfect, well, all you need to do at the beginning when you start dating her is explain how you wish to be treated, and she will practically treat you just how the Proverbs 31 woman does. She will treat you right every day and there will be no concern. There are exceptions where some girls are emotionally immature, they have knowledge gaps, and they just need more guidance. So you can be patient, but overall, a woman that's emotionally mature and intelligent, she doesn't really need to be told twice. So just remember here, a pattern of boundary violations should raise alarm bells that a woman is not worth your commitment. Unless she shows a willingness to address her character and flaws and then improve herself, it's time to walk. The next section of this chapter is deal breakers. You must define personal deal breakers to protect you from lowering your standards and betraying your principles. Deal breakers come into effect as soon as you identify red flags or incompatibility. Once you have defined your standards and boundaries, well, the next step here is deal breakers. Because what's going to happen is, once you implement the standards of the previous chapter, you now know what your type is. You know exactly that one look a woman has of what you're going for. You know exactly the characteristics of a wife, what quality she must have. You know now how to enforce your boundaries. You're telling her how you expect to be treated, how do you expect to be spoken to. This is going to give you so much confidence, because now you can communicate exactly what you need from her and you're attracted to her. You know she's a good woman. But since you're still in the early stages of dating, aside from this making you more secure as yourself in a man, you must be mindful of deal breakers. And they will come as a natural side effect of now being more masculine, being more comfortable in knowing what you want in a woman and how you expect to be treated. So a deal breaker is something that is important enough for you to end the dating or the relationship entirely. Under no exception should you compromise your principles and values for women that go against them. I'm also going to throw it in here that most deal breakers usually appear in the early stages of a relationship or after the limerence wears off, by which point you might come to realize that you've overlooked red flags or find out she's incompatible with you. So for you to have a peaceful relationship, you need to make certain the woman you choose is a perfect match for you. Staying with her solely because of sexual chemistry but denying incompatibility or red flags is like ignoring a sign that says, "Do not enter, danger ahead." There's a very good quote by Andrew Carnegie, and he states, "Strong men don't compromise, it is said, and principles should never be compromised." So here is a list of deal breakers that I recommend every man must have. So again, pen and paper, take note. 1. If she displays any of the red flags mentioned in this audiobook, this means whether it's instantly, after a few weeks or a few months of dating, you come across certain patterns that nullify her place in your life and disqualify her from being your wife, you must follow through with them and walk away. 2. If she is incompatible with you, if your values meaning what's important to you, what you want in life, if your lifestyle, your outlook on religion, your politics, your belief system are not aligned, please save yourself the heartache and walk away. 3. If she has different views on children, raising a family, for example, let's say you want 3 kids and she's medically that she never ever wants to be a mother, you can't compromise on that. 4. If she's abusive. This includes emotional and physical abuse. She throws things at you, breaks your belongings, makes threats, blackmails you, threatens to ruin your life in any way, shape or form. Cut ties immediately. And of course, last but not least, goes kind of without saying, she cheats on you. Whether it's emotional or physical betrayal, it's a no-brainer. And this concludes chapter 6. Continuing on with chapter 7, understanding how attraction works. Starting with the first section of this chapter, physical attraction. Physical attraction happens instantly between man and woman. It's impulsive, superficial, and based on appearance. While physical attraction can spark the desire for a man and a woman to get to know each other, it doesn't necessarily lead to a lasting relationship. When it comes to attraction and understanding women, most men are clueless. There is plenty of information that leads men on and gives them false hope by teaching them that you can get any girl, or there's a secret formula to make a woman feel attracted to you. You know, I've even seen some of these coaches online. If you sit a certain way or you wear a certain cologne, a woman's head's gonna turn and look at you. It's all a scam. But the reality is, there's no tactic, There's no amount of material possession, wealth, social status, job position, which is going to make a woman feel attraction for you. Only a gold digger who's given up on love, or a woman with seriously low self-esteem, will look and fall for those superficial qualities. Because looks, they're not actually superficial. They're essential. They're natural. As covered before in previous chapter, the right woman for you. Remember your standards. Physical attributes, finding a woman that's your type. It's the same thing for women. They want a man that they find attractive. As long as they have integrity and a healthy understanding of interpersonal relationships, a woman like that is only going to want a masculine man who she finds attractive. Before you even approach a woman, you need to understand that from the very first time she looks at you, she's already made up her mind within the first 5 seconds of eyeing you up and down if she finds you handsome or not. If she finds you physically attractive, she will be open to the possibility of you approaching her. On the other hand, if she doesn't find you handsome and you go ahead and approach her, she'll reject you. Physical desire is not a choice, whether she finds you attractive or not. Thus, attraction cannot be created out of thin air. You can only raise a woman's interest if there is physical attraction to begin with. I want you to understand that physical attraction cannot be forced. It doesn't matter how confident you are or how awesome you think you are. If you are not her type, she will not feel any physical desire for you at all. The next section of this chapter is emotional attraction. So now that we've covered the physical and you understand it's just purely external, God made her that way, it's nature, she likes you or she doesn't, there is literally nothing you can do. Well, let's go deeper. Emotional attraction. Well, what is that? Emotional attraction is when you feel connected to a woman's personality, her inner being, her soul. You look at other aspects of her and are appreciative of her rather than just fawning over her physical features, such as her face or her body or her beauty. When you're emotionally attracted to a woman, you seek a meaningful, secure, and long-lasting bond. You see, physical attraction, it's like the spark that's lit. And over time, if there is no compatibility in terms of your core values, your belief system, or your lifestyle, how are you going to expect a meaningful connection in the long run if you neglect that important aspect of intimacy? Physical attraction is important for chemistry, finding each other attractive, but it has to be glued together with a deeper emotional connection to truly grow into something long-lasting. If you can't relate to each other, if you don't think the same way, if you don't have the same values as a woman, you're not going to see eye to eye, you're not going to relate to one another, and things will break down. Emotional attraction takes effort and time, as all good things in life do. When it comes to this, you look past her physical features and you're interested in delving deeper into her internal qualities. Emotional attraction increases where there's mutual honesty, respect, patience, kindness, giving, open communication, and vulnerability. Partners that are mentally and emotionally stable form healthy attachments in a way that enables love to blossom. For a relationship to be built and maintained, it is vital that there's mutual emotional attraction. You both have to have an open heart. You both have to have worked on your demons. And aside from finding yourself attractive, you have to like them. You have to want to share and show up consistently. It's the only way it's going to be built. The next section within this chapter is emotional attachment. So, branching off of what you've just listened to from emotional attraction, emotional attachment, it refers to the feeling of closeness and affection that helps sustain a relationship over time. Simply feeling close to a woman, well, close to each other, going to help you both bond and will increase this sense of connection. Whether it's positive or negative, you may still get attached. This is why I always warn guys, if you spend enough time around the wrong woman you will develop an emotional attachment. Just because it's an emotional attachment doesn't mean it's good. If she's not right for you, you can still get attached. For example, if let's say she's a feminist, she kind of keeps it on the down low because she likes you and she's on her best behavior. Some people are at the beginning because you just find each other so attractive. You might get attached based on the lust and the desire you have, which is wonderful. There's nothing wrong with it. You should find each other attractive. But what's going to happen is 3, 5, 6, 8 months in, when you want to start thinking about your life together and you start talking about your values, now the arguments and the fights begin to happen because you're just not incompatible. But now you're attached emotionally. Now you're trying to justify why you should stay, and it's harder to walk away. That's the risk. You can be emotionally attached to anyone or anything just by spending time. As you get to know each other, go on dates, share personal details of your lives, you'll slowly build the emotional attachment just by developing those feelings of unity and closeness that come from being nearby over an extended period. Just understand there has to be a minimum level of physical desire to form an attachment to begin with, and for it to be a positive emotional attachment, well, you got to be compatible. The next section of this chapter is emotional imprint. So an emotional imprint can refer to any kind of lasting impression or influence. This applies to certain events that impact you or people who add value or affect your life in specific ways. You can be imprinted by others and leave imprints on others. All imprints leave a mark, whether positive or negative. So, most of us are perhaps too young to remember this. But if you were to ask someone when they were standing when 9/11 happened, they would be able to recall vividly every detail of that day. But if I were to ask, if you were too young, you can always ask parent or relative and see what answer they give you. But if, let's say, I was to ask you, what did you have for lunch last Tuesday? You probably wouldn't have a clue unless you're tracking your meals, right? So why does somebody remember one event and not the other? Because emotional intensity leaves a lasting impression that is stored in the mind forever. When something in our life impacts our worldview, affects our health, our sense of safety, causes grief, or makes us extremely happy, it's due to the emotional value it leaves on our hearts. Think of some highs in your life. Maybe the day you graduated, maybe your first paycheck, maybe achieving a personal milestone. Or think of something very painful. Grieving the death of a loved one, or a pet, getting extremely bad news. These things will shape your outlook on life. Anything that has left a lasting impression on your emotions is an imprint. But what does this have to do with attraction? After all, this is what the chapter is about. Well, let's see. How do you emotionally imprint a woman? Well, simple. 1. She must be emotionally available. To lead a lasting impact on her life, she must have healed from previous breakups and emotional trauma from childhood and other harmful situations. If her heart is still tied to another man, she's never going to truly open up and bond with you. The impact you can leave on her is limited. She might get attached, but you're not going to leave a strong enough impact that's going to wow her, because she's not present with you. If she grew up in a dysfunctional family, let's say neglect, abuse of any kind, abandonment, painful divorce, whatever it is, but she's taken the time and effort to heal from that, for example, and her self-esteem is stable, and her heart's open, fantastic. She's fine. If she had a few relationships where she was taken advantage of, cheated on, or hurt by an abusive ex, that can make a woman closed off emotionally. It can harm her outlook on relationships. She might even behave like a red flag. Struggles to trust men, whatever happens to be, but fearing intimacy, right? Closing herself off. But for her, for it to be open, to truly be impacted by you, she must have moved on and healed from that, to be available for a lasting bond with you. Only if she has worked through the pain and regained her identity, is she going to be positively imprinted by you? It will only ever go as far as to become an emotional attachment on her end if she's not healed. Whether it's from her childhood or by other men, that is the way it goes. And the same thing can be applied to you. If you dated a girl once and she was fantastic, and let's say you screwed up and you pushed her away, or she was messed up and she dumped you, but you were young and dumb and that was just the only experience you've had and it was so meaningful to you, if it's been 6 months or a year and you haven't healed, and you try and date other women, you will find that they might not ever really be able to impact you because your heart is still not over the ex. And even though you might want to connect with those women, you just can't because you're not over your past. And this is a good exercise for you to understand. You must also make yourself emotionally available by healing. And if you want more help with that, there is the Breakup Recovery course inside of the community. Give it a check. And the second way to leave a positive emotional imprint on a woman is mutual chemistry and compatibility must exist, which we'll get into deeper on the next chapter. But you must share a strong sense of chemistry with each other. In other words, sexual desire, passion, you both must be physically stimulated by looking at each other's appearance. On a second note, you must be compatible with each other. Your values, your faith, your outlook on life, religion, politics, culture, it must be aligned. It's easier for you to relate and connect with one another. Mutual compatibility is how you grow and develop emotional attraction. These ingredients, when mixed, create a powerful impact on her life and yours. This is how you intertwine with each other and leave a stamp on her heart. You leave a mark on her feelings in a good way that makes her crave you, appreciate you, and want more and more in a righteous way. This is how you inject yourself into a woman's life and make yourself an integral part that makes you irreplaceable. She's almost indebted to you. It goes beyond an emotional attachment. This is what makes her feel like there's no other man like you. You cannot emotionally imprint a woman with money or success. Spending years of your life with her, same thing. It was not going to leave a lasting impression unless there's a very strong connection based on chemistry and compatibility. If a woman sees you as unattractive or incompatible, there is no way she is going to sustain emotional attraction in the long run anyways. The next section of this chapter, signs and indicators of attraction. So now that you understand how attraction works, the physical and the emotional components, again, that will go deeper, it'll connect to the following chapter. But for now, you must also learn how to tell that a woman likes you by observing her body language prior to and during her interactions with you. These are some indicators of attraction prior to interaction. Feel free to take notes with pen and paper. She will stare at you for long periods of time. Unless you spilled red wine over your shirt, women are only going to stare at a man consistently if they find him good looking. Okay, it's human nature to marvel at beauty. A woman will express a desire for you to approach her by staring at you multiple times. Okay, she's hoping to exchange glances to determine if you're going to check her out as well. It's a subtle way of saying, I like you. You're all clear to come and talk to me. Next is smiling and blushing. When you catch a girl staring at you, giving you an even more obvious clue that she likes you, she'll smile, blush as a passive yet crystal clear signal she finds you attractive, letting you know that she's available. Okay? But this indicator can also happen when you're talking to her as well, the blushing. But if a girl is really confident, she might even signal you over to come and talk to her. In some cases, she might even walk up to you and introduce herself, but it's rare. But at this point, it should be crystal clear she finds you attractive and has enough interest to get to know you. And pay attention when you spot a woman that is smiling, blushing, staring at you, looking away, looking back again. This is your cue to approach. But if she sees that you don't have the balls to go and talk to her, She'll realize that you're either afraid of rejection and will lose attraction for you, assume you're a homosexual, or assume you're taken or not interested in her at all. So if you see a girl you like and you spot these indicators, make the approach, be a man. Just keep in mind, looks get you in the door, but it's who you are on the inside that keeps you there. What about indicators of interest during interaction? Well, once you go up and you talk to a woman, the most obvious one is playing with her hair. See, when a woman is interacting with a man she likes, she'll fix or play with her hair, and it's her way to let out feelings of excitement, and it's also a subconscious signal for her to flirt with you and bringing your focus on her beauty, her hair, perhaps even putting her hair behind her ear, exposing her neck, because a woman's long natural hair is a signal of youth, beauty, fertility, right? Subconsciously, this speaks to us on a primal level. And a woman's hair is, well, biblically speaking, it's her cover, it's her glory. And a woman that's attempting to get you to focus on that is signaling she wants you to look at her beauty. Next up is open body language. When you find that a woman is attracted to you, you'll notice her arms are going to be down by her side, her chest will be open, and she'll be facing you. Okay, this is a sign that she's comfortable or feels safe around you. But on the opposite side, when you see a woman that's unsafe, feels unsafe for you, she's turned off, she'll cross her arms, it'll cover her chest, it's a subconscious form of protection, right? She might even turn her body away, she might even look away as if she's distracted. But when a woman's attracted, her body's open, it's facing you, and this is a subconscious form of non-verbal communication that you have to pay attention to. The next indicator is heightened voice pitch. It's a scientific fact that during conversation, when a woman is attracted to a man, she will almost in a subtle way submit to him by speaking in a softer voice. Women who find a man desirable will do this so as to appear more girly, more feminine, more submissive, sweet, soft, letting him take up more space, letting his voice and his energy fill up more space in the conversation. Okay? Interesting, but that's how it works. Then last but not least, when you're talking to her, as the old saying goes, Chico, it's all in the eyes. As mentioned previously, when you are out and about and you see a woman, before approaching her, she'll stare at you, keep looking at you. She likes what she sees. But when she's talking to you, she's going to make eye contact, look down, look to the side, keep staring at you. This is a way of expressing sexual attraction. And you can even expect this smile to be paired with, again, blushing, playing with her hair, her voice pitch heightened as mentioned before. And if you have a good eye to detail, you'll even notice that her pupils will dilate, her eyes will widen. You know, it's like she's looking at a piece of candy. Because when we look at something we like, whether it's a cute puppy or a slice of cake, right, our eyes, pupils will dilate. And this goes for the same with a girl who's looking at a guy she craves. The next section of this chapter, genuine desire cannot be negotiated. So based on what you're hearing so far in this chapter, you're kind of forming a pattern. You know where I'm going with this. Attraction is not a choice. And unfortunately, many men believe in this Disney fantasy. You could just get any woman to desire you. These pick-up artists online that have disgustingly taken advantage of young men, insecure men, instead of telling them the truth. It's deception. That you can get any woman as long as you force yourself into her life. If you try hard enough or like her enough or show her enough affection or you give her gifts, then hey, eventually she'll feel the same way back. Not only is this the biggest lie sold to men, but it has the opposite effect on desire. This idea that you can barter or negotiate desire in of itself comes from a lack of understanding of attraction of women, and of relationships. Okay? We've all seen it. Maybe it happened to you when you were younger, but you've definitely seen it happen to other people. The average guy who gets friend-zoned. Why does that happen? Well, because he assumes that if he goes the platonic route, if he tries to be her friend, that she will see his worth and start to feel the same way about him that he does about her. But what he fails to understand is that if she had genuine romantic desire in dating him, she wouldn't have been his friend in the first place. You know, funnily enough, the time of me recording this audiobook, I was listening to a study recently from this scientist. And what he found is when a man and a woman both find each other attractive, they're typically very fast to exchange their phone numbers. They're very fast to be willing to go on a date and show consistent interest in texting, calling, or seeing each other because the desire is there. Whereas when there is an imbalance, and it's typical where the guy likes the girl, but the girl doesn't really find the guy attractive, on average, he will take weeks or months to even consider him as a romantic option. And again, this was found to only be applied to women with very low self-esteem, to where she doesn't feel like she has options of dating a men she finds attractive. But because this guy keeps trying, she will friend zone him. And then eventually, if she qualifies his personality and like weighs in her favor, I guess he's a good guy, she will give him a chance temporarily. In the long run, it'll break down due to the lack of attraction on her end. But this happens. And this is not the way to go. You see, when she has genuine desire, it's instant. So going back to this genuine desire cannot be negotiated. Okay? Plenty of wealthy and successful men that lack understanding of women make this mistake. Oh, if I use expensive trips and dates, if I talk about my influence or my money or my fame or what I do, or any of the tool in their disposal, they think they can convince uninterested women to go out with them because they've been brainwashed to believe that you have to do this, that a woman's default position to you is a lack of interest and she must be convinced. But these grandiose gestures only communicate that you're overcompensating for what you lack inside. Either you meet her looks, requirements, or you don't. You can't raise a woman's interest where there is none to begin with. And as the old saying goes, you can't buy love. The only women that will date a man who makes sad attempts to win her over are immoral women or women with extremely low self-esteem. And the only type of man who is interested in forcing a woman to like him back is a man who has no self-respect. But a man who knows his worth, he understands there's going to be girls that don't like him, there's going to be girls that do, and he focuses on the ones that do, as long as he likes them back too. Do not waste your precious time in the friend zone or selling women reasons why she should go on a date with you. You should go where there is mutual attraction, effort, and reciprocation. A woman makes it abundantly clear when she desires you. Look at her actions, it can't be faked. You don't have to talk your way into making a woman like you. The next section of this chapter is, should you cold approach or rely on indicators of interest? Have you ever wondered why some women test more than others? Or have you ever noticed that some women seem to play games, or they seem to think highly of themselves almost in a narcissistic way? Well, this is because there's plenty of clowns who think randomly walking up to uninterested women is a smart idea. If a lot of guys approach uninterested women, this results in those women becoming more arrogant towards men because they have a horde of desperate, thirsty guys throwing themselves at them. Okay, things like this were only common for very pretty women in the past, but now, due to desperate men, this only results in the average woman's ego getting blown out of proportion. Additionally, cold approaching women that don't even give you as much as a glance of interest, I believe to be a waste of time. It doesn't matter how awesome you think you are, or whatever level of swagger you try and show, if she's not into you, approaching really doesn't matter. The only situations where a cold approach are going to work are here. 1, when she has her back turned to you and just so happens that she's attracted to you, so when you do tap her on her shoulder, she turns around to face you, and you start that conversation, she comes to find that there actually is chemistry, she does like you. 2, she has little to no confidence, so low self-esteem, and she's just willing to lower her standards to give you a chance because she's lonely or in a bad state. And this is, again, now that I've mentioned that, I want to reinforce that. Just because you're listening to this audiobook and you're developing your standards, one thing you're going to find is a lot of these women that you approach or you find attractive and you get to know them, you find that a lot of them don't have standards. A lot of them have low self-esteem. And you're going to lose interest in them fast because they don't add up to your standards. They haven't prepared themselves. They're not even interested or willing to make relationships and marriage a priority for themselves. So they haven't made themselves ready to be an attractive partner. And you will actually be rejecting a lot of women once you start applying what I teach. Okay? So, going back to this topic, should you cold approach or rely on indicators of interest? Well, the best way to approach women, yes, it is to rely on indicators of interest. I mean, think about it. When a girl's checking you out, smiling, staring at you, as we previously covered, she's making it quite obvious that she's available and interested in you. All you got to do, go up and start a conversation. It lowers your chance of rejection, and you do not end up wasting your time talking to random girls hoping one of them likes you back. Men with self-respect do not waste their time chasing after random women. They go about their life, and if they spot a lady they deem attractive, they patiently observe her body language and facial expressions from afar to gauge her interest. And if it is confirmed by her giving off signals of desire, then and only then will he approach. That's it. This makes it much easier to talk to her because you can already tell if she finds you attractive, so you're not walking up hoping she likes you back. Let me give you an analogy. Let's say I'm a BMW car salesman, and I went outside a grocery store and approached every single person on their way in and asked them if they want to buy the newest BMW model. Now, I'm practically going to get turned down by 99.9% of people. Why? Number one, most people can't afford the latest BMW model. And number two, because those people are going to the store, to the grocery store, to purchase food and other necessities, not a car. I'm offering something they are not looking for. Perhaps I get lucky, right place, right time, and I come across a guy who just so happens to be thinking about getting a new vehicle, and it just so happens he's got enough money saved up to purchase that. Okay, this is why I think cold approaching women is actually quite pathetic, because it's hit and miss. It is forced and it's annoying. You might get lucky. However, it's not worth the time or energy. But on the other hand, if I'm this car salesman and I simply wait at the car dealership and I put up ads and I reach out to people who are interested in cars, I will eventually come across some potential buyers who walk by or show intrigue at the ads and take a look at the cars on display. Okay, this method is so much better because I already have what the buyer wants. It's not forced or out of place, it's natural. If someone really wants to buy a BMW from me, they're going to walk inside and ask questions about the car. And if they're happy with it, then the deal can be finalized. So relying on indicators of interest prior to interaction is way better than approaching random women that may or may not be interested in you. Only in the exception that you are insecure, afraid of being rejected, or simply not used to talking to women, then yes, I do recommend you approach different girls, but only for the sole purpose of doing so because it will help you overcome your fear of rejection, improve your social skills, and be more comfortable at interacting with a beautiful woman. That is the only exception. And you want to do that, and you want a cold approach in that sense until you get some of these results. Number one, you're no longer afraid of rejection. It no longer hurts you or bothers you. Number two, you actually end up talking to a girl you really like and you're able to vet her on the conversation. If she's not good for you, walk away there and then. Or number three, you actually get the girl's number, talk to her, and if it goes well, you're actually able to set up a date from that. Those are the metrics you should do if you do end up approaching women, okay? And that concludes this chapter. Continuing on with chapter 8, the importance of chemistry and compatibility. Now that you understand how attraction works, you must go deeper into this topic by understanding chemistry and compatibility, because these are the two main factors that contribute to a long-lasting connection. During the courtship stage, it's you who must discern if these two key ingredients exist between you and your lover. And once you move towards a committed relationship, you must make sure that chemistry and compatibility is still present before you decide to marry her. The first section of this chapter is compatibility. So, what is compatibility? Compatibility is the alignment of values, belief systems, and lifestyle choices. Just for a moment, think about your best friend. Not your normal friends, your best friend or your best friends. What is the differentiating factor between your average buddies and your best buddies? We all know the answer. You have more in common. You agree on more things, if not all things. Probably when it comes to politics, religion, you think the same way. You value the same things. When it comes to the strong opinions you have about the world, you're aligned deeply. You like the same things, so you tend to like each other more. And that is very similar when it comes to being with a woman. The more stuff you have in common in terms of values, what matters to you truly, the more you're going to relate, the more you're going to understand each other, the easier it's going to be to get along. This is going to minimize arguments and fighting and problems you have because, in essence, you're almost on the same side. And in essence, that's what compatibility is. So let's look at its combinations. Mutual compatibility is what you're looking for. And this takes place when core values and beliefs match up. For example, a Christian man is going to have a good probability of a successful bonding than another Christian woman because their core beliefs align. From that belief system, everything comes. The decisions they make in their day-to-day life, their values, their principles. It'll become even easier to get along if, let's say, they have the same amount of children, agree on where they want to live, and coincide in all other matters of planning a life together. This doesn't mean if he enjoys going to the gym with his mates and she likes hiking with her girlfriends that they're incompatible. Not every little thing about you and your woman should be the same. Okay? I like playing Call of Duty with my friends or watching World War II history videos. My girl does not like that because she's a woman. She likes knitting and sewing and doing other feminine things. So there are differences that are unique to the sexes, and that's fine. But you get where I'm going with this. Okay? Not every little thing about you and her are going to be the same. There are specific interests and hobbies that are unique to you and you alone. But there are also going to be plenty of other activities that you will both cherish and enjoy just as much. As long as your core values, lifestyle choices, and fundamental belief systems align, then you'll have long-term potential. This is why Catholics tend to date other Catholics. Conservatives are going to get better with other conservatives and so on and so forth. Okay? A Jew and a Muslim are not going to get along. It's going to be very difficult. Okay? An atheist and a churchgoer are not going to work out in the long run. Okay? Compatibility is about the long-term potential and the sustainability between each other. It's essentially a relationship's overall success and longevity. And for it to be mutual, your belief system has to align. Okay? This is faith, where you stand on politics, even things like culture. This goes back to racial topics. People that are from a similar racial background, they grow up in a similar culture with similar traditions, are going to relate more to one another. Okay, that's something else to consider. And then, of course, your values, what you hold near and dear to your heart, what's important to you. Do you want marriage? Does she want marriage or not? Okay, maybe you're someone who doesn't want kids or can't have kids. Maybe that's a problem for them. You have to discuss these things. Okay, your lifestyle choices. If you're a homebody and you like to chill on the weekend, she likes to go out partying and clubbing and living that lifestyle, drinking and smoking, your lifestyle's incompatible, and that day-to-day is going to catch up eventually, and you're both going to want to try and fix and change each other. So you must vet for mutual compatibility. Everything must be aligned. So let's see how the rest looks like. Let's give another example. lack of compatibility. Okay, so lack of compatibility, it takes place when the differences in your values just don't align. Okay, if you meet a girl who wants children, and let's say you never want kids or you can't have kids, that is the end of the relationship, bottom line. Okay, if she decides she decides, let's say, to give up her desire for a family to not lose you, or let's say you're able to have kids but didn't want to, and she convinces you to have 3 kids with her out of fear of the relationship ending, then you'll find yourself in a marriage plagued by regret. Because couples that settle, couples that compromise on principles, they end up miserable. You can't force compatibility. Okay, in these cases, you're both better off finding a partner that wants the same things out of life. Someone who can accept you and understand you as you are. That's really what compatibility is. Not having to try and fix or change each other. It's, I like you the way you are, and you like me the way I am. Great. Do you have to change your best friend? Do you want to fix him? Of course not. You love him the way he is. So, for example, let's say you're a health freak, and for the past decade you hit the gym, you eat clean, you never touch alcohol. Now you're dating a girl who's obese, gets drunk on the weekends, then this is going to frustrate you over time. Yes, there are exceptions where she might change and there is a chance. But, quite frankly, her laziness is going to convince you to let yourself go and be just like her. This is where couples get into fights, trying to fix and change each other's lifestyle, or she's a raging communist liberal psycho, and you're just a normal guy who's against the degeneracy in the world. Your political beliefs simply don't align. That's going to cause a lot of problems in the home. The Bible talks about this. How can two walk together lest they be agreed upon? You need to be on the same path. There are exceptions where you or her can change through love, discipline, and consistency. But if you want to take on that risk, understand it's a coin toss. It can go either way. Okay? Another example where there is no compatibility would be, let's say in the case, for example, where you're looking for a traditional woman who's feminine, chaste, family oriented, blah blah blah, all the rest. But let's say you come across a feminist who hates God and hates children. It's safe to say you're incompatible. There's too many differences in your core values to make it work. That means you're probably never going to date each other for a long period of time without running into serious problems that will lead to the death of the relationship. So that is chemistry. Now let's look at, that is compatibility. Now let's look at chemistry. Well, chemistry is the emotional connection between a masculine man, and a feminine woman who are physically attracted to each other. So whereas compatibility is all about the internal stuff, the way you think, the way you act, the way you behave, what you believe in, your lifestyle, what you do day to day, chemistry is the intense feeling of passion and desire. It's the sexual connection between a couple. It's liking each other's intellectually, finding each other sexually attracted. You like them as a person. This is aside from their values, aside from what they think. They're cool, they're funny, you enjoy being around them, you find her attractive, you like each other. How does this look like? Well, mutual chemistry is this. You meet a woman who's a 10 out of 10 physically. She thinks you're a 10 out of 10 physically. Your looks match. You're equally yoked in looks. To put in simple terms, you're very attracted to her and she feels the damn same way about you. She's your type and you are hers. Every time you spend time together, you feel excited, full of joy. You enjoy her company. You can spend hours and hours talking to each other each time you meet up. And your emotional attraction just grows stronger and stronger. Your emotional attachment begins to form. You leave a strong imprint on each other in a positive way. You just can't get enough of each other. You have positive experiences together consistently. When you spend time apart, you miss each other. You wonder what she's up to. You're excited to see each other again. Okay? This high degree of chemistry is only going to be achieved if you find each other attractive. It's not going to happen out of thin air. You find her attractive, you find each other attractive, you like each other's personality, and the physical bond starts to become an emotional one. This is how it works. And now let's look at the flip side. What if there's a lack of chemistry? Well, the scenario would play out something like this. You meet a woman who's a 6 out of 10, nothing special, she's just not real type. But let's say she thinks you're a 9 out of 10, and she's very passionate about you. You settle and end up in a relationship because you're getting this attention from her, feels good. But you have no desire to be romantic with her. She's begging for intimacy, she's begging for compliments, she's begging for love, but you never want to do anything with her or give her that to her because you don't have those feelings. This example that I just gave is what happens to lots of men. You can't think your way into liking her or finding attractive. You desire her or you don't from the get-go. Because eventually you're going to feel guilty, which is going to lead to the end of the relationship. It can happen on the flip side. You're the one who thinks she's a 9 out of 10. You find her irresistible, but to her you're a 5 or a 6. And you kind of get that gut feeling after a few dates that she's just, something's off, she's not that into you. After a couple of months of dating, you're in a relationship, but she's not complimenting you, she's not jumping your bones, she's not proud to show you off to her girlfriends or her family. You know, you catch her staring at other guys, she's just not into you. You know, there's no fun, there's no passion, she doesn't care to look good for you, there's no physical attention. But because you're leading with your lust, you're just trying to make it work. You end up compromising your self-worth and staying with a woman that doesn't desire you. You just can't get it. Why was she in a relationship with me in the first place? I really like her. Why doesn't she? But please understand that the type of woman to stay with a man who doesn't feel chemistry towards is either going to be emotionally immature, damaged, or immoral. Same goes for you if you're doing this to a woman. So there's nothing you can do to change her mind. If she sells for you or you sell for her, one of you is going to end up leaving. That's just how this goes. And cheating is actually very possible in these scenarios. It's sad to say. But when you don't have the same level of chemistry, one of you is going to leave and you're both going to walk away heartbroken, licking your wounds. This is immoral. It's very painful, but it does happen. So now, finishing up this chapter, let's look at how do chemistry and compatibility pair together. Now that you understand the differences between these two essential components of attraction, let's look at how these scenarios combine and take place. Mutual chemistry and mutual compatibility. This is ideally what I want you to aim for. You want a deep connection, full of mutual sexual desire, you find each other attractive, and an emotional bond centered around the same core values, same belief system, same culture, same political opinion, same lifestyle. And if you combine this, this is what leads to a happy, healthy, fulfilling relationship that will last. This is what strengthens over time. This is what results in a very happy couple. This is how you enjoy each other's company and you want to spend all your time together. You absolutely love each other to bits. I'm telling you this as well from experience. I've been with my girl for a few years and we love spending time together. She's my favorite person. It's so much fun being around her. I miss her when she's not there. I don't have fights or arguments with her. We think the same way. We believe in the same things. We have the same faith. This has only strengthened our bond and brought us closer together. We can understand each other. We relate to one another. And we deeply find each other attractive. We compliment each other every week. We always have a nice thing to say about each other. That's real love. That's real attraction. That's real chemistry and compatibility. And that's how it plays out. Don't settle and you'll have the same. The next pattern combination is mutual chemistry and lack of compatibility. This is the combination that leads to breaking up and getting back together multiple times, constant drama, fighting, emotional distress, painful breakups. This is pretty much a connection based on pleasure, physical intimacy, and lust. This creates a very superficial relationship that loops around in a circle of constant drama. Because there's a lack of shared compatibility, it's all being put into attraction, but it can't sustain itself by itself. One pillar is missing. So if it's just a matter of time before this limerence, this lust, breaks down into arguing or the harsh realization that we can't have a lasting relationship here, we're not compatible. But because you find each other so attractive, this is where logic gets overridden by lust, and guys and girls end up convincing themselves that this relationship can work, or I'll give them their 20th chance. Okay, you ever had one of your friends have a really toxic girlfriend and they break up and get back together, and it happens again and again and again? Maybe it's happened to you, or you've seen it happen to a loved one. This is what happens. They both find each other so attractive that after the drama ends, they kind of refocus back on how hot they find each other, and they fall into that, and then drama happens again because they want to fix and change each other. They're fighting because they just can't get along, and it's just this loop. It's just loop of pain. If you find yourself in this situation, you'll know that deep down you should walk away, but the intensity of that chemistry is so powerful, it can keep you stuck there for a long time. And last but not least, the final combination is a lack of chemistry and mutual compatibility. This scenario is rarer because it's very void of emotional intensity, but it's catered around couples that have shared values and they share the same beliefs. You're compatible, but the chemistry is just not there. Maybe one of you finds each other attractive, because for it to be a lack of chemistry, it doesn't mean both of you don't like each other physically. Okay, it goes back to the example I gave earlier about the guy, guys who typically get friend-zoned. They like the girl doesn't like them back. That constitutes a lack of chemistry because it's one-sided. For chemistry to be mutual, both people have to like each other, right? This is what leads to dry interactions, a lack of intimacy. There's no passion, there's no spontaneous adventure, there's no fun. You just like two buddies vibing together, but there's no polarity between the man and woman. This is usually common with men and women who give up on relationships, have very poor standards, and unfortunately this is very common in very religious communities. Orthodox communities, Christian communities, even Muslim communities, where people are told that sex is bad, attraction is bad, and usually in Christian communities only men are told that they can find a woman attractive and they should go for a woman they find attractive. But women are the ones that are typically told in these conservative groups that looks don't matter, you shouldn't find an attractive man, he's not that attractive but he's a good provider. And they'll go for one of these guys in their church that he may be making good money, or he's kind and he's compatible, they have the same faith, so they're aligned there, so they're compatible, but she just doesn't find him attractive. But she's giving him a shot anyway because low self-esteem and knowledge gap, she thinks she has to. And in the long run, you end up in a situation like this where the connection is dry, it's limited. You're not necessarily arguing or fighting because there's no emotional intensity, because you actually get along. Like on paper, it's fantastic, you have the same values. But one of you isn't that into each other, and it's usually the girl who's not into the guy. Okay? When I see this combination happen with men, it's typically when the guy's a porn addict and he doesn't know what his type is, and he's just jerking off all the time and he's lusting after so many different women. He's just dating a girl for the sake of it. Maybe they have some of the same values. He hides his porn addiction from her. She doesn't even know that he has this problem. But eventually she'll start to realize, he doesn't compliment me, he doesn't buy me flowers, he doesn't seem physically attracted to me, what's wrong with this guy? And you very well might be that guy. And unknowingly you might be dating women where you are compatible, but you just don't have desire in them because of your lust and your sexual addictions. So this is how these combinations play out, and now you understand how important it is. You need mutual chemistry and compatibility. Chapter 9. Why women test men. The first section is why she tests you. A righteous woman who is serious about dating to marry, having a family, and investing in finding a good man is one who is going to do so with due diligence in filtering out incompatible, immoral men who are untrustworthy of being a future husband. She will test you from the very first interaction you have to gain clarity on who you truly are. Because women need to feel protected, safe, and comfortable around a man. And when I say testing, what she's really doing is vetting you to see how you react in social situations, how you respond to flirting or her teasing or her playful banter, or just how you respond to quality questions she asks you, to see if there's a pattern in what you say. Does it add up? Do your words and actions align? A lot of guys, especially a lot of people who might even be listening to this audiobook, you've only heard testing through the lens of pickup artists and Red Bull coaches and this modern dating advice, which is based on guys who date immoral women, and they see disrespectful behavior from a woman, cheating on you, lying to you, swearing at you, breaking things, manipulating you, and they think that that's testing. That is not testing. That is disrespectful behavior from a degenerate, immoral woman. A good woman does not behave that way. So I just want to get that out of the way now so that there is no confusion. So that you understand what testing is, which is what we're going to break down now. Okay? A woman knows that she's physically weaker than a man. She can't protect herself from violence, so she has to resort to vetting, quality questions, observing patterns, words and actions that you say and do. Do you align? Are you who you say you are? That's what she must do to qualify and disqualify a man from her life. So we've all heard of cases, right? Girls who've been involved with men who have manipulated, beaten, raped, or even killed them. And women are the ones who are more aware of this than anyone else. They know there's crazy, weak, abusive, insecure psychos in the world. So you have to be comfortable in knowing this thing is going to happen. She's gonna test you. And the reason why men fail tests, it can vary from you being insecure, lustful, being ignorant, or just lacking in masculinity. So I've also seen guys that are very bitter towards women. Maybe you've had your heart broken in the past by a bad woman. That's all you know, that's all you've seen. They assume that a woman is playing games when they test them. Okay, you hear guys say, if a woman tests me, I'm going to dump her. If that's what you believe, fine. Just know that you're always going to be pushing away every woman you meet because of your ignorance. Guys who have a knowledge gap, they get frustrated, they give up on a woman, they get angry, and this results in a woman not even trusting you because your emotional reactions, your frustration, your inability to understand social cues confirms to her that you're not the sort of man that she should commit to. Now I want you to understand that testing is most subconscious. They don't even realize they are doing it because it's hardwired into them. But they are aware of how they feel when you pass or fail. The more you fail, the more she becomes certain that she can't trust in your masculine core. So what happens now is that a test's done from a conscious standpoint. She's aware that something about you is off. Hence, her tests become more frequent, more intense. This is when you as a man become aware as well. Oh, she's doing something. She's asking me a question a few times. The way she's looked at me, the way her face just changed when I said something or did something. You could feel the energy shift because you become aware too. Oh, she can see I'm acting like a pussy. So this is what you'll notice. And she's trying to really just gain clarity on if she can trust you to be a man or not. So most tests are going to be playful, flirty, easy to spot. They might intensify throughout a relationship if you do become complacent, fail to lead, and become weak. But think of testing as a built-in female intuition alarm bell, as I like to say, right? They all come with this intuition. God gave it to them, right? And it's designed to alert her of men that are untrustworthy, immoral, abusive, weak, unworthy of her. When you pass her tests initially, her emotional attraction for you will grow, her guard will be lowered, and she'll open up to you. That is the whole point. And women will always test to determine two factors: Confidence and safety. So let's start with confidence. A woman must discern if you're strong or not. Okay, the average guy, he'll hide behind his looks, his status, his success. And women are aware of this. Oh, he's got a nice watch. Oh, he drives a nice car. Okay, he's in good shape. Okay, he looks really handsome. Doesn't mean much. It'll get you in the door, but what keeps you in there is honor, integrity, being a man of your word. And that's what she's going to look for. So, because women know that a lot of guys will work really hard, make a lot of money on being in good shape because they're insecure, they're doing it because they want to get revenge against an ex or some other guy they're angry at in their life. It's not going to impress a godly woman. It'll impress a worldly woman. It'll impress a woman with low self-esteem. But I'm not talking about that. I want you to have the best quality of woman. A Proverbs 31 woman, as we mentioned in the chapter of the right woman for you. I want you to have a good woman, a woman that's wife material. You have to get into that mindset. That is the sort of woman I'm talking about here who is testing you for confidence. She is going to want to know, are you truly the man you say you are, or are you faking it? Are you genuine? Are you both compatible? These are the questions that a good woman is going to ask herself in order for her to open up to you. And then regarding safety, well, a woman needs to know, is he safe to be around or not? Can I let my guard down and be comfortable with him? Is he emotionally stable? Can he provide me with long-term security? And no, this is not just about finances. This is about emotional safety, about loyalty, about trust. Does he keep his word? Is he loyal, or does he cheat? Will he be an honorable husband and a diligent father? These are the types of questions she's asking herself before she gives you access to her heart. So this is the mindset that a good woman is in when she's vetting you. The same way with the red flags, you're going to be asking women quality questions, which we'll see in the next few chapters. A bit about how you have to vet a woman, what you should ask her. But you're going to want to ask stuff too. In a way, you're going to be testing her as well. Most guys are unconscious to it, but you're going to be doing this too in a way which is interesting. So now we're going to get into the next section, which is passing her tests. So tests can come out of nowhere, especially in the first few interactions with a woman. They will catch you by surprise if you lack social awareness. For this reason, you must be very good at word association, conversational improvisation. Overall, you have to have good social skills, and this will aid you immensely in being able to identify any test a woman throws at you. And this is so important for you as a man to be present when you're talking to a woman, paying attention to her voice, the patterns in her words, her body language, right? Her facial expression as she's talking, right? Looking at the light in her eyes as she's speaking to you, okay? Being able to use humorous banter combined with aloofness and wit, being charming, being funny. This can make passing her tests quite fun because you see it coming from a mile away. If you lack confidence, practice talking to strangers. Talk to more beautiful women that are your type. This will improve your communication skills. You could, if you want to, you can study public speeches, you can study debates, comedians. There's only so much you can learn, but ultimately, to anticipate tests and knowing how to verbally spar with a woman, at the end of the day, it's an art form that you can only build by sharpening it through practice. So, you need to just take action on it by talking to the women you like. So, keep your composure, assert your boundaries. If you get angry, upset, offended, or become diminished in any way, you'll fail. The next section here is the underlying theme of all tests. So, for a woman to determine if you're a confident man who she can feel safe around, she must test for strength and weakness. I call this the strength and the weakness test. Let's look at the strength test. Take notes if you want. A strength test is used to determine how mentally tough you are. She must gain clarity on whether you're dominant, masculine, who can handle pressure. That's the sort of man a woman wants to submit to and make her relax and want to follow your lead. So, she's going to look at your strength, your confidence, your leadership skills. And when she finds you attractive, she's open to giving you a chance, basically. But because she understands you could be hiding behind your looks, your success, your physique, whatever it is, she'll use the strength test. In essence, she's going to be thinking to herself, right, he seems handsome and confident. He even seems cocky. But I need to know that he's truly masculine and not just putting on a show. So that's her mindset. And to give you an example, I want you to think of a job interview. So to even get a job interview to begin with, you must have the necessary qualifications to even be considered or given a chance to prove yourself. The questions you get asked are essentially a collection of tests to see if you're worth employing in the position you requested. If you respond with weakness and uncertainty, they'll chalk you down to an unworthy candidate and disqualify you. But let's take that a step further. If the job is one of high importance, status and pay, the interview is going to be even more strained, detailed, and ruthless to make certain that they only choose the best person suited for the job. This analogy with a woman is this, that the more attracted she is to you, the more severe her test will be in the initial stages of courtship. And again, by testing, I mean quality questions, observing patterns in your words and actions, seeing how you respond to social cues. As a woman spends time around you, she becomes emotionally vulnerable. Remember what I said earlier. You spend time around the woman, you both bond, you build an attachment. Women know this instinctively. So for her to open up her heart slowly, for her to receive you, she needs to protect herself at the same time. So as her feelings grow for you, especially in the early stages of dating and courtship, she's gonna be testing you in some way, shape, or form. Think of it as a rite of passage before she opens up to you. And strength tests require you to remain unbothered and centered no matter what she throws at you. All you gotta do is be calm and unshaken by her tests. Okay, these types of tests will usually pop up as she becomes familiar or grows closer to you. They'll either be humorous, full of banter, they'll be playful, and obviously, as well, quality questions, right? She might test you on your principles, on your standards, maybe a political belief you have, or an opinion you have about what's going on in the world to see where you stand on things, right? Because that is one factor that a woman's going to look at. If you claim to be a Christian, like she is, like say you're both Christian, for example, and she asks you a question about Christianity, and you don't have a strong opinion, she might be using that to weed you out. Are you faking what you believe in? Are you lukewarm? Are your beliefs soft? Because a woman wants to know, do you have the balls to stand up for what you believe in? Can you defend what you believe in? And are your principles more important than losing her? If she knows you're willing to walk away from her, you have that strength in you, then she'll trust you. So let's use this scenario to see how you react. Let's say you've been getting to know a beautiful woman for about 3 weeks. Okay. Let's say you have a conversation discussing different topics, throwing in playful banter, humor, you're flirting. And I'm assuming you're on a phone call with a chick, right? And let's say you say something to tease her. And she says, well, in a joking way, hey, I don't like what you said. That was a little bit mean. That was a little bit harsh. If you didn't apologize for that, then I'm going to hang up. I'm going to hang up if you don't apologize. Keep in mind, this is said in a joking tone. If you laugh it off, keep going, you call her bluff. She'll hang up the phone, but I promise you she'll call you back in a few minutes and laugh and play and tease with you. So let's see how it plays out. If you fail the test, this is what happens. A weak man is going to be afraid he said or did something to upset her. He'll quickly text her back with an apology, or he'll on the call, oh, please don't leave. I didn't mean to say anything to offend you. Or he'll call her back asking why she's mad at him. He'll ask, is something wrong? What did I do? He doesn't understand that she's playing. She's just joking around. In other words, he's vomiting his fears and doubts all over her. This gives her confirmation that turns into a little boy if he was to lose her. He's demonstrated that he lacks understanding of women and that he cannot distinguish between a woman who's truly disrespectfully hanging up on him versus a woman who's jokingly and playfully Oh, ha ha ha, oh, I didn't like what you said, I'm gonna hang up on you kind of thing. And because he doesn't have enough social awareness to see that she was joking and enough confidence to just be calm and let her come back, what does that confirm to her? That he's weak. So he's not really strong. How does this look like in a scenario when the test is passed? Well, a masculine guy knows exactly why she hung up. He's not stupid. He's had a conversation with her. He knows she's attracted to him. He knows she's been asking him quality questions and the conversation's been going well. But what does he understand? She was joking when she said, oh, if you don't apologize for that, I'm gonna hang up. He knows it's playful. In fact, the reason why I'm telling you this test is I had an ex do this with me years back. We were texting we were on a phone call talking in the early stages when we were getting to know each other. And I was being flirty, I was teasing her a little bit. And she said, oh, what you're saying is that was really offensive. I didn't like that. I'm gonna hang up. And I'm like, okay, enjoy. And she was like, I knew she was joking. She hung up. She called me back in 2 minutes. She's like, and she was laughing. She was fun, and she was way more submissive, even more feminine after that. And I just held my call, and I was like, oh, you're back. I guess you weren't that offended, huh? And she was laughing. She's like, of course not. I was just teasing you. And she's like, oh, but it's so hot that you held your ground. She told me afterwards it was so attractive that you just didn't run after me. You knew that I was joking with you. I like that about you. You're just so strong. So understand, you can expect women to do something like that, tease you like this, okay? And so the stronger man understands after a short while she'll call him back as if nothing happened. He goes right back to being playful, continues to tease her, remaining calm and centered. This lets her know that you're in chicken. You demonstrated to her that if she was to walk away, you're not going to run after her like a lost puppy. What's even more attractive is that when you call her back, you're not butthurt, you're not angry, you're just centered, masculine, and that's that. That is dominance. Now she knows, okay, I can open up a bit more, I can be more feminine, I can trust you a little bit more with my heart. And that's the mindset behind it. So think of any other scenario where you're talking to a girl you really like. Maybe think back to past scenarios you've had where a girl tested in a playful, flirty way to see how you respond or react. And how did you react? Did you show strength or not? The next test is the weakness test. What is the weakness test? Well, when a woman senses weakness or neediness, she will test you to confirm whether her suspicions are true. Okay, this is the weakness test. And what she does is she'll try and determine if you are truly weak or if she was mistaken and perhaps she caught you off guard, you had a bad moment. So she thinks to herself, right, he's starting to come across as a bit of a compliant doormat. I need to make sure he's not weak. Pretty women with good morals understand that there's a lot of horny guys out there, and when they talk to her, they become butlers, pleasers, servants. And for this reason, she's going to disqualify guys that lack self-control and those that turn into weaklings when faced with an attractive woman. She's going to test to see how does she respond to things. Can she get away with something? Can she walk all over you? Can she kind of playfully push a boundary, push a button? Can she get you to disagree with her or agree with something that maybe you don't believe in? Because women know that masculine men put their principles above their feelings and they can't be manipulated, toyed with, or coerced. A smart woman knows that a strong man is not afraid to call her out on her bad behavior or walk away from situations that violate his integrity. So she wants to put herself in that scenario. Is he that type of man? Or is he weak? Because, again, remember, she wants confidence from you, she wants safety from you. That's what she wants to feel. Whereas weak men become fearful of losing the girl, and they'll tolerate bad behavior because they assume it makes her like him more. This lets her know that he's unworthy because you're desperate. You're desperate for sex. Weakness tests require you to stand up for yourself without becoming unglued or defend what you believe in without compromising. These tests will usually take place in the early stages of courtship. It can also happen later during a relationship if you display neediness and weakness. It can vary from her trying to get you to change plans, seeing if you cancel on friends to spend time with her, anything like that, right? So let me give you a scenario. So you're on a first date with a pretty girl. You compliment her non-stop, make a fool of yourself. She can see that you're a little bit too lustful, a little bit over the top. She senses you're needy and you're a little bit hyperfixated on her looks. So now she's thinking, uh-oh, he might be one of these weak guys. Let me test it. So now your food arrives. This is the perfect time or moment for her to test you. She might reach over and try and grab something on your food. Like say some of your fries, for example, on your plate. What is she doing here? She's doing this to see, can I get away with this? After all, you're both strangers and you owe each other nothing. You're on a first date. So what is she doing? I want to see if you'll stand up for yourself, proving to her that you are strong. Maybe you're not that much of a weakling. So how would this scenario play out? The test would be failed if a weak guy just sits there. She can see in your eyes that she crossed a line. You feel disrespected. But instead of you calling her out and saying, hey, don't take fries off my plate, you ask for my permission. That's very disrespectful. But instead of saying that, you quietly laugh it off, pretend she didn't take anything, and change the subject. This is a test failed. Congrats, loser. Now she gained confirmation that you're weak. She's lost respect for you, and she's already disqualified you as a man capable of protecting her. Why? Because she knows the reason you didn't stand up for yourself is you're afraid of her losing interest or walking away from the date. So she knows that you're in danger. If she were in danger, you wouldn't stand up for her or protect her. You can't even stand up to a little woman who took fries from your plate. This lets her know that moving forward she could push you around and there's no consequences, and a woman does not want that in a man. I will also make note here, a good woman is not going to push you around, but this is a test. It's a little bit playful, it's a little bit humorous, and she's pushing that boundary slightly just to see, do you have the balls to say, don't do that. She doesn't want a man who's a pushover. How would this scenario look like if the test is passed? Simple. If you were unfazed by her beauty, you would have put your hand over your plate as she's reaching out and saying, I don't appreciate you reaching over to try my food without asking me. Don't ever do that again, because I'm not going to tolerate that. If you want to try some of my food, I don't mind sharing, just ask me, sweetheart. That's it. In a playful, calm tone, you reassure to her that she can. You don't mind sharing, but she has to ask. If you handle it like that, she's going to give you some type of apology. Oh, I'm sorry for doing that. Next time I'll ask. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. But you calling her out and standing your ground, you will pass a test. This is subconsciously telling her you're not going to tolerate disrespect from anyone. And this shows you that you're not that captivated by her beauty as she thought you were before when you were being lustful. So what happened? You're going to see an instant change. She's going to go back to being feminine, submissive, go back to being open and giggly and playful. Because not only is this going to raise her interest, but increase her respect for you. Because she's like, you know what? I'm a total stranger to this guy. He's obviously not that desperate because he called me out. It's just something simple I want you to be mindful of. Another Easter egg, another situation we could include here in a weakness test is when guys change their values to please the woman. Let's say you're on a first date, you're talking to a Christian girl, and she asks you a question. What are your thoughts on sex before marriage? And you turn around and say, well, I think you can have sex with who you want. I don't really mind. Sex is fun. And then she turns around and says to you, well, actually, I disagree. I think sex is for marriage. I'm setting myself for marriage. What would be a weakness test here? How would you fail this test? If you turn around now and you start agreeing with her. Oh, yeah, actually, you're right. I should save myself for marriage too. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. She knows you're full of shit if you say that. And this is just the way women weed out guys that are faking it. Which is why I'm telling you, if you're not traditional, if you're not Christian, if you don't value the purity of sex, you get on a date with a beautiful girl and you think you're being funny, you think you're being all cool. She pulls out a question like this. You don't really know what you believe in. She's going to see you're lying because you're agreeing with her. So she knows you're full of shit. You don't believe in what she does, which is going to let her know that you're incompatible. So she's not going to feel safe being around you. You don't have the same values, and she's already disqualified you. Versus if she was to say to you the same question, by the way, look, I believe in sex. Sex is for marriage only. I'm not going to have it before marriage. I'm just letting you know. If you turn around and say, I agree. I think the same way. I'm a Christian too. Those are my values. I'm glad we agree on that. That is really going to raise her interest because it's like, okay, very interesting what he said. Okay. Let's see now later on down the road if it's true. And then obviously you have to keep your word on that if that's the case. But I'm just giving you a different example of how these weakness tests can play out. You know, there's guys who do other things. The girl's favorite color is red, and you just said your favorite color is blue, and then the guy changes his mind. Oh, actually, I have the same favorite color as you, and she knows you're full of shit. You're agreeing with her. You're changing where you think on or what you believe in to please her because you're afraid of losing her. And a lot of guys that fake being traditional, they fake being a guy who's serious about marriage or wanting a family. If you get on a date with a girl who is Christian, who is traditional, and she's vetting you, and you pull something like this, and you're going to expose yourself, and there I can't help you. This is why this isn't a strategy, this isn't a tactic. It has to be principles. You must get right with God. I want you to have good morals and good standards so that you know to properly interact with a woman. And that concludes chapter 9. That is the weakness test. And before we just covered the strength test. Be mindful of this. Play this back as many times as you need and take notes. Chapter 10. Courtship Fundamentals. This section of the audiobook is dedicated to teaching you the necessary courtship knowledge and fundamentals you must master before entering a relationship or marriage. The first section of this chapter is courtship is not the same as dating. The main purpose of courting is for a man and a woman to evaluate one another's compatibility and chemistry for long-term stability and to build a foundation for marriage. Whereas dating has no benefit other than benefiting oneself. Now the modern world will tell you you have to find yourself, go see what's out there, go experiment, hook up, sleep around, and it puts no consideration to the well-being of the woman. Dating is about pleasure, selfishness, lust, and making decisions rooted in selfish emotions. On the other hand, when you place marriage as the end goal, to build a family, all of a sudden you'll start to notice how this transforms the way you see, quote-unquote, dating. Now you're more inclined to stay true to your standards, to focus on courting her, to determine if she's worthy of becoming your girlfriend and eventually your wife. This is why courting is intentional and purposeful. It's built upon self-control and making choices based on principles, morals, and values, which is what you've learned thus far throughout the audiobook. Where most men go wrong is they get to know a woman with no true intention other than to serve their sexual cravings or to fill the void of loneliness in their life. This mindset results in turning a blind eye to red flags, glossing over incompatibility because the only goal is to just have a woman by your side, but you don't go deep into who she is. So I do recommend when you do date a woman, let things flow naturally, but be very firm with your intentions. Because oftentimes you may come across a few warning signs 2 weeks in that'll turn you off and you'll lose attraction. Other times you may simply learn that your values are just not aligned and you can part ways amicably. But this principle of courting, of dating to marry, you could say, has saved me from wasting my time with bad women over the years. since I filled in my knowledge gap. You must be very specific and intentional with what you are looking for, knowing things such as how many children you want, what your faith is, being strong in it, having a firm stance on what's important to you, and being on the lookout for a traditional woman means that you will not waste years of your life in relationships with girls you have no intention of committing to. Casually dating without an end goal, I've seen this happen to guys over the years, always ends to confusion, getting your heart broken, and wasting your time. So be wise, be patient. It will protect you from giving your life to the wrong woman. And this is the difference between courtship and why it's not the same as just dating. Okay? And courtship isn't just about evaluating to see if a woman's right for you. It has a second meaning. It's also about romancing your woman, being involved in her, being present with her. We'll get more to that in the following chapter. Continuing on with the next section of this chapter, where to meet traditional women. Now, it can be discouraging to look at the modern world and wondering where to find a traditional woman. However, you get what you focus on in life. Sitting at home, expecting a godly woman to fall right into your lap, or daydreaming about crossing paths with her is not going to make it a reality. So you have to set your sights on looking in the right place. Take the time to rule out the obvious fact that you're not going to find a quality woman at the local bar or at a nightclub. What you must do is to network with other men who share your values and faith. Chances are, some of them have sisters, cousins, or people they know. Historically, people have always met women through those that they know. Being in places such as school, college, or a work environment also opens up the possibility to meet other women, even though that is not always recommended. So where do you actually go to meet traditional women? Well, think. What activities does a family-oriented woman engage or participate in? Where do good families meet in your area? What is a good woman going to do with her free time? The reality is a lot of these women are going to be homebodies. They'll be at home, typically early at night, and if they're out and about during the day, you may catch them at the grocery store, you may catch them in the gym because they take care of their health. Other places you can find a woman like this is to be active in your community, joining charity events, joining non-profit organizations. Women that have big hearts, who are givers, they're involved in helping other people, this is where you're going to find them. Even visiting local farmers markets or town fairs. It goes without saying a church is also an optimal place to meet a woman, although this requires you to be very strong in your faith to make certain that the doctrine there is solid and that she is truly Christian, not a fake trad. Also keep in mind that smaller, more rural churches tend to be more traditional and family-based, which can be even better. Keep in mind there's always exceptions. There's plenty of traditional women that are praying and searching for a masculine guy, and sometimes all you need to be is in the right place at the right time, and you'll come across exactly what you're looking for, but you must keep your eyes peeled. As we previously covered in the course, you're on the lookout. You know what your type is. You're always looking for that now when it comes to finding a woman, and that is what you should focus on. One thing I have seen with some of my clients who have been very successful is going to the library. Women that like to read, women that are studying or working, if you're in that college age yourself, university, for the people listening now, if you're in your teens or early to mid-20s, that is a fantastic option as well. But aside from meeting a woman in person, the only other way you're going to meet a woman is online. And since 2023, statistically, nearly 35 to 50% of all couples in the Western world have actually met online. I personally met my woman online on the dating app. Most of my clients I've come to find who have successfully implemented my teachings have also met the woman of their dreams online, not by cold approaching or anything like that, even though that is an option. The thing about online dating is, if done righteously, setting up your profile properly, and knowing what you're doing, it offers a great way for you to meet a woman. Why? Because most traditional women are homebodies. They're not out late at night. They're not going to venues or places or locations. If they're softer and more feminine, they might just want to be at home. So the only way you're going to catch them is if you match with them on a dating app. Now, what I recommend you do, head over to the classroom section of the school community, and there is a free course called Online Dating Mastery, which you unlock at level 3 in your membership. So to rank up in the school community to unlock this, all you need to do is make a few posts, comment, and receive likes on your posts, and that'll level you up. And once you hit level 3, you will gain access to this Online Dating Mastery course. And there are 5 video lessons with documents which detail the exact steps to understand online dating, the exact online dating profile blueprint you should use, the dating app message formula, how to transition from online to real life, and the steps you should take. I highly recommend, and keep in mind this is extra information I'm adding right now into the audiobook. If you haven't yet, stop what you're doing, and if you're serious about that, I would go watch the Online Dating Mastery course and then come back to the audiobook where you've left off from here and then continue on. But those are the places you're going to meet a woman in real life, putting yourself out there, going to the gym, going to modest venues, and just being more social, hanging around with more people that are like-minded, that are faith-based, and of course online. Those are your 2 options. Continuing on with the next chapter. Asking her out. One thing I've mentioned earlier in the audiobook is how when a woman sees a guy she likes, she'll give you subtle yet obvious signs of indicators, signs of interest as we call them. This is your cue to make your move. Women are afraid of rejection just as much as guys, if not more so, but they're just better at hiding it. It is rare for a woman to be the one to approach the man first. What I've come to find over the years is the women that are very feminine, they won't typically approach, they're just going to give you the signs and hope that you're smart enough to read their body language and understand that hidden language of theirs and have the balls to approach. Yes, some women, if they really like you, will approach you, or if you're an extremely handsome guy. But if that's never happened to you, then it is what it is. So, because it's rare for a woman to approach you, the only way to confirm that she's into you is actually by walking up to her and striking up a conversation. So first impressions do matter. Women pay attention to every little detail, from the moment she first sees you. It all starts when you first meet her. How do you present yourself? Are you dressed nicely? Is your posture relaxed and calm? Or are you nervous and intimidated by her beauty? Do you smell bad? Do you take care of your looks? All of this matters. As we covered in chapter 9, women will always test you, and it starts when you first meet her. So when you talk to her, you want to be genuine. There's no point using corny pickup lines trying to impress her. It'll just turn her off. And the hotter she is, either the more guys she's had try and impress her with faked, recycled lines or structured behavior. So she's learned to see right through that. When a woman sees you walk up to her, she knows that you're into her. So don't hide your interest. Just be upfront and straightforward. If she's giving you indicators of interest, then she will be excited and eager for you to make your move. So as you walk up to her, smile and ask for her name. And you can ask her where she's from. One thing I do recommend for my clients often is when you do approach a woman, you can just say, go up to her, ask for her name, and give her a genuine compliment. Hey, you have beautiful eyes. What's your name? Because you're approaching a woman in person. So, for the sake of argument, let's say you follow this model. You ask for her name, and you ask her where she's from. Now compare the 2 answers she may give you, because the key is to listen to her interest level. If she says, hi, my name is Anna, I'm from Spain, versus, my name is Anna, I'm also from Spain, oh I love here. I have so many memories from my childhood, oh my gosh, the weather's amazing. Now that I think of it, I really miss the beaches. Anyways, what's your name? Where are you from? Do you see the difference? In the first reply, she's giving you a dry answer without even trying to maintain a conversation with you. My name is Anna and I'm from Spain. Did she ask your name? Did she ask you where you're from? See, that's the difference. Women that are attracted to you, women that are open, they give you more of a bubbly response, like the second one, right? She'll go deeper into what you've asked her. She'll ramble a little bit, maybe because she's nervous and attracted to you. But the key indicator is you will notice some type of reply like this, if her interest is truly there, followed by, what is your name and where are you from? She will ask you the same questions back. She will keep the conversation going. In this reply, you'll get plenty of information out of her and she will reciprocate. That is the key. This is why I don't recommend going up to a woman and volunteering your name and too much information. Let her pull some out of you. Let her see if she likes you. So guys, please be observant. You want to pay attention to details such as these. Okay, it's always best to remain a little mysterious with that in a righteous way. You don't need to volunteer and give her all this personal information unless she asks, because this is a way to test her interest. Okay? Also, women are also turned on emotionally by slowly discovering details about you. For a woman, it's part of the experience to, build that sexual tension, get to know you. And ultimately, if she's into you, she will ask for your name. She will ask where you're from and much more. Don't make the mistake of trying to prove yourself or impress her. This is what weak men do. You don't have to talk about your achievements, status, or how many women you've approached today, or how many other women like you. It's just going to communicate that you're insecure and trying to compensate for what you lack inside. You just want to have a normal conversation where you engage with her for about 5 to 10 minutes. If she's asked your name back and asked you where you're from, talk a little bit with her, just basic light communication. If you approach her at the gym, ask if she frequents there, like small talk. So now that once you know that she's into you, because you should be paying attention to the signs, right? Is she smiling at you? Is she blushing? Is she playing with her hair? She might even compliment you. Say, oh, by the way, oh, you look really cute. Oh, you have such a nice smile. Oh, I really like your hair. You might hear these things if she really likes you, right? You need to pick up on the body language and pay attention to these things. But if all of that's there, the next step all you got to do is just ask for a number. So be straightforward, be direct, and right to the point. It's part of you being masculine, and you just want to say, it was great chatting with you, Anna. I have to go. I'd love to get to know you more. What's your number? That's it. That's the formula. That's all you got to do. Don't complicate things. Her reply will tell you the truth. If she wants to start dating you and get to know you, if she's curious, she'll say, of course, I'd love to get to know you too. Here's my number. Anything like that. Any sort of response to that effect. If she has a high level of initial interest and doesn't want to risk losing an opportunity with such a handsome man as yourself, she might even ask for your phone number, for your social media contact, etc. as well. Some women will do this, asking for your social media as well, just to stalk you a little bit, and just in case the number doesn't work, she has another avenue to contact you via. And it's her way to vet you to see what you're all about. Now, once she gives you her number, you have two options. Option number one. Since she has confirmed she's interested, you can take it one step further and say, when are you free to get together on the spot? Or when are you free to meet up? I'd love to take you out on a date. Because now she's already given you her number. If it goes right, you set up a time and a place. Let's say she says, okay, sure, I'd like that. I can do Thursday or Friday, I'm free in the evening. Then you can reply, great, how about Friday at 8:30? To which she'll say something like, okay, great, sounds good. And then you can simply tell her, if you don't have a place in mind because it's on the spot, great, I've got your number, I'll text you later with the time and place. See you there. Later that day, you text her, and that's that. Mission accomplished. Now the second option is, after getting her number, is to just call her later that day and set up a date. But before you set up a date, there are some questions that you can ask her as well to vet her, which we will get into later on, the audiobook. But the point is, If you have to truly rush off and you don't have time to talk to her, leave. Walk away, go home, and later on when you're home, I would use the phone before you set up a date. Just go on a call. 5-10 minutes, ask her a few basic questions just to get a feel if you're compatible and if your values aligned. Because when you approach a woman in real life, you've already seen each other. The physical attraction is there. You just want to know, are your values aligned? What's her body count? What's her sexual history? How long has she been single? What is she looking for in a man? Because if she tells you on the phone call that she doesn't know what she's looking for, or let's say she has a completely different faith to you, then you don't even have to waste time doing a first date. You've saved time. So that is something I would recommend. If you don't want to follow that path and you don't want to do the vetting, that's up to you. But if that's the case and you want to bypass that process, that's fine. Set up a date, make it low investment, something like a coffee date, and then you can ask her those questions on the date and deal with it there and then. That is how I would handle the scenario of once you get the girl's number. Those are your two options. The third option is this, actually. Third scenario, I should say. If she's not actually that into you, maybe you said or did something that turned her off, and you ask for her number, she's going to tell you, oh, I don't give my number out to strangers, or sorry, I have a boyfriend, or I'm just not that interested. Don't pressure her, just walk away. And that is all you have to do when it comes to asking a woman out. Continuing on with the next section of this chapter. Do not take rejection personally. Some women will give you their number or their social media info, only for you to find out later on that she blocked you or doesn't respond to your messages. This is a woman's way of rejecting you passively and safely. As mentioned previously in chapter 9, some women have had experiences of men who have mistreated them, abused them, raped them. And because of that, women know that there are some guys that lash out or they get extremely insecure when women reject them. If a guy takes rejection personally to where he reacts aggressively or lashes out with verbal slander, a woman wants to avoid that. So, just because you've approached a girl, she might even smile to be polite, and if you're lusting and you don't really have good social awareness, you will come to find that she's just not responding to your messages. She might even give you the real number because some guys will try and call or text her number right in front of her to make sure she's giving him her real contact info. But when she's out of sight, that's it. She will block or delete you or avoid you. So this is why some women have learned it's best to deal with crazy or unhinged men by just giving him the number and then faking the interest, and when he's out of reach, gone. Do not take this personally. There's nothing wrong with you. Perhaps she went through a breakup and isn't in the right headspace to date. Or maybe she's just not that into you and later she bumped into a better looking dude. It doesn't matter. The reason why shouldn't bother you. A man that has abundance in his life and knows his worth will not be affected by rejection because he knows not every woman will like him back. In the same way that you're not even attracted to every woman on the planet. You just need one good woman who feels the same way about you. And that's what you're looking for. You must have a take it or leave it attitude. If a woman rejects you, she's doing you a favor. She's not wasting your time. And it's better to find out right there and then than have a girl date you for 6 months to just walk away. This gives you the chance to let go and make space for a woman who does want to get to know you. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. The next section of this chapter. The first date. Setting up time and location. So once you have a girl's number and you've asked her a few questions, you've assessed chemistry, you've assessed a little bit of compatibility, the next step is to set up a date. Now your first date should always be something simple. Why? Because you are taking her out to gauge for chemistry and compatibility. Going on a date is like an investment. You're on a mission to see if she's going to add value to your life, not take from it. So you must invest very little to begin with, especially if you're an unexperienced guy. who maybe if you've never gone on a date before, perhaps you're going to be nervous. And I've seen a lot of guys, they will go on a date, first date with a girl when they have no experience. If they're lustful or they have low self-esteem or they just new, never experienced this, you might get so caught up with how beautiful she is that you're not even looking at chemistry or compatibility. So please be mindful of that. You don't need to rush or lock her down and treat her like a girlfriend. She's a stranger. She owes you nothing. You are taking her on a date to get to know her. This is the whole point of courting. To do so, the first thing I'd recommend to set up when you set up a date is you want a date to be a peaceful environment where you can sit down, talk, read her body language, and you can both ask questions about each other. Never take a girl to the movies, a concert, or a loud venue. These are date ideas you can implement when you're in a relationship, when you're a couple. You don't do double dates either or anything like that. I do not recommend noisy or dark places for dates. How are you going to read her body language in the dark? If there is loud music or you're watching a movie, how can you have a private, in-depth conversation? If you're surrounded by friends, how can you have a quiet, intimate date? So, the location of the date must always be someplace that is quiet, nice, and relaxing, just the two of you where you can sit down and talk. Yes, you can then expand. Maybe you can walk around through a park, grab ice cream, grab a coffee, play some darts, play pool, do mini golf. Little things like that can be implemented. But initially, it's good to just sit down, talk, and ask each other questions. Makes things more peaceful. Regarding when it comes to the time of the date, what I have always done personally, and has worked for me, is always in the evening or night because it's more romantic. And, you know, most people in the day, they work, or if you're a younger guy listening, you're in college, you're studying. And at the end of the day, the evening, it's more relaxing. People have gotten their errands, their work, their duties out of the way, and they're more relaxed. It's more peaceful. That's why it's enjoyable at the end of the day to watch a movie, grab a nice bite to eat, go out with your friends, do something relaxing. And obviously in this case, you and a woman are planning to go on a date together, right? And furthermore, this builds more anticipation. It makes it more special. It's building that sexual tension. She gets to be more excited, and so do you, to see each other, because it's at the end of the day. It's like something nice you get to look forward to, right? It builds that excitement. All morning, all afternoon, she's getting ready, telling her girlfriends about you. She's trying on what outfit she can put on to look presentable for you. This is fantastic, and it builds more of that tension, and I think that's wonderful. So with that in mind, I have always done first date in the evening or night. When I met my sweetheart, we had our first date in the evening. I took her out for dinner. It was a Mexican restaurant. Now, I would usually recommend for the guys who have never gone on a date before, low investment, something like a coffee. But the difference is, when I met her, we met on a dating app, as mentioned earlier. We spent the first few weeks, because it was around December, Christmas time, we started talking. So I was with my family for Christmas, she was with hers. So we spent nearly every day on a video call, talking, vetting each other, asking quality questions. So by the time January came about, we had our first date. We already knew enough about each other. We'd vetted each other. We'd pre-qualified our values. It was just going out in person to see if this was really as good as it was online. So for me, it wasn't really a risk or making much of a dangerous investment, because I pre-qualified her. I'd vetted her. And since obviously this is what I do, this is what I teach, I knew what I was doing. So I was comfortable to go on a date and take her out to dinner, because I knew what quality of woman I was dealing with. For you guys who perhaps don't have that wisdom, don't have that experience, and you're new, the best thing would be to maybe do a coffee date, do drinks in the evening. And if it works out, then you can transition on the date. You can lead her, hey, if you can see that you're both enjoying each other's company, hey, well, let's go grab a bite to eat then. And then you can just lead her into that, right? But if you are unavailable to do a date in the evening and you just want to get it out the way, or as mentioned previously, when you're approaching a woman and you get a number, maybe you're free right there and then to do a date. Go out for coffee, go out for lunch right there and then. That's completely fine. And that is different to what I've written in this section of the book. But because this is the audiobook version, I can update and expand this. There is no specific right way to do this, the time of the date. The location that I mentioned, the locations that I covered just previously, that is solid. That you must stick to. But regarding the time of the date, use your intuition, go based around each other's schedule, what works for you. If you're unsure about the girl, just keep it low investment, right? Coffee, something small drinks, and then lead it to a meal or darts or hey, let's play some pool or a fun activity that you can bridge out from that. Or walking, going to the park, grabbing ice cream or a slice of pizza is fine. The time of the day, another thing to be included in here is you want it to be somewhere that's inexpensive but nice. It's a pleasant environment. It's safe. The girl must feel comfortable. Okay? And for most of you, since you're approaching a woman, you're getting her number, and you're not really vetting her, since you don't know much about her, if she turns out to be a bad match or rude, and you take her out to an expensive restaurant, then you're just wasting time and money. And you want to be mindful of that. If she has red flags, you're wasting more time. So keep the investment small until you have enough knowledge to know if she's right for you. But if you had a situation that I did, where you've maybe matched the girl on a dating app, and you've had a chance to really talk to her and vet her and ask her quality questions, then more power to you. Fantastic. Do a dinner date, set up something like that, and that makes it more, as well, wonderful. Because in her mind, it's like, okay, we've been talking the dating app, he's gotten to know me, we've exchanged contact info, we've been calling for a few times, we've asked each other quality questions, we've shared details about each other's life. Okay, it's more masculine than to say, great, let's go for dinner, I want to take you for a nice meal. Because you're already comfortable with each other, you've spoken to each other, and if you've video called her, you know you're not getting catfishing, so there's nothing to be worried about. Then it's nice to do a dinner date. But if you haven't done a lot of vetting and you're unsure, it's safer to do coffee date, even to make the woman more comfortable. Because if it's awkward, it's a coffee. You can just get up and leave, right? For you and for her. So that is the basic of setting up time and location, and just the basics around the first date. Okay? Later on down the road, when the dates are solid and you have a stronger connection, then you can do dinner dates, lunch dates, more fun activities, see each other more often, right? So let's continue on with the next section of the chapter, which is do's and don'ts for dates. This is a courtship fundamental that I highly recommend you implement. Very simple. Don't talk about your achievements, your successes. Don't talk about your nice watch, your nice car, your investments, your portfolio, your stocks, or your properties. This is only going to show her that you feel insecure and that you're compensating for what you lack inside. The only types of women whose interest will go up when you mention this are the gold diggers. Okay? You want her to discover things about you organically. If you're successful and you've achieved a lot of material wealth, don't brag or boast about it. You don't need to mention that you've got a Porsche, for example. One day she's going to see it. And she's going to think to herself, well, he never once mentioned he had an expensive car. Therefore, he must truly be confident because he's not trying to impress me with what he has. And that is how you impress a woman, by not trying to impress her in the first place. Remember, you want to make sure she's dating you for you, not for what you can offer her. The next thing here is, don't give presents, flowers, or chocolates. I don't care whether it's your first date or your 8th date. It doesn't matter. Gifts are only reserved for girlfriends and wives. And even then, if you're in a relationship, you only give a gift to a woman who's either treating you right on special occasions, birthday, anniversary, to surprise her here and there with variety, because you love her and she's treating you well and she's appreciative of you. Because if you go out and you give a woman flowers or chocolates and she doesn't have an emotional attachment to you, some women might think you're sweet, but there's a very high chance she's going to think it's a bribe for sex, or you're compensating for something you lack inside, or you're trying to do that to get her to overinvest when her feelings aren't ready, and you might come on too strong. So, and even then, let's say you're with a woman on a date who has red flags, you've wasted more money on her. It's awkward and it doesn't carry the emotional intensity that it will have once a woman has fallen in love with you and she values you and she loves you. Then a gift means something to her. Okay, so save that for later. Don't start showing up on a date like this. And I'm sure you've heard plenty of women say they want a man to wine and dine them. That is a true statement. But when a woman says this, it's coming from an emotional perspective. She's only going to appreciate the gift if she has an emotional connection to you, which is only going to happen, 4 to 8 weeks into a commitment, getting to know you. For this very reason, I'm telling you, don't appear on a first date like a Disney character trying to impress her. You're going to turn her off or scare her away unless she's a gold digger. And remember, during the dating stage, and even throughout a relationship, ultimately, the real gift is you. Place more value on your time and who you are as a man. You must see your own worth and remember that she must value your time and presence in her life, not external gifts and things like that. Next up here is do not brag about different women that hit on you, or different experiences you've had with other women, or how many pretty girls you've dated in the past. You may think you're trying to show her that you're safe to be around, or you're an awesome catch and women like you, but all you're going to succeed is doing is communicating that you're a pig, that you're insecure, that you're lustful, or you might be promiscuous. And ultimately, a woman knows. A man who's masculine and attractive would never even need to boast about women from his past or the attention he gets from women. Because when a woman understands that if a man is successful for women, it's going to be evident in his body language, his character, his confidence, the way he walks and talks. You can't fake that with women. Next is don't talk badly about ex-girlfriends. Don't show up on a first date, or any date for that matter, and talk trash about your exes. Because a woman knows if you're doing that about your ex, she's going to think, what if he broke up with me? What if I was in a relationship with him and dumped me? Is he going to be using me as a trashy ex talk for the next girl he dates? This is going to make her feel very uncomfortable around you. If she brings up your ex, all you have to do is be honest and put a genuine positive spin on it. For example, and a good woman will ask you about your past. All you have to say is, look, it didn't work out with me and her. For example, she cheated on me and I had to walk away from the relationship. However, the breakup taught me to raise my standards and place a huge importance on integrity. Even though I had to walk away, it made me value myself, and at the end of the day, I got no hatred towards her and I wish her all the best. By saying something like this, number one, you're telling her the truth. Number two, you're communicating to her that your previous relationship helped you grow into a better man. And number three, it lets you know that you're not bitter. It lets her know you're not bitter or angry. You've moved on, you're healed. And you're a man who can take whatever life throws at him. But if you sit there and start talking about how you hate your ex because she cheated on you and she's a piece of crap, and you go on this emotional rant, it's just going to communicate you're stuck in the past, you haven't healed, and you're negative. After all, you're going on a date to get to know each other and have fun. How can she associate positive emotions with you, or with being around you, when you're being negative? Next, don't take her out to expensive places right away, or she'll come to expect it later. If you spoil a woman right away, she's going to lose respect for you in the long term. As mentioned previously, you want to keep your investment small. It's just like gift giving. Gifts are for girlfriends and wives. Expensive dates, I mean, I've even heard stories of guys that have gone into debt or they've borrowed money to get a reservation in some super luxurious restaurant to try and impress the girl. If you don't have the means for that lifestyle, don't get involved. Okay? And even then, an expensive restaurant date, dinner date, that is something for a special occasion. Once a woman has really shown you that she's trustworthy and you love her. And even then, that's rare. That's not something you do on the regular. Okay? Next, don't stare at other women or check out other waitresses on the date. It's sad that I even have to say that, but there's lustful guys, or they listen to pickup artists and they think they need to do this. But this is only going to communicate to her that you have low interest in her and that you're lustful. And a woman knows that a man with good morals who's interested in her is only going to focus on her and her alone. If you keep looking at other women, don't be surprised if you don't hear back from her ever again. It doesn't make you look cool, it makes you look immoral. Next, don't spend the entire date talking about yourself. This is a big one here. Women love men that are challenging in the sense that they have to pull the information out of you. They have to get to know you. Make it fun for her. And women on average say about 8,000 words a day compared to men who say about 2,000. Let her do 70 to 75% of the talking. And you do this by simply asking her quality questions, asking her about her life, and that's it. This way, you end the date knowing a lot about her. This builds sexual tension in her mind. It makes her more intrigued by you. However, obviously you want to make sure she's asking you questions in return and not just replying to the questions you ask, but questions of her own volition. But it should be reciprocal. When she asks you something, give her a detailed reply, but then go back to asking her even more questions. Okay, as mentioned previously, you date because you want to get to know her and have fun. And if you're truly interested in getting to know everything about her, then all you got to do is show your curiosity and ask. Keep her talking. It makes her also feel more comfortable as she opens up to you and makes her trust you more and speeds up the bonding process. Okay, next, don't talk about sex or intimacy or make any weird, creepy jokes. You're just going to turn her off and freak her out. Too many women have met horny guys who just want sex. Please be a gentleman. Next, don't shower her with compliments. This is probably the #1 mistake guys make on dates. The only time you should compliment her if you're very new and you don't have so good self-awareness is when she gets to the date. You can compliment her. Oh my gosh, that dress looks great on you. Wow, you look beautiful. Or at the end of the day, you can tell her you had fun and that, oh, by the way, you looked fantastic today. Compliment her hair or maybe her makeup or her look. That's it. Keep it light, keep it simple. You don't want to overdo it. Remember, feminine energy grows through praise. We covered this at the beginning of the audiobook. By telling her that she looks good, once, maybe twice, yes, in a subtle way it encourages her to be beautiful around you, making her feel more feminine. But it's not something you really have to worry about in the first few dates. The very fact is, if she's turned up to the date and she looks good, she likes you. Okay? But you give a woman praise when it's due. And at the end of the day, you asked for a number or you met her on a dating app, you called her, you asked her a few questions. She knows you think she's hot. So you must understand common sense. If she's getting to know you, she must feel the same way about you. Yes, there's exceptions, there's red flags. She could be a gold digger, she could be faking her interest. She could be stuck not over an ex. You must discern that. Use self-awareness. Just don't bombard her with compliments on the first few dates. Because if you constantly compliment her non-stop, any nice thing you say to her in the long run loses its worth because you're saying it all the time. So those are some basics of do's and don'ts that you should implement. The next section of the audiobook of this chapter is asking her quality questions. And this is when we get to the vetting. This is essential for you to qualify or disqualify a woman from your life. Ideally, if you match with a woman on an online dating app, once you get a number and you go on a call, personally, what I've done and what I teach my clients, and this is updated information for people who maybe have read my book years ago, I would not recommend even doing a first date with a woman until you've asked her a few basic questions to see who she really is. More inexperienced guys that aren't confident, they will ignore my advice and they will just ask her later after a couple of dates. But if you're some guy who's already lustful and horny and you show up to a few dates, you're going to be so goo goo gaga over her looks, you're not even going to ask her these questions. Which is why I want you to get it out the way. Even if you approach a woman in real life and you get a number, unless you set up a date right there and then in person, when you go home, set up a phone call, ask her a few questions, then do a date. And if you set up a date right away after meeting a woman, you've got to ask these questions on the date. So, first of all, why is it important to do this? One, it communicates that you have genuine interest in getting to know her for who she is. Two, you will learn if you're compatible with her values, beliefs, and her lifestyle. Three, it's going to make her feel safe and comfortable with you because she's sharing important details about her life, which builds rapport. Four, this keeps her doing most of the talking, even on a phone call, not just on dates, guys. Women talk more in general. You want to do most of the talking in general. Even when she's your girlfriend, even when she's your wife, women work through everything by talking and talking and talking. Let her do that. And building this skill from when you start getting to know her and courting her, it'll carry on over time. 5, by asking quality questions, you're having a meaningful conversation, which makes her feel more receptive and inclined to ask you the same questions, which leads to a natural flow of things. 6, you show her you're a good listener. And 7, by asking her these questions, you get a chance to test her for red flags and to vet her. Most guys get shy or intimidated because they find her attractive, because they're leading with lust. And this prevents them from being in a natural and relaxed state around a woman, which is why you're using pick-up lines or trying to overly compliment her or be too nice or too agreeable. And that's not what you want to do. You want to ask her a few basic questions. So this is what I would recommend. It's about vetting. And if you're somebody who has read my book, whether it's the paperback, hardcover, or digital, this is what I'm telling you right now in the audiobook is different. It's new, it's updated. You want to ask, I would recommend these basic 11 questions. 1, what are you looking for in a man? Ideally, you want to hear that she wants a traditional man who will lead, protect, and provide, has integrity, love, he's family-oriented, and monogamous. That's kind of the answer you're looking for. 2, and again, take note of this. And by the way, if you go through the online dating mastery course that I mentioned earlier, these questions are listed in one of the video lessons. Question number 2 is, tell me about your family background and what is your relationship like with your parents? This is to gain clarity on, has she healed if she came from a broken home? What is her current state like? Does she have a loving relationship with her parents? Remember everything we covered about daddy issues and mommy issues? Does she hate them? Does she have resentment? Does she want to change the subject? You get your answer. Number 3, tell me about your lifestyle and hobbies. What does she like to do? Is it in tune with what a feminine woman does? Are they honorable activities? Does she work out? Does she eat clean? Does she like to read? What books does she like to read? What does she do in her spare time? If she's partying, smoking and drinking and that's her lifestyle, that's not for you. Number 4, ask her, what are your thoughts on alcohol, smoking and drugs? You want to make certain that she refrains from substances if possible entirely. And no, there's nothing wrong if she has a glass of wine here and there or a beer here and there. I'm sure some of you listening do that. I am somebody personally who doesn't drink. I don't smoke. I don't do any of that. Ideally, you want to find a woman that avoids this as well. But there's nothing wrong if you're on a date with her socially and she wants to have a glass of wine with you. But gain clarity on where she stands on this so you don't have any surprises later on. Number 5. This is the big one. What's your body count, your sexual history, and your past experiences with men? Or you can lead with it yourself. Remember, I mentioned this earlier in red flags when it comes to the asking her the body count. Remember your training, remember the knowledge, and apply it. Make sure she has a low body count or non-existent body count, ideally. But in the case where you have a high body count where you can't judge, well, you'll fit better with a woman with a similar past. but just make sure she currently values chastity and integrity, and it's evident in her fruit. The sixth question you want to ask her: tell me about your friends. You want to make sure that her friends are feminine, traditional, modest women, have the same values, and that she has a track record of cutting off bad women. And the biggie here is there's no male friends. And if she's a young girl, you guys are in high school, college, she's around a few male friends, she's willing to cut them off. Number 7, where do you see yourself in 5 to 10 years? Ideally, you want to hear that she wants a husband, she wants children, she values family and a peaceful life. This weeds out the career-oriented women. Number 8, what are your thoughts on traditional gender roles? Ideally, I'm in total support of these values and I'm open to learn about them. Anything to that effect. Number 9, tell me about your last relationship. Does she hold back? Does she shut down? Ideally, she should be happy to discuss details. You should have confirmation that she's healed from her ex and that the ex is nowhere to be seen in the background. She's completely moved on. Number 10, what are your thoughts on marriage and children? A resounding yes. She's passionate about family, loves kids, and she shows excitement to be a wife and a mother. Number 11, do you believe in God? And are you a Christian or whatever faith you are if you're watching? Ideally, she's curious, open, and flexible, or you get a resounding yes. And if this goes well, and you've matched with a girl on a dating app, or you've approached her and you got her number when you're home, you call her and you ask her this, and it all goes well, then I would set up a first date. And I am telling you from experience because it's what I did with my woman, and it's what my clients now do with the women they've met and they have in their lives. When you do this with a woman, to a good woman, it's going to show that you have balls, you're leading with strength, you've been open about yourself, you've given her a chance to be open too. You've done this from the beginning when there's no emotional attachment. This is powerful because a good woman is not going to be offended by this. In fact, it's necessary, and it's really going to open her up. And it shows her that you truly are serious. Only women that are incompatible, immoral, or not attracted to you are going to get uncomfortable when you ask this stuff because they're not that serious about marriage. And this is why you court. This is why you vet. You show that you're serious and you expose the women who aren't. A woman who's interested in you and compatible with you is going to be delighted that you've asked these questions. When I asked my girl, man, she asked me the questions back and more. She was very impressed. She said, I've never had a guy show this level of strength before. That's why I teach this, and it's updated in this audiobook for you. So that is how I would recommend you proceed. And let's say you just did a first date. I would memorize these questions. I would start asking her them on a first date. If you haven't asked her yet and you had one set up at the time of you listening to this, that's how I would proceed. You don't ask this over text message. You ask it either on the phone so she can give you an answer, or in real life if you didn't follow the path that I've taught you. And that's all you have to do regarding that. Continuing on with the next section of this chapter. Here is a simple way to test a character. So once you've done this and you've set up a first date, this is one of the first and easiest things you should do to test. At the end of the first date, when you go to pay the bill, see what she does. If she sits back and expects you to pay, this is a sign that she's more likely to be the type of woman to be entitled to your money. As mentioned earlier, gold diggers and users are not relationship material. And this is foreshadowing that she's a taker, not a giver. And there's nothing worse than dating a selfish woman. Believe me, I've lived this before with an ex years ago. It's not fun. Maybe some of you have had that same experience too. Learn from it. But on the other hand, women that have good values, they've chosen to be a good woman, and she truly likes you, when the bill arrives, she might even offer to pay. This is her way of showing you that she's interested in getting to know you and not the type of girl to use you. This is also an indication that she's willing to invest more effort in dating you And if you say, no, it's fine, I've got the bill, a good woman might even push a little bit further. Oh, it's okay, could I please get the drinks? Can I at least pay for the drinks? She'll go, she'll fumble, she'll open her purse, she'll look for her wallet when the bill arrives. That's what a good woman does. Because a good woman is never interested in using you. On the other hand, she will show you through her behavior that she will contribute to the date by demonstrating her gratitude. Okay? If she reaches for a purse, or, hey, can I at least split the bill or get the drinks? That's a good sign. And usually a good woman is going to say, thank you so much. When you do this, she'll be grateful. But when she does this, all you have to do is say, look, it's the first date, so as the man, I'm going to pay, but I'm very grateful for the fact that you showed initiative. I can see that you're a good person. Thank you so much. You could say something like that to her. That's when you give her good praise, which will boost her femininity. By communicating you appreciated her offer to pay, but stay firm in taking care of the first date like a gentleman, you make her feel valued, and at the same time, you're encouraging her to be someone who's a giver. So, on the next date, if she insists, if you have a second date or a third date with a woman like this, it's okay to, if she insists, to let her pay for drinks or desserts or coffee. You don't have to split the bill if you make good money. I personally recommend you don't. As a man, I think it's good that you should pay, but it's about the intention. As a man, you want to pay for a woman who is grateful for what you have, not a woman who sits back and thinks, well, I'm entitled to it. And that is the difference. You'll be much more happy and more compelled to want to pay and want to take her to nice places once you've seen that she's willing to at least offer to pay. It's gesture that matters. When I had my first date with my woman, I remember I told you guys it was a Mexican restaurant for dinner. When I went to pay, she did exactly this. She put her hand in her wallet and said, oh, could I please pay for at least my part? And I said, no, it's the first date, I'm paying for you. And she was like, are you sure? Is it okay? I'm like, yeah, it's completely fine, no worries. And then she told me, okay, but on the second date, I'm going to pay. And I was like, no, you're not. It's the second date. And she said, well, because she's Estonian. There was an Estonian restaurant nearby. She said, well, for the second date, I'm taking you to an Estonian restaurant. And since I'm Estonian, you have to let me pay. And I was like, okay, fine. And that was a fantastic thing. I mean, I let her do it. She did actually pay for that second date. And then, yeah, she didn't pay for another date for a long, long time after that. Because soon after we became a couple. And obviously, over the years, I practically paid for all the dates, other than obviously my birthday or special occasions where she has treated me. Even to this day, when I take her out, she still offers, she still asks if she can split something or she can treat me as well. But I usually say no, right? But the point is, my woman has earned my trust. I know she's genuine, she's a giver. That's not a problem. And I want you guys to have experience too, to have a woman like that. So this is a very simple test to see what sort of woman you're dealing with. Because as the week goes on and they become months and then years, you'll notice that a woman that's a giver is naturally more feminine. And that's what you want in a woman. Because if you get a girl who never offers to pay, it's not about the paying, it's about everything else. Is she going to cook for you? Is she going to clean? Is she going to serve you? Is she going to nurture you? Be careful with entitled women, because if they're not truly attracted to you and they're entitled for your money, things become transactional. Okay, so it's perfectly normal for you to pay on the first date because you're the one inviting her out. However, a woman with interest knows that dating goes both ways, and a good girl is going to prove this to you. But if everything goes well, you'll see her interest climbing, to where she'll be more giving, more nurturing. Just be aware if a woman reciprocates in other ways. Does she cook? Does she clean? Does she ever pay for drinks down the road? Does she ever buy you anything nice? Look for those things. Okay? On the second date, third date, moving forward, pay attention. It's okay to let her invest in you in this way. This is an additional sign of interest and her attraction, which also, it keeps her interested in you because she's investing more. Continuing on. Remember, a woman has to earn your provision, your love and care for her. In the early stages of courtship, I mean, biblically speaking, you're not even supposed to provide for her. Actually, that role falls into her father or her father figure until you're actually married, if you want to get down to it. Your responsibility to do so comes into play when she becomes your wife. Obviously, that doesn't mean if you have a good woman and she's your girlfriend, you can't take care of her, and you should. But please keep this in the back of your mind. Give a woman a chance to prove to you through her behavior that she's worthy of you. Okay? And some gold diggers might be smart, and they might pay once to throw you off the hook, and then they never do it again. So be mindful. Remember, even after you're married, a good woman is always going to do favors for you, serve you, treat you well, and give you gifts from her heart. Givers always give, takers always take. Choose your woman wisely. Implement this strategy because it works. Continuing on with the next section of this chapter, since we're talking about courtship fundamentals, another thing that you must be mindful of is how to set up dates. For the first 3 to 4 dates, the third or fourth week of dating, I recommend you stick to 1 date per week. After the 5th week of dating, so on the 5th week, this is typically when attraction starts to build on a deeper level and you want to see each other both more. There's nothing wrong with that, and you can see each other. But initially, stick to 1 date per week until you give her enough time and space away from you to think about you, to miss you, and engage her emotions. And essentially, this is a solid way for her to build an emotional attachment with her. Because a woman needs time away from you to wonder about you, to miss you. Okay? Attraction grows in space. She needs time and space away to think. When is he going to text me or call me again? Where is he going to take me on our next date? Is he thinking about me when he's at work? Oh, what is he doing today? What is he up to? Women need to experience those feelings for their emotional attraction towards you to increase. And it's in these moments of emotional volatility and uncertainty that she will then slowly start to reach out, text you, call you, wanting to nest with you to get clarity on your interest in her. And what you'll notice is, after each weekly date, the texting and the calling becomes more frequent because she desires to be in your presence more often. Let's say she texts you on Monday saying, "Hey Jimmy, I really enjoyed last Friday night." What she's basically doing is communicating to you that her schedule's wide open and she's ready to see you again. When a woman reaches out to you, always assume she wants to see you. That is something my mentor taught me, and it's something I've seen in my own life, and it works. If she's reaching out and initiating contact, it's always because she wants to see you. All you have to do, text her back, call her back, schedule the next date. And if things actually are going well for you, you can actually set the next date while you're on the date that you're actually on. That's when the interest is really high and you're very skilled at doing this. And then you rinse and recycle the same process. All you have to do is set up dates, that's it. Relax, take things slow, let her interest for you slowly rise. And that's it. All it takes for you is to get to know, ask her questions, and have fun. If you just focus on courting her, remaining calm and collected, letting her attraction grow for you, it will. There's nothing else to it. There's no need to double, triple text her, no need to spam her with compliments or gifts. Let her come to you at her pace. The only effort you need to do initially is 1 date per week. Until she starts asking you, "I'd love to see you more, when can I see you again?" Then you can increase the frequency. And you don't have to be super rigid with this either. If your first date is so powerful, you have such strong chemistry, see each other on the next date. I remember with my girl, the first week we had 1 date. The second week we had 2 dates. And then soon after that we were a couple. Keep in mind, we'd already spent 3-4 weeks on video calls, talking every day. So our bonding process had definitely increased and sped up too. It might be different for you, but you don't want to be structured or a robot. I'm always going to stick to 1 week. If it goes well, you can definitely spend more time together, if your schedules permit as well, of course. But providing you're doing everything right, week after week, her interest will be pumping higher and higher to the point where you don't even have to initiate anymore, because she's Good morning, handsome. How are you? How's your day? Can I call you? Can I text you? What are you up to? When are you free? So week after week, you'll notice that she's feeling safer emotionally. And she's texting you more frequently because she starts to miss you. This is when you start to see the emotional attachment build. I mean, you can see this, it's predictable. So what you're doing subconsciously for her is you're teaching her that whenever she texts or calls you, she gets confirmation that you want to see her again and you're willing to set up another date. So now she feels more comfortable to even ask you herself, hey, when can I see you again? Hey, when are you free? So she'll now be more open, more nurturing, and bonding with you on a deeper level because she knows you're trustworthy, consistent, and reliable. Do not rush this process. This is all you have to do to keep her interest climbing higher. Just date her. That's it. So after 3 to 4 weeks, typically third or fourth week of dating, she will start to become more vocal about her interest. Okay, this is when I want to see you more than once, and then practically from then on, you will never really go back to seeing each other once a week. You will typically be seeing each other multiple times a week, maybe even more times, to the point where eventually you're spending all of your free time together and you become a couple. That's just how this goes. Continuing on with the next section of the chapter, let her experience you. So the average man thinks there's some type of secret formula or strategy you have to follow to raise her interest, but this couldn't be further from the truth. The whole point of courting is to get to know each other. Women are emotional beings. The whole experience of dating raises her interest in you. Most guys make the mistake of acting too serious too soon, treating her like a girlfriend because they're scared of losing her. But you don't have to do any of that. You don't have to be fearful. Take your time, enjoy each other's company, let her slowly ask you questions, uncover information about you, learn about you, show an interest in you, and do the same for her. When you're on a date, you don't need to vomit every detail about your life. Once you've vetted each other and you've shared personal details, these topics slowly come naturally. Let her ask about you. Let her pull it out of you. This is how you build mystery in a righteous way. Let her find out about who you really are. This is exciting for her. After your first date, you don't need to spam her with dozens of texts blurting out your emotions. You can still text her and say, oh, I had so much fun on that day. It was lovely getting to know you. You can say it like that. It's not a problem. But you don't need to go overboard with the compliments, especially if you don't have any experience or you have poor social skills. This is where guys put their foot in their mouth and say or text something that's needy, creepy, or it comes off as insecure. Regarding calling a woman to set up your next date, and part of her experiencing you is, let's say your first date was on a Friday. If you need some time to think about it, just wait a couple days. Let the interest build. Let's see, maybe she texts you, hey, when can I see you again? If not, I'd wait a couple days as you're texting, calling. Then you bring it up again. It's really that simple. But quite frankly, if you're dealing with the quality of woman that I want you to deal with, which is one that has high interest and is attracted to you, she'll be texting you after your first date. I had so much fun. When can I see you again? Oh, can I text you when I'm home? Can I call you when you're home? Call me when you're free. When do I get to see you again? Right away. They don't really waste any time with it. And quite frankly, you'll feel the same way about it too. But regardless, you want to be patient. You want to let her experience you slowly over time. And it's always good that once you have the date planned always a week in advance, this gives her time as the date is approaching to tell her friends about you, tell her family about you. She's wondering what to wear. And her thoughts and emotions start to focus on you. Because remember, femininity is all about bonding, opening up to receive love, nurturing, connecting. It's relationship oriented. And pay attention to that. When you notice she wants more of your presence and seems happy when she's around you, when she's calling you, when she's texting you, that's a clear sign that her feelings have deepened for you. So you never have to ask her where you stand with her. Just look at her actions. The next section of this chapter is observing her body language. A lot of guys assume that if they're on a date, they can put their arm around her or hold her hand. And this type of behavior is going to make a woman feel unsafe when you're courting her. Please pay attention to her body language. She'll let you know when touch is okay. Pay attention because it's subtle. When you sit down next to each other at the restaurant, for example, she puts her hand on your leg for a moment. In that moment, it indicates she's okay with physical touch, so it's okay to reciprocate by putting your arm around her waist, for example. This is a sign she's attracted and comfortable around you. But a moment later, she might pull her hand away from your leg. Therefore, you match and mirror. Let her come and go. This is also a way for her to test you for neediness and desperation. Guys that are lustful will try and touch her non-stop, which will result in her feeling uncomfortable. Look at her body language. Is she smiling? Is she touching your arm? Is she blushing? Is her voice pitch heightening? Are her arms folded? Is she open? Is her body facing you? When you kiss her, does she turn her head? Does she kiss you back? It's easy to see how much a woman communicates without even needing to say a single word. When you walk down the street, she might grab your hand. This is an indication that she might feel protected by your presence, that she's got high interest in you. But moments later, when you cross the road, she might let go of your hand. You don't reach back out and grab it. Instead, let her go and let her initiate touch again when she's ready. The closer she moves towards you physically, the higher attraction. The more distance she puts between you, the lower level of interest and comfort. Give her the freedom to move closer or as further as much as she wants. Don't be pushy or try and force her. When she touches your arm or gets closer, she's inviting you to do the same. Just match and mirror the level of touch she wants, keeping it 2 steps forward, 1 step back. The more she initiates, the more she is pursuing you. So, let that be. Because when you remain calm and you're unbothered by this, she'll feel your strength, and eventually she'll give you another invitation when she feels ready. And this is just how women are. It's a subtle way of how a woman is going to test you via body language to see how lustful, how needy you are. Don't fail at this. And the next section of this chapter is look at her actions. Guys, pay attention to what a woman does to see if it adds up to what she says. The truth is always in her behavior, and as we just covered, in her body language. And the cornerstone of dating, the cornerstone of courtship is choose a woman who chooses you. Don't waste your time with women who display low interest. It's more difficult to meet up with a woman who thinks you're a 5 in looks compared to a woman who sees you as a 10, who you really are her type. When a girl really likes you, she's more open and receptive to spending time with you, texting you back, and making herself available to you. You should only date a woman that has high initial interest. It's important that she's got chemistry and that she's compatible with you. As I mentioned earlier, attraction can't be created out of thin air. It's not a choice. It's natural. It's organic. It's instant. The bottom line is she likes you or she doesn't. If you even have to question it or you're confused by a woman's behavior, she's not that into you. Because when a woman likes you, she's never going to say or do anything to make you think otherwise. Women make it very clear when they like you. And understand, you can only raise her emotional attraction if there's physical attraction to begin with and compatibility, and if she's emotionally available. You will never be able to get a woman to a place where she respects you and falls in love with you if she doesn't have genuine desire for you in the first place. You never ever need to ask a woman where you stand with her. It's always evident in her actions. If you ever doubt where you stand, look at what she does. Is she texting you? Is she calling you? Is she smiling? Is she interested? Is she touching you? We just covered this. Literally, observing her body language, letting her experiencing you. How often is she coming to you? Does she compliment you? What is she asking you? I mean, pay attention to these things. Did she go to pay on the date? Did she offer? Is she excited? Does she want to see you again? Pay attention to these things. Don't delude yourself or bullshit you if her interest isn't there. When a woman's interested, the words and actions match, and she will show a consistent interest in spending time with you and always make a schedule available to you. When you text her, she texts you back right away. I've been with my woman for 2.5 years at the time of this audiobook recording. She's been consistent with me from day one. She texts me back consistently every day, she calls every day, and she spends all of her free time with me every single time she's available. I am a priority in life and she's mine. Why are we consistent with each other? Because of chemistry and compatibility. That is the only formula for this. You can't will your way or force your way into making a woman want this. The ingredients have to be there. If you call and ask a woman out for a date, and she tells you, for example, well, I can't meet up this weekend, I'm just so busy, but there's no counteroffer, she's communicating she doesn't want to see you. In this case, tell her, great, reach out to me when you're available to make plans. After that, you wait. If she contacts you a while later, assume she wants to see you, schedule a date. If she doesn't bring it up or give you a wishy-washy answer, don't make definite plans, because that's low interest. What happens, you've got to pull away. I wouldn't even ask her out again or waste time with a woman that does this. High interest women, if they're truly unavailable to see you, but they like you, there is going to be a counteroffer. There's going to be a genuine apology. The information she tells you, it's going to make sense. It's going to add up. She'll let you know when her schedule is free. She'll make more of an effort afterwards to make up for the lost time because she does respect you. And that is the difference. It's all in a woman's interest level. It's all in her actions. Continuing on with the next section of this chapter. Let her pursue you. I'm sure you've heard plenty of girls say, even online, oh, I want a guy to chase me. But maybe you've done this yourself and then she ghosts you. You're left scratching your head wondering, why did she stop responding even though I did exactly what she wanted? Because the average guy through Western feminist media is conditioned to believe that if he runs after a woman or tries really hard to prove his worth, he'll eventually get the girl. You see this in movies and shows now where the men are very effeminate and the roles have been reversed. But why don't you watch a movie from 30, 40, 50 years ago and you see how feminine the women are. You see how they fawned over a masculine man and how they pursued the man instead. You see, you'll never be successful with women if you don't understand what they emotionally respond to. And I need to infer on this, I'm not talking about damaged women. I'm not talking about women that are not attracted to you. I'm talking about good quality feminine women that are wife material, that desire you. Okay? And most women, unfortunately, don't even understand themselves unless they've taken time to embrace their femininity and develop their self-esteem. If a woman tells you, I want you to chase me, she's just regurgitating the societal propaganda that she's heard from these feminist romance novels and movies. But deep down, women get repulsed and scared when a man who's a total stranger she just met starts to send her a shit ton of texts after a first date or professing his love on the first or third date with flowers. Even if she tells you she wants you to chase her, understand that that is a test, and she might not even believe it herself. Quite frankly, a good woman isn't going to tell you this, but in case a woman does, I want you to just be aware. Clueless guys fall into this trap, and then they get discarded by a woman later on after they behave this way. And some women, and again, this is part of letting her pursue you. Some women have had experience with needy, weird guys. So they will develop their own ways of testing a guy. So maybe she said, yeah, I'll text you tomorrow or I'll text you later. You might be up in the morning and looking at your phone and waiting to see the text back from her, but she might not text you till later in the afternoon or evening. It's not that she has low interest, it's that she's getting on with her life, getting on with her day, and she'll text you later on to see, does this guy come unhinged? Is he going to act neurotic or crazy? A lot of guys do this. The girl doesn't text him back when in the time frame he thinks she should, and starts blowing up her phone. Where did you go? Did I do something wrong? Why are you ignoring me? Man, you do that to a woman, you are going to turn her off. I even look back when I was like 16, 17, 18, and I'd text a girl, or I'd match with a girl, I'd talk to her. If she wouldn't text me back, I'd get very needy for a few hours, and I'd be like, hey, why aren't you responding to me? And girls would just block me, to delete me, they wouldn't respond to me. I learned that the hard way when I was a young guy. Don't make the same mistake. Because you're basically communicating that her disappearance affects you so much that it causes you to panic, and that you don't have a sense of security without her. But a masculine man who's happy and you're fulfilled in life, you're not going to be bothered if a girl you started courting just doesn't text you for a few hours, because you're busy, you're working, you're studying, you have things you need to do. You'll get back to her when you get back to her. Women know this. This is why, if she realizes you are the only thing you have going on in your life, she's going to pull away. Yes, a woman wants once she bonds with you, she wants to be an important part of your life, but she wants you to be out there slaying the dragon. She wants you to be a man and leave an impact in the world. That's attractive. So when a woman suddenly stops texting, you want to assume one of two things. One, she's either genuinely busy and will get back to me later, or two, she could have had bad experiences with men and is testing me to see if I behave like a weak little boy. The only exception to this is if you're talking to a girl and she's not that attracted to you. Maybe she's settled for you and she's keeping her options open. You're in the early stages of dating. Maybe she still has a dating app open. Maybe you approach her in person, but she's still talking to other guys. Maybe she tells you she's seeing other guys and you're not really number one on the list. This can happen as well. I don't really factor that in because personally, I don't even really want that to happen to you guys. Hence, going for a woman where there's mutual chemistry. But for the guys who might not really focus on really prioritizing that, this can happen too. So understand, when you look at the phone, you look at social media, you want to see it as a mutual game of chess or of tennis. You make a move, you hit the ball over the net, she has to return it. Until she returns a message, you can't throw another ball. It's quite straightforward. Everyone sees notifications on their personal device. There's no need to double or triple text. Okay, unless there's an emergency, like you're on a date and, I don't know, you were late because there's traffic or something happened and you have to let her know. Fantastic. Great. But nowadays, everybody walks glued to their phone. If a woman takes more than a full day to text you back, assume she has no interest, there's an ex in the background, or she's talking to other guys, and move the hell on. A good woman who's attracted to you is never going to take that long to get back to you. Ever. No exceptions. Okay, unless she got hit by a car, she died, or her phone broke, and there's nowhere to communicate with you. But that's not going to happen though, is it? You see, as a man, all I'm trying to get you to understand is let her attraction grow for you naturally. The reason why you want to chase is because you're impatient. The reason why you're trying to force her response from her is because you don't think she's going to get emotionally connected to you. Let things flow organically. By not chasing her, you show her that you're not weak like other 99% of men that screw this up. That's what she's used to seeing. Most women have only dated weak, effeminate men. And I'm telling you, because I've worked with these guys over the years, a lot of these men are successful, they drive nice cars, they have a beautiful home, they're in amazing shape, and they just come unglued around beautiful women. You have no competition. If she's attracted to you and you do things right, there is no competition. Once you master this information, you'll know this. Let her pursue you. It's part of femininity to open up and receive love and build an emotional connection with what's masculine. As each date goes by, she slowly discovers more about you. And if there is mutual compatibility in that physical desire, she'll start to feel safe. She'll start to feel vulnerable to the point where her feelings will grow. Let her come to you. Your focus has to just be on having fun, courting her, getting to know her, and that's it. The rest happens naturally in time. The next section of this chapter is women want a man as a challenge. Now, at the time of me writing this, back in 2022, when I published the book, some of you may think, well, that sounds very red pill. And I may realize my wording wasn't that wise at the time. So I'm going to change this to women want a man that stimulates her. And I'm going to explain this righteously. A beautiful woman knows it's easy for her to attract a man. Okay? She knows that men primarily judge women based on their physical appearance. So the average guy is, because they're so desperate nowadays, they're willing to sleep with a woman right away without even judging her personality, because they're lustful. Now, a beautiful woman who's got integrity, they've been used to getting hit on by all sorts of men, complimented, creepy guys sending them gifts, being thirsted at. So for a beautiful woman, if she really wanted to, sex would be easy. All she's got to do is go to a gym, go to a bar, go to the mall. There's an infinite supply of men ready to hit on her. She could have whatever she wanted. For this reason, honorable women remain chaste. This is how they protect themselves from horny guys who just want to hook up. So it's easy for a woman to attract a beautiful, it's easy for a beautiful woman to attract a man because a lot of guys give away their interest and affection in an instant only because of how she looks. But for women, typically this isn't the case. Women, as a baseline, usually if they're attractive and they've got good values, even if you're an attractive man, they're going to look beyond that. Absolutely, being handsome is important for her to feel that chemistry towards you, but she's not just going to make a decision to be with you based off of that. Women decide who they have sex with or who they enter a relationship with based on his personality, his character, chemistry, and compatibility. And it doesn't mean she's walking around with a list in her hand checking things off. She has self-esteem. It's in her psyche. She just understands this. Okay, so she needs to evaluate the following things. Is he masculine? Is he confident? Is he faking it? Is he going to pass my tests? Is he fun? Do we have the same things in common? What's his long-term potential as a boyfriend or a husband? Do you honor me? Can I feel safe around him? Is he trustworthy? If he got me pregnant, would he protect and provide for me? Or would I become a single mother? Would he abandon me? Would he cheat on me? Is he like every other guy, or is he genuine? Is he a man who will lead me? Can I keep my heart open, or is he just interested in sex? And I want to make a point here. Only feminine women with loyal hearts are going to think this way. Because there's a lot of promiscuous women who will gladly sleep with you right away, because they've got no interest in building a connection with you for a lifelong bond. But a pretty woman with integrity thinks this way. This is how she filters out and disqualifies lustful men. And those questions, you can flip it to yourself. Is she feminine? Is she a good woman, or is she faking it? Is she fun? Do we have the same things in common? What's her potential as a girlfriend or a wife? Is she capable of honoring me? Do I feel respected around her? Could I trust her with my seed? Could I trust her to raise my future children? This is the mindset you have to have, being in the driver's seat where you're vetting her. That's what you got to do. This is why women are disgusted. Good women are disgusted if you're the type of guy who wants to hook up with her. Because it proves that, one, you have no standards, and two, you're not a quality man. She didn't have to earn you. She didn't have to work to open you up to get to know who you are as a man. So there's no value in that. This is why I'm saying women want a man that stimulates them. That's the challenge. He's a real man. I have to earn a spot at his table. That's what it's about. Yes, a woman wants to appreciate your love and your affection. She wants to feel like she had to earn that spot to make you hers. She wants to be able to tell herself that she has a man that, even though you're attractive, you have choice. You could choose to be with someone else. And because she knows you don't do hookups, you're chaste, and you vetted her, okay, you're not an easy man. You're actually quality. That's attractive. That's stimulating to a woman. This is why guys that beg for the relationship on the second week of dating, or try and show off their success, or they're too available too soon, demonstrate to a woman they're just like every other guy. People value things they have to work hard for. You want her to earn you. Because if she doesn't earn you, she's never going to appreciate you. She will take you for granted. A woman wants a masculine man. This is the bottom line. Take notes on this. A woman wants a masculine man who she desires physically, but more importantly, a man who engages her emotions in a positive way. A man who chooses to date her because he wants to have her in his life, not because he settles for her. Be a man of unshaken resolve, with strong values, who will overlook her beauty and must only commit to her if she shows you that she's feminine, faithful, submissive, and adds joy to your life. It's about showing her that her pretty face has no power over you. This is the mindset you must develop. So how do you become this stimulation, this challenge that a woman wants? It's about conveying to her in a subtle yet direct way, through your vetting process, through your interest in her, through your actions, that you enjoy her company, you want to get to know her, but on the other hand, you can walk away. It's about communicating through your body language, your actions, a level of indifference that says, I am courting you based on principle and not emotion, and I am only going to choose you as a romantic partner if you're worthy of being in my life. When was the last time you went on a date and thought to yourself, is she a good match for me? Because guys aren't taught to think that way. The truth is, most men meet a beautiful woman and they're in a mad dash to try and prove themselves to her. The only way to impress a woman is by not trying to impress her. It's about showing indifference to what comes next. You must be focused on checking to see if she's suitable for you, because a man of true worth doesn't date women just for sex. Beyond that, you want a woman that'll respect him, and you want a woman that'll respect you, be your faithful wife in the long term. You don't have time to be with some immature woman, do you? By not pushing for a relationship and by just letting her come to you at a pace as the weeks go by, this is showing her that you're a genuinely happy guy who's serious about vetting a woman. And for the first time in her life, you're giving a woman a chance to prove her worth to you. That's what makes you stand apart. She wants to think to herself, a guy like him is so rare to find, I just can't let him get away. I'm going to show him what an awesome woman I am. I want to give him a good reason to choose me. That's what you want. So when you convey to her that you are able to stimulate her, that you're challenging righteously, this is what engages her in such a way for her to pursue you organically, because you excite her and you stand out. Your masculine presence presents you as an original masterpiece, because you have the actual willpower to take things slow and actually gauge her value. For the first time, you're asking her questions about her past, who she is, to see if you're good for you. Is she good for you? And women understand this on a deep level, because they know guys that are cowards, guys that just want lust, aren't thinking this way. They don't behave this way. They don't ask questions like this. When she knows that her beauty you're attracted to her, but her beauty has no power over you, and you actually care to get to know who she is, that's, to a woman, that is, wow, she's found a prize. Because a feminine woman who's beautiful with integrity wants the highest quality man she can possibly attract. And you must be that guy that she hopes to get a chance with. Good women are dying to meet the love of their lives. They spend years preparing themselves to be a good wife and mother, and they're just waiting for a man like you to walk in and take their breath away. The next section of this chapter is all reasons why women ghost men. This is another thing to include here in the courtship fundamentals, because this can happen as you start dating women, as you get to know them. Now, ghosting can be defined as the practice of ending personal interaction or relationship with someone by suddenly withdrawing from all communication. When you're dating a woman, there might come a time where she might pull away or lose interest, and you might scratch your head wondering, what the hell did I do wrong? And there are 5 reasons why a woman will ghost you. Take note. 1. The next in the background. This is classic. But have you ever found yourself in a situation where you talk to a girl, go on a few dates, and then she just suddenly vanishes for good? The answer is simple. Went back to the ex. Some women go through a breakup with their boyfriend or ex-husband if there's a divorce involved, and they start dating to distract themselves and essentially rebound with you so they can avoid the pain of the breakup. This means they're not over the ex. Therefore, the moment the ex gets back in touch, or she runs back to him, she will cut you off like an afterthought. You must understand that a woman who is still emotionally attached to an ex will choose the ex over you in most cases, because the feelings, the small feelings she may have invested in you, they pale compared to the emotional bond she's got built up with him. So she'll just ghost you without warning. There's another reason why you take things slow. If a woman tells you she's still in contact with her ex-boyfriend, or you go back to the chapter of red flag awareness, there's something fishy going on there that you've managed to see yourself, she might go back to him, and you are most likely a rebound. Reason number 2. She found someone she's more attracted to. One thing you must understand about women, especially the beautiful ones, they have choice with men. And if you are not looks matched, and let's say in her eyes you're a 5 or a 6, and a better looking guy comes along who's an 8 or a 9 and matches her better in looks, she is going to be way more inclined to put all her focus and energy on him. Now, this is more likely to happen when you date a woman who just doesn't have high initial interest in you. Translation, you're not a type or the guy she desires. For the time being, you're better than nothing because she's got low self-esteem. Therefore, if a much more attractive opportunity comes along, she'll just discard you. Don't take this personally. This is why you date and you vet. Rejection will happen. And some women haven't taken the time to consider what their type is. So they might try and just date you just to see how it goes. And if it doesn't work out or some other better option comes along, they'll move on with that. Guys do this too. You know, if it hasn't happened to you, you've definitely seen it happen to someone you know. They date a girl they don't really like that much, and you notice your friend keeps turning his head looking at other women because he's not attracted to his girl. He settled for her. And there's a reason why earlier, when it comes to finding the right woman for you, earlier in the audiobook, I mentioned the importance of this. Finding your type. You must know what you are aiming for so that you can avoid this. I recommend going for a girl that gives you indicators that she's really attracted to you from the get-go. She'll openly tell you, you're my type, you're exactly what I want. Therefore, you can avoid this from happening. Number 3, you lowered her interest level yourself. So another reason why some women ghost a man is due to a mix of the behaviors listed here. You may have failed some of her tests, failed the strength test, you failed the weakness test, you proved to her that you're not confident, that you don't make her feel safe. Maybe you're blowing up a phone, tons of messages, being needy, being insecure, acting serious too soon, sending gifts, doing overly romantic gestures when she's not attached to you, which creeps her out. Or you're making inappropriate comments, weird sexual jokes that are just making her feel uncomfortable. When you do this, it makes her feel that you're untrustworthy of dating her, you got low self-esteem, it's going to scare her, turn her off, creep her out, and she'll just ghost you without previous warning. During this stage, a woman will be taking her time to screen out untrustworthy and insecure men. Okay? On average, it's going to take a woman about 1 to 2 months to develop an emotional attachment, providing you're doing more things right than wrong. Which is why any mistakes you make will continue to cause her attraction level to slowly evaporate. And if she's made up her mind that you're a weakling, you're getting cut off. Reason number 4, lack of compatibility. Well, because most guys are so goo-goo gaga over how beautiful a woman is, they fail to understand that a pretty girl with standards, she's paying attention with the questions she's asking you to see if you're compatible. She's looking for a man that shares her lifestyle, her values and her beliefs. And she's going to lose interest if you don't want the same things as her. So take the focus away from your interest and ask yourself, do you really share the same outlook on life? Does she really want the same things as you out of marriage and commitment? If you don't remember any of this, go back earlier to the chapter of chemistry and compatibility. There's a reason why at the beginning of the book I said listen to this 10 to 15 times. Because every time you listen to something once, you retain about 10% of the knowledge. So if you listen to something 10 times, or you read something 10 times, then you get a better picture. Don't cherry pick. And in this case, don't cherry listen. Okay, most guys go tunnel vision on lust, and you're so focused on your own interest level, you don't even care just think if you're even compatible. And then you don't get it. Why are you going on dates with girls when they just ghost you? Or you get the number, you have small talk, and then she dips. This is why. And the final and fifth reason why a woman will ghost you is sometimes it's true that it has nothing to do with you. It's on her. Sometimes you might come across a girl who's got problems in her own personal life that are preventing her from becoming close to you. If she has, let's say you're doing everything right, right? Chemistry, compatibility is there, there's no X in the background. But let's also throw in the assumption that there's no X. She's attracted to you, everything's solid. If you know you're doing everything right and all the ingredients are present, the only reason a girl would just go ghost is she has serious red flags. Going back to unresolved trauma or unrepentant sin, childhood trauma, stuff like that, right? She might struggle to trust in men, insecurity from past wounds, maybe she was raped, just simply afraid to commit. She may freeze up and become cold when she develops feelings for you. Now, these situations are extremely rare because ultimately, if a girl really does like you, she's just going to push through with that, and interest level breaks through all those barriers, and she's going to want to give it a shot. But if she's, mentally ill, this could happen. Things could be sailing smoothly for a week, and then she just goes AWOL. Okay. Either she'll reach back out with an explanation, or she'll just disappear from your life for good. But be very careful, and in this case, you should walk away too. And those are the reasons why women ghost men. Continuing on with the next section of this chapter. And yes, for your information, we are still in the courtship fundamentals. This stuff is heavy and it's big, and everything that you've listened so far in the audiobook is linear. It builds upon itself. This next section is, when does the emotional attachment form? Something you must have been asking yourself by this point. By now you know how to set up dates, you know where to take a woman, you know what to look for, the do's and don'ts, you know what your type is, you know how to weed out red flags, you know what questions to ask her. So when does the attachment form? Well, there's a huge misconception that women fall in love sooner than men. It's just not true. Men are the ones who develop feelings of attachment far quicker than women because we're more visually stimulated. Okay? It's not to say women aren't stimulated either visually, but they just need a bit more time. Men fall in love by what they see, women fall in love by what they hit, as the old saying goes. If she's attractive, feminine, treats you with admiration and respect, you're just going to develop feelings of attachment. If you're a good listener, make her feel heard and understood, make her laugh, make her feel good, show confidence, pass her tests, and lead her right, she'll develop feelings for you too. But the average man will start to develop feelings of intimacy if he continuously dates a woman for about a month. So you're looking at anywhere between 3 to 4 weeks. But again, don't forget, this only happens if you're emotionally available. And women will need a little bit more time to get to know you on a deeper emotional level before they begin to fall in love with you. How you make her feel, gauging compatibility, to bond with you properly. And the average woman will start to develop these feelings of intimacy with you after about 1.5 to 2 months of dating, maximum, providing you're doing more things right than wrong. This can happen sooner. Same thing, it can happen around a month for you, 3 to 4 weeks, 5 weeks, if you're doing a lot of things right. Providing, again, that she's emotionally available, no X in the background, healthy, good-hearted woman. It's inevitable. And this is why right around this time, the 1.5 month range, the 2 month range, again, maybe even the 1 month range, keep your eyes peeled. You will start to see her showing more of a profound interest in your life and working towards moving closer and closer to you emotionally. She'll be dressing more feminine on dates. She will be the one to bring up the relationship. Which brings us to the next section of this chapter. Knowing when it's time to transition into a relationship. Between 6 to 8 weeks of courtship, so about 1.2, 1.5 months to 2 months of dating, this is when her interest would have peaked to where she'll practically come out and tell you one of the following statements. Where's this going? I hope you're not dating any other girls. Are we a couple yet? Do you want to be my boyfriend? She'll tell you either I'm in love with you or that she wants to be in a relationship with you. Translation: she's communicating she wants you all to herself and she's ready to commit to you because she's now emotionally attached to you and has fallen in love. When she asks you any of the above statements, it's up to you whether you choose to give it a green light. It's always best that she shows you when she's ready to be your girlfriend, then you be the one who rushes in or forces her into it to the first few weeks of dating. So I've seen some guys do this, and the woman might agree because she's passive and doesn't want to say no to you, but she's not feeling it. It's better when she does it, because when she does, she's earned your love, your devotion, and presence in you. And presence. It's always better she tells you when she's ready. It's her way of guaranteeing her feelings for you, especially because women take longer to fall in love. And since you're new to this knowledge and you probably have a knowledge gap, you might, and a lot of guys do this, they have a bias and they project their high interest level onto the woman. So they think, I can ask to be my girlfriend whenever. It's like, no, if she hasn't brought it up, she ain't ready. Bottom line. And also be mindful, the only type of woman that's going to rush into a relationship will be a woman I described earlier in the red flag list. Honest, feminine women who are emotionally available between 1 to 2 months of dating will be ready. They might take slightly longer if you've done a few mistakes, and they might fall in love sooner if you do more things right. Let her chase you, remember, let her come to you at her pace. Only focus on after getting to know her, create fun opportunities to go on dates, and to keep assessing if you're compatible with each other, and making her feel comfortable. And eventually she'll commit when she's ready. You don't even have to ask her about being your girlfriend. You don't have to push for it because it will scare her away. It's simple. Pay attention to her actions. Let her pursue you. Be that challenge. And once you internalize this information, you'll practically see her fall in love with you. It will be so predictable. I mean, I remember for me, when I went on my fourth date with Stacy, because for us, we were already talking consistently for about 3.5 weeks on video calls. So by the time we went on our first date, it was week 4, week 5. Second date was on the second week. We had one date, and then a third date, all in the second week of date, which was about technically week 5, week 6, you could say. It was predictable, like the sun coming up. We sat on the beach together, and I was doing a Bible study with her, brought my Bible with me, and she just turned to me and said, I just want you to know, Christian, that I love you, and I want to be in a relationship with you. I want you all to me, for myself. And obviously I felt the same way. Obviously I'd felt that way already on the first day, because, technically 5 weeks of getting to know her. And I said, I love you too, and I feel the same way. And that was it. That's how it happened. And I could see it coming. I could see her asking it, because I know this stuff and I pay attention to the patterns. And you will get to that place too. It's reading her interest level, okay? A man who understands these fundamentals, you get so good at this, you can literally see what she's going to ask you and what she's going to do beforehand. It's like predicting the future. And you know exactly where you stand with her. You know exactly where the relationship is heading, because you just observe her interest level daily. And this is the importance of allowing her to bring up the I love you first. The moment she asks you to be exclusive is typically when a normal, healthy, emotionally available woman is going to give you that first I love you. And at this point, you should be saying I love you every single day after that, mutually. But if she hasn't brought it up yet, and if she hasn't brought up her relationship, she hasn't brought up I love you, just focus on dating her, courting her, having fun, letting her come to you. And when she's ready, she'll bring it up. Under no circumstance should you be the first one to say I love you, as this can either scare her away, and like most guys do, they project their interest. You might kind of force her to agree into a relationship, but I've seen lots of cases where a guy does this and then the girl's like, soon after that she dumps him, and she's like, sorry, I can't really do this, I can't go along with this. Okay? And remember, even when she says I love you, it's how she feels in the moment. Real love takes years to develop. It takes discipline, it takes effort. And in the first few months of your relationship, I love you is mostly being built up from a place of infatuation and limerence and a bit of lust. but that will transition into love and steady, calm, peaceful emotions over time. Another thing here to mention before we end this section is you could be in a 5-year long-term relationship, but if the last time she said I love you was 1 year ago, then she's not in love with you anymore. It takes a long time for a woman to fall in love, but it takes a long time for her to fall out of love. A woman's romantic interest in you will depend on your ability to remain in your masculine, to lead her, to show your love through your actions. If a woman respects you and feels loved by you, she'll be very vocal with how much affection she shows. If she loses respect for you, then you will notice her ability to initiate the words. She will lose that ability, right? She doesn't want to say I love you anymore. It'll fade away with her desire for quality time and intimacy. And now we get to the final section of this chapter, the emotional attraction chart. This is by far, some of my clients have told me this is their favorite part of my book when I wrote it, and it's one of my favorite pieces too, to be honest. So this is a chart that is designed to help you gauge a woman's level of emotional attraction, aka interest level in you. This carries out through a relationship, this carries on throughout a marriage, but it starts the day you start talking, and you can begin to read it from then. Please note that a woman's feelings will grow at a slower rate when you make silly mistakes, but they increase at a faster rate as long as you show up correctly and follow the courtship fundamentals. Take note. Interest level from bottom to highest. 0 to 4. When an emotional attraction is between 0 to 4, you have 0 chance of a woman falling in love with you. This is when a woman shows no interest in spending time with you. She'll reject dates, never offer to reschedule. She ignores your texts and calls, gives you short answers, may take hours or days to give you replies. When you ask her questions, she replies with short answers, doesn't ask you anything in return. This happens when you either involve yourself with a woman who's settled for you, a woman who's immoral, a woman who has any of the red flags on the list, or with a woman who lacks compatibility. Keep in mind, this can cause a woman who initially had chemistry and compatibility with you to behave this way if you over-pursue, show neediness, fail her tests, or do creepy things that turn her off. Remember what we covered before with ghosting women? How sometimes it can be your fault? You can make her interest level this low and eventually lose her. The only thing to do in this situation is to withdraw your attention. If there was any interest to begin with, your absence will spike a desire for you, and attraction might slowly come back up if you recalibrate and behave like a man. The next level of interest is between level 5 to 6. Okay, we just did 0 to 4, now it's 5 to 6. This is baseline level of interest, typically from day 1 of talking. This is where she must find you physically attractive at least for a chance to spend time around with her. At this level, she will say yes to plans, she'll show up on time, she'll respond to your texts and calls in an appropriate, timely manner, she'll ask you quality questions, and all of this is indicative of her wanting to get to know you. You will also notice she will text you in many ways, such as changing plans to see if you cave in. She might suddenly stop texting in the middle of a conversation if you've made a few mistakes to see, is he needy, is he insecure? She might say or do things to tease you playfully, right? A strength test, a weakness test to see how you respond because you're in the early stages of interest. Okay? This level of interest is very common in the first couple of weeks of courtship as she's slowly building comfort with you. But she also needs confirmation that you're not lustful and that you're, not easy to walk all over, that you can stand your ground. Because of this, have enough self-awareness to anticipate her tests. And this, it does tend to take place in the early stages of courtship. And at this level, this is where emotional attraction does begin to take root. Levels 6 to 7. By this point, this is when you've passed your initial tests, and this is where she feels more comfortable to be around you because now she's safer, she trusts you more, she sees you're consistent, you're reliable, she begins to see that you're not a degenerate, she starts to remember all the things that you say, she asks intimate questions about you, she's very curious to get to know about your past, your upbringing, who you are, everything about you. This is when she'll start to compliment you and show interest in you. This is all indicative of her emotional attraction deepening. The frequency of her texts and calls will increase. She will want to know what you are up to and ask how your day's been. She does a lot of talking and shares details about her life with you openly without ever needing to ask. She makes an effort to keep in touch in between dates, texting you, calling you, reaching out. She keeps the flow going. This typically takes place in the 3rd to 4th week of courtship when you're getting to know each other, but this can happen even in the 2nd to 3rd week if you're doing more things right than wrong, especially if you've already vetted each other and asked quality questions to where you've established a level of vulnerability and respect between each other. There must be mutual compatibility as well for her emotions to even to get to this point. Levels 7 to 8. At this point, her emotions are slowly hardening and becoming stable. Due to the amount of time spent together, combined with a healthy amount of space in between dates, this creates the conditions for her feelings to grow even more. She goes out of her ways to make plans with you. At this point, she's pursuing you because she feels safe and comfortable with you. She asks to see you more than once per week. Again, slowly she starts to fall in love around this range. She starts to dress more feminine, gaining your attention, and is very physical with you on dates, such as touching your arm, wanting to hold your hand, wanting to put her arm around you, giving you a hug, or going for a kiss. This is all indicative of level of emotional closeness. Again, this can take place between the 4th and 5th week of courtship. It can happen even sooner in combination with 6 to 7 if you're doing everything right. At this time, you should be seeing each other already a couple of times per week, which is when the relationship and the I love you will start to come in. Her compliments will also increase during this time. Levels 8 to 9. This is where her interest in you is one step away from love. We're close, but we're one away. She openly displays her affection. She compliments you heavily. She actively involves herself in your life. She tells her family and friends about you. By this point, she's doing around 80% of the pursuing, initiating, and reaching out. She starts to tell you, I miss you. I can't wait to see you again. She makes herself available to you and puts you first. You start to become a priority in her life. She might even shift her schedule to make more time for you. Level 8 to 9 should take place between the 5th to the 6th week of courtship. Levels 9 to 10. Ding ding. At level 9, her emotional attraction reaches the point where she wants to be exclusive with you, which goes hand in hand with her saying, I love you for the first time. And throughout the relationship, she will continue to bring out I love yous to basically the day you die, and openly talk about feelings if you keep her at this level of interest. At this point, you're spending pretty much most, if not all days together. She's all over you. She craves your presence, and during your absence blows up your phone. She always wants to be close to you. She becomes very submissive, follows your lead, becomes very giving, buying you gifts, cooking your favorite meals, finding ways to make your life easier. She spoils you. She goes out of your way to nurture you. And of course, carrying on throughout a marriage, this should remain the same. I can tell you from experience, over the last couple of years being with Stacey, her interest level has maintained at the 9 to 10 level. Obviously, it's because I know what I'm doing, but I'm telling you this to show you, when there's chemistry, compatibility, no red flags, she's a good woman, and you lead her right, you can get a woman to stay at this interest level range. This should start to happen between the 6th to 8th week of courtship and maintain throughout a relationship and a marriage as long as you remain masculine. And keep in mind, if she's doing things in the 9 to 10 level, she's also doing things in the 8 range, such as I miss you, I can't wait to see you. And also level 7 of 8, being physical with you, being closer to you, complimenting you, smiling, wanting to see you more than once a week. All of that is connected. The interest levels stack on top of each other. And that concludes Chapter 10. This closes Courtship Fundamentals. Continuing on with Chapter 11. Relationship Fundamentals. This section of the audiobook is dedicated to teaching you the necessary fundamentals and knowledge you must internalize to be successful in maintaining a happy, passionate, and fulfilling relationship with your lady before you decide to marry her. Please note, this information also carries on into a marriage, and you must also be maintaining the wisdom you learned from the courtship fundamentals. Not only especially vetting, but what we covered at the end of the last chapter, which was reading her emotional attraction, reading her interest level, right? The emotional attraction chart. That is something you must always keep in mind as you're in a relationship as well. So, the first section of this chapter is limerence. So, if you've just entered a relationship, things, especially if you're young, may start out hot and heavy, as they typically do. But in order to properly manage this explosion of feelings and excitement, you must know the difference between love and limerence. So the term limerence came about in 1979. There was a scientist called Dorothy Tennov, and in her book Love and Limerence, The Experience of Being in Love, based on case studies, she described limerence as an involuntary interpersonal state that involves an acute longing for emotional reciprocation, obsessive compulsive thoughts, feelings, and behaviors and emotions dependent on another person. Now, limerence is a state of mind which results from romantic attraction to another person and typically includes obsessive thoughts and fantasies and a desire to form and maintain a relationship with the object of love and to have one's feelings reciprocated, but not primarily just for a sexual relationship. Limerence is considered an emotional state of being attached or even obsessed with another person. Now, it typically is experienced involuntarily and characterized by a strong desire to have your feelings reciprocated. So it's like an obsessive form of romantic love. But in a nutshell, limerence wants to obtain something for itself. It's focused initially on its pleasure, its benefits, whereas true love wants to give selflessly, which requires sacrifice, effort, patience, and time. Dorothy Tennov puts the duration of limerence anywhere between 6 months and 2 years. And in some cases it can extend upwards of multiple years. What I've come to find over the years of working with different men and working case studies over the years is that limerence is going to last longer for people with low self-esteem. So you're more codependent, you're emotionally immature, men and women that are lustful, people that have severe childhood trauma, struggle with a lot of sin, or have a lot of health problems. And I've seen this a lot more with teens or underdeveloped or emotionally immature adults. I used to have a lot of limerence when I was like 17, 18, 19. But since I met Stacy from the age of 24, I noticed, at least with me, now to 27, zero limerence. I didn't have overly obsessive thoughts about her. Yes, I looked at her and thought, whoa, she's so beautiful, she's exactly my type. But I matured emotionally and I implemented the stuff that I teach. I vetted her properly, I courted her properly, I made sure chemistry compatibility, no red flags. I followed that formula and that set me straight. That really calmed me down. And I think now, obviously being someone who's healthier and having my lust and my emotions more in check, being calmer, being more collected, that helped as well. So I wasn't in that state of having obsessive compulsive thoughts or being crazy like that. I was quite calm, quite collected. And she even told me herself she didn't have any limerence either. So this is something that you can put away quite easily. But you shouldn't be ashamed if you do have these thoughts if you're young, because you can tame them. Just accept them for what they are and understand they're just an indication of your strong attraction towards her. So how can you tell if your girlfriend or you have limerence? Well, let's look at the stages. Apply it to your relationship so you can properly navigate these volatile emotions and understand how she's feeling as well. And another thing, be mindful that those who suffer from mental conditions and personality disorders cannot distinguish between limerence and love. Those that are emotionally immature can't either. If your woman has any red flags in the first few months of relationships, a lot of guys will overlook this because they're blown away by the strong feelings of attraction. So in order to tell if your girlfriend or you have limerence, we need to look at the stages of limerence. And there are 4 stages that describe how limerence intensifies over time. Stage 1. Take note. Obsessive thoughts about your partner. You spend more time thinking about her more than anything else. This takes you away from your work, your responsibilities, your duties, your studies, your friends and family, or any other responsibilities you have at hand. You can't get them out of your head even if you try to distract yourself. You fantasize about spending your life with her, despite barely knowing her. This includes wanting to do anything for her, fixing her, saving her from her problems. You have lustful sexual thoughts about her that increase over time, that you can't control. You find yourself daydreaming about her, thinking about situations where she reciprocates the same level of interest. You find yourself obsessing over anything she says or does, whether it be negative, positive, or neutral. Stage 2. Emotional dependence. You have strong feelings of depression, insecurity, and uncertainty when you're away from her, similar to how an alcoholic gets withdrawal symptoms when he's not drinking. And again, if you're somebody who has low self-esteem, and you have an unhealthy emotional attachment, anxiety, you're more prone to this. This is similar to how an alcoholic gets withdrawal symptoms, right? When she shows interest in you, you feel a sense of ecstasy and euphoria, feel like you can't live without her. You long and yearn for her to reciprocate her interest 24/7. You become hyper-focused on anything she says to you. You obsess daily, always looking for cues to try and read her interest level, almost like an obsessive. You're constantly available due to your obsession and neediness, even if this means you sacrifice your sleep schedule to stay up late to go and see her or talk to her. You sacrifice your gym routine, your work routine, and other important areas of your life because you fear that if you don't give all your time and presence, she'll walk away. Stage 3. Projection of your fantasy. You say things like, "Oh, you're perfect, you're flawless, I want to spend my life with you, I'll never leave you," despite the fact that you haven't really vetted her properly, or you just haven't spent enough time yet to know what she's really like. So these emotions that you're saying, they don't warrant you to say that. You're putting her on a pedestal and obsessing over her. You idealize everything she says and does. And you're running the risk of overlooking red flags, undermining compatibility if you're projecting fantasy, by the way. And stage 4. Impaired functioning. This is when your other relationships and friendships become less important as you're preoccupied with her. We've all seen this. One of your buddies gets a girlfriend and he disappears. You don't see the guy. And after she's finished abusing him, the narcissist, he comes back in 6 months. "Hey guys, sorry I haven't been hanging out with all of you." In life you need a balance. There's nothing wrong having a good woman in your life and loving her. And yes, when she's your priority, you spend most of your time with her. But you still work out. You still spend time with your friends, right? You still make an effort. So you begin to sacrifice other bonds. You change your habits, your routine, your lifestyle just to appease her. You have severe mood swings of euphoria when you're around her. When you're away from her, you feel miserable, lonely, unable to function. This can affect your ability to focus on your career, your studies, your sleep, and obviously this affects your self-esteem as well. So if you or her report any of these symptoms of these stages, that's how you know if you've got limerence. But continuing on with this section, limerence can turn into love. How? When you first enter a relationship, you have to understand you're gonna feel deep feelings of passion, desire, and excitement. As mentioned, if you're emotionally mature, you can manage these with ease. The newness of the relationship is gonna make you feel many emotions. You might even think that she's perfect or flawless, but the reality is it's not true. It's very easy to fall into a state of infatuation and be consumed by your new girlfriend. The truth is, despite having dated her for maybe even a couple of months, on entering a new relationship, you don't know who she really is, so you can't claim to love her. Truly. Why am I telling you this? You and her are still going to be on your best behavior at the beginning of a relationship. You're more inclined to try and impress each other, project your fantasy, your idealization, hide your flaws. And even for her, it's very hard to hide parts of herself in the first few months or even first few years of a relationship. That's why you want to take things slow. And a basic piece of wisdom is real relationships aren't perfect and perfect relationships aren't real. You can't say you truly love a woman until you spend a large amount of time around her. Do you know how she behaves when she's having a bad day? Is she a good communicator when she's upset? How does she treat you day in, day out? What is she like on a period? Do her bad habits bother you? How does she handle disagreements? Does she cause drama, or is she peaceful? Do you trust her truly? Is she consistently showing up as a giver? Do you want the same things out of life together? Have you discussed your future together? Are you sure there are no red flags? Does she spend a healthy amount of time with you and away from you? How does she behave when you travel? How does she behave under stress? How does she treat you when you're sick? How does she treat you when you're struggling financially? Until you've answered these things and you know these things about her, you don't know what love is. Because these are questions that you'll only be able to answer after you've both been in a relationship for enough time. And initially, if you're struggling with limerence, you're going to be in this honeymoon stage. And this is when past wounds and traumas are going to start to surface. Maybe you're not used to a healthy relationship. Maybe she is either. And your fears, fear of going back to the way you used to be, she might have her own fears and doubts as well. Maybe a man's going to treat her bad. And it's natural to start to put up a few walls, to project, to withhold, find it difficult to trust. This is when you or her might resort to blaming, pointing fingers, finding it hard to communicate. Because we're all on our best behavior at the beginning, this is why a lot of people start to say later on, oh, I felt like my partner changed. And it's like, no, they didn't change when things became more serious. They opened themselves up and they showed you who they really were. And it's up to you to accept them or not. And it's up to you to discern, is she just a person who has flaws, or is it a red flag? Because the reality is, what you see in your woman long term is what she is. People very seldom change. During limerence, you're probably infatuated, and now that you're coming down from a high, you're starting to see who she really is. Many times the woman that you view is exactly what's always been there. It's just easy to overlook red flags when you're in limerence. But there's a fine line between, is it a red flag, or does she have flaws? You've got flaws too. Doesn't mean you have a red flag, is it? But because a lot of men and women aren't taught that, limerence will end, and these romanticized, heightened emotions, they will eventually relax. So you've got to stop looking at the movies and the TV shows. Because when limerence ends, the fantasy of who you thought she was might come crashing down. This is why if you're vetting properly, you get a very clean picture of what you're dealing with. Vetting is kind of a way to sober each other up through any limerence. So even though you'd be really sexually attracted to her and you have a lot of thoughts about her, you're like, wow, you still know about her body count. You still know she wants the same things. She wants marriage, she wants kids. You still know where she stands on politics, on faith. You still have a strong understanding of her, so you can push through and you can bond over that. So it becomes very easy to think, oh shit, something is wrong, when in fact this is to be expected. Don't believe the modern world what the modern world tells you. Not everything is going to be sunshine and roses. You must take a deep dive within and face the fact that it can take years for couples to even come to a place of understanding of each other and themselves. All relationships go through serious hurdles before they can grow into blissful lifelong marriages. Moving out of limerence can feel very tender, which can cause you and your lady to come head to head with past wounds and deep-rooted fears. But where there's a lack of awareness, things turn to chaos. This can cause fighting, disagreements, frustration, anger. But there is an alternative path. If you're both committed to growth, righteousness, and overcoming emotional triggers, then working through your past relationships and childhood traumas, this is an opportunity for a couple to turn towards each other rather than against each other. The Bible tells us in 1 John chapter 3 verse 18 through 19, Dear children, let us not love with words or speech, but with actions and in truth. Love loves through truthful actions. It doesn't matter how often you say I love you, unless your actions match your words, you don't love her. This is how you transition from limerence to love. You have to put your emotions aside, put these heightened feelings aside, mature, sober up, and truly accept her for who she is. Again, providing there's chemistry and compatibility, if you're truly each other's type, and you both have the same values and lifestyle and belief system, you've got to accept that she might have wounds from her past and so do you. Talk about it, be vulnerable, share, and learn to communicate and trust each other. Not all relationships as well are meant to last. Please understand that you shouldn't be ashamed for past relationships ending. We all learn and grow along the way. A woman might come into your life and highlight parts and pinpoint areas of yourself that need healing. Maybe this is the reason why you've had multiple toxic relationships that constantly repeat on a loop. Until you take action to work on the underlying issue, which is your sin and godlessness. On the other hand, a relationship can turn into a lifelong bond, which is what I want for you. You and your woman must be fully accountable for your actions, your reactions, and have a mutual desire to grow together. One person cannot do all the work. You cannot move a couch by yourself, it takes two. It takes two to tango. If you're pouring all your energy into your relationship, and she's doing the bare minimum, things will never progress. And same could be said vice versa. If you get lazy and complacent and don't do your part but she does, you're the one who's limiting growth. But with this chemistry, compatibility, and mutual self-awareness, I believe it's very easy for limerence to develop into love. Continuing with the next section of this chapter, the characteristics of love. This is my favorite part of the entire audiobook. 1 John chapter 4 verse 7 tells us, "Dear friends, let us love one another, for love comes from God. Everyone who loves has been born of God and knows God." So in this section you're going to learn about love, how to properly love a woman. Love needs constant watering, truth, vulnerability, and acceptance. Love must become a habit in your relationship. If you were to stop watering a rose, it would eventually wither and die. This works the same in a relationship. Love is not just a feeling, it's a choice. Both you and your lady should be disciplined in daily sacrifice and commitment to one another, in mind, body, and soul. Love must be cultivated and cherished at all times. It requires effort, care, and dedication. Often we might think we've already giving genuine love, or that we are receiving it. But this is why you must have a biblical understanding of love. According to the Word of God, this is what love is. Love is patient. Love is kind. It doesn't envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. 1 Corinthians 13, chapter 4 through 8. So we can use these 14 verbs and actions to describe what love is and what love isn't. Please study this to determine whether you're showing up to your relationship with actual love for your lady. In the broadest sense, love is about setting oneself aside for the good of others. In this case, for the good of your lover. Love is not just an intense feeling of deep affection, it is action. It is put into practice. The love we see described in this piece of scripture is from the Greek term agape, which translates selfless love. That's distinguished from sexual desire known as eros, and is also set apart from phileo, that is brotherly love. The love we see in 1 Corinthians 13, 4 through 8 is defined from a godly perspective, thus it's righteous. Love is a choice. Whether you face serious issues in your relationship, it can always be chalked down to a lack of love. Nearly all of the problems in today's world can be fixed with real love. So let's look at these 14 verbs. Take note. 1. Love is patient. To be patient in love means to control your thoughts and actions. You don't make rash or emotional decisions. You're slow to anger. You can endure, handle disagreements, misunderstandings without becoming angry or resentful. To show patience in your relationship is the inward self-control in relation to how she treats you. You're willing to pursue reconciliation and restoration at all costs. 2. Love is kind. To be kind in love means how you express generosity and graciousness to your lover. You're tender and merciful even when she gets emotional or wrongs you. Kindness is the outward relation to your lover under all circumstances. This means to do good even when it does not benefit you. 3. Love is not envious. This means to never compare nor compete with your lover. If you find yourself tearing her character apart, you must take a step back. Unrighteous jealousy is founded on possessiveness, insecurities, and fear. Whereas righteous jealousy can take place when your lover does not put you first on her actions or displays a lack of respect. 4. Love does not boast, it is not proud. Boasting is rooted in inflating oneself above others. To boast means to call attention to yourself, whereas love sets aside self and praises others instead. Love is not prideful. To be proud and arrogant is to be full of oneself, and when you only focus on yourself, you have no room to look out for your partner. And as my mentor always taught me, whenever you feel pain in a relationship, you're focusing on yourself. An arrogant attitude will lead you to play childish games or show up in authentic ways or withhold love, which is definitely not loving. 5. Love does not dishonor. Love never behaves shamefully or disgracefully. Love never does anything that causes sorrow or hurt to your partner with intention. Real love is respectful. It shows honor and edifies. It builds her up. You give her praise and affection. To love honorably means you care for her in such a way that you abstain from doing anything that would cause her grief. 6. Love is not self-seeking. A self-seeking man is only committed to himself. And when you care about status and personal satisfaction, you're selfish. And you can't be in a relationship or marriage and expect to serve yourself. You must sacrifice yourself for her, as Christ calls us to do. The purpose of all relationship is that you go there to give. You must put your lover first. You must devote yourself to your partner. Love is always concerned about the well-being of its lover. You give your all and hold nothing back, and I mean nothing. Love is sacrificial and selfless. 7. Love keeps no record of wrongs. You should keep no record of wrong. Instead, keep a record of forgiveness. From time to time, your girl is going to commit faults because of sin. Instead of using this against her, or being bitter or scornful, you should always reconcile and forgive her. Christ has freed and forgiven us of our sin. Therefore, you must also let go of wrongdoings of your lover. When you hold on to past pain, it stops you from loving with an open heart. 8. Love is righteous. Love is grounded in righteousness. Discipline yourself to do the right thing no matter the cost. Love rejoices in the truth. If you control, manipulate, abuse, slander, and mistreat a woman, you don't love her. Some guys will lash out in fits of rage and try and justify it by calling it love. Do not be deceived by emotions, because the heart is deceitful above all things. A loving man treats his woman with gentleness and grace. Love loves the truth. Whether you are upset, sad, or angry, or fearful, you must commit yourself to being vulnerable and expressing the truth to your woman in a calm and loving way. 9. Love protects. Love always protects. You are prepared to lay down your life. To protect means to keep her safe. This includes leading her in the right direction, steering her away from bad decisions, and defending her against external threats or dangers. 10. Love is trusting. This means you have total faith and assurance that your woman is reliable and honest. Of course, this doesn't mean you overlook red flags, but it just means that you are not critical of her. You accept her as she is. This takes courage and vulnerability. To be open and hold nothing back, to always see the best in her. 11. Love is hopeful. Love hopes all things. There's no despair in love. This means seeing a future with her. This refers to the heartfelt desire to grow closer, to build a legacy, to start a family, and to include her in all aspects of your life. 12. Love perseveres. This means to persist despite hardships. Real love endures all things. This translates to keep pouring your presence into your relationship. Love finds a way. Love bears all things and never sets limits on how much or how little you should give to each other. 13. Love never fails. If a couple loves each other in these ways, then love will never fail. It simply cannot collapse when it is sustained by God. This doesn't mean you won't encounter problems in your relationship or that you'll never experience pain along the way, but what it does mean is that God's love is everlasting, and you should apply this eternal mindset to her as well. The next section of this chapter is sexual polarity. The spark that lights the fire of passion is sexual polarity. The dance between the masculine and the feminine is essential in keeping emotional attraction strong and present in your love life. Could you know joy without misery? What about success without ever going through failure? Is there ever love without pain? Hot and cold, day and night. Opposites exist for everything in our lives. The same applies to relationships. How can there be sexual attraction without opposing energies? Ultimately, men and women, we are different, but we are complementary. We've all heard things such as opposites attract, and many assume it relates to having different values and different lifestyles, hence why most people don't understand compatibility. But, well, you've gone through the audiobook, so now you do. But this opposites attract couldn't be further from the truth. Because compatibility and chemistry must be mutual for emotional attraction to even exist in the first place. So, where does this opposite attract come from? Simple. It refers to masculinity and femininity. This is where sexual polarity comes into play. To keep the fire in a relationship strong and ablaze, the man must be masculine and the woman must be feminine at all times. The more masculine you are, the more feminine she is, the stronger the attraction will be in the relationship. But if the man and the woman are equally masculine and feminine, this depolarizes the sexual attraction, causing the emotional attraction to fade away. So you must embody the masculine traits mentioned earlier at the very beginning of the audiobook. Make sure your girlfriend or wife has a healthy understanding of her own femininity. How does sexual polarity become depolarized? Simple. When a woman overly criticizes you, emasculates you, undermines your authority, or controls you over an extended period of time, you'll lose your sexual interest in her because you no longer feel respected and admired by her, so your masculine core will shut down. When you lose your emotional center, displaying insecurities and weakness, you will also depolarize the relationship, make it impossible for your girlfriend or wife to feel respect towards you. In essence, she'll start to feel unsafe and incapable of showing emotional vulnerability as she fears you won't accept her, lead her, or keep her safe. She'll feel like she can't trust you to be masculine. When a feminine woman feels unloved, unheard, or misunderstood, she will lose sexual attraction for you. Her femininity will shut down. How can you tell if there is sexual polarity in your relationship? Well, the more she wants to be closer to you physically, the more she respects and showers you with admiration, then you can be rest assured that she's inner feminine. She'll be more vocal and physical about her desire for you, create quality time for you, being more giving and nurturing towards you. This is all because you're showing up as masculine, so she rewards you as a result, even if it's subconscious. On the other hand, if you notice your girl pulling away, she's being less intimate, does she seem emotionally closed off, is she spending less quality time with you, does she seem upset with you all the time, have you noticed that you've become weak, less decisive, or needing the relationship? If any of these questions raise alarm bells, well, you know you've been slacking. And in your relationship, and your lack of masculinity is turning her off. So take initiative, start romancing again, displaying masculine traits, and you'll be sure to rekindle and maintain the polarity in your relationship. So how do you fix depolarization? Well, since your core is masculine, it is your calling to embrace your woman's emotions, no matter how wild they become. You must stay assertive and calm under every circumstance. Never allow her feelings or emotional intensity to rattle you. Instead, you must remain unshakable and strong. And your woman, she also needs to learn to never shrink when faced with the presence of strength. She must grow to trust in your wisdom of your leadership and yield to your masculine ability to act clearly despite her emotions. The more competent you show yourself to be as a man, the more she'll follow your lead. So be prepared for a woman to test you when she's upset, angry, or hurt, or emotional. This is to be expected. Once you've shown yourself to be calm and collected, and know how to communicate with her properly, she'll relax back into being feminine and open her heart up to you. This is when she's ready to receive you physically and emotionally. While it's true that a woman is responsible for being feminine, the reality is, once you are in a relationship, everything falls on the man's shoulders, because a man leads and a woman follows. And since you are the head of the home, it falls on you. If she's lacking in femininity, it's going to be reactive in response to the level of masculinity in your body. The more confident and dominant you are, the more feminine and submissive she'll become. When you show up to your relationship as trustworthy and decisive in all manners, she'll happily follow your lead and treat you with the respect and admiration that you so deeply need. The next section of this chapter is always court and data. Now that you're in a relationship, you must also pay attention to her actions. And there is one simple truth to keeping your girlfriend or wife in love with you. Always date and court her. Never stop dating and courting your girlfriend or wife. What you did to get her is what you do to keep her. If you do not date her eventually, she'll lose emotional attraction for you and fall out of love. Remember how earlier, in the courtship fundamentals, I mentioned that court has two meanings? It's not just about assessing chemistry and compatibility, but it's about romancing your woman. Well, now we've finally reached this part of the audiobook. The average man thinks because the courtship stage is over, he's got the girl, he can relax, get lazy, because she loves him and is never going to leave him. So I don't care if you've been in a relationship for 3 years or married for 10 years. When you notice your woman testing you more, losing interest in intimacy, or as previously mentioned, depolarized, read between the lines and realize somewhere along the line you're screwing up. You're the man, you're the leader, romance your woman. When your girlfriend's interest or your wife's interest is between the 8 to 10 range, you will practically be spending a decent amount of time together. This includes most, if not all, days. She might even make plans for both of you, but this doesn't change the fact that the overall tone and direction of the relationship falls on your shoulders. Even when she's all over you and wants all your time, she'll start to say, "How come it's always me bringing up things to do? You never initiate plans for us." Even when she's built a bond and does 90 to 100% of the pursuing and reaching out, she still wants you to carve out a path for both of you. She wants you to be the man. When she notices you spending less time with her and getting complacent, she might complain that you aren't trying, and that to create drama as well to get your attention. She's telling you in a passive way that you stop courting her and she wants to feel love for you. Have you ever had a woman say that to you? "You're not initiating plans. Why aren't we doing anything fun together? We never do anything. We never go anywhere anymore. We never do anything." If you start hearing that, you better be worried. So when she notices that you spend less time with her, you can expect some pushback, because complacency ruins sexual attraction. When you let yourself go, become lazy, and don't count on your woman, you're communicating to her that you no longer care about her, and this is what deeply wounds her. If you don't date your girlfriend or wife steadily, she will eventually fall out of love and lose respect for you. And this is the primary mistake a lot of men make in a long-term relationship or marriage. They think, "I'm providing financially, I'm making the money, I'm working hard, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do as a man, but why is she so upset all the time?" Think back at the very beginning when you first went on a first date, those first few weeks. You were attentive, you cared to make an effort. That is what you need to get back to doing. Because she'll eventually fall out of love and lose respect for you. You can get this back, providing you've got chemistry and compatibility. Because a woman knows that if she's important to you, you will want to spend quality time with her, just like you did when you both met in the beginning. Most couples do just about everything together. They're inseparable. But as time goes on, look, it is normal to get caught up with work and other responsibilities. But at the end of the day, if you chose to be with her for life and you love her, you need to shuffle your priorities. But at the end of the day, we always make time for the things that we value. So as a man, you could spend all your time working, going to the gym, being with your buddies, or sit down and watch mindless entertainment. But if you somehow can't spend the time or energy to be with your girlfriend or wife, you will cause the downfall of your relationship. Don't become a boring, predictable slob who sits on the couch watching TV, gets fat, and neglects his woman. When you catch yourself getting into a mundane routine, or notice she's cold towards you, or she tells you those things, "Why aren't we spending time together? We're not doing anything fun," and she starts to complain, use this to sober yourself up. Because if you don't date your girlfriend or wife steadily, she will eventually fall out of love and lose respect for you. And this is the primary mistake a lot of men make in a long-term relationship or marriage. They think, "I'm providing financially, I'm making the money, I'm working hard, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do as a man, but why is she so upset all the time?" take initiative and start romancing again. Remember, love is playful and fun. Couples that play together stay together. Think about that for a moment. What did I tell you back in Courtship Fundamentals? All you got to do is create dates, spend time with her, ask quality questions, and have fun. Make her laugh, make her feel good. Remember, when you're both having fun, you strengthen the bond of your relationship. Not to mention, the amount of joy you feel is what keeps you both coming back for more. When you spend time apart, you can't wait to be intimate again. You look forward to trying out new things and being around one another. Creating happy memories, having wonderful experiences, that is what it's all about. After all, go to a relationship to give. So give your all. And one of our human needs here is variety. So when you do the same thing day in and day out with her, you risk falling into complacency. And one of the best things you can do for your relationship is to spice things up. I'm telling you this because you are the man. It's your job to lead the woman, not the other way around. Don't take her to the same damn restaurant down the road. Don't sit down and order takeout every Friday night. Mix things up. Reintroduce excitement in your relationship. From time to time, use the element of surprise. Be a little bit unpredictable. Okay, it's good to reinsert some mystery and newness to your relationship. So you're probably thinking, okay, Christian, I should always date and court my woman, but how do I add variety into the relationship? Here are a few ideas. 1. Do something unpredictable. Call her, tell her you're taking her somewhere special tonight to be ready by 8 when you pick her up. This gives her an opportunity to feel mystery and to wonder where you're taking her. It engages her emotions in a positive way. 2. Be spontaneous. Write her a love letter. Hide it in her handbag. Book a surprise getaway for the weekend. Flirt with her, okay? It's healthy to implement acts of love and affection for your woman within moderation, okay? This will spike her emotional attraction and invites her to do the same. 3. Be proactive. Organize an activity that both of you have never tried before. This gives you both a chance to bond over something new and uncover new layers of each other. This keeps you both growing closer. And 4. Be loving. When you reconnect with your woman after a hard day's work, or you come home, or you work from home, and you come out of your little office room, be loving, greet her with excitement. Remember, femininity is responsive and reactive to the masculine. This means that most of her energy is dependent on yours. Greet her with a kiss. Embrace her with a hug at the door. In other words, express your joy to be around her. This will make her look forward to reconnecting with you after being away from each other. Okay? Always penetrate her with your love. And a pro tip I recommend with this, the first thing you do, whenever your girl calls you, whenever you come home, always say, "Hey honey, how was your day? Hey baby, how's your day? Tell me all about your day. Tell me everything you've been up to." Let her unload everything she's been going through in that day, because women, they get it out of the system that way. And just be a good listener. But hey, you get the point. The more you date your woman, the more feminine she will be. All you got to do is keep courting your girlfriend or wife, and things will sail along smoothly. The next section of this chapter is the value of your presence, time, and availability. You must learn how to balance the proper administration of your time to your woman throughout your relationship. Being unavailable should be a result of your lifestyle, not a strategy. The biggest mistake you can make is to be constantly available 24/7, especially if you're not courting and romancing her. Okay? This might be sweet for the first couple of months, but it's not sustainable in a long-term relationship. Okay? If you spend all of your time around her, you give up your friends, you give up your hobbies, where is there a time for her to miss you or wonder about you? Because attraction is always still going to grow in space, right? This can create feelings of boredom, not just in you, but in her. And it can lead to you guys taking each other for granted. If there's no breathing room, there's no time to think about you. So understand, if there is no natural time and space around each other, which should take place when you're working, when you're with your friends, when you go to the gym, right? There's small gaps and windows throughout the day or throughout the week for her to miss you. If you're one of these needy codependent guys and you give up everything and you just spend all your time around her, subconsciously your woman might not really know why she's doing it, but she will naturally have an urge to want to just be around her friends, be around her family, do her own thing, she'll get out the house, maybe go shopping a little bit by herself. And you might be scratching your head thinking, why does she want to spend a little bit of time alone? It's just to get away, so that then that time and space is then facilitated, so that she can start missing you again. But I don't want it to get to that point. I want you to have a well-rounded life where you have work, you have a business, you go to the gym, you spend time with your friends and family. Yes, your girl's your priority, you spend time with her, you love her, she's your wife. Put her first. But have some natural time away from her, just so she has a bit of breathing room away from you. Even if this means she's in a different room reading a book and you spend 20 minutes playing video games or whatever. She needs that time away from you. That's healthy. Give her time and space. Okay? And another thing, if you're saying and doing things to turn your woman off, you're hurting her, you're not treating her right, she's going to pull away. Okay? Now, the growth of emotional attraction is like building a muscle. Okay, during a workout, we break down our muscle fibers. Think of this as the same way in the context of a relationship. And the fact is, the tearing apart of the muscles during a workout don't make them actually grow. It's during the rest combined with proper nutrition and that progressive overload that makes those muscle fibers be repaired and built back much stronger and bigger, resulting in muscle growth. So let's apply this analogy to emotional attraction. When you spend quality time around your girlfriend, your presence engages her emotions. If you're masculine, if the sexual polarity is polarized, if you're making her feel good, you're having fun, you're emotionally up to date about everything, all of these positive emotions are going to create those tears, those muscle tears, right? Now, what's going to happen here is this is going to make her desire you more. So now, when she spends time away from you, she yearns to bond with you. These feelings start to cement into her heart. So when you spend that time and space away, she gets to process and evaluate how she feels. This creates the conditions for those feelings to rise higher, stronger, and more cemented than before. This alone time she spends away from you, wondering about you, she starts to think back on the experiences. She starts to break down how you made her feel the last time she interacted with you. This makes her miss you. Distance does make the heart grow fonder if the previous experiences made a positive impact on her. This space allows her emotions to deepen. This results in her returning to receive more of you with an open heart, ready, full of love. Because now she's thinking, oh, when I spent time with him yesterday, oh, it was so fun. It made me laugh. He's a good listener. Oh, I feel so peaceful when I'm with him. I can't wait to see him again. And that's what brings her back in. This is where most guys go into panic mode when their girlfriend or wife gets a bit quiet, or she maybe seems a little bit less interested in spending quality time together. You can't let things like that affect you. Sometimes women need a little bit of me time. And at the end of the day, by this point in a relationship, she should be doing most of the pursuing, because that's what femininity is all about. So you just let her come to you at her pace. And if you're doing most things correctly, then her emotional attraction should grow as time goes on. And quite frankly, you should be spending more and more time together as time goes on. You should be even more excited to reconnect with each other when you spend time away from each other, because you've learned more about each other. You love each other more. But where most men go wrong here when it comes to the value of their presence, their time, and their availability. Now, remember how I mentioned earlier in the courtship fundamentals how a woman wants a man who's a challenge, who stimulates her? The same thing applies in a relationship, in a marriage. The only difference is now she's built an emotional connection, and she's going to want more of your presence. She's going to want more of your time. But the key here is to be aware that giving too much of yourself without any breathing room or space for her to miss you is what will spoil her, and it can cause depolarization. To prevent this, you must have natural, real, organic reasons to be away from her. Just a little bit throughout the day. Okay? This is why you have to be on the path of righteousness. You can't fake your way into being masculine. Because if you're one of these codependent, needy guys where you're just stuck to your girlfriend or wife, and you have nothing going for you, she's going to see that. Okay? If you lack wisdom, you lack understanding, you're going to start to behave in ways that destroy attraction and respect. If you think back to the beginning of a relationship, when you first met her, you had a business, maybe you had a career, you had ambitions, you had plans, you had ambitions, things you were chasing, things you were building. That is what made her attracted to you. Okay? Because she knew that you were already taking time out of your already busy, fulfilled, and amazing life to spend your time with her. And the thing is, this is what made her value you. She wanted to become a part of your awesome life. She wanted to earn a seat at your table, become your woman. Okay? This is what your girlfriend desires when her emotional attraction reaches that 9 to 10 range. She still wants to see you be that man. Remember, be the same guy she fell in love with the same ambition, with the same drive. You're fun, you're confident, you were playful, you were cocky, right? You were playful. That's what she wants. And a lot of guys, they get into a relationship, they give up their ambitions, their career, their business goals. They just get fat and lazy. And when you become complacent and you're not the same guy, she thinks, I don't know what's wrong. He's just not the same guy. He doesn't spend time with his friends. He doesn't work out anymore. He becomes weak and soft and pudgy. He doesn't have that spark in him. This is what happens when you give up your life and you only focus on a relationship. And there's nothing wrong with focusing on your woman, because ultimately God comes first, then your wife, then everything else. But at the end of the day, you're still a man. Okay? And I've seen a lot of guys in relationships, they get needy, they pursue, they become paranoid, they're afraid of losing their woman, they start being jealous, and for no reason. You give up your hobbies, you give up your friends, and you stop being that fun, interesting guy that you first met. So, what do you do? How do you fix this? Well, you just have to maintain your masculinity. The only way to make your woman value your presence is that it can't be faked. If you do, you just weaken your character. Once she realizes you've got no hobbies, no ambition, no get up and go, she'll see that you're fake, and you're pretending to behave in a certain way to try and raise her interest in you. You're pretending to be busy in a sad attempt at raising the value of your time. So she'll think to herself, well, he's pretending to, well, actually, he could be spending time with me, but instead he's just faking his unavailability to make me miss him. This shows to her that you're weak, untrustworthy, and manipulative. So, how do you fix this? You need to have a purpose. You need to be a goal-oriented man. That's all it is. A man who has a purpose or a mission that enriches his life and the life of those around him is a man who's fulfilled. And you need to figure this out for yourself. I can only tell you what I did. I monetized my talents, my skills, and my passion into my business. You need to figure out what it is that you love and do it. Is it a career? Is it a business? Even if it's just a normal job, but you just have a passion project on the side. That's what your girl wants to see. That you're a man who's leaving an impact in the world. Because when a man achieves success in one area of his life, it'll pour into the other areas as well. Such as eating healthier, exercising. You have that zen about you. You've got that joy in you. You're happy, you're grateful for life. And it translates to having higher standards. You expect the best out of your romantic relationship. You're not lazy. You're full of life. You have a duty, a desire to do something bigger than yourself. That's what your girl wants to see. So if you want your woman to spend more time with you, to value your presence, you have to value your own presence and your own time. It's really that simple. So when you're on your grind, doing what you love, you don't want to be busy, you want to be a productive man. When your woman notices that you're ambitious, you're focused, she will naturally become more feminine, submissive, and supportive of your goals. She will be of service to you because she knows she can trust in you to lead her, because she sees that you're leading yourself. Go out there and slay the damn dragon. This is what a feminine woman is going to respond to in a long-term relationship. Your masculinity here is what's going to spark that sexual polarity that keeps her hooked on you. And she will desire to make your life easier, and make it known to you that she's your asset, she's there to support you. She'll do this out of respect and reverence because you're showing up to life as a man. There's nothing sexier to a woman than seeing that you are in control of your life's work. So when you're available and you make plans, your girl won't be late. She'll never waste a second of your time because she values every drop. And she knows that your time is limited because you do have a fulfilling and productive life. And guys, when you have a job or a business or you're productive doing something you love, this gives you an organic reason to have some me time, to be in your man cave, to be a man. She gets to go off, be a woman, go to Pilates, go have coffee with her girlfriends, go read a book somewhere, go cook, go manage the home. And when she starts to miss you, you're in your man cave working, or you're at the office working. You're busy, and there's that little bit of time throughout the day, a full 9 to 5, or a few hours away from her working on your business. That's just all she needs to miss you. That's all she needs to miss you. And quite frankly, if you do this as a man, you're going to feel more masculine. You're going to miss her too. And it keeps the sexual polarity alive. That's all you got to do. Have a business or a career that makes you productive. That's it. She's going to respect your time. It gives her time to miss you. She can run her errands, whatever she needs to do. But it's going to grow her emotional attraction and desire to see you again. So how can you tell if your woman truly appreciates your presence? So obviously, if her interest level is between the 8 to 10 range, it's going to be there. But you've got to pay attention to what she does. Because a woman is always going to tell you with her actions. 1, she will say, and take note on this, she will say things like, I'm grateful you made plans for us this weekend. She'll always thank you after you take her somewhere or organize something for her. Oh, I'm so glad you're available to see me. I'm always appreciative of the quality time we spent together. I'm so happy to always be around you. That's what you want to hear. 2, when a woman has high interest and she respects your presence and your time and she wants your availability, you're going to get sweet text messages from her when you're absent. When you're busy at work, when you're busy working on your business, you're at the gym, you're going to get those messages. I miss you. She'll call you to check in to see how you're doing. She'll say, I love you. Oh, I just wanted to see what you're up to. I can't wait to see you later. She'll write you a little love note. When she makes you your lunch for work, she'll package it up and leave something cute in that little note for you. She will offer to do any favor for you, cook for you, help you with chores. She will want to include herself in your life to show you that she values you. She will find ways to serve or assist you in your business or your passion project. She makes life with your career easier by organizing things for you, working around your schedule. Because as the woman, she falls into your life, not the other way around. She's made to be your helpmeet. Okay? She will schedule plans for the both of you and always greet you home with a warm and welcoming smile. Another thing here that's very important is, if your woman values your presence and your time, she's always going to dress sexy and feminine and beautiful for you. Because even after many months or many years, she still wants to impress you because she respects you and she's sexually attracted to you. Okay, if your girl is walking around the house in a messy bun all the time and she just doesn't look well put together for you, that's a woman that doesn't respect you. When she values you, she's going to communicate this by telling you in verbal, blatant, obvious displays of love and affection. She'll buy you gifts. She will give you other romantic gestures. She might even go to the shop and buy you little things. You might even be lucky enough to have a woman buy you flowers. Mine does that from time to time. It's very sweet. She will also make it her life's mission to make your life easy, happy, and fun. She's an asset to you, never a liability. And last but not least, this is by far, I think, the biggest sign that a woman truly values your presence and your time is that throughout your relationship, over time, she becomes even more relationship focused as time goes on. She wants to grow even closer to you. She's always telling you how she feels about you, how much she loves you. She's always complimenting whether it's your looks or your qualities internally. And she always prioritizes and puts you first. If she has to choose between spending time with her girlfriends or you come first. No matter what. It's not even up for debate. She will go above and beyond to always spend time with you whenever she can. And if you want to get to a place where your woman feels this way for you, you have to consistently date your woman. You have to actually be a man and work on your gender role, working hard at your business or your career, okay? And also managing your communication skills, which brings us to the next section of this chapter. Very important, which is women need to feel heard and understood. Now, at some point, you've heard a woman mention any of the following phrases. You never listen to me. Are you even listening to me? I feel like you don't pay attention to me. You don't care about me. Why are you ignoring me? It's like you don't understand me. You see, when a woman is in love with you, she wants your attention all the time. What women want is to feel heard and understood. She wants more than to be listened to. She wants you to be present with her. This means that you are completely focused on her. Women are emotional beings and they feel everything you say and do deeply. When your woman doesn't feel heard and understood by you, she won't feel respected or honored, and it'll make her feel like you don't care about her. So the reason why she gets upset, withdraws, or cries, as she proclaims any of the phrases just mentioned, is because you don't take the time to actually care or understand how she feels. Once you understand how to do this, you'll be able to defuse any argument or any form of misunderstanding, resulting in her being even more open and loving towards you after. And a lot of guys focus so much on the courtship and dating skills, they neglect these relationship skills, and this is essential. Frustration and hurt are caused when she feels like you're not responding to her needs and concerns. This will result in a verbal game of ping pong which goes nowhere. You end up confused, she gets even more upset. This creates fighting, arguing, and drama, which drops her emotional attraction and intimacy. Remember, femininity grows with praise and affection, and it's destroyed when you make her feel unattractive, unheard, or misunderstood. David Dada said in his book, I remember, never tell a woman with a feminine essence that she's ugly or make her feel that way. And at the core, what's going on is, when you show a lack of enthusiasm, when you show a lack of affection, when you show a lack of love towards her, it makes her feel ugly, unwanted, and undesired by you, which deeply hurts her. Because all she's looking for you is your love and praise. So, I'll give you an example. Let's say you're sitting there reading a book, and your girlfriend walks in and says, look at this dress I just brought, what do you think? And you just turn your head, give her a half-hearted glance and say, yeah, looks nice, and you just go back to reading your book. What you've just done there is invalidate her. What you're communicating to her is, what you're doing is more important. Obviously, what you're doing might be important, what you're reading, right? But it's as if you're saying to her, you're not beautiful and you don't matter to me. Now, it's not that you're saying any of this directly, but it's how you're making her feel. So she might get mad and upset and say, you're not paying attention, you're not even listening to me, what is wrong with you? You see, because she's in love with you, she wants your presence all the time. This is why she came up and she presented the dress. She wanted to see, do I look good enough for you? Do you think I look attractive to you? Okay, this is why women, they come to you, they touch your arm, she sits close to you, she dresses in a feminine manner, she takes care of her appearance, she wants to look good for you when she loves you. Everything she does when she's in love with you is for you. Is to be received by you, to be penetrated by your love emotionally, because she's about opening up to receive love in your presence. She just wants to be desired by you. That's why the reason she feels so hurt is because she wanted to feel your love. And instead she left feeling like you don't even care enough to properly look and see what she presented to you. So, listening to what she's saying requires you to be fully present with her. You must show a willingness to listen with your heart, to truly understand your woman. This is what she needs. So it's now your job to open your woman back up emotionally. And again, I'm just using the example of you sitting there reading a book. You could be playing video games, you could be watching a football game, you could be busy working at home, and she tried to show you something about her, or her nails, or something, and you just think, I don't care, get away, get out of my sight. Or she got her hair done, and you neglected it, right? But in this case, it's, with the dress, right? So, when this happens, you can expect it to pull away from you physically. She might even tell you, go away, leave me alone. Or when you tell her, oh, what's wrong, honey? She says, I'm fine. What she's doing is, when a woman says she's fine, she's never fine. She's pushing you away to protect her heart from feeling hurt anymore. But don't let this knock you out of balance. It's a way for her to test to see, does he really care about me? You have to be emboldened by this. Do not make the mistake of trying to argue with her. This is where guys will get upset and say, I don't understand why you're so upset. I'm just sitting there reading my book and you just interrupted me. I didn't ask to see your dress. Man, if you say something like that, you're really screwing up. So if you get angry and start blaming her for getting upset, you're not only invalidating her emotions, but you're also letting her know that you don't understand her, which causes her to shut down emotionally even more, making it then harder for you to open her up back up to you. This can also lead to a full-blown argument, leaving you frustrated and confused, and even more upset and hurt. So how do you make her feel heard and understood? Take note. You walk up to her, you make appropriate eye contact, you pull her in and say, hey baby, or something like that, something cute. I admit I wasn't fully present with you earlier, I was focused on reading. I know all you wanted to do was feel my love, and I'm sorry for not showing you that. This is when you let her talk and truly listen to what she says. She might respond saying, yes, I was really upset, or yeah, it's fine, whatever. Do you like the dress, or are you just saying that? So now she's looking for reassurance. Let's say maybe she took the dress off, you can tell her, okay, put it back on, come here again and show me. But if she still has it on, you can say, yeah, you look stunning. Then you can run your hand through the material, maybe pick it up and say, yeah, it looks beautiful on you. Oh, it fits you very well. You can maybe even ask her questions about the dress. Where did you get it? What the material's made of? To, ask questions, show you're interested. Give her a compliment too. Yeah, the dress makes you look very feminine. Okay? Even spin her around to get a good look. So through physical touch and the questions, it shows her that you are actually focusing on what she wanted to show you. And this is when we get to the magic. Even though you're doing this and you're correcting your mistake, she might even bring something up from a past argument. For example, yeah, and remember 2 months ago we had plans to go for dinner and you cancelled on me to go spend time with your friends? Please don't do that again. And a lot of guys are going to hear this and scratch their heads and think, why is she even saying this? And if you're in a relationship and you've made a mistake like this, you may have heard a woman say this to you. Think back, maybe you've seen it with your parents or friends who are in a relationship. You've seen women do this. So you're thinking, why is she bringing up something from months or even years ago? I thought we sorted that argument out already. But the truth is, you're not understanding what she's saying. She's bringing up a previous fight as a way to illustrate to you her feelings. She wants to put two and two together and realize that she's trying to get you to understand her pain. The reason she's bringing up old fights is that the way you are making her feel right now is the same way you made her feel back then. The same rejection she felt when you, I'm reading, I don't want to see your dress, it's fine, whatever, leave me alone. It's the same pain she felt of 2 months ago when you had plans to go for dinner date and you cancelled on her to be with your friends. You didn't keep your word. Back then, hurt her. In this case, you neglected her, hurt her. So she's communicating that emotional pain. The intensity is what hurt her. This is the language of women. She's using passive communication to show you how she felt. So all you got to do is just bring her close with your presence, and once she feels vulnerable by getting her to talk, she'll communicate overtly, directly. So you must talk, get her to talk and ask more and tell you more, right? You can ask her, okay, so how did it make you feel when I didn't pay attention to your dress? At this point, you'll be getting to the root of the issue. She will start to vent about how I made her feel ugly and how you didn't love her, or you want to repeat parts back of what she's saying to communicate you do comprehend her. This is where you let her know that you do understand how you made her feel. You can say something like, okay, so when I turned back to read my book, instead of looking at you, this made you feel like I wasn't attracted to you? To which she might say, yeah, I don't understand. You've never done that before. Why would you suddenly do that to me? All I wanted was to look pretty for you and you didn't. I felt like you didn't care. So as you can see, all you have to do is let her talk, repeat back bits of what she's saying, and let her keep pouring her heart out until she feels better. And this is key, take note. To know when she's 100% open to you again, she will either tell you something along the lines of, I feel better now, or I love you. It's always going to be one of those two. I'm so glad we spoke, I feel so much better, or I love you, or a combination of both. I'm so glad we spoke about this. I'm so sorry for getting emotional. I was just so upset that you weren't paying attention to me. You're amazing. You're such a good listener. And so she will literally open herself right back up, but not just verbally, but then physically. This is when after she'll give you a hug, come sit in your lap, give you a kiss, and open herself up physically. Because once she opens up emotionally, then she opens up physically to receive you. Now she's feeling heard and understood again. Okay? So unless you get this reply where you get verbal and physical confirmation that she feels heard and understood, you gotta keep asking questions until she fully opens up. And once she's fully open again, it's like a light, literally a light switch. She will go right back to being feminine, maybe even more feminine than before, going back to be playful, having fun, being sweet, because now you've shifted her emotional intensity. She knows now that she can trust you. Again, she knows that you're present, and it'll increase her emotional attraction for you because she knows she can be honest, be vulnerable, get emotional, and you understand her. That's what she wants. So once she feels heard and understood, boom, she calms down. And moving forward, she will realize whenever she's hurt or upset, deep down she knows you make her feel reassured and loved again. And depending on what the argument or misunderstanding is, this can go on from anywhere from minutes or even hours to open her up. Okay? It depends on the severity of the situation. You just got to remain centered, and she yields to your dominance and opens her heart back up to you. You might need to do a lot of work on this. It might take time for the first few times, but that's what you got to do. Never forget that your lady is an emotional being. She's deeply affected by your words and actions. Everything you say and do has an impact on her. Okay? And this is how God made women. She's designed to receive you. Everything you do physically to penetrate her. Emotionally, to penetrate her too. But be present with her no matter what, and she'll give you the keys to her heart that will be accessible to you and to you alone. This is all you have to do to make your woman feel heard and understood. Continuing on with the next section of this chapter. Insecurities and how they impact relationships. There is no fear in love, but perfect love drives out fear because fear has to do with punishment. The one who fears is not made perfect in love. This is from the Bible in 1 John chapter 4 verse 18. So let's talk a little bit about insecurities because they can impact your relationship, and it's a fundamental you must master to become secure. Every man has felt insecure at some point in his life. It's part of the ups and downs of our existence. Sometimes we're filled with uncertainty from situations that are out of our control. Other times we may feel insecure about the choices we make. Sometimes, when confronting a toxic person, they may call you insecure to make you doubt yourself. To feel anger, frustration, worry, or despair happens to the best of us. But problems come from how we deal with our insecurities. Some lash out in fits of rage, others blame everyone for their woes. Some of us avoid confronting our fears through various means of procrastination and run away to distract ourselves. You may drown yourself in alcohol, a temporary escape, or lose yourself in video game addiction. People perhaps binge watching a favorite TV show. You might listen to the same song again and again. You might flee to porn or use other women. And the most destructive coping method of all is to try and control others and the world around us to give a false hope and a fake sense of security. You see, when we allow insecurities to take over, they can harm not only ourselves, but also women, friends, family, and even strangers. The height of insecurity is displayed in the control freak. This is where men become abusive. And again, we covered this back in chapter 9. Remember why women test men at the beginning? A lot of girls have dealt with crazy, creepy guys. And a guy on average is taller, stronger than a woman. And if a guy gets violent, and it's sad because there are men out there like that, what is a small woman going to do? Nothing. And the sad thing is, in the initial stages of a relationship, a young girl who has a knowledge gap might interpret a controlling man for him being dominant and strong, only to find out later that he's insecure. You see, you can't fake confidence forever, or hide your insecurities indefinitely. If you don't clear out the skeletons in your closet and get right with the Lord, you'll eventually break down and reveal the truth to her. And as the relationship becomes more serious, your fear of losing her can grow out of control. And this is where men start verbally abusing the woman, name calling her, insulting her. He'll start to make threats if he doesn't get his way. And when this fails, he'll even try to micromanage her every move. You see these guys who take the phone off their girlfriend or wife, they have a tracking device on her, they tell her when she can't leave the house, and the tighter you have a squeeze on a woman like that, she's gone. Because love is about freedom, it's about allowing. And when she realizes she isn't free to express herself, her femininity will begin to shut down. She'll begin to test you by pulling away and distancing herself to protect her heart from further mistreatment. This will make the man react more negatively, and his fear will make him more neurotic. Some men will even use their physical advantage in a last-ditch effort to exert control and to keep her in line, such as smacking the woman, hitting her. This is where domestic violence comes into play and third parties get involved. You do this to a woman, you will lose her forever. She will fall out of love and there is no way you're going to get her back. It sounds horrifying, yet a lot of guys have taken it this far. This is a warning to you. Unchecked insecurities can turn the kindest men into animals, capable of evil on such a large scale. Remember, a woman's submission can only be given when your dominance is received. Most men don't get it. Dominance is about leadership. It's when a man is assertive and sure of himself. It is about making decisions without wavering. It is courage and valor in all situations. When you create the environment for your woman to feel safe, and you prove to be trustworthy, then over time she'll fall in love and submit to you. Submission from your lady is the ultimate gift of her heart. It's indicative of the fact that she trusts, admires, and loves you entirely. She's at her most open and vulnerable. But bad men abuse this power and take advantage of it. Do not ever do such a thing. Her submission is as delicate as the petals on a rose. She's putting her life in your hands, and it's your duty as her man to honor her in word and deed. You must exercise self-control and grow in your faith. That's it, or else you're on the risk of causing unnecessary drama and damage to your relationship. Give your worries to God. Okay? Cast your care upon him, for he careth for you. 1 Peter verse 5-7. So, within this segment of insecurity and how they impact relationships, I want to talk about jealousy. Let's look at jealousy and its consequences. Because this is a fundamental that you must conquer and prepare for ahead of time, especially if you're single. Proverbs 27 verse 4 says, "Anger is cruel and wrath is like a flood, but jealousy is even more dangerous." If you ever find yourself feeling jealous of your girlfriend or your wife, or looking back at previous relationships, if you ever felt that way, you got to take a step back and analyze your emotions. You need to understand what is causing you to feel jealous, and are you justified to feel jealous, or is the jealousy rooted in insecurity and fear of loss? Because there are two primary factors that can cause you to feel jealous. Externally motivating factors are things that your girlfriend says or does that gives you a righteous reason to feel jealous. And internally motivating factors come from insecurity, unresolved childhood trauma, and a lack of masculinity. No life purpose outside of your relationship. So let's start with external, and please take notes on this. Remember, this is within insecurities and why they're dangerous. So let's look at external factors that motivate jealousy. So, outside of you, if she has a history of cheating, you're just going to lose trust over time. Okay? If you know there's a pattern of her cheating on ex-lovers, or she cheated on one to be with you, but you decided to stay with her, that can affect this. Regardless if she has cheated on previous lovers, betrayed her ex to be with you, or has been unfaithful to you and you stayed and cucked yourself, you'll never fully be able to love and trust her because she lacks integrity. This will cause you to feel jealous, and rightfully so. If you choose to stay, you're going to become more controlling and spiral into despair. It's best to exit the relationship. Okay, guys that get with a chick like this who's been cheating on them, they set all these rules for her now. You're not going to speak to that guy ever again. You're going to give me access to your phone. And it's like, she cheated on you. It's like she chose to do that. Let it go. Leave. And the next external motivating factor is she settled for you. I mean, it's common sense, but if you get involved with a woman who lacks chemistry, it's one-sided, you like her but she doesn't, it'll eventually lead to feelings of jealousy because there's that lack of attraction. At the bottom of your stomach, you're going to feel something's not right. That she's just using you for security or financial support. And usually this is the type of woman, depending on her integrity or lack thereof, she might step out of the relationship. So if you want to live with your success, your social status, this is what you're going to end up attracting. Because you're always going to feel jealous around a woman that doesn't find you attractive, and you're always going to feel like she has power over you. Because she's not genuinely attracted to you, your self-esteem is going to be chipped away, and it leaves you weak. It really does. This is where you see guys beg for sex and love from their wives, because you just can't negotiate genuine desire. She likes you or she doesn't. And if you get involved with a woman like this, you're going to feel used. You will actually feel like a prostitute. It's quite disgusting, but you genuinely feel like a pathetic loser, because you're jealous because she's not giving you any love. She's not giving you any admiration. She's not giving you any respect, any compliments, any intimacy. It feels completely one-sided. And if you catch this woman looking at other men, or she cheats on you, or she does something of the sort that doesn't feel right, you're going to feel jealous because you don't have her heart. You're not her priority. She's not focusing any love on you. And of course you're going to feel jealous because she should be doing those things in a relationship for you, but she isn't. But because she settled for you, there's nothing you can do here. The next reason why she could have, why there's externally motivating factors for jealousy is she has male orbiters. One of the most disrespectful things a woman can do is to keep guy friends in the background. Now, if you've got a girlfriend or a wife who actively has male friends in her life, this should be a huge red flag. We all know men only hang around beautiful women to get into their pants. She knows this too as a fully grown adult. But if she keeps them orbiting around her, she lacks desire for you and she lacks self-esteem. She's using these men to boost her ego, give her free attention, or to do favors for her, but she's actively disrespecting you. These either are guys from her past who have been trying to date her or have dated her, or she's potentially lining up replacements. A woman who loves you would never spend time around other men. And if your girl is doing this, she's bonding with other guys. And this goes hand in hand with flirting, putting herself in positions where inappropriate behavior can and will take place in time. A good woman is just going to have friends with women instead, guys. This is just not worth it. You're torturing yourself. And this is going to naturally make you feel jealous because her guy friends, deep down it's BS. There's no such thing as men and women being friends. Okay? We've all heard of the guy and the girl who were just guy friends and ended up in a serious relationship. If you and your girlfriend started out as friends and she has guy friends, even more reason for you to see this in a jealous light, because you know how that story ends. Your girlfriend should only be giving your undivided attention to you, not other men. In this case, the jealousy you feel is righteous. So these are justifiable reasons for you to feel jealous. Okay? If she has a history of cheating, if she settled for you, or there's guy friends. It's justifiable. But it's still, use this jealousy as an indicator for you to exit the relationship, not stay. And 2, take notes. These are internally motivating factors. These are fears that are about you, nothing to do with your woman. And this is where you run the risk of pushing away a good woman. So the first factor is fear of loss due to lack of purpose in life. If you lack direction, you will eventually give up your hobbies, spend less time with your friends, get out of shape, and become complacent. When this happens, you become less masculine, and since you've got nothing going for you, nothing to challenge or inspire you, you will eventually focus more and more on your girlfriend. When you become obsessed with the state of your relationship and you're limerent, you move out of your masculine and you become effeminate. You become the woman in the relationship. It depolarizes everything, and you start to become jealous of her and see things when there's nothing actually going on. Having an idle mind, doing nothing with your life, this is where problems come about. This is when you start to become fearful of losing her. And fear of loss ruins attraction. And the more fearful you become, the more neediness you display. This is where you chase, pursue, show insecurities and weakness. You start to become structured, and she loses trust in you, and she'll start to test you more because she senses weakness. And since you're being jealous and erratic, you start to see things that aren't there. You start to think she's unfaithful when she's loyal. You start to assume she's not that into you when her interest level is steady. So you start to act crazy. You may even feel threatened if another guy looks at her, even though she's always been loyal and never given you a reason to judge her, to doubt or judge her, lack of loyalty. You start to feel undeserving of her love because your emotional center has literally disappeared. If she's faithful and honest, this is what's really going to hurt her, because your lack of trust in her is what will break her heart. The more you accuse and question her loyalty, the less she'll want to be around you. And at first your girl might try and help you and think, okay, let's talk about this, what's going on. But when she starts to see how crazy you behave, she's going to think, it's not my job to fix him. Okay? So sometimes, guys, you can be your own worst enemy. Ask yourself, have you ever ruined a relationship by being jealous, only for you to realize that there was never any motive, and you were just feeling this way because you've got nothing going for yourself, and you're holding on to her, and you want to control her every move because you feel like if you lost her, you'd have nothing left in your life? That's where it's coming from. This is why you want to have purpose in life. As a man, you want to have a well-rounded, balanced life. You want to be right with God, so your self-esteem is linked up. You want to be healthy. You want to be in shape. You want to be working on something. Even if you don't know exactly, working towards something, have a sense of meaning, a mission, so that you have a sense of self, you have some identity. Okay? That's what you need here to fix this. The second internal reason that you will push a woman away with jealousy that's not justified is you have unhealed childhood or relationship trauma. Okay, if you grew up in a dysfunctional home, abusive and neglectful parents, terrible experience in your infancy, it can affect your ability to form healthy attachments, causing you to show jealousy and codependency, which comes from a place of neediness and fear of abandonment. It's not your girlfriend's duty to heal your childhood wounds. Go seek refuge in Christ, go to therapy if need be, address your emotional trauma and start healing. Learn to trust and communicate healthily with your woman. If you've been cheated on in the past or betrayed or abused by other women, yes, you might develop extreme levels of jealousy, neuroticism and anxiety and lack of trust in women if you haven't healed. Okay? These unhealed relationship wounds can cause a lot of guys to hold on to that pain, and you just project and vomit it onto the woman you're with now. And you can self-sabotage your relationship. This is why you could be in a perfectly normal relationship and still have feelings of jealousy that come out of nowhere. Okay? This is where you have to battle with your flaws and your weaknesses and overcome this. If you don't fix it, you're going to push a good woman away. Because if you're not used to stability, if you're not used to a calm, loving, good feminine woman, your nervous system doesn't even know how to respond to this. You have to relearn how to trust, how to love, and to regain control over your emotions as a man. And I think if you have this, you should communicate to your girl and say, look, this is what happened to me in the past, and I just need a little bit of time to learn to love and trust. I need a little bit more reassurance. And if she loves you, she'll give it to you. And then you'll balance that out over time. So now that we've finished that section on handling insecurities in a relationship, you now understand there are some factors when your jealousy is justified and you got to walk away. But there are other times where it's not justified and you can stay and work on it. And you need to and you are the one who needs to be doing the work. The next section of this chapter, we're going to talk about faithfulness, loyalty in relationships. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 4 says, "Don't let loyalty and faithfulness forsake you. Bind them around your neck, write them on the tablet of your hearts, so that you will find favor and good repute in the sight of God and in people." We all seek loyalty and respect in our friendships, our business partners, in our co-workers, our family, and especially when it comes to our romantic partnership. To be faithful is to have or show true and consistent loyalty and support, deserving of trust, keeping your promises and commitments. One of the most devastating feelings is that of betrayal, infidelity, and it can leave serious consequences. When someone is unfaithful in a relationship, marriage, or breaks promises, or someone is betrayed close to them, it can damage them in such a way that will cause trust issues. It takes repentance, hard work, self-awareness, and forgiveness to change. However, the truth is that it rarely leads to reconciliation. The reality is when you are betrayed by your partner, this effect will be so devastating that trust, respect, love, and intimacy cannot be repaired. And I know for all of you listening, the number one fear in a relationship, and it's for women too, is to get cheated on. To be betrayed by someone you opened yourself up to, it's unbearable pain. But you can avoid this if you vet, assess chemistry compatibility, and make sure they have no red flags. Because I do believe and I do know that a good woman is going to do right by you all the days of your life, just how a Proverbs 31 woman does. Ask yourself, if you're a loyal man, would you ever cheat on your girl? Of course not. You love her, right? It's the same thing. But some of you have never experienced that love. And when you go on the internet and you see these red pill or these other modern dating coaches that try and get you to hyperfixate on this fear of cheating, I want you to understand that this is predictable and it's preventable. There's certain patterns you can watch out for. So this is a fundamental in relationships to learn about faithfulness. Few things in life are ever going to give you a sense of security in relationships than loyalty, this faithfulness. When there is mutual faithfulness and loyalty, there's this trust, this confidence, this unity. It's like a certainty. I've seen a lot of guys online saying you can never trust a woman. I am telling you, I trust Stacy, my woman. I trust her more than anybody on the planet. I love her with every fiber of my being, and she feels the same way about me. She's been there for me at times when I've been broke, I've been struggling with money. She's always been there for me. She is a fantastic woman. I love her completely. And at the end of the day, she's going to be the future mother of my children. So it's like, obviously at the time of this recording, we don't have any kids yet. So it's like, if as a man, you're going to marry a woman and have kids with her, but you don't trust her more than anyone, what the hell is wrong with you? Smack yourself twice in the face. And every time you don't think that's true, smack yourself again and remember what I just told you in this audiobook. You should trust her more than anything. And this certainty, this unity is what you need. Because when you have that, you can both face the hardships of life knowing that you're both committed to each other in an unbreakable bond. Faithfulness gives any relationship the feeling that we can count on our partner to be true and honest. This allows us to also make the other person feel needed, cared for, and trusted in us as well. And there are some things you can do to make sure that you're loyal to your woman. It's important to always strengthen and sharpen your sense of loyalty and commitment through your actions. Take notes. Do the following to help improve faithfulness in your relationship. 1. Avoid insults and name-calling in moments of anger. Never disrespect your woman with your words. 2. Be a man of your word. You say you're going to do something, follow through. 3. If you are in a relationship or married, be loyal to your woman. Don't watch porn. Don't masturbate. Don't lust after other women. Don't compare her to other women. Don't even look at other women. And quite frankly, if you have chosen a woman you truly desire, you will never even have the urge. This should come natural. 4. Be willing to protect her against any threat, spiritual, physical, or emotional. 5. Resolve all of your issues privately with respect and open communication. And 6. Be honest about everything in your life. Don't hold anything back. Share everything. Keep her emotionally up to date. As a man, you must lead your woman. This means to lead by principle. By showing up as authentic and trustworthy, you invite her and encourage her to follow in your steps and do the same. And one thing you will notice is that when you're in a relationship with a beautiful woman is how often she gets checked out, hit on, and approached by guys. It's something that's going to happen. If this bothers you that other guys try their luck with her, well, use situations like this to determine if she's faithful to you. It's amazing how much you can learn from just by observing her actions. You want to sit back and handle how she observes these situations. So, we're still discussing loyalty here, okay? How to tell if a woman is loyal. So, ask yourself, when a woman, your girl gets approached, what does she do? Does she tell the guy to get lost? Does she walk away? Or does she keep the conversation going? Does she keep her social media page private? Or does she entertain the advances other men make online? It is up to her to be honest and faithful. Women with integrity will be consistent with telling you when guys hit on them, But on the other hand, women with low integrity or no morals will hide it from you or keep guys in the background. And guys have a huge misconception. They think if a dude is flirting with their girlfriend, they've got to intervene and stop him. But this is a rookie mistake. Guys that understand women know this is the perfect opportunity to see if she's loyal. Let her show you through her actions if she respects you or not. Either way, it's a win-win. You find out if she's loyal or if you should cut her off for good. Because you can't blame other guys to approach your girlfriend or wife trying to hit on her. If they don't see a ring on her finger, or maybe you're walking a little bit further away from her or whatever, or she's alone one day and she tells you what happened, some guys might try their luck. However, your girl is responsible if she entertains this behavior. She is responsible for how she handles interactions with other men. Take note, this is what loyal women do. A loyal woman will always show up to your relationship, her words and actions match. She makes you consistently aware of any time I attempt to try his luck with her. As long as she has a loyal heart, she will be sure to always tell you. If a guy DMs her, she'll show you the message and then she'll block and deletes. But she expects the same from you with women. Next, she's going to get approached by men throughout her life if she's hot. It's going to happen. So how does she handle it? If a guy asks for her number, walks up to her, flirts with her, you just have to pay attention to her reply. If she's faithful, she's going to simply reject them flat out. This is a sign that she respects you. She's not engaging in a further conversation or giving him any indication that he can, give up, that she can share contact info with him. She just shakes her head and moves on. I remember one time I was in Estonia with Stacy, and we were with her family. Everyone was having a drink in the evening. Obviously, I don't drink alcohol, so I was sitting there drinking orange juice, and I don't speak Estonian, so she went up to the bar to go order me another orange juice. So I'm sitting there with her grandparents and her uncles and the dad, and she walks up to the bar, and there's a lot of people, so she obviously couldn't see that I'm looking at her, but I'm looking at her. Three guys, one guy came up to talk to her. She just put her hand out and said, waved away, like, get away from me. She keeps walking up to the bar. A second guy comes up to talk to her. She puts her hand to the side, like, get away from me. And when she's ordering the drink, a third guy comes to talk to her, and she made like a face, like a disgust, and turned away. And then she comes down to sit with me. I didn't tell her I saw anything. She comes up to me and tells me, oh, by the way, these three creepy guys, each one after the other, came up to talk to me and told me exactly word for word what I'd seen, telling me the truth. And obviously it's not the first time that's happened. Other guys have approached and she always rejects them. But I'm just telling you, this is how a loyal woman behaves. She only has eyes for you. And she does, because when she loves you, why would she entertain further conversation with a man? Or give him indication, he can get a number, or she can give her info to him. She's not doing that, okay? Next, if your girl has social media, how does she handle herself? If she's faithful, she'll let you know anytime a guy DMs her, sends her a friend request. Not to mention she deletes or blocks any of these attempts without you even having to say a word. And also, women with integrity have no problem leaving their phone open around you because they've got nothing to hide. Even if a male coworker tries his luck, she's going to let this know to you and stay clear of such men out of respect for you. Next, faithful women don't have any male friends, and they do not keep in touch with exes. If she has a loyal heart, she's never even going to compare, let alone compete, well, compare you to other men, I should say. And she's never going to seek the presence of other men. She only wants your attention and your love. And most importantly, a loyal woman never puts herself in environments where lustful men can take advantage of her. She doesn't go to clubs or bars or parties, and if she has single girlfriends or knows anybody who invites her to go to a venue like that, she always says no. She never ever lets the opposite sex get close to her. And now let's take note of how a loyal woman, an unfaithful woman, behaves. This is going to be interesting. Take note. Unfaithful women, they show their hand, right? They will always leave clues in what they say and do. I've done so many cases on YouTube over the years with, red flags and guys that have terrible marriages or relationships. And one thing that always amazes me is with all of these case studies where they get cheated on, or the woman was leading them on, It's not rocket science. There's always patterns that they can observe at the very beginning. So let's take a look. The first thing you're going to notice is there's going to be inconsistencies in her actions, her lifestyle, and her schedule will change. Next, when you're out and about, you're going to catch her glancing at other men. She's going to keep conversations going with random men that approach her. The clear sign she doesn't respect you. She may even smile, touch, or openly compliment men in plain sight. You might notice how she'll mention other guys she finds attractive, point at other men she thinks are hot. She might joke about having a celebrity crush. This is not normal behavior. If you're watching a movie or a show and there's a good-looking man, she'll tell you how he's so attractive, how he wishes she could do things to him. If she's got a loyal heart, she wouldn't even have the desire to even look at another man, let alone even say that. Women who settle for you, women who are narcissistic, will openly do this because they don't respect you. Next. When it comes to social media, it's obvious. Girls that have a public social media page, she posts inappropriate thirst traps to advertise herself. Different men are following her, commenting under her posts. You'll see random guys following her. When confronted her about it, she'll either keep the conversation glowing, accept these random friend requests, never delete or block guys. Even if she tells you she does, she will refollow them back again. She'll flirt back with guys and tells you you're just being insecure anytime you call her out or you're being jealous. Women like this will always have male friends or co-workers they're talking to and they decide to cheat. Pay attention to what's happening. If she starts to say nice things about a specific guy at work or distances herself from you emotionally, it's an early warning sign that she's emotionally cheating on you. Or, last but not least, out of nowhere, she develops the sudden urge to stay out late at night without you. Suddenly she'll start frequenting bars, go partying, place herself near men, become friends with new types of girls who let men hang out in their groups, going on girls' trips. When you used to get a gut feeling that something is amiss, this is what's going on. And obviously, it goes without saying, if she's hiding her phone from you, or you catch anything on her phone, or you catch her in the act of cheating, well, then those are all the signs that she's unfaithful. But let's go deeper into the topic. How and why does cheating take place? Because obviously you want to avoid this, right? So earlier in the audiobook, I mentioned that red flags are something you need to be aware of. And if you have made the great mistake of overlooking them, then you increase your odds of being in a relationship with a woman who will either step out on you from time to time or will flat out monkey branch to another man. Infidelity is only going to take place initially in the form of emotional cheating, and then it becomes physical cheating. Either way, the result is always the same. You're going to lose trust. Next, look at emotional cheating. Take note. It typically starts innocently. She might have a friendship with a member of the opposite sex, slowly transitions from simple conversations to shared interests that slowly evolve into emotional closeness with communication about deeper personal issues. Eventually, this leads your girl to distancing herself from you, moving closer to a new love interest. By now, she sees the sexual attraction begin to take root. And what happens here is your girlfriend or wife is now invested emotionally in another man. If your woman is getting what she needs emotionally from someone else, then this is emotional cheating. This leads her to be less likely to work through the problem she has with you. This is how betrayal begins. It's never an accident. It's never just kind of happened. This is how it starts. To have a committed relationship, there has to be mutual effort to maintain communication and intimacy with each other, which is what they're doing. And you might be thinking, well, how could this take place if there's no sex? Well, it constitutes cheating because she's chosen to become emotionally close to another man. It can be sexting, romantic conversations, flirting, accepting compliments, exchanging contact info, spending time alone with another guy, accepting gifts and other intimate gestures. Because it starts with talking. A woman that loves you doesn't even want to talk to another man. That's what I want you to understand here. So this constitutes cheating because she's chosen to become emotionally close to another guy. And the danger of emotional cheating is that it always leads to physical cheating. Sometimes they cut it off soon if they really feel regret, but it doesn't usually happen like that. This usually takes place with men in her environment, such as male friends, male co-workers, or an ex in the background. This is how cheaters set the stage to line up a replacement. They build a level of closeness with a new love interest and prepare themselves to step out of your relationship physically. Whereas a faithful woman will always turn to you for emotional closeness during the ups and downs of your relationship. Cheating is never an accident. Which now leads us to physical cheating. Okay, and this is all included here as a fundamental in this chapter of relationship fundamentals, because I know a lot of you guys want to avoid this in a woman. You don't want this to happen to you. It's a nightmare. You literally want to avoid it with every fiber of your being. And I've put all this information here to sober you up, to take this serious. So, with physical cheating, you've got to understand sex is meant to be enjoyed between a man and a woman. It's a sacred act designed for bonding for life. Wise men and women take this seriously and appreciate this with someone they love, trust, and care about. When this feeling is mutual, it's a great joy to experience within your marriage. But a woman is always going to need to feel an emotional connection with a man before she becomes physical. This is why emotional cheating is a precursor to physical cheating. Once she's built a connection and feels safe enough to have sex with him, she will proceed to do so. If your girlfriend or wife has become physically intimate with another man, the trust is gone forever. I don't care if it's physical touch, even holding another man's hand, oral sex, kissing, sex itself, it's all physical cheating. It's not an accident or a mistake. It is a premeditated choice built upon the intention to selfishly meet one's sexual needs outside of the marriage, or to replace you with someone new entirely. And remember, only an immoral woman that settled you is going to do this. This is why this is all avoidable if there's chemistry, compatibility, no red flags, you vetted her properly. This doesn't happen. It's when you don't vet, it's when you don't take all the principles I've taught you in the audiobook so far. When you don't take it seriously, you will find yourself in this situation. So, how do you handle a cheater? Well, men that find themselves invested in the wrong woman have a tough call to make. To discover your girlfriend or wife is cheating on you is soul destroying. Objectively speaking, it's very easy to tell someone to walk away from a cheater, but subjectively, when you're in that situation, it can be hard to end the relationship. But if she commits infidelity, it's nothing to do with you. It's a choice made entirely by herself. There's no external factor that could ever influence or push her to cheat on you. Even if she tells you she was unhappy or her needs aren't being met, it doesn't justify betrayal. Because a woman of good character is going to communicate her unmet needs, and if that doesn't change over time, she'll either dump you, remain single, or just be shut down. Only women with lack of integrity are going to do this to you. And never be angry at the other guy who's been cheating on your woman with you, because the only reason he could ever grow close to her is because she allowed him to do so. She entertained his advances. So if you come to find that your girl's been interacting with guys in inappropriate ways, whether it's flirting, exchanging contact info, talking with an ex, all the way to sex or hookups, or maybe you catch her or you hear from someone else and they present proof, or she confesses to you because she eventually felt guilty, it doesn't matter. It only happened because she wanted it to. Men who lack understanding go into a fit of rage. I'm going to beat that guy to death. I'm going to teach him a fucking lesson. Excuse my French for swearing on the audiobook. But please understand that maybe that guy doesn't even know she has a boyfriend or husband. A lot of cheaters lie and say they're single. Or they say that they just come out of a long-term relationship. They don't tell the other person the truth always. Okay? Look, maybe he is aware of your existence. In this case, yeah, he's no worse than she is. But don't forget, he only got close to her because she opened the door for him to walk in. If she said to him, sorry, I'm not interested, I have a boyfriend or a husband, he would have moved on. But understand, even if that specific guy wasn't in the picture, an unfaithful woman is still going to line up someone else that's willing to participate in the act of infidelity with her. So if your girlfriend has cheated on you, the right thing to do is to dump her as soon as possible. I don't care if it was emotional or physical cheating. You don't owe her a second chance. She's not your wife. You haven't taken a sacred vow. And the whole point of courtship is to discern if your girlfriend is wife material or not. And if you've got into a relationship and this has happened, you're not married yet, leave. Okay? While it's true that there's rare exceptions and repentance and people can change, the damage is done. Are you going to devote yourself to another woman who's had another man be inside of her after she betrayed you with that? It's just not worth it. She wasn't willing to work on the relationship when she gave her body and soul to another man. And now what? She's had a change of heart? Don't fall for it. Unfaithful partners only return for comfort, security, and to settle for you. If she leaves and comes back, trying to run back into your arms, all that happened is she couldn't meet someone new with integrity. Because any other new guy is going to ask questions and wants to figure out what she's all about. They don't want to commit to her. She fears being alone because she knows a good man ain't going to commit to her, but she comes back to you because you're the cock who takes her back. Trust is like glass. You can piece it back together, but the cracks are going to remain forever. Those cracks represent the betrayal that never heal. You can forgive her, and you should forgive her, but you're never ever going to fit. Deep down, you know she doesn't value you. By choosing to stay, you're inviting her to repeat the same behavior. You will always sleep with one eye open at night, wondering, can I trust her again? Full of anxiety, lower your life expectancy, and live with the necessary paranoia. And for what? Don't take back an unfaithful girlfriend. Be single, lick your wounds, fill in your knowledge gap, heal, and find a trustworthy woman who does love and respect you. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Okay? That's all it is. Walk away, rebuild your life. You do deserve a faithful woman by your side. Settling for anything else will not end well for you. And if a woman steps out of your relationship with another man, lock the door behind her, throw away the key forever. Good riddance. If she comes back months or years later, she's grown and changed, it's still better to part ways. Let her start fresh with someone new, and you can start fresh with someone new as well. If at the time of listening to this audiobook, you're a married man, and you realize not only did you marry the wrong woman, and she's cheating on you, this might be a bit more complicated, because marriage is a sacred commitment. Okay, and marrying a modern feminist instead of a good woman that desires you is not going to end well. But if this has happened to you, from a moral standpoint, you and your wife taken a vow before God, and you should honor each other through thick and thin. But the Bible does give an exception where you can end a marriage if there's infidelity, because it's betrayal. Marriages end for two reasons. Death do us part, you die, or there's betrayal. But when it comes to betrayal, you are given the option to either stay, work on the marriage, or walk away, and you can remarry if you want to. God gives you a get out of jail free card if you want. Get out of marriage card if you want in this instance. If you're married and you want to stay for the sake of your children, maybe you feel pity on your wife and you think it'd be bad for your financial assets, that's up to you. I'm only going to tell you right now that very few marriages survive after infidelity. I don't know of any cases where a husband or wife can make peace and work on their marriage after this. It just doesn't happen. But you have a choice to leave. All I'm going to say is if I were you, I would leave. Matthew 5 verse 32 says, I say to you, that everyone who divorces his wife except on the grounds of sexual immorality makes her commit adultery. And whoever marries a divorced woman commits adultery. And continuing on with the final segment here of the relationship rules. And as you know, this is the longest chapter of the audiobook by far, because ultimately it's all about relationships and everything you've learned so far, all the courtship fundamentals, the red flag awareness, finding the right woman for you, your standards, deal breakers, why women test men, all of that stuff. It all leads you to all of the relationship fundamentals you're learning. We still have a little way to go, and this chapter will be done soon. So now that we've covered loyalty, faithfulness, you know cheating is never your fault. You have to stay away from women like that, and you've understanding now also insecurities. All right? Is it your fault? Is it justifiable that you have jealousy? But with all of that, let's go into something else here. Relationship rules. And these are some principles that you should definitely consider. And when I wrote the audiobook, this very first rule, take note, I wrote in my original book, never live with a woman until you are married. However, after spending more time looking at the Bible, working with people over the years, what I've come to find is this. There is nothing in the Bible that says you can't live with a woman before marriage. In fact, in a lot of biblical cultures, living with a woman was considered marriage, right? Because biblically speaking, there is no written text in scripture that in order to marry a woman, you need to have a specific ceremony or follow certain steps. It doesn't say any of that, right? So in some cultures, this is actually acceptable. And biblically speaking, it's actually clean. So I've now changed this to this. Never live with a woman until you are certain that there are no red flags, you are going to marry her. You need to be certain of her. And another reason why I wrote this way originally in the book was as a way to protect guys. Because a lot of men have a knowledge gap. They see a really nice girl. They want to move in with her in 6 months. And I'm not saying you should do that. You don't want to rush it. But if you're a Christian man, you've got good morals, you vetted a woman properly, and you love each other. Maybe she comes from a toxic home and you've saved up enough money and she wants to move in with you just before you get married. That's fine. Move in together just before you get married. I think that is okay. People come from different backgrounds, they have different things going on in life, but as long as you've vetted a woman properly, chemistry and compatibility is there are no red flags, and you're both going to marry soon, then it's safe to move in together. Because it is true, you do need to be around a woman for a long enough period of time to know what she's like. You can't just marry a woman if you've spent, I see her once a week. You don't know what she's like on a bad day. You don't know how she lives, how clean and organized she is. So this is actually quite good. So, Genesis 2:24 tells us, therefore a man shall leave his father and mother, hold to his wife, and become one flesh. So this is the very first rule for an obvious reason. It's for your safety. You don't move in or buy a home with a girlfriend under any circumstance until you have assurance that you're going to marry her. You don't sign a lease or purchase a property together unless you've vetted her clearly. Because what you can do in the early stages is she can spend a few times a week at your place, or you can spend the weekend at hers, or vice versa. And you get a simulation of what it's like to be around each other in a day-to-day setting without the risk of divorce. And because a lot of guys don't know how to vet a woman, I don't want you to go and move in with a woman and then she's cheating on you after 3 months and you're stuck with a lease or a mortgage, or you're fucked in a situation like that. So be mindful. For the average guy who has a knowledge gap, I don't think they should live with a woman until they are married. But for you guys that have now listened to the audiobook, if you apply everything I teach, this relationship rule is fine for you to live with a woman if you know you're going to marry her soon and you vetted her. Okay? So the average couple does move in after a year or two of knowing each other, which if you do so with vetting, you will be okay. However, if your knowledge gap, moving in with a woman is a financial commitment to cohabitate with her, and if you are unsure, you're making a serious risk, because in essence you're behaving as if you're married without the commitment. So here's what you need to consider. What happens if you realize she isn't right for you and deal breakers present themselves? What if she tells you she can't do this anymore and wants to break up? What happens if you both want different things out of life? What happens if you change your mind? Now you have to go through a whole process of moving out, finding a new place to live, or wasting your time, resources, and energy with the wrong woman. Another thing that happens to guys is once they move in, they get complacent. They think, well, I'm living with her. She's with me forever. Or worse, if you find out you settle for her, she ain't the right woman, what happens if you're not following biblical protocol and you get her pregnant because you're having sex outside of marriage? What happens to you then? Do you want to marry her out of convenience? The amount of men and women I've seen this happen to. They start hooking up, they move in, she gets pregnant, I guess we should marry. And then the wife turns into a psycho-feminist. I didn't think she was like that. I assumed she was a good traditional woman. You didn't vet properly. Don't be that guy. Okay? This is how it happens. Don't waste years of your life or cause yourself decades of heartache by living with a woman you are not sure you're going to marry. Be patient, take your time to get to know her before making this commitment of moving in, getting married and having children. Stay in your own place, she can be at hers. Once you are certain you guys are both want to marry and you have that planned out, maybe you start looking at a property. Around that time after you're engaged, then I think it's fine for you to do so. If her behavior is consistent and she shows you through her actions that she's faithful and honest, go ahead, propose to her. And at this stage in your relationship, the topic of engagement and marriage and family life should be consistent. You should be talking about this like it's, like it's easy. It should be easy to share and be vulnerable about this. And at this point, she'll value and look forward to living with you, and so will you, because you both had to kind of earn it. Okay, so once you're engaged, once you're ready to marry, then you can move in. And if you want to do it ultra-orthodox, ultra-conservative, and only move in when you're married, you can do that too. Okay. And you got to understand as well, for the guys out there, if you're with a woman and you sense gut feeling, red flag, something's off with her, and you barely know her, and in the early stages of a relationship, she's pressuring you to move in or get a place together, right there and then you disqualify her. A woman that's pressuring you into move in before marriage and you don't agree to that, that is also a problem. Because any woman who does that does not respect you. She's not worthy of being your wife. But this is a win-win. In that case, it means you can break up with her without having children or going through a messy divorce. And sadly, because most people don't know how to vet, 50% of couples that live together before marriage have a pretty high chance of divorce. And about 60% of couples who live together break up without even marrying. So, given the fact that most people have a knowledge gap, I don't think for the average person it's a smart idea to just move in with a woman. But if you follow my stuff and you know how to vet, I think you will be okay. But make sure you know exactly what you're doing. That is the first rule that I've modified for the audiobook. Never live with a woman until you are married. That's how it originally was. But remember, it's now never live with a woman until you are sure you are going to marry, or you're going to marry her very soon because you're engaged. Okay? All other circumstances call for that to happen, but you have to be sure, guys. Relationship rule number 2. Never complain to your woman. Start with the Bible verse for this. James chapter 1, verse 2 through 4. Count it all joy, my brothers, when you meet trials of various kinds. For you know that testing of your faith produces steadfastness, and let steadfastness have its full effect, that you may be perfect and complete, lacking in nothing. So, it's completely natural for you to feel upset or down in moments of peril in life. Okay, there's exceptions when it's okay to be emotional, right? Bad things are going to happen. Maybe you have to bury a loved one, family member, pet. It's a grievous experience. Being diagnosed with an illness or suffering a bad accident can be traumatic. These situations are always out of our control, and any sane man will break down emotionally and need time to heal and rebuild his emotional strength. In any of these instances, your lady will support you and nurture you because she's got empathy and understands that you need time to recover from your loss. But problems start to happen in a relationship or marriage when you start to become emotional and bitchy about problems that are in your power to fix or change. That is going to turn off a feminine woman. This is a big mistake men make in their relationship or marriage. If you whine, cry, or complain about things that you can fix or change, fears, insecurities, or worries that are solvable, you're communicating you're a pussy. You're not reliable. A masculine man is always in control of his emotional center, especially when things are hard. And he takes action when there's obstacles he needs to fix. Moaning to your girlfriend or wife about problems and not taking any steps to improve is weak. At first, your girl might show sympathy and nurture you, build you up. But her ability to support you is limited to how much you're leading yourself. Man leads, woman follows. And if she sees that you don't take any action, you're not handling your business, she'll lose respect for you and see you as a coward who's reliant on her to feel like a man. So you've got to think subconsciously what it does to a woman is this. If you're ever in danger, would she be able to defend you from an attack? No. It's up to you to stand up and protect her and yourself. She is reliant on you. She wants to feel safe knowing that if push comes to shove, you'll be able to defend her no matter what. This is essential to the success of your relationship because a feminine woman is and always will be dependent on you to protect and care for her. Your woman will look at you to feel safe and secure. If she can't trust in your masculine core, her respect for you will crumble as time goes on until she eventually falls out of love with you. And remember, women don't respect weaker feminine men. Constantly groveling about your problems is going to come across as negative. She may put up for it for a while, but eventually she's just going to get tired. Don't be that guy who goes on like a broken record. Nothing turns off your woman more than seeing you complain like a sissy. Real men don't complain. They face whatever challenge presents themselves and they get it done. For example, let's say you have a business and you suffer a setback that'll affect you financially. Now there's nothing wrong with telling your woman you have a problem at work, but it's how you say it. When you need to communicate about a difficulty in your life, put a positive spin on it. So here are two scenarios. One scenario. If you're a confident man and you're in control of your emotions, what you'll say is this. Hey honey, this has been a difficult week for the business. We've hit some financial struggles, but everything will be sorted out. No matter what happens, I'll sort it out at work. We'll come out of this strong. Don't worry. This way, you're interacting with your woman in a way that comes from a place of peace, calmness, and control. You've made her aware of a problem you're facing, but you're letting her know that you're going to handle it. So despite being under pressure, you take courage, you take action, instead of whining. This is going to make her trust you even more and see you as strong. The more she sees you remain centered when you face a challenge in life, the more she'll admire and respect you, because she knows when other difficulties or problems come in life, she knows that you're strong enough to handle it. Now, on the other hand, the other scenario, if the guy's insecure and he's thrown off balance because of this setback at work, what's he going to do? He's going to come home, be panicked. Hey honey, things have gone terribly wrong at work this week. There's some serious financial struggles. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how to fix this. I'm so scared. I don't know what to do. And if you start acting like that, that communicates you've got no trust in yourself to lead, to handle. And if you show a lack of masculinity in the face of challenge, how do you expect her to follow your lead and feel attracted to you? Women aren't built to handle that. You are. Okay? This lets her know that in trying times, she can't trust in you to protect her when she needs you the most. And remember, throughout history, there's been a lot of evil and violence. During an invasion, what does the enemy force do? They kill the men, save the women and the children. Why? Because only men can fight back and defend the weak. Let's apply the logic to relationships. Women and children depend on you for safety and security. God gives you the privilege to be the head and the house, the protector and the leader. If you don't stand strong in any crisis, adversity or threat, what are you? If you show your girl she can't depend on you to be the man in the relationships, she will lose respect for you. It's paramount for you to comprehend the importance of this rule. Never make your wife or girlfriend your therapist or your mummy. It's not a job to fix your codependency, neediness, or lack of masculinity. If you've let yourself go, put on weight, do you think she's going to feel sexually attracted to you when you cry like a little girl about how hard it is to change? You expect her to feel pity for you while you sit on your backside and do zero to improve or change? If you want to maintain your desire, her desire, respect, and intimacy, you must show through your actions that you're confident, you're unshaken by adversity, and you can confront any challenge or possible danger that may threaten you or your loved ones. Even if it's something as small as a financial problem. The key here is to develop self-awareness in every and all area or any other incident and ask yourself this one question. Is this a problem or something I can solve, or is it simply a bad moment that'll pass? If the problem was created by something of your doing, or is an obstacle you're facing in your career, personal life, that requires immediate fixing, take action to solve it, without whining or moaning. And when your girl sees you pick up your balls and handle that difficult challenge, she's going to respect you even more, because she will see with her own eyes that you have honor, that you have balls, and she will treat you accordingly. And in fact, it's funny, when you help yourself, others help you, right? When she sees you trying to fix your situation because you demonstrated that you're willing to help yourself, she'll try and assist you. Funny how that works. She follows your lead. But if this is a problem you're facing that is out of your area of control, maybe it's a temporary problem, something outside of your influence, then if it's a bad moment, you just gotta let it pass. Make peace with it, patiently wait. Remember, the fruits of the Spirit, long suffering, patience. Let it pass without gossiping, without complaining. This doesn't only improve your self-control and ability to handle patience, but she's going to trust in your long-term decision-making because she sees you're calm. In conclusion, when you display dominance, confidence, and strength in all areas of your life, you'll notice that it'll make your woman more willing to support, submit to you, and follow your lead. Remember, submission can only be given if your dominance is received. Remain calm and collected during turmoil. Handle any issues you face with honor. And not only are you going to become more masculine just for yourself as a man, but your woman and obviously your children, if you have children, your children will love and respect you all the more because they know that you're a man worthy of respect. And remember this, men who provide emotional security and display wise leadership in their decision making get the softest, most feminine, relaxed, trusting, submissive, and nurturing version of their woman. The third relationship rule is always lead the relationship. Proverbs 31 verse 3 says, "Don't give your strength unto women, nor to the ways that which destroys kings." You have to remain masculine throughout your relationship. Okay, the way you carry yourself, controlling your emotions, being dominant and assertive is crucial. You've got to set boundaries, values, and standards of how you expect to be treated from the get-go. Do not expect her to willingly submit to you. She will test to determine if your frame is strong enough to, and only then will she follow your lead. This is how you establish your will and authority in a relationship. Guys in the West have become so feminized that they let the woman take charge in their relationships. But sadly for most men, being feminine is the default frame. So you have to rid yourself of this notion that women control the direction of the relationship, and quite frankly, they don't even want to. Even cases of like these hardcore feminists, they get with a masculine man and they just transform into such a feminine woman. So what does that tell you? Man lead, woman follows. When a man fails to dominate and lead, the woman is forced to take on his role, which depolarizes sexual attraction. It causes her to despise you for not stepping up and being a man. Remember, she wants you to be dominant, to protect and lead her. And women hate having the power in relationships because it forces them to shut down their feminine and to become masculine. It damages everything from their cycle, their health. This increases stress and anxiety. She can't relax. She can't be feminine. She'll stop taking care of herself. She can no longer get her security and safety from you. Now she's got to get it from herself. It'll cause her to resent you because she's not built for that. So if you let a woman's emotions dictate the relationship, subconsciously she'll sabotage, tear you down, because women are repelled and disgusted by weakness in men. And in most long-term relationships and marriages, women tend to lead and be the figure of authority. Isn't that sad? We've all heard the stories of men who ask their wives permission to go to the gym or watch a football match, or take part in any of that leisure activity they want to do. But if they were single or dating, they would never even think to ask a woman permission. What these cucks fail to understand is once they allow the woman to take the reins of their relationship, that's it, she's fallen out of love with him. Because a woman naturally looks for safety and security in a man. And when he's not meeting those emotional needs anymore, she'll begin to provide security for herself. And she can't even do that. She's just going to try. This is where she'll punish you for weakness. She'll begin to lash out, test you, ration out intimacy, withhold love, because you've allowed her to be the man in the relationship. And it's like you as the man set the foundation. The tone, the pace must be molded and led by you. You just have to embrace your God-given role, be the head of the house, lead, protect your woman day in, day out, court her, romance her, make her feel heard and understood, because that's all part of leading. Taking charge of your business, your career, fulfilling your duty as a man, and she will relax into being feminine. You have to give her that structure, that container for her to relax, be vulnerable, and open up to you. This is how she feels heard and understood. It has to be in these conditions, which is going to make her respect and love you even more. Okay, it's nothing to do with controlling behavior. It's to do with love and respect for her. You've got to establish dominance and leadership early on at the beginning of your relationship. She'll open up her heart to you. She's built to follow your lead. Romance your woman. Take her on fun dates. Add variety. Make her feel heard and understood. Be present with her. Okay? Do the things you did at the beginning. What you did to get us. What you do to keep her. Keep reading her interest level. Apply what we said before in rule number 2. Okay? Don't ever complain or moan. Handle your shit as a man. And lead. Literally, lead the direction. Plan fun things. And watch how everything flows. Number 4. The 4th relationship rule is to never tolerate disrespectful behavior from your woman. What does this look like? Let's take a look. Proverbs 12:4 says, a wife's strength of character is the crown of a husband, but the wife who degrades him is like bone cancer. When you become complacent in a long-term relationship, from time to time you're going to slip up, you're going to have bad days, right? But the key here is to develop self-awareness to take corrective action. Once you say or do enough, you will notice how she will go from this sweet, loving girl to being bitchy, rude, disrespectful. Make no mistake about it. She's behaving this way to test you to man up and give her a reason to respect you and look up to you again for leadership and love. One aspect I want to explain here is the importance of standing up for yourself when she disrespects you. Remember, disrespecting isn't usually testing, but if you've acted so weak in a relationship, a woman subconsciously in her words and actions is going to come out this way. But when your woman says or does something that crosses a line, you've got to call her out, or it's going to get worse as time goes on. And I will also throw this in, quite frankly, if you're with a good woman, this really shouldn't be happening. But for some other guys who deal with this, it has to be mentioned as a rule. If you allow her to talk down or emasculate you even once, and she knows that the reason you're not standing up for yourself is because you're afraid to lose her, she's going to think, if he doesn't have the strength to stand up for himself, how is he going to stand up for me if we're in danger? If you tolerate a woman's disrespect, control, even if she was upset, you said or did something to hurt her, or it's a misunderstanding, she's immature, she's lashing out because maybe she has never learned how to communicate with a man, you have to set her straight. Put her in a place. Women find that attractive anyways. Put her in her place. You might think to yourself, but Christian, why is she disrespecting me in the first place? Maybe you're showing weakness, and on any level, she's doubting your masculinity. When she's acting up or being rude, she's testing to gain clarity. She wants to know if you're strong or not. But when you show up to your relationship as a man who's masculine, confident, and in control of his life, she's going to trust you to lead, protect. But when you show up as a scared little boy who doubts himself, and you act weak and immature and childish, she might lash out. She might react and respond to your weakness accordingly. Because if she doesn't respect you, she can't love you. Women are hardwired to despise and weed out weakness in men, but they're drawn to your strength. Okay? Make her respect you. If she's trying to rattle you or push you off balance, you've shown weakness for a long time. Okay? And she's trying to determine again, is it safe for me to follow his lead? Is he really weak? I'm hoping he's strong deep down. But the weaker you get, it'll move far away from a test to actual disrespect, because then she's lost all respect for you. If she's scolding, treating you like a little boy who's done bad things to mommy, take a serious look in the mirror and smack yourself in the face. You should have never allowed it to get to this point. The only way back is to start to stand up for yourself, hold her accountable for her bad behavior, and controlling your own actions. Okay? There's a big difference between inspiring respect versus trying to instill fear into your woman to try and make her respect you. She's always going to feel the difference. Okay? You need to have a backbone. You need to have balls. And every man does desire to be respected as a leader. It's in our nature. But if you neglect the responsibility that comes with being the leader in relationships, don't expect it to magically follow your lead. What structure are you giving her? What boundaries are you providing for her? Remember the chapter, boundaries. You've got to communicate how you expect to be treated and follow through. If she crosses one, call out bad behavior the second it arises, so you don't lose the right to complain when her attitudes become even more disrespectful later on. Cut it off at the beginning. Okay? Don't shout at your woman. Don't raise your voice because it's going to scare her. If she disrespects you, hey, calmly communicate the boundary she's crossed. Be straightforward, calling her out in a relaxed but firm manner. And if she keeps disrespecting you, hey, and you're on the phone, maybe if you don't live together, say, hey, contact me when you're done. Call me back when you're ready to apologize, make it up. And hang up the phone. Or if you're sitting in the same room together, or you're together in person and she's speaking to you, treating you like shit, say the same thing. Hey, I'm not going to be spoken to like this. I'm going to leave the room. Or if you want her to leave, you leave. And you can come back and calm down and you're going to speak to me with respect because I'm not going to tolerate that. And then you wait for her to give you a heartfelt apology backed up by a change in her attitude. And you hold your ground. Actions speak louder than words. By walking away and removing yourself, you communicate that any time she acts up, you have the balls to walk away from situations that cross your boundaries. This can only be done from a place of genuine strength. You can't fake it or play it off because if you buckle under pressure, she's going to see that you were faking it. However, if you hold ground and after multiple incidents, this woman doesn't change, doesn't improve her attitude, either you're dealing with a woman who settled for you, is immature, or there's something else going on with red flags. Because you have chemistry and compatibility, but you just acted like a pussy and your girl's acting crazy, and you correct your behavior, you can fix it. Only in that instance, right? So if you're doing everything right, and your lady is truly bonded with you, there's not really going to be many instances where this happens because your masculine presence is naturally going to keep her feminine and loving towards you, okay? And last but not least, gentlemen, the fifth and final relationship rule: never have children out of wedlock. But what does that mean, Christian? No sex before marriage. Might be a hard pill for some of you to swallow, especially if you're listening to this and you're not Christian. Let's use your brain here. So let's start first with this verse. Never have children out of wedlock, right? Let marriage be held in honor among all, and let the marriage bed be undefiled, for God will judge the sexually immoral and the adulterous. Hebrews 13 verse 4. I can only say it to you like this in plain English. If you're not ready to be a father or a husband, financially or emotionally, you shouldn't be having sex. It sounds harsh, but it's true. Sit with that information as long as you need. Your seed is designed to create life. Young men must learn to appreciate this amazing power. You can't be prepared for fatherhood or husbandship unless you have the will or the strength to take it seriously. Women can only get pregnant about 6-7 days out of each month. So be wise and understand the risk you take when you're intimate. For this reason, it's paramount that you and your woman have intercourse in the confines of a committed, unilateral and monogamous relationship with strong boundaries in place, aka marriage. Why do you think the Bible prohibits sex outside of marriage? Because sexual relationships belong in the safety and sanctity of the covenant between husband and wife, and children deserve married parents. If a couple has a child out of wedlock, the smart thing to do would be stop screwing around and, if possible, marry and live an honorable life. But sadly, what do we see today in the West? A lot of couples, they get together, they move in, they settle, they have a knowledge gap, they have a kid, they should have never been together, try and even have more kids, the marriage disintegrates and it all goes to crap. And congratulations, now those kids grow up in a broken home. These are just some of the devastating consequences of having children out of wedlock. It can ruin you with financial problems. It's sad. Legal costs, not seeing your children because of custodial issues. Choosing the wrong woman and having children with her can play a huge role in tearing apart the stability of financial life. And it may very well leave you as a single father who's left picking up the pieces and paying the price for living in lust and sin. But creating a family that is healthy and united and strong can only come from a masculine man and a feminine woman who are both chaste, modest, and centered in godly values. One of the most important jobs you will ever have is becoming a husband and father. And you must become a husband before you become a father. We've all heard the saying, with great power comes great responsibility, and it's applied directly to raising children and marriage. Lots of men shy away from this commitment for many reasons. If you've got unresolved childhood wounds or relationship trauma, you will run because you're emotionally unavailable. You have an unhealthy attachment. And when things get serious, you freeze up. But on the other hand, you choose to live based on degenerate modern dating advice, you're led astray by lust and selfishness, it's also going to lead to commitment issues. You should have a stable career or a stable business with enough financial savings if you're ready to marry, move in, and start a family. Or at the very least, you can marry and take some extra time to prepare for family life. But when we're talking about providing, a lot of guys think it's about bringing in a steady income, putting food on the table. But providing goes beyond the finances. The man is the head. Therefore, you've got to provide leadership to your wife and children, providing guidance and discipline to impart wisdom, love, and protection, and to be the rock upon which your family relies upon for strength. This is where most guys fail. The average man overlooks the importance of having his life in order before starting a family. Some men think it's okay to have kids out of wedlock, or find out the hard way later on that just because you have 3 kids with your girlfriend doesn't guarantee she'll be a good wife or commit to you. I mean, just recently there was a story with one of my clients. He's one of his best friends. He was with his girlfriend for, I think, about a year and a half or so. Obviously, they're not a Christian couple. They were having sex. He got her pregnant. Now, they did the right thing and got married, but, well, they were married. He booked a coaching call with me, spoke with him. They had their beautiful daughter together. And the marital problems were as follows. Even though he had enough money to provide for her, what did she do? She's out there working. She openly mocked him to his face that she can make more money than him. She doesn't cook. She doesn't clean. She's never home. She just gave birth to a baby girl and doesn't even want to be with the child. And I asked him this one question. When you were dating her, did she ever say she wanted to be a wife or a mother? And he said, I just assumed. And this is what the average guy does. They have sex and they assume. And you end up like him. Now he's stuck with a career-oriented woman that doesn't care about him or his baby. Isn't that sad? And I do not want that to happen to you. Look at the list of wealthy celebrities who, despite their massive fortune, end up miserable, paying alimony, divorce multiple times. Look at the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, who, as of 2021, has been divorced 3 times. A man of genius and work ethic has trouble in choosing a feminine woman or showing up to his relationship as the man of the house. I don't care how many millions or billions you have. I don't care how tall you are, how handsome you are, your 6-pack, what car you drive, your nice watch. If you're the man at your job or you're the man in your business, but you come home and you have a woman that's a hoe, you have a woman that doesn't love or respect you or treat you right, you're not a fucking man. And it goes to show that so many men put so much time in being successful in their business or career, but they put no time into preparing themselves for romantic relationship. And if your wife and kids don't see you as man of the house, you're not a fucking man. And that is the bottom line. That's why the old saying, marriage maketh the man, is so true. If you don't master relationships, you're not much of a man. Think of the gravity of that situation. 1 divorce is painful enough, but 2, 3 of them? Would you think for a man of such high intellect, Elon Musk would have learned from his previous mistakes? I don't think so. The point I'm making is I do not care how successful you are. If you do not understand the inner workings of sexual polarity in relationships, you're never going to be successful in having a happy family, home, healthy, successful marriage. Having money does not guarantee your woman is going to stay with you or that your children will respect you. Only a woman that displays all the characteristics of wife material that I covered earlier is the one that's going to be with you through thick and thin, and then is the only type of woman you should marry. Your wife should be the biggest ally you have, your most trusted confidant, and the lover whom you cherish dearly. And until you have tied the knot with a traditional-minded feminine woman and put in the work to bring out your masculinity and get your shit together, under no circumstances should you be having children. In addition to this, if you're worried about having children due to the current times, remember, our ancestors had children during war, famine, and under worse conditions than we face today. If you don't have descendants, then others will, and your bloodline will die out. And now we get to the next section of this chapter, which is meeting each other's needs in a relationship. Each of us is unique and shaped by our own personal life and corresponding emotions. Many of our deepest needs are developed in childhood when our minds are taking in all the information they can. This information, whether positive or negative, creates our beliefs and values, and those create our entire worldview. It's even been proven that stress in childhood has lasting effects on brain chemistry and development. Neglect, abuse, and abandonment during childhood can cause lasting effects on a child as it matures, if left unaddressed. Most adults struggle with overcoming childhood trauma, which in turn causes many grown men and women to struggle in their personal life to meet their needs healthily, let alone interact properly with a woman. This contributes to the high percentage of broken homes, suicide rates, unhappy marriage, and misery in men and women alike. But it's not your fault if you grew up in a dysfunctional home, but it is your fault if a dysfunctional family comes from you. You must fill in your knowledge gap and improve and make the emotional commitment to be better than that, and to overcome the pain you went through and decide to be the father you never had, or the man you want your daughter to marry. Be the man you want your son to be inspired by, and the leader your future wife will happily look up to and feel loved by. To gauge the health of your relationship, you need to have a complete awareness of your needs, and your woman should do the same. Tony Robbins, who greatly inspired me over the years, has spent a great deal of time studying human behavior, emotions, and relationships between men and women. One thing he came to find is that we have a set of 6 core human needs. When we feel certainty, variety, significance, connection, and growth, and contribution in our relationship, and in our purpose as a man, we feel happy and fulfilled. Regarding your intimate relationships, if just a couple of your core needs are not being met, then you will encounter problems in your love life. You must address the root cause and then proceed to take necessary steps to meet your needs healthily and maturely. You and your woman must take inventory and stock of your needs so that you can communicate clearly and correct what's missing, work on what needs tweaking, or which area needs more attention. Not only will your relationship become stronger in doing so, but you'll develop more respect towards each other. So we're going to get into now with the relationship needs. I'm going to go through each one and you should take note. Okay, this builds the longevity of your relationship. Here are the 6 basic needs. 1. Certainty. When it comes to a relationship, this can be chalked down to knowing that your partner is trustworthy, reliable, and consistent. This is the only way to fulfill our need for a relationship. It is essential to feel mutual security, safety, and stability. Certainty is necessary to all of us, but it varies from person to person. Your girlfriend might require words of affection and physical touch to feel certain that you love her, whereas you might require a little bit more quality time to be sure she cares about you. Keep in mind, your upbringing can also cause certain deficiencies that may need more or less of these needs. 2. Variety. One of our basic needs is a sense of variety in our lives. If you eat the same meal every day, reach a point where it becomes unappealing to you. Spending too much time playing the same video game, or watching the same sport, or whatever. Spending too much time together in a relationship, doing the same boring routine, is going to make you both bored of each other. So we all have an innate need for variety. To feel new stimuli, to experience new things, to engage our senses with surprise, exercise, and suspense. So when it comes to your relationship, it's crucial that you and your girlfriend experience a variety of emotions during your time together. This variety can be satisfied by, well, if you're married, experimenting in the bedroom. If you're dating, obviously, planning spontaneous getaways, trying out new activities, traveling to new places. Just how certainty gives reassurance to our relationship is in working order, variety makes us feel like our relationship is alive. Okay? Trying to love her in different ways, doing unique things together. This satisfies our wonder and curiosity. Variety includes changes, entertainment, conflict, and risk. Okay? Variety can be checked in your relationship by spending a little bit of time apart. This absence creates a sense of longing and emotional hunger that stimulates a mutual desire to reconnect. Okay? So time plays a role in that too. The third need is significance. A need to feel significant is the need to feel unique, important, and special, and needed. In a romantic relationship, it's essential that you and your woman both feel significant in each other's lives. To be recognized for our skills, talents, worth, and values is of paramount importance. It gives us feedback on how others perceive and how we can be of better service to those we care about, improve their job, and overall become a well-rounded person. Recognition provides you with a sense of validation that makes you feel seen, special, and needed. To fulfill your need of significance in your relationship, you need to, as a man, you need to feel that your woman shows you respect and admiration. Okay, you need to feel useful. And for your woman to feel significant, she needs to require praise and affection. She wants your presence. She wants to feel cherished by you. The fourth need, connection. The need for love and connection is one that we all strive for. From the moment we are children, we cling to our parents to be loved and cared for. The need for love becomes very important in their romantic lives. And what we crave is that sense of belonging. A close union between man and woman is of the utmost importance for a relationship to last. And some have defined this need of connection also as love. To fulfill the need of connection, you must be willing to be vulnerable and create a deeper relationship based on honesty, faithfulness, generosity, and openness. Never hold back. Vulnerability is about communicating in a clear, direct, and masculine fashion your emotions, wants, and needs to your woman. This invites her to do the same, but in a feminine way to where she can pour her heart out to you. In doing so, you have both successfully created an open line of communication where you are connected based on love. The fifth need, growth. We all grow as the years go by. We learn from our experiences and those around us. We change emotionally and develop intellectually as we go through life. When it comes to love and relationships, you must constantly be expanded and growing closer to each other. Otherwise, you'll grow apart, and the relationship will become stagnant. To fulfill your need for growth, your core values must be aligned with us, hence compatibility. This is vital. Without it, you will reach a point where you simply can't grow close to each other. So to relate to one another, you must share the same belief system, culture, lifestyle, faith, outlook on politics and religion, marriage, family, even finances. All of these things matter. Even having a similar IQ level of intelligence is important here. When your relationship is based on mutual compatibility, you'll find that you naturally gravitate towards each other, resulting in more growth, understanding, commitment, relatability, and fun. And last but not least, your sixth and final need is contribution. Contribution means to add value to each other's lives in a reciprocal manner. It's to go beyond your own needs and to give to each other, sacrificially as Christ did for us. This is about service, helping, and supporting one another. For you, this means to fulfill the role of the provider, leader, and protector. It feels good as a man when you take care of your woman and you're there for her, and you contribute to her life in a masculine way. You become her rock, her source of strength. And for her, this means to embody her role of the feminine nurturer and carer. She serves you and makes your life easier, which makes you feel like she cares about you. Her feminine demeanor and softness bring you peace, and she becomes your source of joy. This creates a mutual cycle of give and take that is healthy, sustainable, and natural. You learn to rely and depend on each other. This strengthens the unity you share and makes your relationship complete. And last but not least, the final section of Relationship Fundamental, this chapter. Knowing when to end a relationship. This is a choice that you must take very seriously. Every relationship has its end, whether it's from spending your life together and dying of old age, or breaking up and parting ways for good. In relationships, we either grow together or apart. Most relationship advice in our current world will tell you to just hook up, have fun, see where it goes. That's great advice if you don't mind living your life in lust, fantasy land, and throwing away your youth. But to the men of good character who are seeking a traditional woman to have a lifelong commitment with, you must not waste further time in mediocre relationships or brush away obvious signs that she's a suitable match for you. If you come to find out that your girlfriend displays red flags, or you lack mutual chemistry, compatibility, then you know what to do. Walking away doesn't have to turn into a conflict. She may have dropped multiple signals that she's just not that into you, or she doesn't want the same things out of life. Some relationships are not meant to be. This is where you court and get to know each other. Hence, you don't rush in and get married after the third date. It's your responsibility as a man to have enough self-awareness to see where things are heading. Don't allow loneliness, pressure from family, emotional attachment, lust, or even age keep you in bondage to a woman you have no intention of marrying. Commitment and investing in relationships aren't about how many years you have together or how many memories you created. It's about devoting oneself to trust, honesty, support, respect, growth, forgiveness, understanding, good communication, and loyalty. If your girlfriend is not actively investing in these things in your relationship, she's not committed to you. Lots of men tend to focus on their own interest level during their relationship and willingly turn a blind eye to the fact that their girlfriend isn't trustworthy, compatible, or ain't that into him. If you stay in a relationship past its expiration date, you're going to cause emotional damage to each other as time goes on. Just because your relationship has run its course does not mean it has to be terminated. with hateful words, spite, or fights. You should walk away knowing you gave it your all and helped each other grow. Do everything in your power to end the relationship and respectfully from a place of love. Be compassionate and offer closure to her. Allow yourself to grieve and heal. I will add that you should never speak badly about your ex, because there was once a time when she was your everything and you would have done anything to comfort her. Just because she has exited your life doesn't give you the right to tear her down in front of others. After all, would you be okay with her spreading rumors or saying nasty things about you? Move on, focus on what lies ahead, and you can now prepare and make room for a quality woman to come into your life. The difference is that now you are starting over with increased knowledge and you're better equipped at discerning between a woman that is wife material and one that is not. Chapter 12. Marriage is the ultimate commitment. Whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing and obtaineth favour of the Lord. Proverbs 18:22. The first section of this chapter is, when should you get married? Earlier in the audiobook, I mentioned why it is important to wait for a woman to bring up the exclusivity talk. This means that once she has developed an emotional bond with you, she's ready to be your girlfriend. And she will make it very clear to you by which point all you have to do is accept or decline. This makes things very easy, as you don't have to force, rush, or pressure her at all. All you got to do is set dates, get to know her, and be patient. And you apply the same concept to marriage. Once things are going steady in your relationship, you'll notice your girlfriend say things that indicate she's prepared to spend a life with you, such as, I'm ready to start a family with you, or look, we've been together for a year and a half, or 2 years. I want you to know that I want to be your wife, or when are we going to get engaged? Or, quite frankly, if both of you have done a great job on vetting each other, you would have talked about this earlier. But the more frequently she brings it up, she's ready. This means that she's emotionally prepared to be your wife. And as long as you want the same from her, all you got to do is surprise her with a proposal when she least expects it. And I want to make it clear that you should be aware to qualify and vet your woman during the early stages of courtship, before engagement and marriage. This final decision has nothing to do with me, it lies entirely in your hands. The next section of this chapter, the reason why most marriages fail. The reason why marriages are taking a hit is that they are rooted in modernized liberal beliefs of gender sameness, feminism, and godlessness. If you go into a relationship with the reason you are with someone is that you want them and don't need them, it's bound to fail. We see modern men say things like, all women are the same, or there's no point in getting married. But will walk away when a good woman says she's saving herself for marriage and wants a family. This is because these men are hypocrites and only seek out casual sex because they're slaves to sin. Likewise, the modern woman of the current times loves to say, I don't need a man, yet feels entitled to all the benefits of being with the traditional man, just for show and personal gain. Saying such things implies that you only want a relationship to please yourself, and to use the other person to serve your needs. It implies that your partner is replaceable and easily disposable. This mindset is responsible for sowing discord amongst men and women, discouraging them from the responsibilities that come with marriage and lifelong commitment. But marriage is not at fault for the divorce rate that we see in the West. It's due to sinful men and women with a knowledge gap, generationally speaking, that get married for the wrong reasons that are to blame. Marriage is ordained by God. The Creator designed marriage to unite a man and a woman together in honor and love. And the Bible tells us that two are better than one, for they have a good return for hard work. If either should fall, one can pick up the other. But how miserable are those who fall and don't have a companion to help them up? And if two lie down together, they can stay warm, but how can one stay warm alone? Also, one can be overpowered, but two together can put up resistance. A three-ply cord does not easily snap. Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 9-12. You see, though I don't want you to ever forget that men and women are made for each other. We have a true need for each other, to build families and create lifelong bonds. The youth is coming to realize that modernity is tearing families apart, which is why they are seeking answers elsewhere. That is why many of you found me on YouTube, and there's a reason why you're here in the community, and there's another reason why you purchased the audiobook. Trying to apply traditional values to your life because you want a good woman should not be the reason you do it. Because you want a good woman, because you are not choosing to commit to those values outside of your personal needs. As soon as it becomes too much to you, you can and will easily change your mind and jump to something else that satisfies your desires. Marriage is a sacrifice for both men and women that requires discipline, faith, and commitment. You can't just do what you want. You must be willing to do what is required of you. Both men and women need accountability and limits. Without God, you're going to fall back to worldly deception and ideologies of the times that pull men and women further apart. Without faith to guide your steps, you will only live for instant gratification and carnal pleasure. I want to make this crystal clear, so there is no confusion. Traditional values come from faith. Without faith, you are just playing dress up, and you are a risk for a true traditional woman to marry. Likewise, a modern woman is a dangerous liability to a godly man, as mentioned earlier in the audiobook. The next section of this chapter is why you should get married. Being young should never stop you from becoming a good man, a good father, or a good husband. After all, most of our ancestors got married at the medium age of 21 to 22. You don't need to experience much of life before you commit to marriage. If anything, marriage to the right woman will help you navigate the numerous pitfalls you're bound to hit and avoid many temptations you face if you were to be alone. Consider what a blessing it is to give your most virile years to a woman, and how beautiful it is for her to give you her most fertile years, to marry and to bear children. The decision to spend your life with a godly woman at an early age means you can reap the benefits of your legacy for longer, and together share this journey of life, forever growing closer and serving as an example of true love for generations to come. Not to mention that husbands and wives are healthier, happier, and report more longevity than those who are not married, single, or divorced. Couples that marry for the right reason have a more passionate sex life, have fewer chances of developing depression and other forms of mental illness compared to those who stay in modern relationships or become single parents. Couples who make themselves ready in marriage tend to build more wealth than those who don't plan. This is because marriage-minded men have an emotionally compelling reason to work hard and support their families, compared to those who are selfish or modernized. Not to mention that a good woman with the same values as you is going to be frugal and appreciative of your provision and commit herself to serve you and the family you create together. And like I say to guys all the time, a good woman is always going to be happy to live within your means. The benefits of a happy marriage go far beyond the way it just affects the husband and wife. Just look at children who are raised by happily married parents. They're less likely to be poor or experience unnecessary hardship compared to those raised by single or dysfunctional parents. Children who witness true love between mum and dad grow up to have less identity problems, less emotional trauma, less self-esteem issues. They become less vulnerable to suicide or self-harm. And they are more likely to have a positive attitude towards loyalty, monogamy, display greater success in form of friendships, lasting relationships, higher emotional intelligence, and they usually blossom into confident adults that become righteous and successful with little to no behavioral issues. These are just some of the benefits that you will only experience in a happy marriage with traditional values and gender roles if you follow what this audiobook teaches. If your girlfriend is the right match for you and she wants to devote herself for you, waste no further time putting off marriage. If it's in your means to financially provide for her, get to it. Commit yourself to one another under holy matrimony and build a legacy together. Only chaste men and chaste women can know true love. The final chapter of Relearning Relationships, the end. Once you master the fundamentals of relearning relationships, you can now navigate the world with a righteous outlook on relationships. You will know exactly what to look for in a woman and how to present yourself from the moment you first meet all the way throughout a marriage. You will be able to read her interest level, see a test from a mile away, and know exactly how to measure the health of your relationship at any given moment in time. The confidence and satisfaction you will get from knowing this information inside and out will spill over into every other area of your life, making you an inspiration to those around you. Everyone who meets you will benefit from your presence, and as you go about your life, you'll become quite apparent how many men need help. And once you get good at applying the lessons of this audiobook, it will become second nature to you. Not to mention, you can pass down these teachings to your children, to your friends, to your extended family, and anyone willing to learn about relationships. Your wife will love, admire, and respect you with every fiber of her being. Your children will grow up to emulate your successful marriage in their own lives, bringing honor to your family name and glory to God. And that concludes the Relearning Relationships audiobook version. Again, I want to thank you for listening to this all the way through. And all I would ask from you is, if you know anybody who will be interested in the audiobook, and if you enjoyed it, recommend it to someone. Encourage them to join the community and get their copy. Feel free to make a post in the community of the audiobook, giving your thoughts, what you learned from it, and maybe even recommend other community members to take a look. And if you have any questions about anything mentioned in the audiobook, the community is there 24/7. Make a post and I will answer you. Or write down questions you have for me on a group call, and when I show up, I will happily answer your questions there as well. With that said, thank you so much for taking the time to listen and to purchase the audiobook version. God bless you, and I will see you inside of the community.